Chapter 1. Earth. Above the Pacific Ocean, a figure suddenly materializes in midair. Haha, cockroach, Zeno, bring it on. Boom, boom, boom. This figure, brimming with combat spirit, is engulfed in roaring flames, hair flowing wildly, a light green apron tied around his waist, fluttering in the wind. Broly, one of the mightiest scions in the Dragon Ball universe. His emergence is akin to a million-ton nuclear bomb detonating in the skies above the Pacific. The heavens and the earth are transformed. The sun and moon lose their light. The atmosphere above the entire Pacific is violently torn apart by an irresistible force. Satellites in outer space are instantly shattered by this power. On the surface of the Pacific, a massive crater spans 100 miles, billions of tons of seawater suppressed by an unknown force, desperately attempting to escape its confines. Buzzing. Then the entire Earth trembles, quaking, rippling. The Earth seems to wail in agony. All of humanity and animals around the globe feel a heavy weight upon their hearts, as if an immensely terrifying entity is pressing down upon them. Breath becomes erratic, and respiration grows difficult. Thud, thud, thud. Countless individuals succumb to the overwhelming, crushing pressure, collapsing to their knees. In Asgard, the realm of the gods, Odin, the All-Father, suddenly stands up, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He senses a colossal wave of power emanating from Earth, a force so formidable it sends chills down his spine. Whose power is this on Earth? At the commentator sanctum, Master Wong's expression shifts as he abruptly rises, only to be immediately met with an overpowering force that bends his back in submission. Who is this? Is it an invasion of Dormammu's power? No, Dormammu does not possess such strength. How powerful! Master Wong grits his teeth, his limbs trembling, his body chilled. Meanwhile, the entire commentator sanctum, along with various wizard sanctums around the world, is creaking and cracking under the strain of the Earth's dimensional space, as if it might be shattered at any moment by this mysterious force. The Earth can barely withstand it. On the other side, in Huaxia Kunlun, the supreme beings such as the Jade Emperor and Thunder God also sense this immense power, their once upright postures now bowing under the weight. Who is this? Such terrifying force. They are filled with dread and horror. In the shield monitoring center, which has been surveilling the globe, alarms blare with piercing intensity, and the lights turn red. Warning. A colossal force detected above the Pacific's specific measurements cannot be calculated, significantly exceeding monitoring limits. Level, Earth-destroying. Warning, above the Pacific. Chaos ensues within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, the one-eyed leader, is momentarily rendered speechless. Elsewhere at the Xavier Institute in New York, Professor X pales, blood trickling from his nostrils, shaken to his core, as if on the brink of death. Moments later, above the Pacific Ocean. Where's this? Broly, having awaited Goku Kakarot and Xena's attack for quite some time, feels a sense of confusion, only to realize something is amiss. The environment is wrong. After all, his battle with Kakarot and Zeno was amidst the cosmic stars. Yet how has he ended up on Earth? Broly possesses terrifying power, and his mastery over Ki is extraordinary, allowing him to sense the entire universe. Yet now, he discovers that this universe is not the one he knows. Where's this? Have I crossed over again? Broly retracts his formidable aura, reverting from Super Saiyan to his ordinary Saiyan form. In that instant, the hearts of people around the world feel an immediate wave of relief, the immense invisible pressure dissipating entirely. Master Wong exhales in relief. The Jade Emperor, Thunder God, and others wipe the cold sweat from their brows. Who on earth is this? Master Wong promptly opens a portal, arriving above the Pacific Ocean in the next moment, only to find no one in sight. He gazes at the receding waters of the Pacific below, his heart sinking if left unchecked. This massive volume of water would undoubtedly trigger a catastrophic tsunami, capable of drowning and devastating all coastal nations around the Pacific. Master Wong hastily conjures powerful magic to quell the surging waters. After accomplishing this, he feels utterly drained. Who is this person, truly? While Master Wong toils as a weary water mover, Broly's figure has already manifested in New York. To be precise, Broly is now Roly, a man from Earth, a Tianqiao native named Roly. This marks Roly's second crossover. His first crossover led him to the Dragon Ball universe, where he became Broly of the Desolate Star, experiencing Dragon Ball Super, Broly. With Kakarot's aid, he trained for over a decade, surpassing the power of the universe's Xeno, reaching an even more profound realm. And now, he is crossing over for the second time. Moreover, it appears he has crossed over while retaining Broly's body. What is this world? Soon, Broly's gaze lands upon the tallest, most ostentatious building in New York. The building bears the name Stark. Broly's expression turns peculiar. Such a flamboyant building, this must be the throne of the notorious Iron Man, Stark. So, this is Marvel? Broly chuckles. Now the excitement begins. 3. Invincibility is loneliness. Multiverse chat, chaos emerges. Kingpin is a man driven mad, devoid of any moral compass. The death of his son transformed him into a terrifying beast, obsessively seeking revenge against all his enemies, nearly igniting a third world war, mainly due to his foes being scattered across the globe. Upon regaining his composure, he finally realizes that as a ruler, especially one in the underworld, a normal life is unattainable, and family and wives are merely hindrances to his empire. Understanding this, Kingpin personally kills his wife. Broly harbors a deep-seated disdain for such individuals. Allow me to pose a question, Broly says with a smile. Please, my lord, ask away, Kingpin replies, lowering his eyes in deference. Between the numbers 1 and 2, which do you prefer? I dislike both 1 and 2. Kingpin gulps, weakly offering an answer, sensing that this question is a trap no matter how he responds. It would be wrong, so he opts for a third option. You are quite clever, to think the same as I. Broly sneers, pressing Kingpin's head down. A gentle push. Crack. The entire head is crushed into his chest. After all, this world can only have one clever person. Broly chuckles softly, casually discarding Kingpin's corpse on the ground. Next, he seeks out the vault. As the head of the New York mob, Kingpin should possess a considerable stash. After interrogating a few mob members to extract the vault's location, he punches through a vault door over a meter thick, which claims to be the world's hardest alloy. Grabbing a supersized bag taller than a person, he fills it with vast amounts of cash, gold bars, and diamonds, stuffing it all inside. Then he departs from Kingpin's building. Not long after, Kingpin's henchmen discover his demise and the breached vault, sparking a tumultuous struggle for assets and power, plunging the Hell's Kitchen district into chaos. 8 kilometers away, in an enormous restaurant, Broly enters through the restaurant's grand door, carrying the supersized bag. Finding a seat, he thumps the bag down, producing a dull thud. Waiter, I'd like to order. Sir, what would you like? The entire menu, bring me 10 of everything, and make it 100 steaks. What are you gasping about? I have money. Hurry and place the order, I'm starving. Broly opens the bag, revealing stacks upon stacks of cash, towering like a mountain, an impressive sight amounting to millions, even tens of millions of dollars. Those around him murmur in astonished whispers, their eyes drawn to him, some casting furtive glances laced with greed. Broly pays them no mind, for he is fixated on the wall-mounted television broadcasting news of a global earthquake. Half an hour ago, a bizarre earthquake shook the entire world. Its tremors felt across a vast expanse, with magnitudes ranging from 1 to 2. According to scientists, this seismic event was triggered by a mysterious explosion in the Pacific Ocean, likely linked to nuclear experimentation by a certain country in the East. Recent reports from the United States Department of Defense reveal that all satellites in the skies above the Pacific have been obliterated by an enigmatic force, raising suspicions of interference from the East. Raleigh, watching the female host on television eloquently discuss these events, suddenly recalled that upon his arrival in the Marvel Universe, he had inadvertently unleashed a power so formidable that it caused the Earth to tremble, resulting in a global quake. However, as he listened to the host's incessant references to the Eastern nation, he could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. No matter the world, the American narrative always seemed to promote the notion of an Eastern threat. The true instigator is none other than myself. Come and apprehend me if you dare. At that moment, a waiter placed a fragrant steak before him. It appeared succulent and tender, its rich aroma wafting through the air, further provoking his already growling stomach. Without hesitation, he devoured a large piece. Delicious! Rolly's eyes sparkled with delight, and within moments, the steak was gone. As the restaurant continued to serve dish after dish, Raleigh consumed them with remarkable speed, soon amassing a towering stack of plates on his table. 20 minutes later, the dishes had piled up to a height of half a meter. Nearby, patrons watched in astonishment, thinking him a monster. After indulging in a feast for over an hour, Raleigh finally satiated his hunger, feeling considerably more at ease. Having eaten his fill, he settled the bill, which amounted to over $20,000. This appetite could only be described as that of a gold-consuming beast. Upon exiting the restaurant, Raleigh sensed several shadows trailing him, likely with intentions of robbery. With a light chuckle, he slipped into a narrow alleyway. Before long, four tattooed thugs brandishing clubs entered the alley. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, hand over the cash in your pockets." Raleigh's expression turned icy. "Yellow-skinned monkey? And you white-skinned pigs? D." With a swift motion, Raleigh struck one thug across the head. Crack! The entire cranium shattered upon impact. Raleigh frowned, disdainfully shaking off the blood that stained his hand. A minute later, as he exited the alley, he found himself clutching a wad of cash. $2,000. Raleigh couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly one could earn money in America. Not long after, the four corpses in the alley were discovered, prompting a call to the police. Soon, sirens blared as patrol cars arrived, and upon witnessing the gruesome scene, the officers were drenched in cold sweat, hastily cordoning off the area. In the days that followed, Raleigh transformed into a super-rich individual. He acquired a legitimate identification card under the name Boo Raleigh. In the heart of New York City, he purchased a villa complete with a large yard and a spacious swimming pool. He also acquired a sports car for leisurely drives. Employing a team of 7 or 8 chefs, specializing in both Eastern and Western cuisines, he ensured a daily supply of delectable dishes. With his car, house, and wealth, all his needs were met. Raleigh had officially settled into this world, becoming a bona fide inhabitant of the Marvel Universe. Life was splendidly invincible. Reclining on a lounge chair by the poolside, basking in the sun, he sipped on a chilled fruit tea meticulously crafted by an elegant female chef, savoring the moment. Ding dong, the great path of the multiverse invites you to join the celestial chat chaos. A voice echoed in his mind, and a floating box appeared before him. Uft. Raleigh's eyes widened in disbelief as he spat out his drink. Wong Defa, what on earth? Celestial chat chaos? How could such a thing exist? Confirm. I must see what this chat chaos is all about. Fearless and bold, Raleigh had no apprehensions about potential traps. In the next instant, a QQ Chaos interface materialized before him, identical to the QQ Chaos from Earth, with not a single detail altered. Sionba Vehai, welcome, newcome. Hurry and pay your respects to me. Bagu. Hands on hips, boss pose JPG. Ubuda LV1, welcome to the chaos. Comical JPG. Loki LV23, newcomer, show us your picture and measurements. Comical JPG. Batman LV1, newcomer joins the chaos. Remember to send red envelopes, or your posterior is at risk. I kneel before the level 10 Supreme Boss. Tony Stark LV0, what? Level 10 Supreme Boss. Wow, I bow before you. Clinging to the leg, can cook, wash clothes, and warm the bed JPG. Uchiha Madara LV3, Level 10 Supreme Boss. Wow, 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 I thought you were the strongest. Shock JPG. System, Sionba has retracted a message. System, Loki has retracted a message. Sionba, shivering JPG. Loki, shivering JPG. Tony Stark, he, retracting is useless. I've taken a screenshot, boss, and going to tell on you. Sionba, shivering JPG. Loki, shivering JPG. Raleigh glanced at the list of members in the chaotic brawl. Raleigh, level 10. The strongest among the others is merely Loki at level 3-2. Raleigh looked up at the sky. Indeed. Am I invincible? The trembling of Tony Stark. Excited. Raleigh noticed this chat brawl was surprisingly filled with newcomers, with only 2 participants. 6 individuals, all of whom Raleigh had heard of. Xiongba, presumably the villainous old man from Fengyan. Yubu Deleadu, likely from Xiaodao Jianghu. Loki, is he the one from the Marvel Universe, or the true Norse mythology trickster? Batman, a character from DC Comics. Madara, undoubtedly the tragic figure from Naruto. Tony Stark, what the heck? The big shot. Raleigh was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he the Marvel's Iron Man? Raleigh opened Stark's Brawl avatar, confirming it was indeed the big shot, although he appeared quite young, uncertain if he had become Iron Man yet. Wait, could this Stark be in the same universe and time as me? Raleigh gazed at the prominent Stark Tower in New York, and if Stark shared the same world, it would certainly be amusing. Raleigh then looked at Loki's Brawl avatar, the Marvel version, that weak god who had been repeatedly smashed by the Hulk. Raleigh typed in the chat, "Greetings, fellow goofballs, good afternoon. Big shot with hands on hips JPG send." Instantly, the chat brawl became lively. Xiongba, greetings, esteemed one. I am Xiaoba, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Sycophant JPG, Tony Stark, greetings, esteemed one. I am Xiaoba, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Sycophant JPG, Loki, greetings, esteemed one. I am Xiao GG, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Sycophant JPG Batman, greetings, esteemed one. I am Xiao Bian, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Sycophant JPG, Madara, greetings, esteemed one. I am Madara. Raleigh could not help but sigh. Truly, humans are mere parrots, spouting the same words to inflate their word count. Only Madara retained some dignity. Yubu Deleadu, greetings, esteemed one. I am Xiao Ye, pledging to serve you faithfully through thick and thin, traversing fire and water, omitting 82 idioms. Raleigh, Yubu Deleadu, you indeed differ from those flamboyant sycophants. 222, thumbs up JPG. The others turned green with envy. Being praised by a level 10 big shot, jealousy twisted their faces. At that moment, a red envelope appeared in the chaos. Xiongba, esteemed one. This is a small token for you, a modest expression of my respect. Raleigh instinctively clicked the red envelope at lightning speed. Chaos system. You have received Xiongba's personal red envelope, gaining 20 Blood Bodhi seeds. Xiongba, these Blood Bodhi seeds are considered rare treasures in my world, though for someone of your caliber, they may just be ordinary fruits. Yet, they are fresh and delicious, offering a delightful experience, with a sensation of flame upon biting into them. Quite unique. Please enjoy, esteemed one. Raleigh examined the Blood Bodhi seeds in his hand. They were about the size of pigeon eggs, glowing red as if flames were ignited within. Taking a bite, a liquid akin to blazing flames, accompanied by an exquisite fragrance, filled his mouth. Raleigh's eyes lit up. Delicious. Quite good. Raleigh typed in the chaos. Xiongba, this fruit is quite tasty. Xiongba rejoiced. I'm glad you like it. Esteemed one, I shall plant more to ensure a steady supply for you. Raleigh nodded. You are thoughtful that if time permits, I shall visit your world. Xiongba was elated. The level 10 top shot expressed a desire to come. Wonderful. The other Brawl members looked on with jealousy, realizing they had forgotten to send red envelopes to curry favor with the big shot. They hurriedly sent gifts. A level 10 esteemed one would surely not be interested in their meager training methods. Weapons, items, or wealth. Perhaps fruits or pets would be more suitable. Thus, a flurry of red envelopes appeared in the chaos. Raleigh opened them. Receiving a bounty of fruits, he graciously accepted them all, especially those from Loki, which were not mere fruits but spiritual fruits, each exuding rich spiritual energy and having a delightful taste. Madara, I apologize, esteemed one. My soul is currently frozen in the underworld, immobile and without food. Thus I cannot send you a red envelope. Chaos friend. Bro, 222, even in death, still chatting. Madara, 222, what nonsense. It's so boring, without this chaotic brawl, I would nearly go mad from boredom. Raleigh noted Madara's words. He must have already perished and not yet been reincarnated. This moment, Raleigh recalled something. Raleigh, Tony Stark, in my world, there happens to be a Tony Stark. I wonder if it's you. Stark, astonished JPG. There is a Tony Stark in your realm as well. Raleigh, Yes, and he is quite ostentatious that I'll take a photo and see if it looks familiar. Raleigh utilized the Brawl's photo function, aimed at the distant Stark Industries building, and snapped a picture, sending it into the chaos. Stark. What the hell? ISNT that my building. Could it be that the esteemed one and I are in the same world? Shocked JPG. At this moment, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Earth 111111. Stark Industries. Tony Stark was absent-mindedly inspecting various departments in the weapons division, occasionally checking the chaotic Brawl chat. Suddenly, he paused, shock etched across his face. How is this possible? I'm in the same world. Beside him, Obadiah looked at Tony Stark in bewilderment. Tony, what has happened? Tony Stark ignored him and hurried away, leaving the department heads in confusion and a visibly pale Obadiah. Soon, Tony Stark returned to his office. Jarvis, pull up a 3D map of New York immediately. Certainly, Sir. Down a moment. A virtual 3D map encompassing all of New York appeared in the office, with every building meticulously rendered. Tony compared the image from the chaotic Brawl with the 3D map of New York. Quickly, he identified the angle of the photo. Jarvis, zoom in on this location. Yes, here, a villa. Indeed. Shall I look up the owner's information for this villa? Found it. The owner is Boo Raleigh, who checked in 3 days ago. Boo Raleigh. Tony Stark's hands trembled slightly, his heart racing nearly twice as fast, his head spinning. This is incredible. I'm in the same world. A top-tier big shot. 5 reality, Stark's visit to curry favor. 5th update. Jarvis, sir, would you like me to look into this individual's background? Tony Stark quickly interjected. Absolutely not. Are you insane? How dare you investigate a top-tier big shot? I value my life, Tony Stark stated solemnly. Jarvis, immediately place an order for the finest fruits and beverages worldwide. I wish to present a gift to be delivered by tomorrow. Money is no concern. I only want the best. Jarvis, understood, sir. It seems you hold this Raleigh in high regard. Is there truly anyone whose status can warrant such attention from you? Tony Stark replied gravely. Jarvis, no one in this world can earn the respect of the genius Tony Stark, regardless of their power or status. However, this Mr. Raleigh is an immensely powerful and significant being. I must cultivate a good relationship with him, for he may assist me in transcending this universe. Tony Stark's eyes brimmed with fervor. Jarvis? It is somewhat perplexing, as I do not grasp the meaning behind Tony Stark's words. The following day, the weather in New York was splendid, with clear skies. Raleigh was swimming in the villa's pool. Swimming is an excellent form of exercise, even for Raleigh. After his wild transformations and astonishing enhancements in strength, he often found himself in awkward situations where he struggled to maintain perfect control, such as accidentally crushing a glass or forcefully striking the dining table, that he needed to settle down and digest the immense power he had acquired. Meanwhile, a few chefs specializing in Western and Chinese cuisine, with the assistance of servants, busily prepared lunch for Raleigh. These chefs, butlers, and servants had come to deeply understand Raleigh's formidable appetite, capable of consuming an entire cow in a single meal. Thus, preparing breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even late-night snacks required immense effort on their part, leaving them utterly exhausted daily. Fortunately, the remuneration was generous, at $100,000 a month. Before long, 10 exquisite roasted geese were presented before Raleigh. Upon catching a whiff of the delightful aroma, his stomach audibly growled, expressing its hunger. Let us dig in, he exclaimed, devouring the 10 roasted geese, which merely served to whet his appetite. I could see that moment. The beautiful housekeeper approached Raleigh. Sir, there's a visitor at the door. It is Tony Stark. Let him in, Raleigh replied. The housekeeper was taken aback. After all, it was Tony Stark. Shouldn't you go out to greet him? No need. Raleigh waved his hand, pondering whether to replace this housekeeper as she seemed inadequate. Very well. Shortly, Tony Stark strode into the villa, and upon seeing Raleigh in his bathrobe, he was immediately delighted and approached him with rapid steps, bowing respectfully. Greetings, esteemed one. This was a unique title from the chaotic Multiverse chat, and Tony Stark had employed it quite aptly. Have a seat. Raleigh nodded slightly. Stark glanced at the chefs and concluded that Raleigh must be a person who relished food, a true gourmand, which brought him joy. Esteemed one, I have brought a collection of fruits and beverages from around the globe. Tony Stark enthusiastically introduced the items he had brought. This beer is brewed from water that has melted from glaciers over millennia, and there are only 8 bottles in the world. It tastes exquisite, and this is fish roe harvested from the depths of the ocean, 3,000 meters below. Raleigh nodded in satisfaction after listening. Not bad. The surrounding chefs, servants, and butler were utterly astonished at this scene, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. My heavens! Is this really the audacious Tony Stark, who fears nothing and challenges everyone, even the president? What is he doing? Is he attempting to curry favor with our boss? That enthusiasm is undoubtedly aimed at flattery. It truly is Tony Stark. So the question arises, what is our boss's true identity to elicit such deference from Stark? These chefs and servants were completely flabbergasted, their perception shattered. Stark, filled with excitement, thought to himself, I am truly in the same world as the esteemed one. Does that not make me his first subordinate? The other mediocre ones in the chaotic multiverse must be green with envy. With this thought, Stark began to boast in the multiverse. Haha, I can't believe I am in the same world as the esteemed one. This is such a fateful encounter. The likes of Xiangba, Yua, Loki, Batman, and Madara were all consumed by jealousy. Their faces contorted. I wish I could traverse worlds and give that Stark a good beating. Raleigh glanced at Stark's chest and noticed the absence of an arc reactor, indicating that the Iron Man story had yet to commence. Stark was still that unreliable playboy and had not yet become the superhero Iron Man. No wonder he was still at level 1, not even comparable to Batman, since he had already recognized him as a subordinate. Should I, as the esteemed one, warn him of the impending crisis he will face? In the end, Raleigh shook his head, dismissing the notion. That particular incident, while a life-and-death crisis for Tony Stark, was also his opportunity for rebirth. Without that event, perhaps Iron Man would never have come to be. Let things unfold naturally. In the following days, Tony Stark visited almost daily, each time bringing an array of gourmet delicacies airlifted from around the world for Raleigh. The two engaged in casual conversation, becoming quite familiar with one another. However, during this time, some peculiar individuals began to linger outside the villa. Raleigh could sense numerous prying eyes and watchful gazes. Who could they be? This situation did not escape Stark's notice, as he was no law-abiding citizen. Hacking was second nature to him, and soon Jarvis uncovered the identities of these individuals. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. Stark queried, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Raleigh realized, isn't that just Hild? He recalled the one-eyed egghead, who was likely in charge now, along with the former director, who seemed to have ties to Hydra. Well, it's none of my concern. I'll just enjoy the show. Just as Raleigh was leisurely going about his life, occasionally teasing the newcomers in the multiverse, S.H.LDD, could no longer remain passive and directly came knocking. The visitor was Agent Carter, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most attractive operatives. Upon her arrival, she witnessed Raleigh voraciously devouring a massive roasted leg of lamb, consuming it as if it were a hold at a glance at the remnants of bones scattered around him, forming a small mountain, made her twitch in disbelief. According to the intelligence gathered from recent surveillance, the mysterious individual known as Raleigh had a prodigious appetite, capable of consuming nearly a ton of food in a day. She had initially thought that the intelligence agents had lost their minds, but now it was evident they were quite sane. Hello, Mr. Raleigh. Which department did you say you were from? Raleigh, still chewing, inquired. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. Attack and Logistics Support. What do you mean by Homeland? The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. Agent Carter gritted her teeth. What are you attacking? What do you mean by your department's name? It pales in comparison to China's Dragon Team. Raleigh chuckled, recalling how protagonists in novels often teased Hild about their lengthy name upon encountering them in the Marvel Universe. He decided to give it a try and found it indeed amusing. Agent Carter, feeling stifled, was slightly irate. Meanwhile, she contemplated requesting an official name change upon her return. Mr. Raleigh, the matter is this. We wish to understand your true identity, while you possess an ID card. It is, in fact, false, and your sudden appearance in the United States has left us with no prior information about you. IT is necessary for us to investigate all unfamiliar individuals entering the country. Oh, my true identity? I don't mind sharing. I am Stark's distant cousin, and Stark can vouch for me, Raleigh stated with utmost seriousness. Agent Carter nearly spat her soda at him in disbelief. What utter nonsense. Stark's distant cousin. Stark is a key target for us at S.H.I.E.L.D, and his family background is clear. There is no such distant cousin of Asian descent. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress her rising irritation, Agent Carter stated, "Please, sir, do not joke. Stark does not have a distant cousin." Raleigh widened his eyes. "If you don't believe me, I can call Stark over to confirm." Agent Carter watched as Stark soon arrived by plane. Upon seeing Raleigh, he approached with respect. "Esteemed one, please tell her that I am indeed your distant cousin." Stark glanced between Agent Carter and Raleigh, then after a moment of thought, declared, "The esteemed one is not my distant cousin, but rather my distant uncle. That I cannot acknowledge my cousin, for a level 10 expert like myself would find such recognition unbearable. It is far more prudent to acknowledge him as my uncle." Raleigh inquired, "Is he a distant uncle?" Stark nodded earnestly. "Indeed, he is a distant uncle." Raleigh realized his mistake. It was not a cousin, but rather an uncle. Stark greeted, "Hello, uncle." Raleigh responded, "Adakate," observed the entire recognition process. Utterly exasperated. "When you speak such nonsense, could you not at least do so with sincerity?" Stark turned to Kate. "This lovely lady, Mr. Broly here, is my distant uncle. Behold, this is a certificate issued by the New York Police Department, which I have brought with me." Stark presented a document. Daoqi glanced at it, completely flabbergasted. It was indeed a certificate from the New York Police Department, still bearing the scent of fresh ink. Recently printed, unmistakably new. It must have been obtained directly from the New York Police Department, or perhaps personally delivered to Stark. The thought incited a burning desire within Kate to reprimand that bunch of traitorous scoundrels at the New York Police Department. Taking several deep breaths, she finally subdued her inner turmoil. "Mr. Broly, let us discuss another matter regarding your illicit income." Broly raised an eyebrow. "Wait, what illicit income?" Kate replied, "Naturally, I refer to the funds used for purchasing your house and car, which, as I understand, were embezzled from the Hell's Kitchen treasury." That moment, Stark interjected, "How can you defame someone without evidence? That money was a gift from my distant uncle. I bestowed several $100 million upon him." Kate nodded. "Indeed, you must substantiate your claims, or I shall sue you for defamation." Stark added, "I have a legal team that will surely assist you in winning the case." "Uncle." Kate nearly spat blood in disbelief. Kate, infuriated, shot several glare-filled looks at Stark, wishing to inform him. "Do you not realize that your father is one of the founders of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics? You are a potential ally of that very department, yet you consistently oppose them. What nonsense is this? Such rebelliousness." Kate was somewhat irked by his lack of awareness. That moment, Stark's eyes lit up. Suddenly realizing that Kate was, in fact, quite the beauty, he struck a suave pose. "Beautiful lady, would you care to join me for an evening rendezvous?" Kate scoffed. "Cad." She turned on her heel, fuming as she left, casting a fierce glare at both Raleigh and Stark. Once Kate departed, Stark's expression turned serious. "Boss, should we not issue a warning to that department?" Stark considered himself bold enough. He dared to insult even the FBI and CIA. So why fear a minor department of unknown origin? Raleigh chuckled softly. "Indeed, a lesson should be imparted." Stark confidently patted his chest. "I will ensure your satisfaction, boss." He had already devised no fewer than 10 ways to trouble this so-called Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Raleigh smiled inwardly, knowing that Stark's antics would surely give Nick Fury a headache. That moment, the chaos of the brawl trembled. Uchiha Madara proclaimed, "Raleigh, all members, esteemed ones, I have been reincarnated through impure reincarnation. After over 80 years of planning for world peace, the final step is upon you in the coming days. I shall orchestrate a grand maneuver, unleashing infinite Tsukuyami to plunge the entire world into a dream, achieving universal peace, devoid of conflict or discord, granting everyone a life of happiness. Today marks the final battle. Esteemed ones and fellow brawl enthusiasts, would you care to observe as I stand against the world?" Xiongba exclaimed, "Goodness, Madara has truly returned from the dead." Yubu's brawl added, "Opposing the entire world? I am in awe, Madara." Loki chimed in, "Madara, I salute you with 222. Batman pondered, "Is there truly such a thing as world peace?" "I am eager to learn about your plan, Madara." Tony Stark declared, "A utopian world, I believe, is non-existent. Through Madara's words, Broly discerned the timeline of the Naruto world. If the plot unfolds as expected, Madara would soon engage in a great battle with the entire ninja world, followed by Uchiha Obito reaching the Six Paths level, only to be defeated. Madara would then seize the Rinnegan, surpassing the Six Paths level, subduing all, yet ultimately be bested by Might Guy, and finally absorb the God Tree, only to be betrayed by Kagaya and undergo a transformation. Reflecting on this sequence, Broly felt a moment of sympathy for Madara. No, he is now my subordinate. I ought to assist him, Broly announced. All members, as many of you have never met in reality, why not seize this opportunity to gather and meet? Shionba agreed. Absolutely. I am a bit excited to meet the esteemed one in reality for the first time. Yubu's Brawl concurred. Agreed. I am a bit excited to meet the esteemed one in reality for the first time. Loki echoed. Agreed. I'm a bit excited to meet the esteemed one in reality for the first time. Batman affirmed. Agreed. I'm a bit excited to meet the esteemed one in reality for the first time. Tony Stark added. Agreed. I'm a bit excited to meet the esteemed one in reality for the first time. Thus, humanity proves to be a mere echo and a vessel of repetition. In the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara beheld the messages within the brawl, his heart swelling with joy. This marked the first real-life gathering of brawl participants since its inception. And more importantly, the level 10 expert was also attending. Standing atop a towering rock, flanked by a bandaged man, he gazed down upon the vast assembly of over 100,000 ninja troops. Densely packed. Humph. Soon you shall have the honor of meeting the esteemed one. Consider yourselves fortunate, Madara thought with a haughty demeanor. Meanwhile, below, the vast army of ninja gazed in awe at the figure clad in Warring State's armor upon the massive rock. Could it truly be Uchiha Madara, the third Tsuchikage? Inoki gritted his teeth, filled with trepidation. Madara had truly returned. Could we defeat such overwhelming power? In that moment, Inoki's resolve wavered. The ordinary ninjas, however, did not recognize the figure atop the rock as Uchiha Madara. Yet the sheer, terrifying aura emanating from him was akin to a tsunami, a harbinger of doom, pressing upon their hearts with an overwhelming dread. Who is this person? Such formidable energy. One by one, their faces paled, fear creeping into their expressions as they beheld the imposing figure of Uchiha Madara, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Madara surveyed the ninja troops below, disdain evident upon his face. You insignificant pests. After I greet the esteemed one and my fellow brawlers, I shall eradicate you rabble. A prompt appeared within the brawl. Uchiha Madara invites you to enter the ninja world that you accept. The brawlers unanimously selected in the next moment. They vanished from their original world, collectively entering the Naruto realm. The stage was set for grandiosity. One by one, figures materialized beside Uchiha Madara. Shionba, robust and rugged, exuded an aura of dominance. Tony Stark, donned in a tailored suit and a devilish grin, despite his lesser power, radiated confidence. Loki, adorned in a peculiar green battle robe, appeared eccentric. Yubu's Brawl, a humble sect leader, dressed modestly, yet his charming demeanor and genial smile made him quite likable, exuding a scholarly aura. Batman, clad in dark bat armor, towered over Shionba, embodying a stark contrast of darkness and righteousness that drew attention. And finally, the most powerful of them all, Broly, the level 10 overlord of the brawl, draped in a carefree bathrobe and formidable sandals. He exuded an air of mystery and greatness despite his languid expression. Salutations, esteemed one, the six bowed deeply, showing utmost respect and deference. Broly nodded. No need for formalities. His gaze briefly flickered towards the bandaged man, known as the Petit that moment, Do, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of 6 individuals before him. Felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Who were these people? Why had they materialized so unexpectedly? Particularly striking was the man in the bath towel, known as Raleigh. The reverence displayed by Ban towards him was palpable. Who was this individual? Why did Ban hold him in such high esteem? At this juncture, Loki, Aomori, and the others also turned their attention towards the bandaged man. Who was he? Surely not someone from the chaotic melee. He was unfamiliar to them. Ban, is this person your friend? Ban responded with a cold smirk. This man is nothing but a jester who foolishly resurrected me through impure reincarnation, naively believing he could manipulate me. How laughable! Raleigh waved his hand dismissively. Send him on his way, lest he disrupt our enjoyment of the spectacle. Uchiha Ban replied, My lord, while eliminating this individual is trivial, he is merely a puppet. Behind him lurks someone, manipulating events from a considerable distance. The bandaged man, Do, confidently addressed Uchiha Ban, although I am unaware of where you and your companions hail from, my version of impure reincarnation has been refined. You cannot escape my control. Control? Uchiha Ban erupted into laughter. You think mere impure reincarnation can bind me. You are utterly ignorant of my power. With that, Uchiha Ban took decisive action. Sealing technique. He struck Do with a palm, for while impure reincarnation possesses various advantages, it is particularly vulnerable to sealing techniques. Uchiha Ban had mastered numerous sealing arts from the Uzumaki clan. Dust release, original world severing technique. The bandaged man, Do, possessed the body of the second Tsuchikage, endowed with the Kekkei Genkai of dust release. However, as he attempted to utilize this power, he realized in failure that this was merely a split body. The other half had been sealed away, rendering his dust release capabilities utterly unusable to AT that moment. Ban's sealing technique transformed into countless runes, ensnaring Do's entire form, ultimately compressing him into a small orb, vanishing completely in that instant. Raleigh's sharp gaze turned eastward. I found him. He was too careless, thinking he could manipulate from afar without being detected. Raleigh chuckled coldly as a purple-black energy sphere, crackling with lightning, formed at his fingertips 50 kilometers away, within a cavern. The true Do suddenly opened his eyes wide. A sinister grin crept across his face. How intriguing, truly intriguing. These individuals are shrouded in mystery. Perhaps they are not even of this world. I might find excellent research material from them. He was a mad scientist, inevitably drawn to the allure of the unknown. He had set his sights on Raleigh and his companions, sensing that if he could eliminate even one of them, or extract valuable information, it would surely benefit him immensely. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, his body stiffened abruptly as a profound sense of danger surged within him. Having mastered the snake sage technique, his sensitivity to such threats had vastly improved. This is bad. A catastrophic threat. Just as he prepared to retreat, a blinding white light illuminated his entire world. Everything became a blinding white. Then, an explosion erupted, and he felt an overwhelming, terrifying energy tearing at him in a mere 0.01 seconds. His form twisted within the infinite white light, ultimately disintegrating into ash, meeting his demise. Moments later, the once flat terrain had been transformed into a massive crater spanning 7 to 8 kilometers. Upon the massive rock, onlookers witnessed Raleigh hurling a sphere of light, which then erupted in a violent explosion, manifesting a colossal mushroom cloud in the distance. My Lord, 222. Infinite admiration. Raleigh sighed. This power is exceedingly difficult to control. I fear a moment's lapse could reduce this place to rubble. Aomori, my lord, T please. Loki, my lord, T please. Batman, my lord, T please. Tony Stark, my lord, T please. 10 Days of Tremors, the power of a god. Raleigh harbored a certain fondness for Naruto, the spirited youth known for his tongue, though he found Naruto's over-the-top abilities somewhat off-putting, diminishing his fondness significantly. During his time watching Naruto, he sympathized with his tragic past and admired his passion, stubbornness, and resilience. However, in the end, he realized Naruto was privileged, a child of wealth, devoid of the need for sympathy. Such a realization felt akin to a bitter pill to swallow. Uchiha Ban, however, was different. Raleigh initially despised this villainous mastermind but ultimately recognized Ban as the most compelling figure. He was a steadfast and determined dreamer, seeking a way to heal a world in turmoil, possessing profound insight into human nature, having personally endured 3 great ninja wars and even humiliated Hashirama. In essence, Ban embodied a fallen angel's essence, immersed in darkness yet yearning for the light of idealism. Far surpassing Naruto's bluster and antics, as Raleigh indulged in these reflections, Uchiha Ban's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. casting a disdainful gaze as he absorbed the ostentatious, spiraling shuriken entirely into his being. What he absorbed it? Naruto was left utterly dumbfounded. Why did his eyes turn into the Rinnegan? Well then, warm-up complete. Thank you for indulging me. It has provided my combat companions with some amusement. Uchiha Ban leaped atop a massive rock, his hands clasped together. A reward. Let me show you the world. Farewell. He formed hand signs. And a colossal Susanoo erupted from his being. Then another Susanoo emerged, the two merging to create twin faces. Raleigh smiled gently. Ban is about to unleash his ultimate technique. Aomori, Tony Stark, Batman, and the others felt a surge of energy. At that moment, they beheld the two massive blue Susanoos synchronizing their hand signs with Uchiha Ban. Then, a thunderous hum filled the air. The sky suddenly darkened on the battlefield. The tens of thousands of beleaguered ninjas felt an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Collectively gazing skyward, the clang of a ninja's sword clattering to the ground echoed as he stared blankly at the heavens. Is this real? What is that? A meteor from the heavens. It must be at least a kilometer in diameter. Is this the power of a god? All the ninjas looked skyward, their eyes wide with disbelief. Above the battlefield, a colossal meteor plummeted from the sky, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, even from a height of 10,000 meters. The ground was already enveloped in oppressive pressure, weighing heavily on their hearts. Monumental, unmatched. Aomori, what the hell? Raleigh, what the hell? Batman, what the hell? Tony Stark, what the hell? The four stood utterly dumbfounded, astonished by Uchiha Ban's grand display of power. Is this the might of a level 3 powerhouse? Raleigh remarked, this is merely an appetizer. The group was left in utter shock. Just an appetizer? Tears filled their eyes. Perhaps we are the legendary weaklings of battle. Meanwhile, the ninjas on the battlefield were paralyzed with fear, unable to muster any fighting spirit. If they could have faced Ban moments earlier, now, what could they even do? With such a massive meteor descending, they felt as if they could be buried alive. Was this the familiar ninja world they once knew? Was this the power of a god? The disparity was too vast. They could not even conceive of resistance. Unbeknownst to them, above that enormous meteor loomed an even larger one. Such was the magnitude of Uchiha Ban's power. However, at this moment, the resolute Naoki of the stones will finally rose to resist, employing the technique of light and heavy rock to significantly reduce the weight of the meteorite. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that an even more colossal meteor was descending from the heavens. Crashing down upon the first, the earth quaked and the mountains trembled as tumultuous winds surged, a calamity akin to a natural disaster. Below, tens of thousands of ninjas found themselves with no place to hide. Meanwhile, among the onlookers of the chaotic battle, Raleigh swiftly conjured a massive aura shield, enveloping his comrades within, safeguarding them from the cataclysmic chaos outside. Looking down at the turmoil, G.B. expressed his admiration, exclaiming, indeed, Lord Madara's might is unparalleled. Single-handedly facing 100,000 troops, it is truly magnificent. Though I, G.B., dominate the world and suppress the divine land, I find myself vastly outmatched by Lord Madara. UBD Liu and DU and Stark nodded in agreement, profoundly impressed by such extraordinary dominance. The battle between Madara and the 5 Kage continued from day into night. A full moon ascended high into the sky. The curtain of the final act of the Hokage saga was officially drawn. Observing the moon, Raleigh wore a peculiar smile, hinting at his intentions. The Fourth Great Ninja War encompasses numerous battlefields and phases, and the current engagement involving Jiang Cheng and his companions is situated in the second phase. In this second phase, the 5 Kage versus Madara, first half, with a Tsunade and Meichirumi arriving one after another upon learning of Madara's presence, gathering to engage him. Meanwhile, Naruto, Killer Bee, Kakashi, and Guy confront Tobi, who is now summoning the Outer Path Golem, preparing to transform into the Ten Tails. The battlefield is a cacophony of chaos, explosions erupting continuously, resembling a war-torn landscape. At this juncture, the tech-savvy onlookers, Tony Stark and Batman, have deployed drones to capture the entire spectacle for future reference. However, the sheer disarray of the conflict leaves Loki, GB, and others somewhat bewildered. Loki remarked, "This is too chaotic. We require a commentator." GB concurred. "A splendid suggestion." Stark, Batman, and UBD NDU nodded in agreement. Raleigh pointed towards the east. "There lies a command center. Surely, there's an officer responsible for intelligence. We should capture him to serve as our commentator." Without hesitation, Loki declared, "I shall retrieve him." Raleigh cautioned, "Be careful. There may be formidable opponents inside." Loki chuckled, "Worry not, for I am a god." Raleigh, recalling the Hulk, could not help but jest. The weakest of gods. After 10 minutes, Loki returned with a ninja in tow, none other than Nara Shikaku, the acting advisor for the allied shinobi forces. Shikaku was utterly bewildered, having been ambushed while conducting his duties in the command center. Only to awaken in this unfamiliar setting, he discreetly assessed the group before him. One clad in a bathrobe and slippers, exuding an air of nonchalance, yet clearly the center of attention. Another donned an unusual bat-like attire, Batman. A strikingly formidable man, GB, a seemingly benevolent figure, UBD and DU, and a debonair playboy, Stark, despite being within enemy territory. Shikaku's instinct as an intelligence officer compelled him to analyze their identities, yet he found himself at a loss. These individuals were far too eccentric, their appearances starkly contrasting with the ninja world's aesthetics, heightening his anxiety. Who were they? Could they truly be allies of Uchiha Madara? As his thoughts spiraled with concern over the impending battle, GB scrutinized Shikaku, pondering aloud, will this fellow genuinely provide us with reliable commentary? I fear he may attempt to sabotage us. Perhaps I should employ my soul migration technique to ensure his loyalty, he mused. Raleigh shook his head. His strength should rival yours. Your technique may not suffice. Loki, are you not the god of mischief? Surely you possess a method. Loki nodded. I happen to have a technique for mental enslavement that can transform him into my loyal servant. Upon overhearing their conversation, Shikaku broke into a cold sweat. Soul migration? Mental enslavement? Loyal servant. As the acting advisor of the allied shinobi forces, he bore a significant responsibility. If enslaved, he would become an enemy spy. Wait, Shikaku shouted, but before he could finish, Loki placed a claw upon his head, channeling the divine power of the god of mischief. Soon, Shikaku's violent struggles subsided into tranquility, and he ultimately became submissive, respectfully addressing Loki as master. UBD and DU. Stark and Batman were all left in awe, collectively exclaiming. 222, Shikaku, now enslaved, assumed the role of commentator, elucidating the unfolding events that I end this battlefield. We have Uchiha Madara. UBD and DU interjected. Address him as Lord Madara. Very well, Shikaku acquiesced. Currently engaged against Lord Madara are the 5 Kage of the ninja world. Stark inquired, what exactly is a Kage? A Kage is the strongest ninja of a village, Shikaku explained, observing the confusion among the onlookers. Raleigh suggested, why not begin with the history of the ninja world? Focusing on the key points, Shikaku nodded, certainly. The ninja world once existed in the era of samurai, with samurai being the primary force of this continent. Subsequently, the Sage of 6 Paths emerged, establishing the legacy of ninjas, leading to the ninja era, which was characterized by constant strife among various nations, clans, and regions. Eventually, Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara united numerous ninja families to establish Konohagakure, prompting other regions to form their own ninja villages, marking the advent of the village ERAS, an individual of high intelligence. Shikaku articulated the evolution of the ninja world with clarity and structure. Presently, the continent comprises 5 major nations: wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, each ruled by a daimyo. Each of these nations is home to a powerful ninja village, collectively recognized as the 5 great ninja villages, Konohagakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Kimogakure, and Awagakure, with the village leaders referred to as Kage, typically the most powerful ninja within their respective villages. Suddenly, Batman inquired, in a nation who possesses greater strength, the daimyo or the ninja village? Stark echoed the sentiment. Both being from a modern world and acutely aware of political dynamics, Shikaku responded, the ninja village holds greater strength. Daimyo rely on the protection of the ninja. Batman mused, so the daimyo governs the ninja village. While the ninja village protects the daimyo, what a peculiar political structure. Even GB and UBD-LU and DU, though ancient figures, found the political arrangement absurd, as the battle raged on. Shikaku continued his commentary on the confrontation between Lord Madara and the five Kage, which included Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Gaara, the Wind Shadow, a formidable member of the new generation, and the Lightning Shadow, famed for his unparalleled taijutsu prowess and formidable lightning techniques that Shikaku's narration persisted. The Earth Shadow, Noki, possesses a bloodline limit, wielding formidable earth techniques, and the final individual, the Water Shadow, Meitrumi. Suddenly, Raleigh interjected, she seems to be single. Does she not? How old is she? Shikaka hesitated. Yes, she's single, and I believe she's around 26 years old. Raleigh nodded. I happen to be in need of a maid to serve me tea. The others quickly understood, noting the implication that their esteemed leader was without female companionship, and exchanged knowing smiles. G. B. suddenly recalled his daughter. My lord, I have a daughter named Yruo, aged 18. While she may not possess the beauty of a goddess, she is quite lovely that, if you lack someone to tend to your needs, I can offer her service. UBD-LU and DU. Struck by inspiration, exclaimed, My lord, I too have a daughter named Yuling Shan, aged 27. Raleigh rolled his eyes. Your daughters are all pampered young ladies. How could they possibly care for me? Can they cook? Can they do laundry? Xiongba and Yu Buddha engaged in a chaotic brawl. Yet their own daughter was a pampered and spoiled young lady, accustomed to a life of luxury. Should she throw a tantrum and provoke the formidable figure, it would spell disaster. However, Xiongba and Yu Buddha were undeterred, instead contemplating how to cultivate their daughter's skills in caring for others, aspiring to present her to the esteemed leader in the future. Offering a daughter was not a matter of shame. It was an honor to follow such a powerful figure. Like a tea that moment. Uchihara, locked in combat with Wu Ying below, began to grow impatient and unleashed his ultimate technique. Wood release. Birth of dense trees. The ground instantly fractured, countless tender shoots erupting from the fissures, growing wildly and intertwining until they transformed into towering trees. Moments later, under the sun's radiant glow, a breathtaking scene unfolded within a radius of several miles. Vast trees spiraled towards the heavens, their lush foliage accompanied by thick vines sprawling across the earth. Xiongba, 222. Yu Buddha, Iki. Batman, 222. Tony Stark, 222. The five Kage were swiftly suppressed. Nara Shikaku exclaimed in astonishment. Uchiha Madara possesses wood release. And it's the first Hokage's technique. Stark inquired, what is wood release? Nara Shikaku replied, wood release is a unique ability of the first Hokage, incredibly powerful. The battle raged on, with Uchiha Madara continuously unleashing devastating attacks. Like the flowering of the tree realm and an array of Susanoo, mercilessly overwhelming the five Kage. Had it not been for the assistance from the likes of Kamaboko, they would have likely perished long ago. Yu Buddha and his companions repeatedly shouted, such terror, such horror. Meanwhile, on another front, Naruto, Killer Bee, Kakashi, and Guy were nearing the conclusion of their battle against the masked man. Following a coordinated assault, Naruto's Rasengan shattered the mask, revealing the true identity of the masked man, Uchiha Obito. Then, an incomplete Ten Tails emerged. The colossal and tumultuous power of the Ten Tails filled the world, heralding its arrival, leaving many surviving ninjas stunned. The Ten Tails has appeared. Nara Shikaku was filled with trepidation. Raleigh and others shifted their focus towards Obito and the Ten Tails. Raleigh assessed the power of the Ten Tails. By Dragon Ball standards, it would be around 1,000 or a few thousand, ultimately deemed inferior. Meanwhile, Xiongba and his companions felt a heavy oppression, trembling in awe. How formidable! While astonished, they couldn't help but glance at Raleigh, who remained unfazed, exhibiting the demeanor of a true leader. For a level 10 powerhouse, this paltry display of strength likely didn't even scratch the surface. Loki observed the incomplete Ten Tails from a distance with keen interest. This power, though somewhat weak, already exhibits the nascent form of a higher-level strength. Quite intriguing. Despite being one of the Norse gods and comparatively weaker, Loki possessed a deeper and clearer understanding of power levels than Shionba and his companions. Instantly recognizing that the Ten Tails' power differed from what Madara currently wielded, Raleigh remarked, "This must be a power that touches upon the pinnacle of the ninja world, that of the Sage of Six Paths. Or perhaps we could refer to it as the Six Paths level. Madara is likely still at a stage beyond the Kage level, but has yet to ascend to the Six Paths level." Loki concurred. "What you say is indeed true." Narashikaku, in a daze, murmured, "Six Paths level." Raleigh knew that once Madara absorbed the Ten Tails, he would officially enter the Six Paths level. He pondered how the chaotic battle would evaluate Madara's strength then. Would it be level 2 or still level 3? Raleigh surmised it would likely remain at level 3. The Six Paths level was considered top tier in the ninja world, but probably not enough to reach level 2. Suddenly, Raleigh chuckled, in his energy sensing. He detected a force comparable to Uchiha Madara rapidly approaching from afar. After more than 10 minutes, Madara, who had suppressed the 5 Kage, felt this familiar presence, an intimate familiarity that penetrated his very soul. "Hashirama, you have finally arrived." Uchiha Madara trembled with excitement and laughter, welcoming his lifelong friend and rival. 20 kilometers away, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Sasuke raced towards the battlefield. That was Madara's power. Hashirama's eyes reflected nostalgia, while Tobirama's were filled with disdain. No, there are two other formidable presences. How powerful! Hashirama's expression suddenly turned grave. The two auras were deeply concealed, and he had just realized their overwhelming strength exceeded his imagination. Who were they? When did such figures emerge in the ninja world? Sasuke, the self-proclaimed king, scoffed. "No matter how strong they are, I shall exact my vengeance this time." Senju Hashirama warned, to offend the dignity of the Great Ones. Sasuke must die. The Sage of Six Paths will emerge. Madara withdrew, leaping back onto a massive rock, gazing into the distance with nostalgia and satisfaction, for Hashirama had arrived. The so-called 5 Kage were merely a collection of inconsequential fighters. Thus, whether or not he eliminated them held no bearing on his plans. Although Hashirama's entrance was neither grand nor boisterous, his radiant strength radiated across the battlefield. Upon realizing that Hashirama had arrived, all ninjas erupted in cheers, invigorated by his presence. "Madara, we meet again." Hashirama stood atop a colossal rock, locking eyes with Madara. Madara returned his gaze, their eyes colliding in a spark of intense energy. Were they kindred spirits? Bound in love and conflict, Raleigh inwardly exulted. Here they come, the most charismatic bunch of characters from the Hokage series. Shionba and his companions, having already heard Narashikaku recount the saga of Madara and Hashirama's complex relationship, regarded the two with newfound intrigue. The air was thick with the scent of camaraderie and affection. Shionba mused, "Though there are ethical considerations, why does the bond between these two move me so?" Stark replied, "Respectable and commendable." Batman added, "Suddenly, I feel that possessing such a friendship is rather splendid." Yubuta remarked, the intricacies of human relationships." At that moment, the overly protective Senju Tobirama interrupted the burgeoning affection between Hashirama and Madara with a cold snort. "Brother, a character like Madara is a calamity to keep alive. You were too lenient in the past. Now look at him. He seeks to annihilate the ninja world. This time, brother, you must eliminate him." Madara, interrupted in his moment of camaraderie, felt disgruntled and cast a glance at Senju Tobirama, recalling how this fellow had always enjoyed prattling in his presence. Perhaps it was time to end him. Senju Hashirama declared, "Madara, come forth. Let me see how strong you have become." Madara replied, "You should tread carefully. I am no longer the man I once was." Without further ado, the two charged at each other, initiating a fierce clash. I could see that moment. Senju Tobirama turned to Raleigh and the others atop the massive rock. "So, you are Madara's allies? You all appear to be no good." Stark responded. Shionba chuckled. "You, my friend, seem to be a narrow-minded individual, labeling us all as villains. How amusing." Batman and Yubuta felt unjustly accused. as they considered themselves to be virtuous, having performed numerous noble deeds, particularly Batman, who had always held himself to the ideals of a hero, now being labeled as not good. It was truly a miscarriage of justice. Sasuke, the self-proclaimed king, sneered, "If they are all Madara's minions, then let us slay them all." Upon uttering his words, he swiftly advanced, charging towards the colossal rock. Buddha, the great brawler alongside Shonba and Batman, observed as Roly cast a glance at Sasuke. The so-called Bully King. This individual was none other than the reincarnation of Indra, a pivotal piece in the impending conclusion of the Ninja World's war, undoubtedly harboring the residual power of the Sage of Six Paths within him. Roly pondered whether the demise of this man would summon the Sage of Six Paths. Would this act be tantamount to overturning the chessboard? The mere thought ignited a fierce eagerness within Roly. The Sage, a cunning old fox, had perpetually lurked in the shadows, manipulating the entirety of the ninja realm, far more malevolent than the so-called great filial piety of Kuva. Upend his chessboard would surely be an entertaining endeavor. At that moment, Sasuke had already leaped onto the towering rock, aiming directly at Roly, who sat at the forefront. "Die, trash," he declared fiercely. "Why now?" Roly had dispelled his energy shield, his aura retracted. Due to the transformation of a scion, his combat prowess had surged exponentially. Thus, without his transformation, his displayed power appeared deceptively low, rendering Roly seemingly just an ordinary human. Only someone of Hashirama Senju's caliber could faintly sense the overwhelming strength concealed within Roly amidst the chaotic brawl. Sasuke, brimming with arrogance and impulsiveness, believed himself invincible, even when confronting Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, maintaining an air of pride that screamed, "I am exceptional." No. Hashirama gasped in alarm upon witnessing the Uchiha boy provoke the enigmatic brawler. Attempting to intervene, only to be suddenly disarmed by a swift strike from Uchiha Madara, who severed Hashirama's arm. "Hashirama, focus on our battle. Do not be distracted." Shionba, Buddha, and the others regarded Sasuke's reckless assault on Roly with disdainful smiles. This little brat is truly audacious, daring to challenge the authority of the boss. The blade descended with the swiftness of lightning. Yet in Roly's eyes, it moved at an excruciatingly slow pace. "If you seek death, do not be so hasty," Roly scoffed, flicking his finger lightly. A wave of light shot forth, instantly piercing Sasuke's heart and creating a gaping void the size of a fist. Sasuke stared blankly at his chest. His body crumpled to the ground, lifeless, marking the end of an era for the Bully King. "Sasuke!" Orochimaru exclaimed, having always regarded Sasuke as a prized possession. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Ten Tails, Naruto suddenly trembled, feeling the loss of something profoundly significant, tears welling uncontrollably in his eyes, though he could not comprehend what he had lost. In the depths of hell, the Sage of Six Paths abruptly opened his eyes. "Sasuke, dead? How could this be? He possesses the fated power of Indra. Who could possibly slay him? Madara should not wield such power. Who could it be?" The Sage, still separated from the ninja world by a barrier of worlds, had yet to detect Roly and the others. However, Sasuke's demise would undoubtedly alter the course of his plans, prompting him to resolve to venture into the ninja realm. Thus, the narrative unfolds, as the Great Ones took action. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, having emerged from an unknown corner in indeterminate time, rushed to embrace Sasuke's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. "Sasuke!" Naruto, hearing the anguished cry, abandoned his battle with the Ten Tails and sprinted towards her. Upon seeing Sasuke's corpse, he was engulfed in a torrent of grief, crying out in despair. The bond between him and Sasuke ran deep, intertwined not only with their own connection, but also with that of Ashura and Indra. Now, with Sasuke's death, Naruto felt an indescribable pain coursing through him. "Who killed him?" he bellowed, consumed by rage, his body erupting with the power of the Nine Tails. "It was them who killed Sasuke." Sakura pointed accusingly at Roly and the others atop the rock, her eyes ablaze with sorrow and hatred. "It is you. You are in cahoots with Uchiha Madara." Naruto roared, instantly entering the Nine Tails chakra mode, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards the colossal rock. Loki stepped forward. Do not worry, Great One. I shall handle this. As the third strongest in the chaotic brawl, weaker than Roly and Madara, Loki believed as a god he could not be bested by a mere mortal. He stood boldly before the others, facing Naruto. Shionba, go Loki, you Buddha. Go Loki, Batman. Go Loki. Tony Stark, go Loki. With arms raised, they cheered for Loki. The latter, brimming with confidence, addressed the advancing Naruto. Humph, feeble human, in the presence of a god. You shall. Loki was abruptly silenced as Naruto delivered a punch squarely to his face. His visage contorted, and he was sent hurtling like a cannonball, landing several hundred meters away. Shionba, you Buddha, Batman, and Tony Stark paused. Their cheers caught in their throats as an eerie silence enveloped the air. Roly's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, he was nothing more than a weakling deity at that juncture. Naruto surged toward Roly, his countenance a fierce mask of rage, accentuated by the crimson of the Nine Tails chakra. Are you angry? Roly recalled how, in the original narrative, Naruto's fury had ignited when Hinata was gravely injured by pain, leading to a reconciliation between them. Roly found it remarkable. However, this time, having slain Sasuke, the significance of Sasuke, his comrade, far outweighed that of Hinata, a mere teammate. Would Naruto still be able to forgive and forget? Roly was keenly interested to see. Yet, at that moment, Naruto's attack was nearly upon him. Rasengan. He unleashed his signature move, a gigantic version of the Rasengan. Humph. Roly exhaled softly, unleashing a torrent of ferocious power that surged towards Naruto. The sheer force caused the very fabric of space to tremble, sending Naruto hurtling back several hundred meters before he could finally halt. Curse you! Wind release. Massive Rasen Shuriken, fueled by unbridled rage and vengeance. Naruto charged once more, wielding a colossal Rasen Shuriken, propelled by a torrent of wind blades aimed at Roly. Still too weak, Roly's energy erupted forth, and save for those favored by him, such as Shionba and Stark. The entire battlefield, riddled with injuries, echoed with anguished cries. The ground sank 3 feet. Space itself fractured under the pressure, unable to withstand the magnitude of this power that Naruto's Rasen Shuriken, adorned with the cloak of the tailed beast, disintegrated almost instantaneously. The battle between Madara and Hashirama faltered, their conflict interrupted by the overwhelming might that in the distance. The once mighty 10 Tails, which had wreaked havoc upon the ninja army, suddenly wilted as if confronted by a superior being. Trembling from their very essence, across the battlefield, every ninja was compelled to kneel, unable to rise against this formidable force. A profound silence enveloped the area. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was terrifyingly quiet. Uchiha Obito's face paled, his body shaking. What is this power? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Roly shook his head. I miscalculated the suppression. I exerted too much force. Shionba, Stark, and the others, along with Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, along with all the ninjas and the 10 Tails, were utterly petrified. Such overwhelming power, and you still need to suppress it. Who exactly are you? Roly retracted his energy, transforming back into an ordinary human. Immediately, everyone felt an incredible lightness, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat. With a flick of his hand, Roly summoned an invisible force, lifting Naruto and placing him atop the colossal rock. Kneeling before Roly, you wish to kill me. You took Sasuke's life. Naturally, I am inclined to seek your demise. Despite being suppressed, Naruto glared at Roly with eyes brimming with animosity. Please, Senior, show mercy. The ever-trembling Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared atop a massive rock, bowing cautiously to Roly. The sheer power Roly had just demonstrated had left Minato drenched in cold sweat. He feared that Naruto's reckless words might provoke Roly into killing him. Roly cast a sidelong glance at Minato, instantly enveloping him in a chilling dread akin to the specter of death, causing the body conjured through Edo Tensei to begin to crumble. Roly declared, "Do not interrupt while I am speaking." With a firm press of his palm, he forced Naruto and the 9 Tails to the ground, rendering them immobile, as the Sage of Six Paths made a grand entrance, only to be swiftly dealt with. Raleigh pinned Naruto beneath his foot, regarding him with a condescending gaze. "Did you not just proclaim your desire to kill me?" Naruto, his eyes wide with fury, retorted, "You killed Sasuke, so I naturally seek to end your life." Raleigh laughed heartily. "Indeed, in the face of an enemy, the urge for revenge is strong. Yet, you must consider, if you succeed in killing me and fulfill your vengeance, will you still be the Naruto who once vowed to resolve the world's conflicts through mutual understanding?" Fury gripped Naruto, momentarily rendering him speechless. The words struck a familiar chord. During the destruction of Konoha, Nagato had uttered similar sentiments to him, and in that moment, Naruto had chosen to forgive Nagato, dissolving their enmity. Raleigh wore a playful smile, eager to witness Naruto's choice this time. After a prolonged silence, Naruto stammered, I do not know he had hoped that, having made a choice in the past, he could now calmly and resolutely opt for reconciliation, forgiveness and acceptance. Yet he found himself incapable of doing so that a tumult of anger, frustration, and hatred churned within him, feelings he could not shake off. Sasuke was his dearest friend. Despite Sasuke's betrayal of Konoha, Naruto remained steadfast in his belief that Sasuke was his true companion. Raleigh chuckled. "Last time, you chose to forgive Nagato. Why can you not extend the same courtesy to me? Is the life of Konoha not significant? Or perhaps Hinata holds no value, so you could forgive Nagato? But now, Sasuke's importance renders my actions unforgivable." Naruto was plunged into confusion. Was Konoha unimportant? Was Hinata insignificant? Was Sasuke more vital than Konoha or Hinata? Minato, witnessing Naruto's turmoil, could no longer remain silent. Senior, silence. Raleigh's oppressive aura forced Minato to kneel before him. "You." Naruto's fury ignited anew at the sight of his father compelled to kneel, the chakra of the tailed beast surging once again. What's this? Is your desire to kill me growing stronger?" Raleigh laughed. "Why torment a mere child?" Hashirama Senju attempted to intervene on Naruto's behalf. "Your opponent is me, Hashirama," Uchiha Madara interjected, smirking. "That child reminds me of you." I too wish to know his answer. When faced with hatred, can one truly set it aside? I recall, your brother killed my brother. I wonder, had it been my brother who killed yours, would you have forgiven me? Hashirama was momentarily at a loss for words. A question he had never contemplated. Reflecting on Izuna Uchiha, he felt a wave of guilt towards Madara. I am sorry, Madara. I had not considered it from that perspective." Madara scoffed. "I too was foolish, forgiving you and uniting with you to establish Konoha." Hashirama's guilt deepened. Tobirama Senju, overhearing, sneered inwardly, convinced that all Uchiha deserved death. Meanwhile, atop the massive rock, Naruto, pressed to the ground by Raleigh, clenched his fists, grappling with the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind through gritted teeth. He spat. "You killed Sasuke. I cannot forgive you. My heart is consumed with the urge to kill you." The Sage of the Six Paths once believed that an era of genuine understanding among people would arrive. I later realized that if one could easily let go, it would not be a true human emotion. Raleigh nodded. "Indeed, in the face of life and death, if one could simply forget, then you are unworthy of being Sasuke's friend." Naruto fell silent. Yes, if he sought revenge, he would betray Jiraiya Sensei. If he chose not to avenge, he would betray Sasuke. For the first time, he felt the weight of choice, more arduous than his previous encounter with Nagato. "Very well, let us speak of Sasuke. Upon his arrival, he sought to kill us for being Madara's allies. Thus, I killed him. You believe I was in the wrong." Naruto fell into a profound silence. Raleigh pressed on. "He sought to kill me. I sought to kill him. Is that problematic in your view?" Naruto shook his head in agony, tears brimming in his eyes. "I understand your reasoning, but even so, I still cannot forgive you, cannot refrain from hating you." Raleigh smiled, reverting to his initial question. "Then do you wish to kill me?" Naruto remained silent for an extended period. All eyes were upon him. Tobirama, Minato, Urzen Tsurutobi, and numerous ninjas. Each pondered the same question. If their beloved, cherished friends were to perish, could they let go of their hatred? The answer was a resounding no. They could never relinquish their desire for vengeance. They lacked the capacity for such lofty ideals, yearning only to repay hatred with hatred. But at that moment, Naruto raised his head, tears streaming down his face. I will not kill you, I told my brother, that since the sage of the six paths believes in me and has entrusted hope to me, I must strive to embody what he believes in. That is my answer. Thus, I will not kill you. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Naruto had made such a choice. He had chosen to relinquish hatred and embrace understanding. Many found themselves swayed, questioning if they could, like Naruto, forgive their enemies. Yet ultimately, the answer was still no. They could not forgive. They would exact revenge. At that moment, Uchiha Obito recalled Rin, who had been slain by Kakashi, and he was momentarily lost in thought, his heart in turmoil. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno cried out from below, Naruto, I will never forgive you. Never. Sasuke will never be at peace. Naruto's expression grew increasingly pained. Just then, Raleigh glanced towards the eastern sky. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Sage of the Six Paths, where are you? I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The battlefield erupted in commotion as thousands of ninjas whispered in astonishment. The Sage of the Six Paths? The progenitor of the ninja world? He is still alive. Amidst the gazes of countless onlookers, a sigh echoed from the eastern sky. A venerable elder, adorned with two horns and wearing a six-pointed star necklace, descended from the heavens. Upon his arrival, the Sage of the Six Paths radiated an aura of formidable power, overwhelming and majestic, casting a heavy weight upon the hearts of all present in the ninja world. A solitary figure traversing the void, he surveyed the realm with unparalleled might. Compared to Madara, he was infinitely more powerful. If Madara was the bright moon in the sky, the Sage of the Six Paths was the blazing sun, an insurmountable force that suffocated all in its presence. The Sage of the Six Paths. How powerful! My goodness! The battlefield erupted into a frenzy, with ninjas weeping tears of joy. The progenitor of the ninja world had arrived. Salvation was at hand. Madara was doomed. The Sage of the Six Paths, in all his invincible glory, instantly captivated the hearts of every ninja present. His piercing gaze fell upon Raleigh. You, the invader from another realm, are exceedingly arrogant. Raleigh, with a smirk, responded, Oh, I am arrogant, and you, Sage of the Six Paths, are but a mere footnote. The Sage of the Six Paths chuckled coldly. I am the progenitor of the ninja world. The Sage of the Six Paths, before he could finish his sentence, Raleigh's figure appeared beside him in an instant. With a single punch, he struck the Sage of the Six Paths squarely in the face. The Sage of the Six Paths spat blood, and the battlefield fell silent. The crowd was left in shock, nearly losing their minds. Oh, how easily the Sage of the Six Paths was bested. The Sage, reduced to a mere plaything beneath the heel of his adversary, left the assembled ninjas in a frenzy. The Sage of the Six Paths. One punch, the progenitor of the ninja world. Another punch, as if he were but a sandbag. The Sage was battered mercilessly by Raleigh in sheer terror. The Sage realized he lacked even the strength to resist. Each of Raleigh's blows was unyieldingly hard, reverberating through his bones with a cacophony of cracking sounds. Soon, the Sage was left battered and bruised. Yet Raleigh, out of a semblance of restraint, deliberately held back, fearing he might inadvertently end the Sage's life. How arrogant you were! How pretentious! With his foot planted firmly on the Sage's head, Raleigh disdainfully spat. He then cast a scornful glance over the throngs of ninjas, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Is this truly your progenitor of the ninja world? Ha! What utter garbage! A collective silence enveloped the ninjas, their throats dry with fear. They were utterly terrified. This was the Sage of the Six Paths, the legendary progenitor of the ninja realm, the greatest being of all. When he first appeared, his chakra was unparalleled and insurmountable, rendering them as insignificant as mere insects in his presence. And yet he was now reduced to a mere footstool for Raleigh. His grandeur, his invincible stature, all transformed into that of a defeated dog. It was maddening. The likes of Kage and others, now akin to limp fish, cried out in despair. With a swift kick, Raleigh sent the Sage back to the feet of Hashirama and the others. Returning him to the stone slab, he reverted to the appearance of an ordinary young man, clad in a casual bathrobe. However, the entire battlefield had indelibly etched the image of his former invincibility. Power and grandeur into their minds. Can we truly prevail? Their confidence shattered completely. Meanwhile, Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, Hiruzen, and Naruto all converged around the sage, Tsunade hastily summoning a slug to heal him. The Nine-Tails and Eight-Tails rushed to the sage's side. Glaring at Roly with suspicion and trepidation, our Oli, feeling somewhat bored, turned to Uchihara. Madara, it seems we must accelerate our pace. What is your plan? Uchiha Madara replied. I must first revive myself. I am currently in a state of Edo Tensei, requiring that Obito utilize the reanimation jutsu. Furthermore, I need to absorb the Ten-Tails and become its Jinchuriki. Our Oli smiled lightly. Do you require my assistance? Madara, not for the first task. With that, Madara began forming hand seals. Suddenly, Obito felt a sharp pang in his heart. Losing control of his body, he recalled how Black Zetsu had tampered with his heart in the past. Placing a sealing technique upon it, Obito! Minato and Kakashi shouted, rushing to intervene, only to be swept aside by Madara's sweeping strike. Madara let out a cold laugh. Forming seals. Reanimation jutsu, Obito, under Madara's control, followed suit with the same seals. Reanimation jutsu. In the next moment, beams of blue light cascaded from the heavens, entering Madara's body. Boom, 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 boom. The once lifeless body of Madara began to resonate with the rhythmic sound of a beating heart. Strong, filled with a sense of power, Uchiha Madara revealed a satisfied smile. This body feels right. This is the exhilarating sensation of battle. Only in this way can combat be truly exhilarating. Hashirama observed this scene with a sigh. Madara. In the next moment, Madara appeared beside Obito. Obito, as my successor, should you not return the Rinnegan to me? You shall not. In that instant, Obito realized that everything he had done was merely to serve Madara's ends. And he glared at Madara in fury. Yet his body was utterly immobilized, completely under Madara's control. Madara smirked disdainfully. Do you wish to struggle? Futile. I placed a curse upon your heart. You cannot escape. He reached toward Obito's left eye socket, where Madara's Rinnegan lay. Stop. Hashirama dashed forward. Return it to me. Roly waved his hand toward the void, as if striking at Hashirama from afar, and Hashirama was indeed sent flying as though struck by an unseen hand, crashing into the ground for dozens of meters. Brother! Tobirama rushed over to dig Hashirama out. Meanwhile, Madara extended his hand to Obito's left eye. The Rinnegan was his for the taking. IT was installed within the socket. The scene left Stark and the others in shock. Was this not a tad too simple and brutal? At that moment, White Zetsu emerged from the earth. Where's the Rinnegan? Right here. White Zetsu extended his palm, revealing a Rinnegan nestled within. How he finally gathered everything. Madara installed the right Rinnegan into his eye, completing the pair. This sensation, now he could genuinely relish the thrill of battle. Huh. Madara laughed heartily. He glanced at the sage of the Six Paths. Hashirama and the others, yet swiftly redirected his gaze toward the incomplete Ten-Tails Jinchuriki in the distance. I could see that moment. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki still lacked the Eight-Tails and Nine-Tails, rendering it grotesque in appearance. Madara swiftly descended upon the head of the Ten-Tails. Six Paths, Ten-Tails sealing. Instantly, the Ten-Tails was absorbed into Madara's body as if it were mere dough, a process that lasted half a minute. Throughout this time, not a single soul dared to move on the battlefield, for a palpable aura of danger enveloped them, as if any movement would invite utter annihilation. The sage of the Six Paths, with a pale face and swollen features, felt a deep sense of dread. He had come to realize that Roly's power far surpassed his imagination, even elevating him to a higher plane. His original belief that he could defeat Roly and claim victory in this battle had now spiraled into a grave predicament. He could very well perish here. Madara addressed Hashirama with an unusual patience. Hashirama, I now understand that the concept of feudal lords contributes nothing to the ninja world. Rather, they are greedy and immoral. Thus they must be abolished. AS for the ninja villages. They exist solely for slaughter and should also be dismantled. Hashirama responded in disappointment. Madara, have you truly lost your mind? Madara shook his head. No, I am not mad. I see further and clearer than you that I wish to create a centralized nation, where the ruler exists to enhance the happiness of the populace rather than exploit them. Ninja should not be used for the conflicts among various villages, but should instead engage in the construction of irrigation, building bridges and roads, and cultivating the land. I call such ninjas constructive ninjas rather than murderous ninjas. This should be the future direction of the ninja world. Tobirama snorted derisively. You speak of rulers existing for the happiness of the people. I do not believe a word of it. If you, Uchiha Madara, were to become a ruler, you would surely be a tyrannical monster. Daoqi bellowed angrily. Madara, cease your sedition. We will never allow you to do this. The third Raikage, mocked coldly. Uchiha Madara, all that you speak is mere fantasy, impossible to achieve. You merely wish to deceive us into surrendering our resistance. Mizukage Terumi may remain impassive. Madara, do not spout your delusions. We will not consent to such madness. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, a terrifying aura emanating from him, chakra surging wildly, causing every heart to seize in fear. Ha ha! Do you rubbish think I am here to negotiate with you? No, I am here to inform you. Those who oppose me shall perish. In that moment, Uchiha Madara exuded an overwhelming arrogance, radiating an aura that instilled dread. Broly laughed heartily. Uchiha Madara was precisely in line with his desires. A non-arrogant Madara would be but a dog, yet now Madara was beginning to reclaim his personal charisma. Suddenly, Broly's gaze fell upon the spot where the Sage of the Six Paths had just stood. To his astonishment, the Sage had fled. Sensing the grim turn of events, he hastily made his escape. Unbeknownst to him, the Sage of Six Paths harbored an intense fear and anxiety towards him, which prompted a clandestine retreat. While the attention of all was fixated on Uchiha Madara in the ninja world, a new battle erupted once more. It was still Uchiha Madara, one against tens of thousands. This confrontation was even more exaggerated and ferocious than the previous ones. Having comprehended the power of the Six Paths and absorbed the Ten Tails, Uchiha Madara's strength had reached unprecedented heights. Originally, he could have faced several of the five Kage in a fair fight. But now they were utterly crushed by him, suffering either death or severe injury upon contact. Wherever Uchiha Madara tread, mountains crumbled, the earth quaked, and volcanoes erupted, resulting in devastating casualties among the ninja forces. Transform into the Buddha, roared Senju Hashirama as he unleashed one of his most potent techniques. Yet in the face of Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking balls, it appeared utterly futile. Hashirama, you are far too weak. As a Six Paths level Uchiha Madara. He was simply beyond the reach of Senju Hashirama, especially considering that Hashirama's Edo Tensei body could not recover once touched by Madara's Six Paths power. Soon, Senju Hashirama found himself battered and torn. His sage chakra siphoned away, further augmenting Uchiha Madara's might. As for Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, who despised his incessant chatter, impaled him to the ground with a black rod. The trio of Kakashi, Naruto, and Minato Namikaze were no match for Uchiha Madara, who was far more seasoned than Obito in combat. Upon realizing Kakashi's Sharingan abilities, he swiftly incapacitated all three. At this moment, Guy finally opened the eighth gate, igniting the peak of this battle with an explosive strike that severely injured Uchiha Madara, though it cost him his life. Utilizing the power of the Six Paths, Madara rapidly recovered, while the remaining ninja were mere fodder to be effortlessly dispatched. In the end, Madara absorbed Naruto's 9 tails and the 8 tails, elevating his prowess to even greater heights. Glancing around the battlefield and noticing the absence of the Sage of Six Paths, he could not help but snort. I will settle the score with him eventually. Broly observed the utterly defeated allied shinobi forces and mused. At last, the Hokage side has reached a conclusion that no, there is still a lingering threat. He lifted his gaze towards the moon, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in space. There is still one unresolved issue. With a sigh, Broly conjured a basketball-sized orb of dark purple energy, crackling with lightning at his fingertip. The moment the energy orb appeared, an overwhelming pressure engulfed everyone present. The ground buckled beneath it, and the very fabric of space trembled as if on the verge of fracturing. An inexplicable wave surged across the battlefield, causing mountains and rivers within 100 miles to shudder as if the world were about to rend asunder. Roly shook his head with a chuckle. This planet is still too fragile. It cannot withstand even this modicum of energy. With a flick of his finger, the energy orb transformed into a tempest, hurtling into space and expanding as it did so. Moments later, the moon and the cosmos erupted in a blinding flash of white light, a glare 100 times more piercing than the sun, illuminating the entire ninja world in a blinding white haze. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Once the brilliance faded, when all gazes turned towards the moon, they were met with an astonishing sight. The moon had vanished. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence, all eyes fixated on the colossal rock where a figure stood, resembling a deity or demon. Their image would be etched in memory, engraved in their very souls, an indelible reminder of the effortless destruction of the moon. Soon, this legend would spread throughout the ninja world, more mysterious, powerful, and grand than the Sage of Six Paths. The likes of Batman, Buke, Dominator, and Stark all felt their hearts skip a beat, their spirits shaken. This was the power of a true master. No, perhaps even less than 1/10,000th of it. Their hearts had been thoroughly conquered. Kurezetsu, witnessing the demise of his master, felt his very soul shatter, as if the significance of existence itself had been stripped away. Revenge, he glanced at Roly and thought better of it. There was no hope for vengeance now. That moment. Across the realms of the ninja world, in the tranquil village of Konoha, the storm-laden Kimogakure, the desert-bound Sunagakure, and the island-dwelling Kirigakure, every nation and city looked up at the sky, their expressions vacant. The moon seemed to have vanished. Meanwhile, the culprit Roly rose from the massive rock, brushing off non-existent dust. All done. Time to head home for dinner. With a wave, he tossed Kurezetsu to Madara. Return. In an instant, everyone atop the rock vanished without a trace. As Iron Man Stark began his tale, he fortuitously encountered Doctor Strange. After a failed attempt to recruit the Nine Tails, Stark found himself with a pig's head. After being pummeled by Kurama, his mood lifted considerably, the pet's frustrations dissipating. Roly, observing the pitiful Stark, felt a tinge of sympathy. He suddenly recalled magic. Doctor Strange, no, Sorcerer Supreme Strange, a doctor of remarkable talent, who was taken under the wing of the Ancient One and ultimately became the new Sorcerer Supreme. Roly suggested perhaps you should visit Kamartaj in the Himalayas. There are indeed sorcerers there. Sorcerers? Stark's eyes lit up. If I could learn magic, could I not resolve energy issues from that perspective? How do I find them? You need only go. Is the Sanctuary of Sorcerers, ruled by the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, that there is no need for you to search. If you are worthy, he will undoubtedly invite you into his fold. What if he cannot find me? Roly chuckled. You need not worry about that. His power is beyond your imagination. He knows the past and future, possesses extraordinary mental abilities, can read any human's thoughts or implant memories, and his abilities are not restricted by distance. Essentially, he is one of the gods of Earth. He will surely see your presence. Stark was taken aback. Is it really that exaggerated? However, he quickly pondered another question. Master, may I ask how your strength compares to that of this Ancient One? Roly laughed heartily. At her current strength, she would be considered a level 4 or 5. In the future, it is hard to say. Perhaps she could reach levels 8 or 9. Stark fell silent, realizing the vast disparity in power. He was merely level 2 or 8, while the Master stood at level 10. The gap was simply monumental. Stark was internally awed by Roly's terrifying prowess, realizing it was beyond the limits of his imagination. Even a godlike entity capable of covering an entire planet was merely level 2. He wondered just how fearsome Roly's true strength must be. Stark longed to inquire but thought better of it, fearing he might be frightened. All right, once I return from the Middle East, I will make a detour to Kamartaj. If I can learn magic, it will help me resolve some of the issues with my iron armor. Roly raised an eyebrow. Middle East? Stark nodded. Yes, selling arms to those in the Middle East. Jericho missiles, a type of highly powerful cluster bomb. That Roly's gaze turned peculiar. Isn't that just the beginning of Iron Man 1? But perhaps this was for the best. It signaled Stark's transformation. After overcoming this trial, he would become Iron Man. By the way, Master, Stark suddenly recalled, the government and military are throwing a party soon, with awards to be given out. There will be many beautiful women present. I wonder if you would be interested? Stark remembered Rolly's previous mention of wanting to recruit the Mizukage as a maid and thought such an event might serve to please him. A party? Though Rolly was considered a peak figure in the Dragon Ball world, he had been so engrossed in battle and training that he had never attended a party. Sure, I have never been to one. It would be a fitting experience. Ensure the esteemed guest is thoroughly satisfied, for there are many enchanting ladies within. Stark revealed a grin that any man would understand. As Rolly observed Stark departing, he pondered that this gathering resembled the one from the opening of the original Iron Man storyline, that if there were a system in play, a notification would likely read, "Ding, you have participated in history. Reward XXX." Such thoughts heightened his sense of immersion. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the soiree arrived. Raleigh drove his sports car to an exclusive luxury club hotel, a venue specifically catering to the affluent, boasting remarkable privacy and services that rendered even the so-called top-tier hotels utterly inferior. And no sooner had Raleigh stepped out of his vehicle than Stark approached him with evident delight. That my esteemed friend. You have arrived. He then spotted the Ninetales in its mini-Q version. Raleigh extended his hand, and the Ninetales leapt into his embrace. You are here too. Stark instinctively shielded his face, recalling the memory of his handsome visage being pummeled into a mask of bruises by the Ninetales just days prior. The pain lingered still. You fish-lipped human. The Ninetales huffed with a touch of arrogance that a swift knock to the head ensued. Who is the foolish one? Raleigh retorted. Instantly, the Ninetales began to ingratiate itself. It is I. The fish-lipped one. It is I. Now, that is more acceptable. Raleigh mused, stroking the Ninetale's soft fur as he followed Stark into the club. Many onlookers were taken aback by the scene. Who is that remarkably handsome gentleman in casual attire? Who is he? Why is Tony Stark treating him with such deference? Stark was notorious for his arrogance, often looking down on others. What might this man possess that garnered such respect? Look quickly. His pet. My heavens, Ninetales, what sort of creature is this? As Raleigh walked through, a flurry of speculation ensued, particularly regarding Stark's respectful demeanor and the peculiar form of the Ninetales, along with Raleigh's languidly charismatic presence. All drawing significant attention. As time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, and soon the awards ceremony commenced. This gathering was hosted by the government and military, predominantly attended by titans of industry and politics, especially those with favorable relations to the military. The purpose of the awards was straightforward: to summarize the past year and honor those who had made significant contributions to the government and military, such as the Annual Person Award, the Annual Charity Award, and the Corporate Contribution Award. These accolades represented the government and military stance. A mark of honor, the expressions on the recipients' faces revealed their delight, each grinning like a simpleton. This is so dull, Stark remarked disdainfully as he observed the awardees. Shall we venture to the casino below for some entertainment? At that moment, Raleigh noticed a familiar figure and paused momentarily. The unmistakable visage of Dr. Strange. Though at this juncture, he was still referred to as Dr. Strange. Raleigh addressed Stark. You may go ahead. I shall join you shortly. My esteemed friend smitten with a lovely lady. Stark smirked lecherously before saying, Then I shall not intrude. The two parted ways, with Raleigh approaching the corner where the award ceremony was taking place. Dr. Strange, a renowned surgeon, had received an invitation to this award soiree, which struck Raleigh as somewhat peculiar. Unbeknownst to him, the medical profession in America is considered a high-status occupation, and Dr. Strange was a prominent figure, recognized internationally for his surgical prowess. The military had taken an interest in his expertise, leading to his invitation as one of the award contenders. Hello, Raleigh, he said, taking a seat next to Dr. Strange, who was observing the many Ninetales with curiosity. Are you the friend of that pompous king? Dr. Strange inquired. That if by pompous king you mean Stark, then yes, I am. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Raleigh. I am Strange, he replied, gesturing toward the Ninetales. I am quite curious. Are those Ninetales of yours implanted? It is astonishing that such technology exists. The Ninetales bristled with indignation, baring its teeth at Strange. Foolish human, my tails are entirely natural. My word, it can speak. Strange exclaimed in astonishment. Should you mock me, be wary of becoming a mere pig's head. The Ninetales had gradually acclimated to this world over recent days and had developed a fondness for the internet, fully aware that the social elite feared nothing more than being reduced to a state of humiliation. What an amusing little creature, Strange mused, interpreting the Ninetales' words as playful banter, his professional curiosity compelling him to consider the prospect of examining the creature. Raleigh interjected. What brings you here? I receive an invitation. A project of mine was selected, yet it seems I have little hope of winning, Strange replied. Why so? Strange offered a sardonic smile. Have you seen those soldiers? I am but a life-saving doctor, yet in their eyes, arms dealers are far more esteemed. Raleigh nodded. That does appear to be the case. However, he perceived a hint of envy in Strange's tone, which clarified the tension between him and Stark in later Marvel narratives, an animosity that seemed to stem from this very moment. Though Stark was at present oblivious to Strange's existence at last, the time arrived for the pinnacle of the evening, the awarding of the highest honor but a video played on stage, showcasing Tony Stark, a dreamer, a genius, a patriot. From his youth, as the son of legendary weapons developer Howard Stark, he had rapidly garnered attention for his exceptional intellect. The illustrious resume displayed was a testament to his status as a peak victor, born into privilege. Endowed with extraordinary talent and achieving feats that countless others could only aspire to, Raleigh then noticed a black military officer ascend the stage, holding the coveted crystal trophy for the evening's highest honor. If memory served him correctly, this man was Colonel Rhodes, the second individual to don the Iron Man suit and a close associate of Stark, as the military liaison for Stark Industries. I have had the privilege of collaborating with this true patriot. My mentor and friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present this highest accolade to Mr. Tony Stark. Gasps filled the air as it dawned on Colonel Rhodes that Stark's seat was conspicuously empty, leaving the most prestigious award recipient absent. The atmosphere grew tense. Thankfully, Rhodes was black, rendering the awkwardness less noticeable to the crowd, and a ripple of suppressed laughter spread among the guests. Fortunately, Obadiah Stane swiftly took to the podium, alleviating Rhodes' discomfort. Wow, what a stunning trophy! Thank you, Colonel, and thank you all. This is truly remarkable. Of course, I am not Tony Stark. He is yet to reach my age, Obadiah quipped, eliciting laughter from the audience. That if I were Tony Stark, I would express my deep honor and immense pleasure in accepting such recognition. As everyone knows, Stark's greatest asset is also his greatest flaw, his relentless dedication to work. Strange scoffed, clearly discontented. Raleigh snickered quietly. Relentless dedication to work. It appears Stark is currently engaging in gambling and flirtation at the casino below. Just then, Raleigh's attention was captured by a striking figure, a stunning woman with fiery red hair. Her evening gown revealing an alluring neckline, swaying gracefully toward him once. Raleigh recognized her as the most captivating and charismatic beauty of S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Widow Natasha. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the phone vibrated incessantly. Natasha struggled to rise, her body still weak, and reach for her phone, only to discover over 20 missed calls. The caller, Fury, the director of She answered the call. Hello, Natasha spoke with a feeble tone. Fury immediately detected the peculiarity in her voice. I'll return shortly, Natasha stated. Though her words were somewhat ambiguous, the meaning was cleared. An hour later, Natasha arrived at Nick Fury's office. Upon seeing Natasha's pale complexion, Fury was taken aback. Are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine, just a bit drained, Natasha replied, her voice lacking vigor. After being summoned to the heavens multiple times last night, how could my complexion be anything but poor? How did the encounter go last night? Fury asked. The individual was quite cunning. I couldn't extract any useful information. However, it's evident that they possess a profound understanding of Chinese culture, likely being of Chinese descent rather than Korean or Japanese. Natasha spoke through gritted teeth. This was the most significant setback she had encountered since entering the world of espionage, a veritable disgrace in her life. Fury felt a twinge of sarcasm bubbling within him. And what exactly do you consider this to be a fruitful outcome? I'm heading home for a long sleep. Natasha yawned. Shall I send someone else to follow up on this matter? Fury suggested. No need. Natasha retorted like a cat with its fur bristled. I will reclaim what I've lost. I refuse to believe I cannot handle this individual. Meanwhile, at the Raleigh villa, a sumptuous feast was being enjoyed. Raleigh, casually picking his teeth and reclining comfortably, relished the moment. Last night was utterly delightful. Natasha's flavor was exquisite, melting in the mouth with a lingering taste, crisp on the outside and tender within. I truly indulged. He even left a note that infuriated Natasha. The thought of it brought him immense satisfaction. Suddenly, messages flooded in. Tony Stark. Hey buddy, that girl from yesterday was something else. One of the finest I've ever encountered. Right? Raleigh. Absolutely ihilarating. You budalu. Xiongba. I sense you are being suggestive, and I have evidence. Raleigh. I suspect this woman is no ordinary individual. She is likely an agent attempting to extract intel from me. Xiongba. Why not eliminate such a woman directly? Raleigh. Tony Stark. Xiongba. You're too brutal. Women are to be cherished. Xiongba. Aren't women just tools for release? ISNT cherishing them unnecessary. Batman. Yubudo Lu. Raleigh. Tony Stark. Achadara. Women are merely burdens, which is why I refrain from pursuing them. The conversation reached an impasse. Raleigh then asked Tony, where are you now? Tony, in the Middle East, it's sweltering here, but thankfully there's chilled wine and air conditioning or I'd be cooked alive. Raleigh, are you in a vehicle? Tony, indeed, just tested my Jericho missile. Its power is impressive. They're looking to procure 100 units, which means a substantial financial windfall. Tony sent a video. In it, a missile launched into the sky, splitting into numerous sub-missiles, obliterating a mountain with a series of thunderous explosions, sending a plume of dust into the air. I'm in the car. Let me send you a photo. In the image, Tony posed with 2 soldiers. Raleigh chuckled, sensing an imminent missile strike. Sure enough, 10 seconds later. Oh shit, I've been hit. Boss, help me. Heavens, those soldiers are all dead. I've been blasted. Boss, I'm dying. After a barrage of frantic messages, Tony fell silent. Chaos erupted in the group chat. Loki, did Tony just die? Xiongba, what a pity. He is the first casualty in this chaos. Yubudalu, let us observe a minute of silence for Tony. Raleigh, don't be absurd, he is not dead. His avatar is still lit. Madara, I spent a considerable time in hell, and I managed just fine, so everyone should remain calm. Raleigh, Madara, I've been consolidating the major forces of the ninja world. It is quite overwhelming. Regarding your previous suggestion for me to study in your realm, may I proceed now? Raleigh, sure, come on over. Madara, I'll be there shortly. In a narrow alley on the streets of New York. A sudden spatial disturbance occurred, and a figure clad in divine robes appeared, radiating an indescribable aura of dominance. Upon arriving in this world, Madara could not help but gaze around in curiosity. Towering skyscrapers, vehicles traversing the roads, and large screens playing various videos adorned the streets. Just then, hey, yellow-skinned monkey, hand over your money, or else don't blame us for being rude. For scruffy thugs enter the alley, brandishing sticks as threats. Uchiha Madara. Threatening me? I, Uchiha Madara, have not faced a threat in 60 to 70 years, and now I'm being intimidated by a couple of weaklings. How refreshing. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Madara's face. In a New York alley, if one does not encounter thugs, it can be said they have never truly visited New York, as various films depict thugs wreaking havoc in the city's alleys. This time, however, these thugs were unfortunate enough to cross paths with the Reaper, Uchiha Madara, whose tally of slain foes numbered in the thousands, a true harbinger of death. The thugs soon met a tragic fate. When the sirens blared and the police arrived at the scene, they discovered a gruesome sight, a head forcibly pressed into a chest. The police documented. This marks the second case of a deranged, head-crushing murder, suspected to be linked to the previous case. Raleigh? Madara shouted in the chaos. Raleigh, boss, I've arrived in your world, though I seem to be in the wrong location. Raleigh, hold on. Let me check. Raleigh, from his villa, felt a surge of energy enveloping the entirety of New York City. Found it. According to the power hierarchy of Dragon Ball, each individual emanates an aura, a unique energy produced by their essence. Uchiha Madara's strength was undeniable. Thus his aura was exceptionally potent, akin to a colossal beacon in the darkness. Allowing Raleigh to locate him effortlessly, he pressed his finger to his forehead. Instant transmission. This technique, learned from Son Goku, could only be mastered by those with pure intentions. And coincidentally, Broly's character in Dragon Ball Super epitomized innocence and kindness, thus acquiring the skill. In the next moment, Raleigh vanished from the villa and reappeared on the streets of New York. Uchiha Madara felt a hand pressed down on his shoulder, and before he knew it, the scenery shifted, transporting him to another location. This is my domain. You shall reside here for the time being. Madara finally comprehended that he had been brought here by Raleigh. What a remarkable ability! He felt a tinge of envy. How wonderful it would be if the boss could impart some of his knowledge to him. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened. Is it the Nine-Tails? Why does it appear to have gained weight? At this moment, the nine-tailed fox lounged comfortably with its legs crossed, clutching a game controller in its claws. Engrossed in a fighting game on the large television screen, beside the nine-tailed fox, a servant girl dotingly offered it fruits and grilled meat, her eyes sparkling with adoration, clearly enchanted by its charm. As the nine-tailed fox played, it blissfully indulged in its snacks. Truly, this life was a delightful one, as long as it performed well in front of Raleigh, fulfilling its duties as an adorable pet. It had ample time to enjoy countless entertaining games, captivating movies, delectable treats, and the attentive care of beautiful maidens. The nine-tailed fox had completely forgotten the grim days in the ninja world, where it was either sealed away or pursued relentlessly. Such a miserable existence. It pinched its own belly. A bit of flab had developed. How decadent. Suddenly, a chill ran down its spine, its fur standing on end. Turning around, it was startled to see Uchiha Madara, the harbinger of death, standing there. What the hell? The nine-tailed fox bared its teeth and feigned ferocity. What are you doing here? Uchiha Madara replied, It seems you've been living quite well. You should thank me. The nine-tailed fox, momentarily at a loss for words, could only acknowledge the truth in his statement. After a brief tour of the villa, Uchiha Madara decided to settle in, while the maids would gradually teach him how to navigate modern conveniences. At that moment, the second agent, Carter, arrived at the villa. Mr. Raleigh, I have unfortunate news. Your nephew has gone missing. Raleigh, with a bewildered expression, responded, When did I acquire a nephew? Carter, internally frantic, retorted, Didn't you just say you were in an uncle-nephew relationship with Stark? Have you already forgotten? Can you not be so dismissive? Carter continued, Tony Stark is missing. Raleigh waved his hand dismissively. Oh, you mean Tony? No worries, he'll be back shortly. Carter pressed, How can you be so certain he will return? Raleigh, with a nonsensical grin, introduced himself. I am the 18th generation disciple of the Longhu Mountain Tianxia lineage, skilled in geomancy, adept at controlling winds and waters, dividing mountains and regulating energies, a celestial observer, a master of strategy and an expert in the restoration of nuclear submarines, reactors, and warheads that I also offer polishing, waxing, second-hand aircraft recovery, cleaning of aircraft fuel tanks, maintenance of space shuttles, and dusting satellites at high altitudes. Bulk orders of bombers and various types of nuclear warheads are available, all with invoices, delivery within 3 months, and 2 years of free maintenance, plus train tire repairs. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury instructed his subordinates, immediately investigate Longhu, Mountain Tianxia, and look into the origins of Raleigh's statement. Shortly, his subordinates reported back. The lineage of the Longhu Mountain Tianxia in Huaxia has always been rather mysterious. No significant information could be found online, but that phrase is widely circulated in Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury concluded that Raleigh must be Chinese, and it's highly likely he is a spy sent from Huaxia. It seems Natasha must accelerate her actions. Back at the villa, Raleigh watched Carter leave, his mind racing with thoughts. The constant presence of Civildu was a nuisance that needed to be dealt with. Annihilation? That would be easy, but without S.H.I.E.L.D., the various events in the Marvel Universe would lack excitement. So, control? Raleigh turned to Madara. I've heard that the Uchiha clan Sharingan possesses a technique called Kodoa Mitsukami. Have you heard of it? Madara nodded. I happen to have one, obtained from White Zetsu. Do you want it? Boss, Raleigh inquired, how often can it be used? Madara replied, with my current strength, once a year is feasible. Raleigh chuckled, good. Then assist me in controlling someone, making them obedient to us, Madara asked. Who? Raleigh revealed a sly smile. The president of the Black Palace, Madara agreed. All right, in Washington, inside the Black Palace, the president shivered while working. Am I still Iron Man? Where am I? When Tony Stark awoke from a long darkness, he found himself lying in a pitch-black cave. Don't move. Your body isn't healed yet. Who are you? My name is Ethan. That moment, Tony recalled the explosion that had befallen him and attempted to rise, only to realize something was stuck to his chest. Instinctively reaching to pull it off, Ethan quickly intervened. Don't move. You've been injured by shrapnel, and many tiny metal fragments have entered your bloodstream that you've been captured. This is a terrorist base. Tony Stark shrugged it off. It's fine. Someone will come to rescue me soon. Ethan countered. Your people want to find this place quickly. Tony Stark, brimming with confidence, replied, My boss can open QQ for a brawl. Raleigh, boss, save me. I've been captured by terrorists. Wow, Tony, you're alive. I was worried for nothing, exclaimed you. Little you lied again. You seemed to revel in my misfortune yesterday, retorted Xiong that moment. Raleigh also appeared. Send me your location. Tony sent his coordinates. I'll be there shortly. Your energy is too weak. Then, in the blink of an eye, two figures appeared in the cave. Madara. Tony Stark glanced at the figure clad in modern suit and pants. Resembling a domineering Sao, who else could it be but Uchiha Madara? Raleigh surveyed the damp cave, noting the unfavorable conditions. Meanwhile, Ethan was utterly dumbfounded, jaw dropped to the floor. Where did these two come from? A tunnel? Ethan searched the ground for signs of a hidden passage, but found none, utterly bewildered. Raleigh looked at Tony, confirming the situation was as it was in the original plot. Shrapnel, chest wound. Madara stated, It seems you're gravely injured. Allow me to treat you. With that, he placed a hand on Tony Stark's chest, a white Zetsu entering Stark's body, absorbing the metal fragments in a peculiar manner while infusing Stark with vast life energy. Stark's wound healed completely, forming scabs. Madara withdrew his hand. All done. Tony Stark had grown accustomed to Madara's methods, having witnessed his formidable, ruthless techniques during the Ninja World War. Treating someone was nothing. However, Ethan was thoroughly horrified. His expression one of sheer disbelief. All right, let's go, Raleigh said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Tony Stark exclaimed, I can't stay in this place any longer. By the way, can we take Ethan with us? Raleigh replied, Let's go. In the next moment, Raleigh and Uchiha Madara vanished from the cave. Stark looked around, bewildered. What? How am I still in the cave? Where did the boss and Madara go? A stampede of 1,000 sheep ran through Tony Stark's mind. Trampling over and over again, he quickly opened the Brawl app. Boss, you forgot about me when you left. Raleigh responded, Huh. I lack sufficient energy, so I could only take Madara. Tony, dumbfounded, thought, What do you mean not enough energy? You easily obliterated the moon. How can you lack energy now? Raleigh explained, Let me tell you, a Tony Stark who has gone through the fires of hardship is but a soulless Stark. Tony replied, I don't understand. Raleigh assured him, You will understand in the future. Keep it up. We will wait for the day you emerge. Tony felt tears welling up. Raleigh smiled inwardly. Can a Tony Stark who has endured hardship still be Iron Man? To be aware, Avengers. Endgame features a post-credit scene that consists solely of the sound of metal being forged in a cave. This auditory cue, devoid of any visual imagery, has captivated countless Marvel enthusiasts who have patiently awaited this metallic symphony. Perhaps this sound symbolizes Tony Stark's transformation from a self-absorbed playboy into the Iron Man, a hero with a heart brimming with warmth. Therefore, Stark, focus on your craft, for the Marvel fans would be sorely disappointed otherwise. In days gone by, Raleigh was also an admirer of Tony. He was an ordinary man, lacking the formidable physique of the Hulk or the mutations of Spider-Man, yet he stood shoulder to shoulder with deities in his mortal form. Donning the mask and igniting his gaze could stir the blood of all who beheld him. Yet what of the man within the armor? Tony Stark, the Iron Man, the playboy, the genius scientist, the philanthropist, the billionaire, still a solitary figure, enveloped in loneliness. However, that solitude was vanquished. He eventually found Pepper Potts and amassed a circle of friends. He was happy, though he seldom expressed it, instead pouring his heart and soul into crafting gear for each new companion. In the Avengers, Captain America remarked that he could never comprehend the notion of sacrificing oneself for others. Stark stubbornly affirmed this, turning to embrace a nuclear bomb and hurling himself into space. Raleigh, feeling nostalgic, then appeared in the skies above the Black Palace alongside Uchiha Madara. Using ninjutsu, Madara concealed them both. This time, their aim was to control the highest leadership of the United States, thereby preparing for future upheavals. One must possess ample trump cards to truly enjoy the game. Outside the cave, a terrorist named Morahin scrutinized the surveillance monitors, convinced he was hallucinating. Moments ago, he had witnessed two figures materialize within the confines of Stark's prison. Rubbing his eyes, he rewound the footage, only for the entire surveillance room to be engulfed in sparks as the circuits exploded, rendering the recordings irretrievable. Alarmed, he promptly reported to his superiors. Soon, the terrorist leader stormed into the cave, only to find Tony Stark and Ethan perfectly intact. Completely alone, a resounding slap from the leader struck Morahin's face, swelling it akin to a balloon. "Dare you deliver such reports again, and I shall send you to meet your maker." Tears welled in Morahin's eyes. He had indeed seen them. Hadn't he? Was there a hidden tunnel? Feeling aggrieved, he scoured the cave thoroughly, yet discovered nothing. A week elapsed in the blink of an eye. Within the cave, Tony Stark finally comprehended the meaning behind Raleigh's mention of forging, that he truly was hammering metal. Meanwhile, in the realm of chaotic chat battles, the month-long tumult reached a new milestone. On this day, a sudden announcement emerged. The chaotic chat battle has been established for 1 month. All members are invited to nominate a manager responsible for future management. Each member has 1 vote, and the individual with the most votes will ascend to the position of manager. Xiongba. Manager? No doubt it must be Raleigh. Tony Stark. I'm busy forging. Please do not disturb me. Weimar progress is lagging. Loki. I vote for Raleigh. Batman. Only Raleigh can command respect. Uchiha Madara. I am a staunch supporter of Raleigh. Yubudal Wando. I support Raleigh. Raleigh. I feel Tony is truly exhausted. I shall vote for him to offer him some comfort. Amidst the chatter, Tony Stark pondered, should I express gratitude or refrain? The announcement chimed. Ding! Following the chaotic elections, member Raleigh has officially been promoted to manager. Please refer to the chaotic battle documentation for specific privileges. Raleigh glanced at the chaotic battle documentation, roughly understanding the management powers, which bore little distinction from the QQ chaotic battle permissions. The next announcement read, Ding! The management of the chaotic battle has been established, and new functions have been unlocked, allowing the invitation of new members with 5 opportunities to invite new participants. Raleigh's eyes lit up. I can invite new members now. That's splendid. The current roster is rather limited, and the incessant chatter has grown monotonous. At this moment, the existing members of the chaotic battle buzzed with excitement. Xiongba. Wow. Are we finally getting new members? It seems Xiongba must put on a grand show. Yubudal Wando. I hope a 0-level member joins so I can bully them. Batman. Uchiha. Recently delving into the principles of mark and capital, I have come to profound realizations. I have been mistaken all along, lost in reading and unable to extricate myself. Tony Stark. I am a blacksmith. I fear no one. Observing the members' enthusiasm, Raleigh wasted no time in activating the invitation function. Ding! You have activated the member invitation function. You have utilized 1 invitation. Searching dimension success. You have located Shi Xian from the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. Strength level 2. Would you like to extend an invitation? Raleigh was taken aback. Shi Xian, the infamous evil king? This was an excellent candidate, one he could not afford to overlook. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. Chaotic battle message. The management has invited Shi Xian to join this chaotic battle. Loki, a newbie, has arrived. Everyone, please keep quiet. Yubudal Wando. Oh no, another level 2, another powerhouse. Why not a weakling? Meanwhile, in the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, Shi Xian sat in meditation. His expression one of astonishment. A peculiar message flooded his mind. He had been invited to something called the chaotic battle. Shi Xian's eyes turned frigid. Is this the doing of those bald monks from the Buddhist sect? Or perhaps the creators of the Shirley Leaf Quiet Room? Or is it the notorious Zhu Yuyan? With a cold snort, Shi Xian regarded the chaotic battle with disdain. I, Shi Xian, the evil king of the holy sect. How dare you rabble act so brazenly before me? Xiongba, witnessing the new member's audacity, felt compelled to intervene. Shiji Xian rabble? Haha, so you are Shiji Xian that if you dare come forth, and I, Xiongba, will let you live for 5 breaths. Consider that a loss for me. Shiji Xian retorted. Xiongba, who are you? Enough. I, Shiji Xian, the ruler of the evil sect, with unparalleled martial prowess, have toppled the great Sui dynasty and stirred chaos beyond the borders. I aspire to unify the divided factions. However, I have never heard of you, Xiongba. You are but a small fry, yet your audacity intrigues me. Xiongba thought to himself, this newcomer speaks with such lofty airs. I cannot be outdone. I must assert my dominance. Shiji Xian, listen well. I, Xiongba, am the strongest in the land, the leader of the greatest gang, commanding an army of 800,000. The golden-scaled fish is no mere creature. When the winds rise, it transforms into a dragon. I command a world. None dare defy me. You, Shiji Xian, what a pathetic evil king you are. To me, you are nothing. Shiji Xian retorted, you shall regret your words today. In his meditation chamber, Shiji Xian remained composed, yet his eyes radiated a chilling intent. How can such arrogance exist in this world? I, the evil king Shiji Xian, fear no one but Ning Daoqi. This name, Xiongba, is unfamiliar, yet you dare to act so insolently. I shall end you. Just then, an invitation appeared. Chaotic battle message. Xiongba wishes to invite you to a duel that do you accept, as the duel is initiated by the other party. You may choose a location. Upon hearing this, Shiji Xian, though uncertain, felt the urge to kill surge within him, prompting him to click yes without hesitation. Please select the duel location. Changan City. A cold smirk crossed Shiji Xian's face. Xiongba, you shall perish. Unbeknownst to him, Xiongba in the Fengyan world also wore a mocking grin. Shiji Xian, you dare provoke me, Xiongba. Watch as I beat you to a pulp. Yubudo Wando, a duel. This is going to be entertaining. Uchiha Madara, strive to learn socialism. Loki, Xiongba, how is the duel function triggered? Xiongba, I am at a loss. I simply felt an overwhelming urge to teach this Shizixuan a lesson. And then this pop-up appeared. Lowly, I peruse the information on the Great Brawl, and it seems the duel function activates only when both parties desire to engage in combat. The crowd instantly comprehended. Lowly, since we're all rather bored, why not take the opportunity to explore Shizixuan-S world while Xiaoba and Shizixuan duel? Yubudo Wando, agreed, let us go. Loki, I concur, let us proceed. Batman, I am in agreement. Let us move. Uchiha Obito, I wish to study. Lowly, Obito, mindless studying is of no use. One must read extensively and travel far. Shizixuan-S world harbors unique experiences that may yield newfound insights when theory meets practice. Obito, this proposal seems rather appealing. I shall join. Tony Stark, I feel like crying this moment. Shizixuan was somewhat bewildered. What does it mean to come to my world? However, Shizixuan soon scoffed, realizing that these bald men had discovered his mental weakness. Their illusion techniques were commendable. Yet, who is Shizixuan? Surely, mere illusions cannot confound me. What Shizixuan was unaware of was that the individuals within the Great Brawl had already swiftly entered the world of the legend of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. Directly arriving at the duel venue in Changan, a land of boundless rivers and mountains, with 9 towering gates. Without witnessing the grandeur of the imperial capital, how can one comprehend the majesty of the emperor? A treasure trove of cultural relics, the imperial capital of 1,000 years. Changan is situated on the southern bank of the Weha River in the Guangzhou Plain, renowned as the Qin River, and has served as the capital for various dynasties including Zhou, Qin, Han, Western Jin, former Zhao, former Qin, later Qin, Western Wei, Northern Zhou, Sui, and Tang. To the south lies the Zhongnan mountain range, a natural barrier with its steep, majestic peaks. To the north, the Yao Mountain, Huanglong Mountain, Quokka Mountain, and Liang Mountain form a serpentine mountain range, standing in stark contrast to the Qinling Range. Within the fertile lands delineated by these mountains, the city of Changan majestically occupies the center. Surrounded by shimmering rivers like the Jing, Wei, Gui, Ba, Li, and Lao, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a beaded necklace, forming the intricate layout of 8 rivers encircling Changan. These rivers serve as lifeblood, providing abundant water resources and vitality to Changan. Since ancient times, it has been regarded as an imperial state due to its strategic and economic advantages, capturing the favor of monarchs throughout history. Today, Changan welcomes several visitors from other realms. Here in Changan, Loki gazes at the bustling streets, momentarily lost in thought, as if transported back to the flourishing Tang dynasty. As a citizen of the Celestial Empire, he cannot help but feel a complex mix of emotions about this place. Uchiha Obito, witnessing such prosperity, could not help but express his astonishment. What is this place? How could it thrive so in ancient times? In Obito's era, the population was sparse. The total population of the ninja world likely did not exceed that of a single city in Changan. It is no wonder that he is so taken aback by this super city that at this time, Yubudo Wando began to educate him, enthusiastically recounting the history he had absorbed from the Great Brawl. Quickly introducing Changan to Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing about the influx of nations, Obito was momentarily speechless, truly astonishing. The more he read, the more he felt the weight of his previous ignorance, deepening his reverence for knowledge. Regarding the Grand Changan, a colossal amalgamation of culture, economy, and politics, he was filled with profound respect. Loki, unfazed by Obito's astonishment, began to explore Changan, immersing himself in the experiences of this ancient metropolis. Soon, he found himself indulging in delightful delicacies. Eat, eat, eat. At that moment, a female voice chimed in. Senior sister, look, that man can eat so much, he. Loki turned and was immediately captivated. There stood a figure in white attire, barefoot, adorned with bells on her ankles. Exuding a charmingly mischievous allure, at first glance, Loki deemed her more beautiful than most women he had encountered. Could this be Wan Yin? Just then, an angry huff broke the moment. What are you staring at? Be careful lest I gouge out your eyes. Loki turned to see a young man with a sinister expression glaring at him, his gaze as venomous as a serpent. Loki chuckled. S.O., I am threatened. How amusing it seems my recent training has been effective, as I have restrained my aura within my body, appearing just like an ordinary person. Loki regarded the sinister youth with amusement. What I gaze upon is of no concern to you. Begone! Furious, the sinister youth retorted, You're asking for death. With that, he lunged at Loki, trailing a phantom gray shadow behind him, moving with astonishing speed. This sinister youth, known as Bien Buffet, was a practitioner of the demonic arts. Inherently wicked, fond of seducing women. Though he held a higher status than Wan Yin, he had long coveted her beauty, hence his disdain for anyone admiring her. Why provoke anyone else when you dare to confront me? Bien Buffet, perish! Bien Buffet charged towards Loki, his right hand morphing into a claw, dark energy swirling ominously as he aimed to rend Loki apart. How pathetic! Loki shook his head and, with a single finger, struck Bien Buffet's body to in an instant. Bien Buffet disintegrated into countless particles of dust, scattering into the air. Wan Yin, the next in line to lead the Yingkuai sect, was utterly bewildered. She had merely been strolling through the streets of Changan, minding her own business, and now her senior uncle had provoked a man, who subsequently obliterated him as if by illusion. Now, she found herself in the man's grasp. What? You want me to be your servant? Absolutely not. Wan Yin, the future leader of the Yingkuai sect, the most gifted beauty of the demonic sect. How dare you ask me to serve you? Fierce. Wan Yin unleashed her magical techniques, yet they vanished into the void, leaving no trace. Her resistance was swiftly subdued. After playfully teasing the whimsical little sorceress, Loki felt quite pleased. Meanwhile, Bai Qing, standing behind him, experienced a whirlwind of emotions. She was delighted that Wan Yin had been captured, undoubtedly facing a dire fate, yet simultaneously felt humiliated that the man had not even cast a glance her way. What does he think? Am I unappealing? Regardless, I should inform my master later. Bai Qing was elated. Now the position of the future leader of the Yingkuai sect is mine. Loki continued to lead Wan Yin forward, indulging in culinary delights at every opportunity, compelling Wan Yin to pay. Each time she attempted to escape, Loli would inexplicably reappear before her, delivering a playful smack to her rear as a lesson. And all this occurred under the gaze of many. She was the future leader of the Yingquai sect. To be publicly chastised in such a manner was utterly humiliating. If that woman from the Chuangshi, Yifang Jingjai, were to witness this, she would likely mock her for a lifetime. Thus, Wanyan dared not resist any longer that if strength could not secure her escape, she would resort to cuteness. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to employ her most endearing techniques, only to fail once more. After more than 20 minutes of exploration, Xiongba finally concluded his business in Fengyun and arrived in Changan. Shizixuan, come forth. Shizixuan, come fort. Shizixuan, come fort. A voice, imbued with true energy, resonated throughout Changan, shaking the very ground, as if the earth trembled in response to its presence. Every inhabitant of the city, whether ordinary or of weaker prowess, felt a painful ringing in their ears, as if a sound reverberated within their eardrums. Those of substantial power turned pale, for the stronger one was, the more they could sense the overwhelming might of Xiongba. Wanyan was no exception, her heart racing at the realization of such a formidable presence in Changan. And from the tone of that voice, it was evident that the target was none other than the most terrifying figure of the holy sect, Shizixuan. Who could this individual be, and what grievance do they hold against Shizixuan? At last, it was time to begin. Raleigh withdrew his attention from the roasted leg of lamb, a smile gracing his face. Finally, Wan's eyes darted about. Could this person be related to that one? It seems Stone Ji Xian was in trouble this time. Unfortunately, I have no means to inform my master. Otherwise, this would undoubtedly be an excellent opportunity to eliminate Stone Ji Xian. Let us depart. Raleigh rose and left the lamb roasting establishment. Sir, you haven't settled your bill. The young waiter hurriedly exclaimed, glancing at the table piled high with lamb bones, wiping the sweat from his brow. This is my maid. Let her handle the payment. Raleigh gestured towards Wan. I have no money. Wan gritted her teeth, tilting her exquisitely beautiful face upward, half reproachful. Oh, then I shall have you stay here, washing dishes and cleaning until your debt is repaid, Raleigh remarked nonchalantly, smiling. Washing dishes, cleaning. Wan's eyes nearly bulged out. How could she, Wan, a dignified beauty, be reduced to such menial tasks? I refuse. Yet, Wan ultimately paid the bill, obediently trailing behind Raleigh, for she knew that if she did not keep up, he would undoubtedly find her and spank her in front of everyone. Soon, Raleigh arrived at the grand gates of the palace in Changan. The area was remarkably expansive, at least the size of a football field, resembling an arena perfectly suited for duels. In the center of the square stood a towering figure, Xiongba. Dressed in a purple-black brocade dragon robe, he exuded the aura of an unparalleled sovereign. With a commanding presence, he loomed like a dragon coiling over a tiger, exuding an overwhelming might that even Wan could not help but feel awed. Raleigh took Wan by the arm and leaped onto the highest point of the city gate, offering a perfect vantage point over the entire square. Let us observe the spectacle from an unseen corner. Raleigh produced a large bag of sunflower seeds and began to crack them open. Tony, I can't make it. Could you please start a live stream for me? Raleigh, oh, I almost forgot about you. I'm starting it now. Before long, Tony, hammering away in a cave, witnessed Xiongba on the square through the chaotic video stream. I can't possibly work. I'll just cheer for Brother Ba instead. Shortly after Raleigh's arrival, Ban and Ubudalwando also reached the city gate's rooftop, joining Raleigh. Ban looked curiously at Wan and inquired, Who is this woman? Raleigh replied, She was deeply captivated by my charm upon seeing me and insisted on becoming my maid. Wan interjected, What nonsense! Ban nodded. To become a maid of a prominent figure is indeed an honor. Ubudalwando sighed. It is a pity my daughter is so mischievous. I dare not recommend her to such a prominent figure, thus missing a grand opportunity. Wan regarded the two with a look of disbelief, as if they were mad. Raleigh asked Ban, What do you think of this place? Ban responded, It is a prosperous location. Quite astonishing, though fraught with many issues. I shall return to investigate further when time permits. Just then, a swirl of smoke appeared on the rooftop as Loki quietly descended, landing gracefully. Moments later, Batman Wayne also arrived atop the roof, utilizing his bat suit to ascend. That he was not the same Batman who battled Superman. His strength was but level 2, making it difficult even to climb the city gate. I could see this moment. Several other experts began to converge on the location. The confrontation between the mysterious figure and Stone Ji Xian, one of the most elite battles of the Tang Dynasty, was an event no martial artist could afford to miss. The 4 great monks of the Buddhist sect, Jiaxiang, Ji Hui, Daoqi, and Lu Kong, arrived. Chuangshi Yifang Jingzhai and Shi Fei Xian also made their entrance. Ning Daoqi was present as well, along with Yu Chu Hong from the Duga faction. Raleigh was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Xiong Ba's duel with Stone Ji Xian would attract so many formidable Tang Dynasty martial artists. However, Raleigh also keenly felt the multitude of gazes converging upon him and his companions. As martial artists, each possessed lofty aspirations, and the city gate's rooftop occupied by Raleigh and his companions naturally became a target for many. Raleigh chuckled softly to himself. Buddhism seeks to eliminate demons with the Vajra. Murmured a voice. Master, that person captured my junior sister, Bai Qing'er told Zhu Yuyan from the Yin sect as they occupied a rooftop on the eastern side of the square. Are you certain that person killed Bianbu Fu with a single strike? Zhu Yuyan's eyes narrowed with skepticism. To be precise, he reduced Uncle Bian to mere ashes. I cannot ascertain how he accomplished such a feat. It seems this mysterious figure in the chaotic battle should not be underestimated, Bai Qing'er replied, suppressing her urge to rescue her beloved disciple at that moment. Zhu Yuyan spotted Shi Fei Xian approaching the mysterious figure accompanied by the 4 great monks. Her eyes lit up. This was the perfect opportunity for the bothersome Buddhist sect to test the waters on Raleigh's side. He too noticed Shi Fei Xian and her companions approaching. It seems these individuals are coming to stir up trouble. Ban, it appears you will need to take action shortly. Xiongba must conserve his strength for the duel with Stone Ji Xian and not waste it here. Ban smiled confidently. A few level 2s are no challenge at all. Wan's emotions surged at this. That person is Xiongba. Is he allied with this mysterious figure? This individual named Ban seems quite confident. Could he truly be strong? Loki then volunteered. I am also level 3. I can assist in handling one. Raleigh cast a glance at Loki. Are you aware of your own capabilities? In countless battles, have you ever emerged victorious? Loki felt the weight of Raleigh's disdain, retreating to a corner in quiet indignation. At that moment, Shi Fei Xian and the 4 great monks landed just below the city gate, leaping gracefully onto a rooftop mere meters away. The 2 sides faced off. Yubuda Luan Do's eyes gleamed. These individuals appeared formidable. After Ban subdued them, he could interrogate them for their cultivation manuals. Shi Fei Xian subtly observed Wan, her mind racing with speculation about Wan's connection to these mysterious figures. Esteemed practitioners, may I inquire what relationship you have with the Yin sect? Shi Fei Xian asked. Raleigh replied, there is no connection. Then why is this Yin demoness with you? Shi Fei Xian continued, her tone devoid of malice. The Yin sect is notorious for its cunning. I fear you may be deceived. Raleigh glanced at Shi Fei Xian, a smile playing on his lips. From today onward, she is my maid. Shi Fei Xian was momentarily taken aback. A maid? Unable to resist glancing at her rival Wan, she pondered how such a proud and talented individual would ever consent to be someone else's maid. Surely, this man must be lying. Thus, it could be inferred that the Yin sect was indeed connected to these mysterious figures. I could see that moment. The 4 great monks grew increasingly impatient. Ba, Daoqi intoned, his expression filled with compassion. Esteemed practitioners, this girl is a demoness of the Yin sect, a fiend of the demonic realm. I urge you to distance yourself from her. Lay down your weapons and attain enlightenment. Yubu Luan Do, Wayne, and Wan felt their heads ringing, for every word of Daoqi was accompanied by the power of true words, infused with Buddhist essence and formidable demon-slaying might. Each syllable seemed to strike their minds, causing turmoil within them, leaving them feeling nauseated and utterly distressed. Humph, what a despicable monk, Ban scoffed, his voice of thunder overpowering Daoqi's, liberating Wan, Yubu Luan Do, and Wayne from their distress. Shi Fei Xian and the 4 great monks changed their expressions, warily eyeing Ban. Ban, make quick work of them so as not to disrupt Xiongba and Stone Jixian's duel. Raleigh urged. Ban clasped his hands together, understood. Rinnegan, activate. The four great monks sensed Ban's eyes transforming. In their heartily consciousness sounded alarm bells, warning them of the immense danger posed by the individual before them. Sure, Fei Xian's sword heart, too, was in a frenzy of alarm. Be cautious. This person is problematic, Lu Kang exclaimed. His eyes are a concern. Jia Xiang's face turned pale. Indeed, he is a demon. Today, I shall unleash my wrath upon this fiend. Wisdom intoned a Buddhist chant. Benefactor, lay down your weapon and attain Buddhahood instantly. He awakened the reincarnation eye, regaining his former dominance, casting a lofty gaze upon these insignificant beings. The god of death in the ninja realm had returned. You should consider yourselves fortunate. In order to minimize the commotion, I shall employ a more formidable power against you. With a mere motion of his hand, he invoked the Wheel of Tombs. This ability, originally accessible only upon unlocking the Six Paths mode, had, through a period of introspection and extensive study of the chaotic arts, absorbed the essence of knowledge from other realms that Madara's strength had quietly intensified, and his temperament began to align with his elevated status. Now he no longer required the Six Paths mode to wield the Wheel of Tombs. Daoqi brandished his staff, unleashing the demon-subduing incantation, a surge of Vidra-like Zen energy expanding forth, striking towards Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, the other three holy monks leapt into action, surprisingly charging directly at Raleigh. They had discerned that Raleigh was the core of this mysterious group, and despite appearing relatively weak, they hastily designated him as their target. Capture the leader first. Once Raleigh was in their grasp, they would leverage his life to threaten the man who posed a lethal danger to them, Uchiha Madara. Madara's expression shifted. Damn it! These fools dare to disturb the Great One. This is an affront to me. This outburst of anger only solidified the four holy monks' conviction in their strategy, thus accelerating their assault on Raleigh. Daoqi laughed heartily. You wish to save him? Too late. He swung his staff towards Uchiha Madara. He did not need to defeat Madara. He merely needed to obstruct him. Once they captured Raleigh, Madara would no longer be a threat. With this thought, Daoqi revealed a sinister grin. Save? Upon hearing this, Madara scoffed derisively. Does the Great One require my assistance? Have you mistaken something? Upon hearing this, Shifijuan glanced at Wanwan's treacherous smile and, suddenly alarmed, shouted, Be careful. He has ulterior motives. However, it was already too late. Why do you always come to deliver yourselves? Raleigh's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Jia Xiang, Wisdom, and Liao Kong's expressions changed dramatically. Their Alaya consciousness erupted, unable to withstand the overwhelming sense of crisis. Indestructible body, Buddhist golden bell shield. A series of golden auras manifested on their bodies. Simultaneously, a golden bell appeared, enveloping and protecting them. Then they witnessed a transparent fist gradually enlarging. What is this? The wind from fist. The term flashed in Jia Xiang, Wisdom, and Liao Kong's minds. Suddenly, the golden bell shattered. A searing pain struck their waists. Boom! The three sounds melded into one, sounding exceedingly jarring. The three holy monks, like tattered rags, were struck by the solidified fist wind, resulting in a massive blood hole. Cough! Cough! The three holy monks spewed blood, collapsing onto the rooftop as blood gushed forth. How could it be so strong? Their consciousness faded gradually, their eyes wide open, refusing to close. At this moment, Shifijuan, the female slave, and Ning Daoqi arrived. Daoqi was in the midst of swinging his staff, striking Uchiha Madara's skull, when he heard a voice and turned to see his three companions. Nearly frightened out of their wits, terrified, they hastily fled, not daring to harbor thoughts of revenge. With a swift step, they soared into the air, moving at remarkable speed. Can you escape? Madara scoffed coldly, furious, and naturally showed no mercy. With the Wheel of Tombs, two shadows of Uchiha Madara struck Daoqi hundreds of times in an instant. By the time Madara ceased his assault, Daoqi had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Silence. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. All martial artists were utterly astonished. Those were the four holy monks. They were the most esteemed monks of the Buddhist sect. They were among the top 10 martial artists of the Tang dynasty. They died just like that? Zhu Yan was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out. She was relieved she hadn't impulsively rushed in to rescue her beloved disciple, for had she done so, it would have been her demise instead of the 4 holy monks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling were equally stunned. Ling Xiao, who on earth is that person? How could he be so formidable? They had never heard of such a powerful individual. Could he truly be on par with Master Ning Daoqi? Though the two, as twin dragons, had significantly advanced in strength, they had yet to reach the level of Ning Daoqi, thus mistaking Raleigh and Madara's prowess as comparable to his. On another rooftop, over 30 meters away from the twin dragons, Li Shimin, accompanied by his Tian Sahouse, occupied a position. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of the 4 holy monks, he snapped his paper fan in half. Li Shimin knew that the Buddhist sect was an ally of his faction. With the death of the 4 holy monks, his side's strength would be greatly diminished. Meanwhile, on the side of the Dugu clan, Yu Chuang wore a tense expression, horrified, her hands trembling. Such powerful strength. Raleigh turned to Shifijuan with a smirk. Wan, this person should be your rival, correct? Wan suppressed her astonishment, cunningly responding, reporting to my master, her name is Shifijuan. The saintess of the Chuangshi Yifang Jing Zhai. She is my sworn enemy. You may not know, but the Chuangshi Yifang Jing Zhai is utterly despicable. They claim to be the leaders of the righteous path. Yet their sect comprises but a handful of members. Each generation selects only the most stunning disciples, mingling among countless talents, bewitching them. For instance, the once formidable Tian Dao Song Ke and the evil King Shi Jixian from my holy sect were both once under their thrall. And this Shifijuan is the current saintess of the Chuangshi Yifang Jing Zhai, having somehow acquired the He Shi. Therefore, they intend to select the emperor on behalf of heaven, deciding who shall become the founding emperor of the next dynasty. As an ancient figure, Yu Buchuan was greatly astonished. The founding emperor can actually be chosen by them, truly a farce of the highest order. Raleigh chuckled derisively, a mere nun establishing a convent, not focusing on her devotions, but audaciously claiming to choose an emperor. How laughable! Shifijuan attempted to justify herself, but Wan swiftly interrupted her defense. What my master says is true. These nuns are utterly arrogant. Wan laughed like a sly fox, applauding enthusiastically. Raleigh remarked, since you have called me master, our relationship is now defined. You shall officially become my servant from this day forth. Wan was taken aback. Internally, she screamed, no, you've misunderstood. I merely intended to sow discord between you and Shifijuan, not genuinely wish to serve you. Raleigh smirked with a hint of malice. I have never wished to force anyone. But since you have acknowledged me as your master, I shall accept this from today on. Wan felt like crying, wanting to explain but unsure how to phrase it. Surely, she couldn't admit to instigating discord, lest the fate of the 4 holy monks be her OWN in her quirky and crafty manner. Wan found herself at a loss, drooping her head. Yes, master. Raleigh responded, quite pleased, since you recognize me as your master. Allow me to bestow upon you a grand gift. A grand gift? Wan perked up slightly. Raleigh pointed at Shifijuan. Since you claim she is your rival, why not capture her and make her your servant? You can humiliate her as you please. Wan's eyes lit up. That sounds splendid. Shifijuan, who had always been in opposition to her, and with the ongoing enmity between the holy sect and Chuangshi Yifang Jing Zhai. If she could train the saintess Shifijuan into her servant, then it would be quite the delight for her. That Wan's smile grew increasingly sinister. Shifijuan's expression shifted dramatically. Senior, you have misinterpreted the situation. Chuangshi Yifang Jing Zhai is not, as this wicked sorceress has portrayed, Daoqi. Chuangshi Yifang Jing Zhai have consistently taken it upon ourselves to select the most suitable sovereign. Raleigh scoffed in derision, for he was well aware of the reputation of Chuangshi Yifang Jing Zhai. Growing impatient, Raleigh made a dismissive gesture. In that instant, Feishuan's countenance changed drastically, and she decisively leapt to escape. However, she soon realized something was amiss. Her body lunged forward, yet she was being pulled backward by an unseen force, rendering her unable to move. Thud! Feishuan tumbled helplessly at Wan Chuan's feet. With lightning speed, Wang Quan tapped Shi Feishuan several times, infusing her with the true energy of the heavenly demon, completely seizing control of Shi Feishuan's internal power. He, Shi Feishuan, who would have thought you would fall into my hands? From now on, you shall be my female servant, Wang Quan declared, hands on her hips, laughing triumphantly. That moment, a voice resonated like the very sound of heaven and earth. Striking Wan Chuan's heart, the Taoist priest suddenly appeared atop the roof. Ning Daoqi, the #1 expert in the world. Ning Daoqi saluted Raleigh respectfully. Senior, please spare Shi Feishuan. With a swift motion, Raleigh slapped Ning Daoqi, sending him flying. Raleigh regarded Ning Daoqi with interest. You wish for me to spare Shi Feishuan? Why? Ning Daoqi's expression grew solemn. Consider a favor for me, Ning Daoqi. Raleigh retorted, a favor? Who do you think you are? Just a 2-bit Taoist? You claim to be the strongest, yet you constantly serve the Buddhists? Unbeknownst to Ning Daoqi, Raleigh was thinking. Indeed, Shi Feishuan represents Chuangshi, Yi Fangjing Zai, and the Buddhist sect, whose influence is considerable. Although the senior possesses great strength, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. It is prudent to avoid making enemies. Ning Daoqi, speaking with an air of concern, insisted that these two were not particularly formidable, as Raleigh and Ban's auras were well concealed. And their ability to defeat the 4 great saints must rely on some arcane foreign methods. Having encountered many foreign practitioners, he understood their martial arts were shrouded in mystery and often capable of turning the tables against the strong. Thus, Ning Daoqi believed his own strength was at least on par with theirs, if not superior. This was the confidence of the world's foremost expert. What did you just say? Making enemies. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Raleigh laughed. Behind him, Ban, Ubuchio, Batman, and Loki all chuckled as well. Particularly, Ubuchio and the others gazed at Ning Daoqi with expressions of disbelief, feeling pity for the poor fellow who would never comprehend the extent of their power. Fearing that the revelation might frighten him to death, Ning Daoqi's face turned a shade of green. What did this mockery imply? Were they ridiculing the world's foremost expert? Did he truly take me for a pushover just because I addressed him as senior? Ning Daoqi's expression darkened, and he huffed in anger. It seems you are unwilling to show me any respect. Ban snorted coldly. What do you think you are? Ning Daoqi replied icily. It appears you are woefully ignorant. Listen well. I am Ning Daoqi, the world's foremost expert, a true supreme of the martial world. You foreign beings should not presume that your arcane methods render you invincible. He continued, I, Ning Daoqi, possess strength beyond your comprehension, just as he was about to elaborate. Raleigh, growing impatient, swatted at the air, striking Ning Daoqi's face. The gathered martial experts could clearly see Ning Daoqi's face deforming under the blow, before he was sent spiraling away, transforming into a whirlwind, landing 100 meters away. Crashing into a tavern, gasps of astonishment erupted from everyone present, whether it be Yu Chuang, Zhu Yin of the Yin Kuei sect, or Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, experts of the demonic sect, or even Li Shimin of the Tianzi mansion. All were utterly dumbfounded, inhaling sharply. That was indeed Ning Daoqi, the world's foremost expert. How could he be so easily swatted away? Glancing at Raleigh, he remained nonchalantly munching on seeds, as if he had not even lifted a finger. At that moment, Raleigh grew impatient and called out to Xiongba below, Xiongba, since Shi Xian has yet to arrive, teleport him here directly. Yes, my lord, Xiongba replied respectfully, activating the duel summoning function. This was one of the features of the Great Brawl's duel. If someone refused to engage, they could be forcibly brought into the duel. The surrounding crowd was utterly astonished. The strongman battling Shi Xian was actually in league with the one atop the roof. Moreover, it sounded as though he was speaking with great respect towards the individual above. Su Xiling remarked, Zhong Xiao, it seems we cannot save Shi Xianzi. Ko Zhong's eye sparkled. Ling Xiao, we could take him as our master. Meanwhile, at the great Zen temple, the evil king, the great saint monk Shi Xian, was engrossed in his mental cultivation, plagued by a persistent illusion that vexed him. These bald monks, one day, Shi Xian, will make them pay. At this moment, Shi Xian still believed it to be an illusion, unaware of its reality. Suddenly, a force from the void surged forth, and before Shi Xian could react, He was yanked upward, and the next second, he found himself in a vast plaza. Isn't this Changan? Shi Xian was dumbfounded, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Around him, the crowd erupted in uproar. Shi Xian, it truly is him? But wait, he is wearing a monk's robe? He is a monk. The name of Shi Xian was well known among martial artists. He was the foremost expert of the demonic sect, renowned for his exceptional talent and formidable reputation, instilling awe and respect in many. Yet this individual before them, clad in a monk's robe, was a monk, Shi Xian. Zhu Yin instantly recognized the monk, and a surge of hatred filled her. Her fists clenched tightly. Xiongba regarded Shi Xian with contempt, sneering. Shi Xian, I didn't expect you to be such a coward, too afraid to face a duel in the great brawl. Where has your courage gone? Shi Xian, taken aback, responded. You are Xiongba? Xiongba stood tall, emanating an imposing presence. I am indeed Xiongba. Possessing great intelligence, Shi Xian quickly pieced together the situation. The so-called Great Brawl was indeed real, and Xiongba was also genuine, and now he had committed himself to a duel with Xiongba. Xiongba, do you recall what you said? That I am but a small fry. Yet I have garnered your attention? With that remark alone, I, Xiongba, shall not spare you. Xiongba's laughter, infused with powerful energy, reverberated like a thunderous wave, causing the surrounding martial artists to feel their blood surge and their hearts tremble with fear. This man is incredibly strong. Shi Xian was equally astonished. He considered himself a rare expert. Yet this individual was not inferior to him. Shi Xian, listen well. If it weren't for the great brawl prohibiting mutual harm, you would already be dead. However, while the death penalty may be evaded, the living punishment cannot be escaped. After I defeat you, you will relinquish that absurd title of evil king and obediently become my subordinate. Do you understand? Shi Xian chuckled coldly. If I win, you shall lick my shoes and change your name from Xiongba to Shi Xian's son. Son? Xiongba was instantly enraged, nearly exploding with fury. You seek death? Kill. Without further ado, the two launched into battle. Heavenly Frost Fist, Xiongba struck first, causing the winds to shift and frost to swirl, rushing toward Shi Xian. Undying Seal Technique. Shi Xian countered fiercely, unleashing a peculiar force that swept toward Xiongba. Yawn. Raleigh let out a yawn, feeling quite bored. His gaze shifted to Ning Daoqi, only to find he had vanished, having stealthily escaped without anyone noticing. In the Changan Square, an event that would be etched into the memories of all martial artists was unfolding. The formidable evil king Shi Xian was being mercilessly beaten. Good heavens! Witnesses beheld the towering figure of Xiongba atop Shi Xian, raining down punches. Dare you continue your arrogance? Throw a punch. Why don't you call me Dad? Throw a punch. Will you call or not? Keep throwing punches. If you don't call me, I will continue to beat you. One punch after another, striking Shi Xian until he lay scattered on the ground. Just 2 minutes ago, the duel between Xiongba and Shi Xian began, and Xiongba displayed an overwhelmingly domineering prowess, treating the formidable evil king as nothing more than a punching bag. The plight of Shi Xian was truly pitiful, being battered back and forth by Xiongba, struggling to retaliate even slightly. The disparity between the Fengyan world and the Tang Dynasty world was indeed apparent, which justified Xiongba's stronger capabilities compared to Shi Xian. Xiongba grinned widely, his mood soaring as his fists flew. Weren't you brimming with arrogance at the start? Didn't you call me a mere child? Didn't you demand that I refer to you as my father? Now, where's your bravado? Defeat me if you can. I have decided. I will take you as my son. Hurry, call me Dad. Observing the bruised and battered face of the evil king, Xiongba felt as if he had just relished a refreshing slice of chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day, pure elation coursing through him. However, Shi Xian, despite his pride, gritted his teeth and endured. I, Shi Xian, the evil king, how could I ever call you Dad? The duel concluded. Following this, 3 notifications appeared concerning the chaotic battle. Chaotic battle notification. Xiongba has defeated Shi Xian. Chaotic battle notification. Xiongba has earned the title of Shi Xian's father, lasting for 3 months. Chaotic battle notification. Shi Xian has received the title of Xiongba's son, lasting for 3 months. Upon seeing this, Xiongba was overjoyed. Shi Xian, on the other hand, was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. He was almost tempted to withdraw from the chaotic battle. As the battle ended, Xiongba rose from his position over Shi Xian, laughing heartily, utterly satisfied. With a fierce glare, Xiongba exclaimed, "Son, why aren't you getting up quickly?" Shi Xian, seething with rage, wished he could slay Xiongba on the spot, but he understood the disparity in their strengths. Provoking Xiongba would likely result in another brutal beating. Nevertheless, a vengeful resolve ignited within Shi Xian's heart. "Once I grow stronger, I will surely avenge this grievance and kill Xiongba." Xiongba impatiently urged, "Hurry up and pay your respects. The big boss has been waiting for you." It was then that Shi Xian recalled that there was a level 10 boss in the chaotic battle, while he himself was merely at level 2. Reflecting on how Xiongba, at level 2, had already dominated him without a chance to counter, he pondered the implications of encountering a level 10. With this thought, Shi Xian composed himself. One must bow one's head when under the eaves, and a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. As a member of the demonic sect, he was not lacking in such adaptability. Xiongba brought Shi Xian to the top of the city gate tower. Shi Xian bowed respectfully to Luo Li. "I, Shi Xian, pay my respects to the esteemed one." Luo Li inclined his head slightly. "Since you can join this chaotic battle, it is indeed your fortune. I understand you must harbor resentment towards Xiongba, but remember this. Even if you seek revenge in the future, do not engage in fratricide. This is also why Xiongba refrained from killing you. Do you understand? This is a warning." Luo Li could easily perceive the hatred simmering in Shi Xian's heart. Thus he sought to issue a precautionary admonition. Should Shi Xian prove disobedient later on, he could simply be left to his demise. Shi Xian bowed his head, ultimately conceding. "As you command, esteemed one." At this moment, the martial artists surrounding them were utterly astonished. The evil king was actually with that mysterious figure from the chaotic battle. Who exactly is this mysterious individual, and why does each person seem so formidable? Zhu Yuyin clenched her fists tightly, realizing that her chances for revenge had become increasingly slim. However, there was a silver lining. Her disciple was captured and made a maid, and they had also seized the saintess from the vile woman of the chaotic battle, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Ming and the Dugu clan, alongside the demonic sect, were filled with trepidation, uncertain of what changes this mysterious figure would bring to the world, especially Li Ming, whose strength had significantly diminished without the support of the chaotic battle. The Buddhist sect and Ning Daoqi. 2 days later, the events that transpired in Changan swept across the land like a storm. The assassination of the 4 great Buddhist monks, the repulsion of the world's strongest Ning Daoqi, the suppression of the evil king Shi Xian, and the capture of the saintess Shi Fei Xian as a slave. All of these occurrences were enough to leave countless martial artists in shock. And the impact of 5 such events was even more profound. The entire martial arts community was set abuzz in Luoyang. Within the Jingyan Zen sect, news of the deaths of the 4 great monks ignited a tremendous uproar within the temple. Anger, hatred, fury, and excitement filled the air. Lei Kong, the Zen master, abbot of the Jingyan Zen sect, had perished, necessitating the selection of a new abbot. However, the Jingyan Zen sect was not a place devoid of desires. Each monk was imbued with greed, anger, and delusion. Thus, selecting a leader would not be a simple task, as many venerated elders coveted the position. Had the other 3 monks survived, they would have had no chance, but with the demise of the 3, all high monks now had an opportunity. The debate on who should become the Zen master grew increasingly intense. Soon, a proposal gained widespread support among the monks. Whoever avenges the 4 great monks and restores the prestige of the Jingyan Zen sect shall be qualified to assume the role of Zen master. This proposal garnered considerable backing. At this moment, the information regarding the deaths of the 4 great monks was still incomplete. They only knew that a mysterious figure from the chaotic battle had slain Lei Kong and the others. But the details of the incident remained unknown, as only the 4 great monks were present at the time, with no other Buddhist sect members around. Meanwhile, the chaotic battle's Shifei Xian was eager for the Buddhist sect to charge in and rescue her. And Li Shiming held similar intentions, which explained why the specific details were not shared. Consequently, the entire Jingyan Zen sect believed that the opponent who killed Lei Kong was not particularly strong, and that their many experts could undoubtedly seek vengeance. Whoever could slay that mysterious figure from the chaotic battle would become the Zen master. Revenge. The entire monastery of monks roared with enthusiasm. If the heavenly monk, the first patriarch, were to learn of this, he would surely rise from his grave in anger. At this moment, Luo Li, a figure from the chaotic battle, had already arrived at the entrance of the Jing Yen-Zen sect. They aimed to eradicate the Jing Yen-Zen sect and simultaneously plunder their resources, copying all their cultivation techniques. Although the highest level of these techniques was merely level 2, they would suffice for the likes of Yu Buddha and other novices in the chaotic battle, and could also benefit level 2 experts like Xiongba and Shiji Xian. The prosperous Buddhist city, their extermination, and the Hashirama, the Jingyan Zen sect, where the 4 great monks resided, was situated in the southern outskirts of Suiluoyong. The temple complex encompassed thousands of buildings, resembling a small city, with 7 grand halls and a small copper hall measuring 3 zhang in width and depth. Standing at a height of 1.5 zhang, once used to house the Hashirama. Aside from the copper hall, all structures were adorned with tricolor glazed tiles, their hues vibrant and fresh. In front of the copper hall lay a vast square, constructed from white stones, encircled by white stone railings, at the center of which stood a copper statue of Manjushri riding a golden lion. Flanked by the 3 Buddha figures, the medicine Buddha, Shakyamuni, and Amitabha. The colorful gilded sculptures exuded an imposing grandeur. Apart from the 4 entrances, 500 arhats were evenly distributed, each cast in gold and copper. Their expressions lifelike. 2 words. Wealthy, 4 words. Rich enough to rival a nation. Luo Li Ban Loki, Xiongba, Shiji Xian, Yu Buddha, and their maid Wan, along with the enslaved Shifei Xian, stood outside the mountain gate, gazing at the multitude of buildings and the opulent Buddhist statues, taken aback. Even Xiongba, the leader of the Heavenly Association, was momentarily speechless. A place dedicated to Buddhist practice is even more extravagant than my Heavenly Association. Are these monks truly genuine monks? Yu Buddha displayed a look of disdain. These monks contribute nothing to society, merely indulging in their diet and prayers, yet they possess such wealth that it seems the ancient texts were correct in labeling the Buddha as a demon. Shiji Xian, after being beaten by Xiongba, found his evil king persona suppressed by the monk persona, leading to a profound aversion towards the Buddhist sect. Loki and Batman, these foreign individuals, did not possess a deep understanding of the Buddhist sect. But based on what they had heard, they too harbored no fondness for the Jingyan Zen sect. Shifei Xian's complexion was pale, looking pitiful. Please, senior, show mercy. The Buddhist sect has always emphasized the importance of accumulating virtue and doing good. Accumulating virtue and doing good. The sarcasm in Wan Fang's tone was unmistakable as she addressed Luo Li, saying, Master, those of the Buddhist path consume vegetarian meals and chant sutras daily, unfettered by concerns of livelihood. The temple's fields are tended by novices, making it quite natural for such a sanctuary to be outside the realm of taxation. The offerings of incense money from devotees transform the entire temple into a vast expanse of white jade. Occasionally distributing porridge is merely an act of compassion from the Buddhist community, akin to the hypocrisy of the Chuang Shi Yifang Jing Zhai. Shifei Xian interjected, Our Chuang Shi Yifang Jing Zhai is not hypocritical. It is for the sake of all sentient beings. Before she could finish, Luo Li, with impatience, swatted her aside. Mother Mary, how disgusting! Luo Li commanded, Loki, Xiongba, Shiji Xian, when you go, Ban will support you from the side. Loki grumbled, I can hold the line too. After all, I am a deity. Ban, speaking candidly, remarked, I think you're still somewhat weak. Loki retorted, that hurts, Ban. Even more painful was the fact that Yu Buddha Luando was disqualified from participating in this battle. Wan Fang excitedly raised her hand, exclaiming, I want to go too. I have long wished to eliminate this band of foul monks. With Luo Li's command, Xiongba surged forward, charging towards the mountain gate, Pilo in palm. Boom! The enormous mountain gate collapsed. Here comes Xiongba. Come forth, you rabble of the pure thought Zen sect, and meet your demise. His voice echoed throughout the land, causing leaves to tremble and fall to in no time. The pure thought Zen sect was thrown into chaos. Countless monks armed with hefty copper staffs surged out, numbering at least 2,000. The spectacle was both grand and overwhelming. Buddha Luando observed, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Compared to the pure thought Zen sect, his own world's premier sect, the Shaolin Temple, seemed but a mere younger sibling, rather a grandson. Luo Li scoffed, this pure thought Zen sect is a malignant tumor. His resolve to eradicate it deepened. Who dares to wreak havoc within the pure thought Zen sect? A burly monk wielding a staff, exuding an imposing aura with his fierce, diamond-like gaze, stood before the 2,000 martial monks. Confronting Xiongba was Liao Qi, the disciple of Liao Kong. Remember, I am Xiongba. You may call me Ba Ge, and I shall spare your insignificant life. 3 points returned to origin. Xiongba unleashed his most potent attack. A colossal sphere, imbued with overwhelming force, thundered towards the venerable monk Liao Ch as it passed. The ground beneath shattered, and a fierce wind lashed against their faces. Boom! Liao Qi barely registered a moment before being reduced to a bloody mess. As the 3 points returned to origin continued its path into the fray of martial monks, blood rained down, and limbs flew about. Shiji Xian's lips twitched. He had never witnessed such a move before, clearly indicating that Xiongba had not exerted his full strength during their duel. An hour later, the pure thought Zen sect lay in ruins, transformed into a veritable hellscape, rivers of blood flowing freely. The temple was decimated, with only a few hundred monks fleeing in terror. The rest had perished. Those who escaped were so traumatized that thoughts of vengeance seemed utterly naive in retrospect. Next came the moment of harvest. Buddha Luando could hardly contain his excitement as he pushed open the scripture repository, revealing shelves upon shelves of texts, densely packed, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. Duan Luando has detected unclaimed martial arts manuals. Shall they be uploaded to the Luando space? Upload it, Luo Li instructed. In no time, over 12,000 manuals on Buddhist teachings appeared in the Luando space. Buddha Luando's mouth watered. He realized he had struck it rich. The likes of Xia divine skill and Huashan swordplay could be discarded, as any random selection from this trove would surpass the subpar techniques of the Huashan sect. Moreover, there was the He Sure Bai. Luo Li's figure flickered and landed at the very center of the bronze hall. The hall featured 2 towering bronze doors, each 3 meters high and weighing several tons. It was evident that the He Sure Bai lay within, as Xiongba, Shiji Xian, and the others had dispatched their foes too swiftly for the item to be removed, pushing open the massive bronze doors. Luo Li beheld the He Sure Bai inside. If Luo Li recalled correctly, this artifact possessed the ability to influence both mind and body, capable of washing and refining one's marrow according to the lore of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. He reached out and grasped it. The He Sure Bai radiated a crystalline luminescence, a surge of foreign energy attempting to penetrate Luo Li's being. However, Luo Li's skin was too thick for it to permeate. To him, this energy was merely low-level, riddled with impurities. The imperial seal was worthless to Luo Li, yet it held great value for others, especially those of lesser cultivation. Yubu, De Luando, Wanfang, and Shiji Xian. Luo Li tossed the imperial seal. For U.36 fake pregnant Natasha, double tap 666. 5 days later, Dita Peak had been utterly reduced to ruins. The Chuangshi Yifang Jing Zhai annihilated completely. Standing upon the debris, Luo Li remarked, "We have been here long enough. Let us return." Xiongba replied, "Though this world is relatively weak, many techniques prove useful to me that I shall retreat and refine my 3 points return to origin." Buddha Luando added, "Indeed, I have been away for so long. I wonder how chaotic the Huashan sect has become. In this endeavor, the greatest gains were undoubtedly for Buddha Luando, who absorbed a third of the He Sure Bai's foreign energy, refining his marrow, and perused numerous manuals, greatly enhancing his strength through consultations with Xiongba and Shiji Xian. Ban clasped his hands, stating, "I shall return directly, to the ninja realm. This journey has yielded significant rewards, and perhaps I have discovered a direction for transforming the ninja world. Luoli nodded and then vanished from Dita Peak with Wanfang. The others similarly dissipated into the ether, returning to their original worlds. Only Xiongba remained, gazing at Shi Xian. Son, father must take his leave. Train diligently. We shall duel again in 3 months. That I still wish to be your father. Shi Xian's expression turned ashen. Xiongba laughed heartily and vanished from Dita Peak. Xiongba, you are doomed. In the Marvel Universe, Master, is this truly your world? Upon arriving in this realm, Wanfang could not contain her curiosity. Gazing at the villa and then at the towering skyscrapers of New York, as well as an airplane flying overhead, leaving her utterly astonished. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the reality of this world was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to the fabled realm of immortals. Yet, her quirky nature allowed her to adapt quickly to new knowledge, which is why Li had chosen her as his personal maid. You will soon grow accustomed to it. I shall find a maid to teach you for a while. Once you are familiar, you may attend to me. Yes, master. Wanfang completely set aside her pride as a saintess of the demonic sect and wholeheartedly embraced her role as Luo Li's personal maid. At that moment, Luo Li reached out into the void and caught the nine-tailed fox, who had been playing a game in the hall. Petting the cat, his hand glided over the fox's sleek fur. Luo Li was now somewhat addicted to petting this cat, despite its 9 tails. Wanfang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, is this a fox? A 9-tailed fox? Luo Li responded, a 9-tailed fox? It could be considered as such. The 9-tailed fox, puffing up in indignation, exclaimed, let me go. I was just about to complete my game. It struggled fiercely. Hold on while I'm away. Did anything happen? Luo Li inquired. A few little thieves attempted to steal something, but I beat them and tossed them out. The 9-tailed fox scoffed. Must be the S.H.I.L.D. agents, Luo Li thought. Have you put on a bit of weight? Raleigh grasped the scruff of Jalama's neck and tugged it upward. Before prodding its protruding belly, with an ample appetite and little exercise, Jalama seized the opportunity when Raleigh was momentarily distracted, darting swiftly into the hall to resume its gaming session. Raleigh's gaze was completely captivated by Jalama. But it was understandable. At this tender age, Wanwan was likely no older than 17 or 18, perhaps even younger, still possessing the qualities of youthful innocence, making it difficult to resist such an adorable creature. Raleigh cautioned, you might consider her merely a small pet, yet her prowess is quite formidable. Wanwan inquired, how formidable? Raleigh replied, much stronger than Xiongba. Astounded, Wanwan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, internally exclaiming, heavens, even a pet surpasses me in strength. What is this madness? She was utterly convinced. Upon returning to the villa, Nick Fury from Isilda was immediately informed. During this period, S.H.LD had dispatched agents to stealthily infiltrate Raleigh's villa in search of intelligence. However, they were swiftly thwarted by a fox's claws. What the devil? Each agent was a highly trained expert painstakingly cultivated by S.H.LD. Yet they were utterly powerless against a mere fox. Who on earth was this individual? How could even their pet possess such strength? Composing himself, Nick Fury summoned Natasha once more, stating, Raleigh has returned. Remember your mission. Give it your all. Natasha flashed a confident smile, replying, fear not, this time I shall succeed. This time, she had a trump card. Natasha placed a hand on her belly. Half an hour later, Natasha arrived outside the villa, first applying a beautiful layer of makeup before cultivating her emotions. Ringing the doorbell, she was soon face-to-face with Raleigh. Witness my acting prowess, the moment Natasha saw Raleigh. She burst into tears, lamenting, you irresponsible man, heartless scoundrel. Tears streamed down her face, earnest and moving, evoking sympathy in her heart. Natasha commended herself. I, Natasha, the Oscar-winning actress, am truly remarkable. Surely, any man would be swayed by such tears. Right? To her surprise, Raleigh remained unfazed, displaying a look of disdain. Didn't I already give you money? Are you dissatisfied with the amount? Natasha gritted her teeth, declaring, I don't want money. The following portion has been omitted due to lack of cohesion. Seeing this tactic fail, Natasha resorted to another. Clutching her belly, she feigned pregnancy, weeping profusely. "Oh, my poor little baby, yet to be born, and your father has abandoned you. How cruel he is!" It was heart-wrenching, deeply touching to Natasha, the Oscar-winning actress, and truly remarkable. Even if you were a scoundrel, surely you would soften at the sight of a nascent life? Raleigh was taken aback. "What? Pregnant?" Fuming, Raleigh probed Natasha's body. His formidable strength allowed him to perceive her entire condition with a single sweep of energy. Indeed, Natasha was pregnant, with an embryo developing within her. However, it was not his seed. Rather, it was that of an ordinary human. His own seed was scion, entirely distinct from that of a regular human. Moreover, this ovum did not belong to Natasha either. This implied artificial insemination, and it was someone else's. Natasha, the Black Widow, was ruthless indeed. For the sake of a morsel of information, she did not even spare her own reproductive capabilities. Impressive. Raleigh could only give the Black Widow a double thumbs up. The birth of Iron Man. Raleigh sneered. Pregnant? Humph. Do you think you could deceive me? If you don't leave, I shall resort to force. Natasha, incensed, retorted, "I will not leave. This is your child, and I do not believe you can be so heartless." Raleigh commanded, "Wan, throw her out." No matter how formidable Natasha was, she was merely an ordinary person, and how could she possibly compare to the skilled Wan? In a matter of moments, Wan subdued her effortlessly. Natasha was unceremoniously tossed out of the villa. Wan, curious, asked, "Master, what if this woman truly is pregnant?" Raleigh snickered. "Naturally, she is pregnant." Wan looked at Raleigh in shock. "Master, you—" Raleigh interrupted, "Do not overthink it. The pregnancy is not of my seed, but of another est. The mother is not her, but someone else." Wan was left bewildered. What did that mean? Raleigh's words had left her in a state of confusion, after being ejected from the villa. Natasha seethed with frustration, touching her belly. Her plan had faltered, and despite her sacrifices, she had failed to ensnare Raleigh, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Should I terminate this pregnancy? Natasha pondered, her hand resting on her belly. She found herself in a quandary, either to terminate it now and sever ties with Raleigh, or to bring the child to term and become entangled with him. Natasha was deeply conflicted. Just then, her phone chimed with a text message that, "I want the child. Bring it to term, and I will take care of it." Raleigh, upon reading this, Natasha burst into triumphant laughter. "Huh, even the cunning Raleigh must now bow to me." Natasha, meanwhile, Raleigh, after sending the message, revealed a sly smile. "Natasha, once you give birth, I shall abandon both wife and child, driving you to madness." The mere thought of Natasha, after laboring to bear a child, coming to him for entanglement, only to have him expose her schemes, made Raleigh chuckle heartily. Although he possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly destroying the universe, the intrigues of ordinary people were still quite fascinating. Raleigh felt a newfound clarity in his spirit and a greater mastery over his physical strength. Ever since arriving in the Marvel Universe, it seemed his abilities had surged even more rapidly. What could this mean? Had he fought too much before? And now, in this tranquility, was he undergoing a profound transformation? This resonated with the power of the mind that the angel Vis had spoken of. Time swiftly passed, and another month had gone by. Raleigh seemed to have forgotten something he had yet to attend to. But he paid it no mind. In the Middle East, terrorist-based at long last, after a month of relentless toil, Stark had finally forged the first generation of the Mark suit. The next step was to assemble and don it. Once suited up, he could break free from this rebel stronghold. Stark had been cooped up here far too long. He yearned to escape. However, this crisis had precipitated a transformation within him that he was no longer the frivolous playboy. Possessing little beyond intellect, now, Tony Stark had risen from the ashes that moment. The terrorists finally sensed something amiss with Tony Stark. They had demanded that he construct Jericho missiles, yet he had been hammering away at metal. Infuriated, the terrorist leader stormed towards Stark's cave, accompanied by a throng of unruly henchmen. Ethan had been keeping watch for Stark, peering through the cracks to see the terrorists approaching with menacing intent. His expression turned ashen. "Stark, hurry! They seem to have discovered us. Damn it, I'm almost done." Stark struggled to fit into the armor. The first generation of the Mark suit, due to its rudimentary design, was cumbersome and heavy. Bang! The door was violently smashed open by the terrorist leader. Peering into the cave, it was engulfed in darkness. Nothing was visible. The leader bellowed, "Tony Stark, come out, or you're finished," in a corner buried beneath discarded debris. Stark held his breath, inwardly cursing his luck. "This is bad. I've only suited up halfway, and the Mark's suit isn't ready yet." He hastily called for assistance. "Raleigh, big guy, come save me. I'm going to die." Raleigh replied, "Where's your Mark suit?" Tony Stark lamented, "There's no time to finish it." Ban spoke up, "Tony Stark, fear not. I've left a contingency plan on you. Just shout, 'Ban is amazing,' and the backup will come to your aid." Tony Stark, now in a panic, shouted, "Ban is amazing." The terrorists, hearing the commotion, looked utterly bewildered. "Ban is amazing. What does that even mean?" However, they located Stark's position by the sound and slowly approached him, guns in hand. At that moment, Tony Stark finally beheld the aftermath of Madara's machinations. A pale, terrifying ghost seemed to flow from his very being, morphing into a humanoid form. White Zetsu, a unique entity of the ninja world, which Madara had previously implanted within Tony Stark. Sowing the spores of White Zetsu in his body to both stabilize Stark's injuries and serve as a contingency plan to rescue him in dire moments. What on earth is this? Stark was taken aback to discover such a dreadful entity within him. Meanwhile, Ethan stood dumbfounded, staring at the emerging creature with a look of shock. As a weapon of war, White Zetsu was relentless in its slaughter. Upon taking human form, its arms transformed into sharp blades, swiftly darting into the darkness to confront the terrorists. The sheer terror it instilled sent those militants into a panic. What is this creature? "Oh my God, a demon!" The sound of gunfire erupted as the terrorists, gripped by fear, unleashed a barrage of bullets. Yet White Zetsu moved with astonishing speed, like a phantom. One by one, the terrorists fell, their throats slashed, blood gushing forth, leading to their demise. The terrorist leader, though formidable, was no match for White Zetsu and was swiftly dispatched. Within moments, the cave was cleared, all within less than 10 seconds. Tony Stark exclaimed, "Madara is incredible." Ethan was equally astonished. Seizing the opportunity, Stark hurriedly donned his Mark I armor. "Activate!" The energy core on his chest illuminated. The Mark I, the first generation, was ready for battle. Iron Man was officially born as Tony Stark activated the Mark I. The chaos around him stirred. Announcement from the Battle Royale. Congratulations to Tony Stark on his successful level up to LV1. Announcement from the Battle Royale. Tony Stark has acquired the new title of Iron Man. After a morning of silence, the Battle Royale erupted into excitement, with everyone eagerly emerging. Stark proclaimed, "Haha, I have finally leveled up. I now understand the words of the great. I have found my own path." "Congratulations, Brother Tony, on your upgrade," said Dominator, "that you've caught up to me. It seems I must put in more effort," added Yubu. "Iron Man, is this title a result of your blacksmithing?" inquired Loki. "What the hell is blacksmithing?" retorted Shirji Xian. Now thoroughly immersed in the Battle Royale, Shirji Xian was eager to explore a world far broader than the confines of the Tang dynasty, having reached the pinnacle there, with a mindset of learning and humility. He conversed well with the other members of the Battle Royale, inevitably picking up some of their banter. Stark remarked, "I don't know why, but I feel like this title of Iron Man was destined for me. I adore it. From now on, I shall be known as Iron Man." At that moment, Raleigh floated above the terrorist base, suspended in the void, cradling the Nine Tails, occasionally giving it a gentle stroke. The Nine Tails wore an expression of eagerness. Having fallen in love with this world, where there were games to play and food to eat, it was a million times better than the troublesome ninja world. Thus, it had abandoned its pride, striving to please Raleigh to avoid being sent back to the ninja realm. Raleigh observed the Battle Royale, while keeping an eye below. Stark remained engrossed in the chaos, seemingly oblivious to the danger of being buried alive if the terrorists detonated the cave. Raleigh thought, "Tony Stark, stop dawdling in the Battle Royale and get out now, or you'll be swimming back to New York on your own." Startled, Stark shouted, "No, wait for me, Great One. I will come out immediately." Moments later, a thunderous explosion rocked the base, and Tony Stark emerged from the Mark I, bullets flying around him, debris scattering. The defenses of the Mark I proved remarkably strong. It sustained no damage from the barrage of bullets. Stark's counterattacks were swift and deadly, as one terrorist after another met their end. With Stark's assault, chaos reigned among the terrorists. Some fled, others charged, while many hesitated, culminating in utter disarray. After more than 20 minutes, the terrorist base finally fell silent. Having eliminated the fleeing militants, the remaining were left to Stark's wrath. Observing the energy levels in his chest reactor dwindling, Stark felt a wave of relief wash over him. Raleigh descended from the air, landing beside him. Great One. Upon seeing Raleigh, Stark sighed with relief, grateful to have survived. Raleigh placed a hand on Stark's shoulder. Let us return. Stark quickly interjected, Wait, Great One, there is still one person. Raleigh raised an eyebrow. Stark stripped off the nearly destroyed Mark I and re-entered the cave, soon emerging with another individual. Great One, this is Ethan. He has been helping me complete the mark. Please assist me in bringing him back to New York. Stark joked. Having previously met Raleigh, Ethan understood the depths of his character and did not dare to be dismissive, promptly bowing to him. Raleigh waved his hand, unconcerned, let's go. In the blink of an eye, Raleigh transported Tony Stark and Ethan back to the rooftop of Stark Tower to AS for the rest. You can handle it yourself. I must take my leave, Raleigh said, waving. Thank you, Great One. Next time, I will throw a party and invite you. Stark beamed with a cheeky grin. Am I the sort of person to attend such festivities? Raleigh replied with a sardonic expression. Raleigh vanished from the rooftop, and Stark's expression turned serious. Now, I must uncover who the traitor among us is. Being an astute individual, he understood that whether from his ambush or the recent explosion of Stark Industries' missile, it indicated a mole within the company. Unfortunately, the terrorist leader had met his end at the hands of White Zetsu. Leaving Stark without a suspect to interrogate, he descended from the rooftop to his office. The AI, J.A.R.V.I.S., immediately acknowledged his return. Welcome back, sir. The voice quivered slightly, reflecting a semblance of human excitement, showcasing JRVIS's advanced intelligence. J.A.R.V.I.S. It's been a while, Stark smiled. Sir, it appears you are in poor condition. You should take a shower and rest. Also, summon Pepper. Do not let anyone know, and arrange for Ethan to have a position here at Stark Industries. Stark instructed. Certainly. Sir. 10 minutes later, Pepper Potts hurried in, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Stark. What's wrong? Your eyes are red. Were you worried about me? Stark teased. With reddened eyes, Pepper replied, I just didn't want to change jobs. Now that I'm back, you can rest easy. The two embraced, while Ethan felt like an unwitting bystander to their affection. When Batman, you boo, donned the Iron Man suit, he exclaimed, Tony, you've returned. Obadiah Stane, surprised to see Stark standing before him, shouted in astonishment, his eyes filled with uncertainty, but quickly masking it with feigned excitement. Wonderful. You're back. Stark Industries stocks are saved. Stark replied with a wry smile, if it weren't for the Great One. I might not have made it. He held no suspicion towards Obadiah, considering him an elder from his father's era, a figure of great respect, who had always taken care of Stark. Obadiah's mind raced. The Great One, could it be that Raleigh whom Tony frequently visits? Naturally, he was well acquainted with Raleigh, having thoroughly investigated anyone close to Tony Stark. Was it that Mr. Raleigh who saved you? Obadiah inquired warmly. If that is the case, then it is only proper to express my heartfelt gratitude to him, that I shall make a visit when time permits, to convey my thanks in person. Tony hesitated. I fear he prefers solitude. Obadiah shook his head. It is imperative that you go. You are the cornerstone of Stark Industries. He saved you, and I must extend my gratitude in person. Seeing Obadiah's fervor, Tony Stark found it difficult to refuse, feeling a slight warmth in his heart. However, he remained oblivious to the shadow of malice and murderous intent that flickered in Obadiah's eyes, as his mind concocted various plans to eliminate Raleigh. Fortunately, he possessed numerous trump cards. Meanwhile, received news of Stark's return, leaving them utterly bewildered. How had Stark returned? By plane. Why had Svelder received no information? Nick Fury was mired in conspiracy theories, suspecting a hidden mastermind at play. Tony Stark's reputation in America was indisputable. On the very next day after his return, reporters flocked to Stark Tower, eager to interview him. Soon, Tony Stark convened a press conference, where under the gaze of hundreds of journalists, he announced a momentous decision. This recent peril in the Middle East has prompted much reflection. Was my past conduct truly justifiable? I hereby declare that Stark Industries will be shutting down its weapons research division. Stark proclaimed decisively. In an instant, the press conference fell into stunned silence before erupting into chaos. What kind of enterprise is Stark Industries? A military contractor. This meant that the weapons division was the very heart of Stark Industries. Yet now, Tony Stark had declared his intention to disband it. Could Stark Industries still be considered a military giant? One could argue that it would be rendered virtually defunct. Had Stark lost his mind? Was he truly intent on dooming Stark Industries? Without the weapons division, could Stark Industries even retain its identity? This was indeed monumental news. Obadiah's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried onto the stage. Stark lamented, "This incident has made me acutely aware of the grave errors of my past. Therefore, I am resolute in my decision. Within a week, the weapons division will be entirely eradicated from Stark Industries." Just then, Obadiah seized the microphone, interjecting, "Let us not dwell too heavily on that statement. The purpose of this press conference is to announce that Tony has returned." However, the reporters were wholly disinterested in him. Obadiah? Who was that? They only recognized Tony Stark. True to his seasoned nature, despite the tumult of anger and venom brewing within, Obadiah maintained a facade of geniality as he addressed the journalists. "As you can see, Tony is in good health. Merely caught off guard in a moment of reflection that I am confident he will soon contribute his extraordinary intellect to Stark Industries once again." Regrettably, the reporters paid him no heed. Their focus remained steadfastly on the departing Tony Stark, and soon the press conference venue was left desolate. Obadiah surveyed the empty hall, his heart equally hollow. Was his lifetime of toil for Stark Industries to be obliterated by that detestable Tony Stark? No, he would not allow it. Tony Stark must perish, and that Rolly, too, must meet his end. However, Tony still held value for him, so he cannot die yet. Then it was imperative to eliminate that meddlesome Rolly. Obadiah's countenance darkened, his intent deadly. Upon returning to his residence, he activated an unused phone and made a call. "Achoo!" Rolly sneezed, petting his cat. Lately, he had been plagued by the sensation of unfinished business, yet the specifics eluded him. Leaving him quite irked, Wanwan was diligently absorbing various modern knowledge, her learning pace remarkably swift, truly befitting the saintess of the Kuei sect, her mind exceptionally agile, except when it came to mathematics and physics. At this moment, she was grappling with a junior high math textbook, her brow furrowed in concentration, clearly stumped and adorably so. "Wanwan, please cut me a watermelon." "Certainly, master." Wanwan tossed the math book aside with a cheer, darting into the kitchen to procure a watermelon, returning promptly to Rolly's side. "Master, please enjoy." The watermelon, artfully sliced by Wanwan, was presented like a work of art. Rolly savored a chilled piece, relishing the sensation from his mouth to his stomach. As he glanced at the lively banter unfolding, he joined in. "Tony, I've shut down my company's weapons division. Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself to developing my marked suit, Batman. I am curious, how will you resolve the energy issue?" "Tony, I have created a miniature arc reactor using 1.2 grams of palladium, capable of outputting 3 billion joules of energy per second." "Batman, impressive. Could you provide me with the technical specifications?" "With this, I could upgrade my bat suit." Batman understood his limitations. Without his superior intellect to devise extensive plans, he would have long since been reduced to nothing that if equipped with the arc reactor, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. "Tony, the technology is not for sale. However, I can customize armor for you. Y-Mark suit is exceptionally powerful. Batman." "Thank you." Clinging onto the Genius S leg for support, Rolly's mouth twitched at the thought of Batman abandoning the Batmobile and Batsuit in favor of the Iron Man suit. Wasn't he that just another Iron Man? The very title of Batman could soon become obsolete. A brief exchange ensued. "Excuse me, could I also receive a suit?" "Tony, of course." Rolly's expression darkened. "What do you intend to do with the Mark suit? Do you wish to become Iron Man and challenge the Shaolin and Wudong sects? This is not the right direction." Meanwhile, under the cover of night, 3 large black cars glided toward Rolly's villa. Within those vehicles sat a dozen burly men, each with a stern visage, akin to merciless soldiers returning from the battlefield. This was a faction of the Ten Rings terrorist organization, the very group collaborating with Obadiah. Their leader, a formidable figure known as Mandarin, had issued the order to eliminate Rowley, the one responsible for saving Tony Stark that Obadiah's cold voice echoed through the phone. Your target is a man named Rowley. He is the root cause of Tony Stark's salvation, and therefore he must be killed. The Ten Rings leader smirked confidently, the scar on his face rendering his smile particularly sinister. Rest assured, you are aware of the prowess of the Ten Rings. We will not disappoint you. As one of Mandarin's most crucial strike teams, they had undergone enhancements, each member possessing formidable combat skills and extensive experience that, in their eyes, the so-called Delta Force was nothing more than an easy target. I await your good news that Obadiah's satisfied smile illuminated his face as he leisurely swirled his glass of red wine. With Tony Stark freshly returned from the Middle East, the military and government, alongside myriad other eyes, were fixated on him, rendering Obadiah's actions precarious. However, Rowley was but a mere shadow. His death would attract no attention. Tonight shall mark your demise. In the stillness of the night, a raucous laughter echoed. The black vehicles came to a halt outside Rowley's villa, their presence eerily quiet, disturbing no one. The doors opened, and a cadre of strong soldiers emerged, moving silently and without a sound. There were no surveillance cameras, no alarms. After a technician fiddled with a computer, he reported back to the Ten Rings leader. How careless! The Ten Rings leader sneered, gesturing lightly. One of his men swiftly employed a technique to unlock the villa's door. Yes, too easy. Let us eliminate him in his slumber. Suddenly, the leader pondered whether bringing so many men was excessive. What a waste. However, a situation unfolded. 300 meters away, a standard residential building housed the agents who had been monitoring Rowley's villa for 22 hours. At that moment, they spotted the Ten Rings operatives. Several agents jolted into action, some tuning computers, others peering through binoculars, while others made urgent phone calls. Who are those people? It is difficult to discern, as they are all masked. These individuals do not appear to be soldiers. Rather, they resemble well-trained gangsters. Are they intent on assassinating Rowley? Should I notify the others? Let us refrain from alerting them for now. I shall first report the situation and then seek guidance on the next course of action. Ring at the headquarters of S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury received intelligence indicating that someone was plotting to kill Rowley, prompting him to swiftly issue directives. Do not alert anyone, continue monitoring, and record everything meticulously. After giving his orders, Nick Fury displayed a cunning smile. He had long sought an opportunity to test Rowley, and now it had presented itself without requiring his direct involvement. Let me see what cards you hold. In the villa, Rowley opened his eyes, revealing a smirk that suggested amusement. This is quite entertaining. It has finally added some excitement to my otherwise mundane days. Meanwhile, in another room, WN had also awakened. As a martial arts master, she was particularly sensitive to her surroundings, and the palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from these intruders was enough to rouse her from slumber. WN, barefoot, stepped off the bed and draped herself in a sheer veil, silently slipping out of the bedroom under the cover of darkness. Meanwhile, downstairs in the grand hall, a large television screen flickered with the exhilarating battles of a League of Legends match. Death is like the wind, is always at my side. The new gaming addict, Duel, was skillfully maneuvering the character of Uchiha Madara's nine-tailed beast, Soren, as he relentlessly claimed the lives of his enemies. Yi is magnificent. Yi 222. Gyogu, I want to bear your children. Let us be together. Gyogu, the god of Soren. Amidst the cacophony of cheers from his chaotic teammates, the slightly plump Duel fingers danced across the keyboard. With Soren dispatching foes with unmatched prowess, the final tower teetered on the brink of collapse. Victory was tantalizingly close. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Don't move." A figure clad in black tactical gear sprang forth. A shadowy gun barrel aimed directly at Duel. Stunned, Duel stared at the Ten Commandments gang soldier, who, equally bewildered, gaped back at him. Duel? Ten Commandments soldier. Both were utterly perplexed, Duel thought. Who is this guy? The Ten Commandments soldier exclaimed, "What the hell is this thing?" After several moments of stunned silence, a notification popped up in the game. I am King Arthur, and I have slain Uchihora's nine-tailed beast. Giolama was taken aback that I was killed. I was killed. I was killed. A surge of rage erupted from within him, a fury born from being interrupted during his gaming. The Nine Tails unleashed its wrath, and the Ten Commandments squad was obliterated. The Ten Commandments soldier, Oguna, was bewildered. He was the first to enter the villa, only to find someone hiding behind a tall sofa, engrossed in League of Legends. This was a golden opportunity, Oguna thought to himself. All I need to do is sneak around and shoot that gamer, and I'll score a kill. How easy. With a rush of excitement, Oguna stealthily maneuvered to the side. He had circled around. He saw it. Wait, what the hell is that? Oguna nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. He was staring at a fox holding a keyboard, playing League of Legends. By the Almighty. What manner of creature is this? Then, he witnessed the fox bristle in fury, letting out a low, menacing growl directed at him. An icy shiver ran down his spine as he sensed the impending danger. In an instant, the fox lunged into him, and crack, his ribs shattered. How could this be? My body, enhanced by the great master man, is several times stronger than an ordinary person's. Oguna's body was propelled like a projectile against the villa's load-bearing wall with a resounding crash. The villa trembled as Oguna's bones cracked ominously, his body threatening to explode, blood gushing from every pore. His eyes remained wide open, a testament to his silent lament. This is so unfair. How could a mere fox be this formidable? The Ten Commandments leader, unaware of the unfolding chaos, sensed the tremors and understood that stealthy assassination was no longer an option. If that is the case, then let it be a direct assault. Kill them all, he bellowed, gesturing for the soldiers to swarm in. Then, a flash of crimson lights surged through the space, accompanied by furious roars and the stench of blood, as well as an overwhelming pressure that pierced the air. These soldiers were elite, seasoned in battle, and enhanced by Masterman's prowess, making them far more attuned to danger than the average individual. However, even the keenest sense of danger paled in comparison to the swiftness of death. The red figure moved like lightning, its claws extending to several inches in length, and with each swipe, Ten Commandments soldiers were torn to shreds. 1, 2, 3. It was utterly ruthless. Avoid it. Avoid it. My God, what is that thing? Then, they were horrified to discover that their bullets had no effect on the crimson creature. It was impervious to harm, in mere moments. The bodies of 6 or 7 Ten Commandments soldiers lay scattered across the ground. A monster! A monster! By the Almighty! The surviving soldiers, paralyzed with fear, retreated outside the villa, finally catching sight of the creature, standing at 1 meter tall, a fox with 7, 8, or 9 tails, a demon. Several Ten Commandments soldiers screamed in terror. Meanwhile, in the distance, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents monitoring the scene swallowed hard. I asked that the one that assaulted me last time. Indeed, it is. The scratch marks on my face are its doing. What has happened to its body? It seems to be many times larger than what I have seen before. What manner of beast is this? The agents hurriedly documented everything from afar. Back in the villa, Giolama enlarged parts of his body. A torrent of red chakra swirling around him. Boiling with power, he bared his teeth, filled with immense rage towards those who had disrupted his gaming and caused his demise. Disturbing my game is unforgivable. Kill! The Ten Commandments leader shouted, leading his men to open fire on Giolama. Unfortunately, the very existence of Giolama was beyond their comprehension. The bullets disintegrated before they could even draw near him. With a swift motion, his tails elongated, piercing through the bodies of the Ten Commandments soldiers from behind. All kill. All dead. What worthless enhancements. Merely trash. Raleigh surveyed the chaotic scene within the villa, shaking his head with a sigh. It seems I must take my leave for a while. He dialed Stark's number, requesting him to handle the aftermath and tidy up the villa. Where should I stay next? After some contemplation, Raleigh recalled that Stark's seaside cliff villa in Los Angeles would be quite suitable. Yes, that shall be my temporary residence. In no time, Raleigh, accompanied by WN and Giolama, whooshed away, instantly transporting to Stark's coastal villa, where Stark was currently occupied with research on the Mark II. Welcome, Mr. Raleigh, Jarvis's voice echoed, having long awaited this moment. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Hello, Jarvis, Raleigh harbored a certain fondness for this artificial intelligence butler. Just then, Tony Stark strode in with a mix of surprise and delight, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guest. I've arranged accommodations for you. You may reside here peacefully for the time being, Wanan, and there's no need for Julama to stand on ceremony." Pepper, Tony's assistant, regarded Raleigh with curiosity, particularly intrigued by Julama, whose fierce yet adorable demeanor made him appear quite charming. She had long been aware that Tony had befriended someone formidable, and the humility he exhibited was enough to pique her interest. Today, she finally witnessed the individual behind the reputation. Raleigh addressed Tony. "Please investigate the whereabouts of the leader of the Ten Rings. Masterman, while I disdain dealing with lesser foes, he is someone I am particularly keen to teach a lesson." Tony replied, "So, the Ten Rings are the ones making a move tonight? I've uncovered information about a kidnapping in the Middle East, and it was indeed orchestrated by them." Raleigh cautioned, "You must exercise caution." He was well aware of Obadiah's collusion with the Ten Rings, yet Obadiah was the first adversary in Tony Stark's journey as Iron Man. Without him, the iconic declaration, "I am Iron Man," would not have materialized. Thus, Raleigh decided to leave Obadiah to Tony Stark. However, Raleigh's fury would not be easily quelled, and he intended to confront the leader of the Ten Rings directly. Masterman was no mere puppet from Iron Man 3, but a genuinely formidable supervillain. A powerful foe that he was a character from Marvel Comics, Iron Man's greatest enemy, claiming to be a descendant of Genghis Khan. His abilities primarily stem from the Ten Rings adorning his fingers, which granted him various powers, including gravitational manipulation, matter reconfiguration, and dark force fields that, in short, he was quite formidable. The Mark III was finally complete, and Raleigh's villa had become the site of chaos. Nick Fury, also known as the Egghead, surveyed the villa, now a wreck littered with corpses and dried blood. The New York Police Department's duties were swiftly assumed by was this devastation wrought by Raleigh's pet fox. Nick Fury was astonished, while he knew Raleigh was no ordinary individual. The prowess of his pet seemed rather far-fetched. Report to the director. We've confirmed these individuals belong to the Ten Rings. The Ten Rings? Masterman's organization? Indeed, all bear the tattoo of the Ten Rings on their arms. And we've determined they are not mere soldiers, but enhanced special operatives. The agent examining the scene was evidently seasoned, quickly sensing that something was amiss. Nick Fury pondered why Masterman and the Ten Rings would target Raleigh, connecting the dots to Tony Stark's sudden return to the country, which likely had ties to Raleigh. It seemed necessary to dispatch someone else to probe Raleigh's intentions, as Natasha's usual tactics were evidently insufficient. Meanwhile, in another city, Natasha sneezed, pale and trembling as she exited the hospital's miscarriage ward. It dawned on her that the child had no connection to Raleigh. Should she give birth, a paternity test would only lead to complications, and she would be left with an unanticipated burden. Having come to this realization, Natasha promptly returned to the hospital to terminate the embryo that had only been developing for slightly over a month. Reflecting on the past month, she felt a mix of frustration and amusement. In the underground workshop of Stark Tower, Raleigh observed Tony Stark as he diligently worked on the Mark II, armed with the knowledge gained from their previous endeavors in the cave. Tony had amassed a plethora of ideas to enhance the Mark II with sufficient equipment and materials at his disposal. He confidently proclaimed that the Mark II's combat capabilities would surpass those of the Mark I by tenfold. At last, it's complete. Now it's time for the test flight, Tony exclaimed excitedly to J.A.R.Davi.I.S. Initiate. Yes, sir. Standing at the center, Tony felt the immense mechanical arms detach and begin assembling the suit around him. It enveloped him, starting from his feet and ascending to his torso before culminating in the helmet. The silver armor coming together under Gavessa's command, exuding an aesthetic reminiscent of science fiction. Following this, they proceeded to fine-tune the flight data and collect information for testing, commencing at a power level of 2. Sir, we must proceed cautiously. J.A.R.Davi.I.S. advised that you're being overly cautious. J.A.R.Davi.I.S. Count down with me. 3, 2, 1, begin. As Tony's countdown concluded, the palm repulsors ignited, unleashing a plume of plasma flames, accompanied by a resounding crash as he collided with the wall. Ouch! The testing power had to be reduced to 2.0.3. 2, 1, commence. This time, the Mark II ascended slowly, and Tony stabilized his flight. However, his impatience soon led him to increase the power. With a thunderous roar, the Mark II shattered glass as it soared outside. Embarking on a liberating flight. Woo! Tony cheered, reveling in the exhilaration. Raleigh chuckled softly, recalling the joy he felt when he first mastered aerial maneuvers, soaring for an entire day around the barren star, delighting in the experience. At that moment, Tony's adventurous spirit resurfaced, propelling him to altitudes exceeding 20,000 feet as he sought to test the Mark II's limits. Warning! Warning! Altitude at 28,200 feet, speed at 2.33 Mach. Initial signs of icing detected on the exterior, which may damage the suit. Please descend immediately. Yet, Tony continued to ascend. Ultimately, he lost control as the Mark II sustained damage and plummeted from the sky. Help! Esteemed guest, save me! Tony shrieked in terror. Raleigh had no intention of rescuing him. You can manage this. You must believe in yourself. In the end, Tony regained control of the Mark II, returning in a wobbly descent. You scared me. I thought I was a goner, Tony exclaimed, still shaken, casting a resentful glance at Raleigh. But that was exhilarating, wasn't it? Raleigh replied with a smile. Indeed, it was quite enjoyable. Tony's adventurous spirit remained etched in his very being. In the following days, Tony continued to refine the Mark II, subsequently rebranding it as the Mark III, solving the icing issue while enhancing various propulsion components. Additionally, Tony showcased his flair for design, painting the silver Mark III with alternating gold and red hues, rendering it even more striking. After another flawless test flight, he declared, esteemed guest, let us celebrate with a drink. Just then, J.V.I.S. voice broke the celebratory mood. Mr. Raleigh, we have located Masterman's whereabouts. Where? In North Siberia. Send me the coordinates. Raleigh smirked at last. I have found you. In North Siberia? The biting wind howled as Masterman suddenly sensed a profound malice that sent chills down his spine. What is this? Look, the esteemed guest is about to make a grand entrance, Tony Stark exclaimed. Shifting his focus from the dazzling Mark III, Masterman and the Ten Rings, through Voss's investigation, had been confirmed as the organization responsible for his near demise. Upon hearing Masterman's name, a surge of vengeance ignited within Tony. Esteemed guest, are you planning to confront Masterman? Take me with you. Tony's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he looked at Raleigh. Very well. Raleigh did not refuse. At that moment, Tony Stark, equipped with a Mark III, possessed a sufficient level of self-defense. Although Masterman was formidable, he was nonetheless capable of withstanding Masterman's assaults. Raleigh had scant knowledge of Masterman's background, having only seen the films and not the comics. In the movie Iron Man 3, Masterman was merely a comical actor, likely a puppet and not the true Masterman. Thus, Raleigh was unaware of his abilities, only cognizant that his power stemmed from the 10 rings adorning his hands. As for the specific names and effects of each ring, Raleigh could only recall 2 or 3 mentioned during discussions among movie enthusiasts, which he had not bothered to memorize. Nevertheless, regardless of the opponent's capabilities, and despite Masterman being stronger than most Earth bosses, to Raleigh, who could annihilate the universe with a mere snap, he was inconsequential. Conversely, Masterman represented a prime boss in an online game. Defeating him would yield 10 artifacts, the 10 rings. Surely, the participants in the Grand Melee would be quite interested in these rings, as a figure of authority. Raleigh felt compelled to provide some benefits for his loyal underlings who incessantly chanted 222. Off they went. Raleigh randomly sensed the Siberian region and, lifting the Mark III-clad Tony, vanished from the villa. In the next moment, they found themselves amidst a frozen expanse. North Siberia, a land perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, characterized by its harsh environment and sparse human presence, with even wildlife being rare. This was Jarvis's first experience of Raleigh's instantaneous teleportation, nearly causing a system crash as the computational load exceeded its knowledge base. Jarvis, where was Masterman's last known location? Raleigh inquired. Having never encountered Masterman, he was oblivious to his era, thus unable to pinpoint his exact location, relying solely on Jarvis's intelligence. Snowflakes cascaded down, and Raleigh felt chill. When not unleashing his combat prowess, he could feel cold, heat, and pain. However, when he did unleash his fighting spirit, even bathing in the sun was trivial. The reason was that Rolly's mastery over his aura had become profoundly advanced, tightly constraining the power capable of obliterating the universe within. This was akin to Kakarot and Vegeta. Masterman's last known coordinates were XXX, and soon a projection materialized before Rolly, displaying a map of North Siberia along with the positions of Rolly and Masterman. Rolly closed his eyes, searching for that location. In no time, he detected a potent aura, stronger than that of an average individual. It must be him. Whoosh! Rolly and Tony vanished from their location, reappearing above a snow-capped mountain. This mountain stood over 1,000 meters high, a glacial expanse with ravines and rolling summits. Its base cloaked in a forest of snow-covered firs, extending halfway up the slopes. Is he really here? This mountain is so vast. How will we find him? Tony Stark lamented. Indeed, the mountain was immense, resembling a small mountain range. Stand back, Rolly commanded. Tony Stark, aware that Rolly was about to unleash a formidable technique, swiftly activated the Mark III and retreated. Further back, Tony soared a kilometer away. Further still, he flew 2 kilometers back. More distance, he flew 3 kilometers away. Rolly, exasperated, thought, "Can you not fly any farther? Forget it. Soon you shall face the consequences." Meanwhile, Tony Stark had activated the Grand Melee video. "Hey folks, wake up. The boss is about to showcase his skills. Don't blink." The chat erupted into excitement. "Loki, I'm just waiting for the boss to show off." "You boot Xiong. Though I'm a bit of a slacker, my skill in chanting 222 is top-notch. Xiongba, Shirji Xian, come forth. Shirji Xian, Xiongba, you rascal." Gritting teeth.jpg, Xiongba, smug.jpg. Just look at the chaos in the Grand Melee. However, most eyes were fixed on the Grand Melee livestream, where Rolly stood atop the mountain peak. Rolly was concentrating intensely, not exploding with power, but rather restraining it, that he feared that releasing too much energy might shatter the earth. And that would be awkward, as this world lacked the Dragon Balls for easy restoration. What a loss of face for the planet. Summoning a trickle of aura, he expelled it from his being. Boom! A tempestuous aura erupted around him, a cerulean flame swirling in a chaotic dance, summoning fierce winds that swept through the An invisible aura field expanded outward, descending upon the snow-capped mountain like a crushing weight. The entire peak trembled violently under the force of this disturbance. Rumble! The mountain began to fracture dramatically, enormous fissures stretching across its surface like shattered glass. The aura swirling around Rolly intensified, becoming wild and frenzied, lifting countless boulders into the air, encircling Rolly to form an enormous debris ring with a 5-kilometer diameter. Half the mountain was obliterated, transformed into the debris ring surrounding Rolly. In that moment, Rolly, positioned at the center, resembled a deity. Meanwhile, Tony, clad in the Mark III, was propelled several kilometers away by the residual shockwave of Rolly's aura. The suit's formidable defenses utterly ineffective against the overwhelming force, triggering frantic alarms. My lord. 222. Tony Stark finally recognized the grim reality and joined Yu Bucheong's side, wildly shouting 222. At that moment, within a cavern in the snow-capped mountain where Masterman was meditating on the 10 rings, he suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Where did the mountain go?" Masterman was heartbroken, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in despair, in his meditative state. Masterman, having believed himself invincible with the power of the 10 rings, was abruptly struck by an overwhelming force, forcing him to the ground. He was rendered immobile, unable to move. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A befuddled Masterman found himself in a state of utter confusion. Rolly spotted Masterman, and witnessing him pinned to the ground by his own power, Rolly felt a twinge of amusement. Controlling such overwhelming energy proved challenging, reinforcing his focus on mastering his strength. Such immense power can be troublesome, Rolly mused as he reined in his aura, returning to a state indistinguishable from an ordinary person. He descended beside Masterman, not glancing at him, but rather at the 10 rings adorning Masterman's hands. Each ring possessed extraordinary powers. Rolly reached out, lifting Masterman's hand. Masterman, bewildered, stared at Rolly. Who is this person? Is he trying to help me up? Then He noticed that the individual attempting to assist him had only lifted him halfway, leaving him kneeling, while reaching for the rings on his fingers. What is he doing? Masterman was momentarily dazed before realizing this person aimed to seize his rings. You dare to take my rings? Masterman seethed with rage. These 10 rings, known as the Rings of Power, were divine artifacts belonging to the Axon Kar Makluans, which Masterman had discovered and learned to wield on the planet Maklafor. These rings were the source of Masterman's power, treasured more than life itself. How could this person dare to covet them? I, Masterman, the protagonist, shall undoubtedly become the ultimate boss ruling the world. Fueled by fury, Masterman extended his right hand, and the ring on his ring finger erupted with a slicing beam aimed at Rolly's formidable physique, an energy beam capable of annihilating all matter and severing the bonds between molecules and elements. Should it strike Rolly's chest, he would surely perish. The cruel smile of Mandarin revealed a sinister intent. Little did he know that when the energy beam struck the formidable muscles of Rolly, it merely produced a wisp of faint blue smoke before dissipating entirely. Mandarin was left astonished, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Oh, how intriguing! What manner of ability is this?" came a curious voice. The so-called destructive energy beam could not harm Rolly, for the energy within him instinctively sensed the impending danger and emerged to negate any lethal damage. In the face of Rolly's vast cosmic energy, the alleged destructive beam was nothing more than a minuscule tadpole. "This beam is quite fascinating," Rolly remarked with an air of interest, which sounded to Mandarin like mockery. "How infuriating, since the laser beam proved ineffective. I shall resort to another power." With a flick of his left middle finger, there came a crackling sound followed by a thunderous boom as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Rolly's head. Yet, before it could make contact, it was thwarted by a transparent shield, a reflexive response from the energy protecting Rolly. The lightning rebounded in all directions, transforming the area within a kilometer into a hellscape of thunder. Rolly silently noted. Left middle finger, lightning ability, quite formidable, though I wonder how it compares to Thor's powers. Mandarin felt his sanity slipping away. Left index finger, fire explosion. Flames engulfed Rolly, but moments later, he emerged from the inferno, unscathed. Rolly noted with quiet contemplation. Left index finger, fire ability, vortex. A storm surged forth, wreaking havoc across a 2-kilometer radius, as if it were a natural disaster. Ice storm. The temperature plummeted within a kilometer, nearing absolute zero, causing even the fundamental particles to nearly cease their motion. White light, a force equivalent to 5 times Earth's gravity, crashed into the ground. Material reorganization. All surrounding objects began to rearrange at the atomic and molecular levels. A stone transformed into a beetle, and a deceased animal morphed into a boulder. Psychic illusion. Countless phantasms swirled around Rolly. Mandarin unleashed a frenzied assault, his fingers twitching like those afflicted with epilepsy, causing devastation across a 3-kilometer area, as if calamity had descended. Yet, not a single hair on Rolly was harmed, nor was his hairstyle disturbed. Mandarin's composure shattered. Feeling an overwhelming malice from the world, he thought, wasn't I supposed to be the protagonist? Weren't the 10 rings said to be invincible? How is it that this seemingly youthful individual stands unmoving, and I cannot breach his defenses? Who are you truly? In a fit of rage and despair, Mandarin glared at Rolly, gritting his teeth. Rolly rolled his eyes. "You don't know who I am? Wasn't it you who sent someone to assassinate me?" Mandarin nearly wept. "I did not. I've been in seclusion for months, not stepping outside at all till he realized that it had to be his subordinates who had provoked this harbinger of death. He felt utterly wronged. I was merely focusing on my cultivation, not bothering anyone. Why must my subordinates trouble me with such a formidable enemy? What do I do now?" The once mighty Mandarin, the protagonist, was now reduced to tears, lamenting his fate in utter despair. "Senior, everything is a misunderstanding," he implored, forcing a friendly smile that only appeared malevolent and sinister. For how could a villain's smile ever be deemed kind? Rolly found the situation amusing. With a swift motion, Rolly slapped Mandarin across the face. With a whimper, Mandarin's visage contorted, and he was sent spiraling away like a tornado, crashing into an iceberg. Luckily, his body had been fortified by the 10 rings, rendering him as resilient as the strongest foes. Otherwise, Rolly's blow could have been fatal. Lying on the ground, Mandarin despaired, sobbing like a 200-pound behemoth. So powerful! I cannot even muster a defense. That wretched Butala has summoned such a formidable foe. Rolly landed beside him. I will be taking your 10 rings at a snap of Rolly's fingers aimed at Mandarin's forehead. With a flick, a crater formed in the ground, spanning 800 meters AS for Mandarin. He shattered into thousands of pieces. Oh dear, it seems I exerted too much force again. Rolly shrugged, deftly summoning the 10 rings to his hand. Indeed, these rings proved their worth as artifacts, enduring the explosive energy without a scratch. Rolly's psychic power delved into the rings, quickly revealing their various functions. Left pinky, ice storm, possessing temperatures nearing absolute zero with gemstones carved in numerous sky blue, capsule-like cylinders. Right pinky, black body radiation, capable of creating a zone that absorbs all light, its gemstones arranged in a square of 4 blue-black dots. Left ring finger, psychic amplifier, enhancing the holder's mental energy, compelling individuals to heed their commands or perceive their thoughts as reality, adorned with a blue gemstone. Right ring finger, cutting beam, capable of emitting energy beams that sever the bonds between all matter, with a golden square gemstone. Left middle finger, lightning storm, able to summon lightning, featuring a green zigzag gemstone. Right middle finger, vortex, capable of generating high-velocity whirlwinds, with a blue circular gemstone. Left index finger, fire explosion, resembling the shape of a red gemstone akin to dry ice. Right index finger, energy beam, capable of projecting various forms of energy, shaped like a purple star. Left thumb, white light, force field, with gemstones resembling a pair of eyes. Right thumb, material reorganization, capable of rearranging the atoms and molecules of matter, transforming substances, with a small purple circular gemstone. Mandarin had indeed left his psychic imprint on these rings. That it was likely due to the lengthy time spent with them that he had inscribed his essence into each one, allowing him to sense their location within 100 miles and remotely control them. Whoever obtained these rings might unwittingly fall victim to Mandarin's vengeance. Rolly's psychic power surged, erasing Mandarin's imprint. The 10 rings were now officially unclaimed. That moment, Tony Stark arrived, somewhat unsteadily, as his much-anticipated Mark III had sustained considerable damage from the shockwave. "Boss, are we done?" Tony surveyed the apocalyptic scene, astonished, glancing at Rolly, who appeared utterly unscathed. He couldn't help but marvel. Incredible. The boss really is phenomenal. Once again, Tony Stark transformed into a fish out of water, shouting 222. It was a stark contrast to his former glory, where he had commanded legions of fans to cheer for him. Now, he found himself reduced to cheering for the boss, his enthusiasm appearing more practiced by the day. I cannot allow myself to fall from grace. I must reclaim my former glory. Tony motivated himself inwardly. These 10 rings are impressive. Take them for research that in a month, they could be introduced into the Grand Melee, available for anyone who wishes to use them. A token of goodwill for you all. Rolly tossed the 10 rings to Tony Stark, who fumbled to catch them. Jarvis, analyze these 10 rings, Tony instructed. Sir, I detect that each ring contains immense power, but specific assessments are necessary. Jarvis replied, let's conduct detailed tests upon our return. Sir, perhaps we could utilize the power of these rings to enhance the Mark's suit, Jarvis suggested. Tony's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. What are you waiting for? Let's get moving. Rolly clutched Stark's body, and in the next moment, they returned to the villa. Shortly after Rolly's departure, a third of Man's head suddenly emerged from a pile of rubble. Dark forces continuously streamed in from the void, and Man was gradually growing his mouth, nose, neck, and body. Before long, Man was resurrected. This moment, he transformed from a sinister old man into one with smoky makeup, a symbol of the corruption wrought by dark powers. Thank you, Lord Dormammu, for granting me rebirth, Man said respectfully. Remember, destroy the nodes of the magic, and prepare for my arrival. The malevolent voice of Dormammu echoed in Man's ears. Your will is the very meaning of my existence. Man replied, bowing like a dog. After a while, Dormammu vanished. Man rose, feeling a newfound power surging within him, laughing maniacally. With a tremor, a dark aura exploded forth. A radius of 10 kilometers was engulfed by his dark powers. Countless small lives trembled and feared this moment. Man was filled with pride that I have grown tenfold. I, man, the protagonist, am formidable. Just then, a golden ring of light appeared that a bald man stepped through the magical portal. Ancient One, Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One glanced at Man. You've made a pact with Dormammu. Man regarded Ancient One with disdain. Who are you? Ancient One, expressionless, pointed a finger, and 4 golden chains spread across Man's entire body. Binding him, Duong, Man, the protagonist, is down, man. His face was one of utter confusion. Chapter 46. New Brawl Members. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. The reason Ancient One had come here was due to Man's excessive bravado. Having gained dark powers, he still flaunted them instead of hiding lest he be discovered, causing a massive expansion of dark energy. How could he escape the gaze of the Ancient One? Thus, the Ancient One arrived, and in his moment of arrogance, Man was brought low. After all, what he considered formidable power was mere trash before the Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One didn't even need to interrogate him to know Man's past and future. Then, he noticed Roly for the first time. Habitually, Ancient One instinctively began to deduce Roly's past and future, only to be met with a haze that induced a profound sense of trepidation. He sensed that if he continued, he might not withstand the backlash and perish. That a storm of emotions surged within Ancient One. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even Dormammu could not instill such a feeling in him. Who was this person? After some contemplation, Ancient One decided it prudent to avoid contact for now and instead transport Dormammu back to Camartage for magical confinement. Man lamented, I have wept like a 300-pound man. I was merely cultivating in peace, with no grievances against anyone, aspiring to become a superhero who maintains world peace. Yet a man appeared, killed me, and stole my artifact, the 10 rings, after being resurrected by the great Dormammu. Another pervert showed up, and I had no chance to fight back before being captured. Doesn't my dignity matter? I am, after all, a significant figure. Feeling exhausted, he realized, wait, I still possess the 10 rings. In truth, Man had barely tapped into 1% of the 10 rings' potential. As long as he could summon them back, this bald man would meet his demise. I, Man, remained the protagonist. He hurriedly attempted to connect with the spiritual imprint he had left within the 10 rings. As long as they did not leave Earth, he would sense them and could summon and control them. Then, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Man found himself imprisoned within layers of magical traps, yet the 10 rings offered no response whatsoever. Man, tears streaming down his face, crying like a 200-pound and it seems I am not the protagonist. Roly, having obtained the 10 rings, finally remembered something he had yet to do: invite new Brawl members. He still had 4 invitation slots available. After inviting Shirji Xian last time, he had forgotten about the remaining slots. In no wonder, he felt something was amiss lately. Roly opened the Brawl invitation feature. Attention all members, assemble. Roly announced that we still have 4 invitation slots unutilized. Everyone prepare to warmly welcome the new members, ensuring they feel the warmth of family. If any are obstinate, let us refer to Shirji Xian. Shirji Xian, the son of Xiongba, the past is too painful to revisit. Had I been invited to the brawl from the start, I would not have dared to be so arrogant. A single misstep leads to eternal regret, becoming someone else's son and being displayed for 3 months. Xiongba, flexing muscles. I'm ready to welcome the newcomers with the utmost enthusiasm. Shirji Xian, efforts in training. Loki, I also wish to adopt a son. Roly activated the invitation function. Ding, you have activated the Brawl member invitation feature, consuming 1 invitation slot. Dimensional search successful. You have located Thor, the god of thunder. From A Million Wise, with a power level of LV38, would you like to extend an invitation? Roly paused. Thor? No way, that dog. He recalled Loki's brother, Thor. This could prove interesting. He wondered how Loki would react upon discovering that Thor was a dog. Surely he would rush to take a picture and mock Thor mercilessly. Roly chuckled and promptly clicked yes. Brawl announcement. The brawl management has invited Thor to join this brawl. All members quickly clicked on Thor's avatar. What the hell? LV38, higher than Banyi, an absolute powerhouse. Quick, flatter him. Tony, welcome, Great One, to this brawl. Flowers everywhere. Yubuta Wando, Great One. Here's a small token of appreciation, a humble gesture of respect. Xiongba, Great One. I am Xiao Ba Ba. If you need anything, just command, Ban. How could someone stronger than me appear? The atmosphere was jubilant. Yet the only one who did not extend a welcome was Loki. Loki, Thor. Is that you, my foolish brother? Loki was astonished. He had joined this brawl, only to find his elder brother had done the same. Silence enveloped the brawl as everyone processed this monumental revelation at that moment. The great Thor finally spoke. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods, 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 for the glory of the northern gods. All brawl members? Loki? Dumbfounded. Chapter 47. Great One, help. In the world of a million cold jokes, Thor the dog suddenly stood up, his paws clutching a hammer, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings. He is the beloved son of Odin, the king of the northern gods. He possesses immense power, mastering his hammer with unmatched prowess, soaring through the cosmos like thunder and lightning, instilling fear in his enemies. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, Thor, the god of thunder, suddenly saw an invitation to a grand brawl, and he was invited into the fray. Instinctively, he suspected it to be an illusion or a trick devised by enemies. Thus he vigilantly scanned the desolate cosmos around him, only to find nothing amiss. Just then, a message from the brawl's management infiltrated his consciousness, leading him to comprehend the nature of this grand brawl. The realms? Various dimensions? Goodness gracious! Thor felt his horizons expand. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof, woof, woof. He then glanced at the brawl and noted his own level. 3-8. Upon examining the list of other participants, he saw 2 at level 1 and the rest mostly at levels 2 and 3, with not a single level 2 among them. Wait, what? Level 10. Thor was taken aback. How could God like himself only be at level 8, and the brawl's management was at level 10? This was utterly shocking. At that moment, the members of the brawl caught sight of Thor's proclamation that I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof, woof, woof. They exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that this esteemed figure of levels 3 to 8 was, in fact, a dog? Were we mere mortals inferior to a canine? In the divine realm of Asgard, the celestial palace was bustling with activity as Thor's coronation ceremony was underway. The grand hall, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, was teeming with nearly all of Asgard's denizens, gathered to witness today's coronation ceremony and welcome their new king, Thor Odinson. Meanwhile, King Odin sat upon the throne, poised to pass the mantle of kingship to his most exceptional son. Thor, Loki stood beside Odin, observing the ceremony as if it were a spectacle. My foolish brother, today you ascend to kingship, and I, as your sibling, can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The time for the coronation ceremony arrived. Thor, the god of thunder, strode forth, brandishing his hammer, resembling a roaring lion, vociferously shouting and flaunting his prowess. Indeed, as the saying goes, to flaunt is like the wind, ever by my side. Thor was precisely the kind of individual, eager to bask in admiration and make the crowd cheer for him. The surrounding citizens held him in high regard, fervently applauding and celebrating their new king's coronation. The waves of cheers surged higher and higher. Loki remained expressionless. He too yearned to be king, yet it appeared that Father Odin had no intention of passing the throne to him. Soon, Thor approached Odin. Father, he knelt on one knee, ready to receive his coronation. Odin was quite pleased with Thor. He was ambitious, generous, and possessed numerous virtues, making him the ideal heir. Taking a deep breath, he rose, and the scepter of kingship, Gungnir, struck the ground with a resounding thud. Boom! The applause and cheers throughout the celestial palace fell silent in an instant. Thor Odinson, my heir, my firstborn son, I bestow upon you the hammer of the god of thunder, Mjolnir, forged from the heart of a deceased star. whether as a weapon of destruction or a tool of creation. Its divine power is unparalleled, making it a fitting companion for a sovereign. Odin's authoritative voice resonated throughout the celestial palace, as all denizens of the divine realm listened intently. I could see that moment. Loki, feeling bored, opened the Brawl's chat, noticing that the illustrious Roly was inviting new participants. His interest piqued. The previous new participant, Shirji Xian, had brought him considerable amusement, and now Roly was inviting 2 more, promising potential surprises. Brawl message. The Brawl management invites Thor, the god of thunder, to join this grand melee. Loki instinctively glanced at his foolish brother Thor. Could it be that Roly had invited his brother, the very one currently undergoing coronation? But soon, Loki realized something was amiss. The invited Thor was not his foolish brother, but a dog. Loki gazed at the dog within the brawl, then at his brother in the midst of the coronation ceremony. In comparison, he felt as though his brother, poised to assume the title of king, was transforming into a dog. A mere mutt at that, he stifled a laugh. Loki desperately held back his amusement. I must hold it in. I absolutely must. Ah, I can't contain it any longer. Ha 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 ha. Loki could no longer restrain himself, bursting into laughter, clutching his stomach. My foolish brother turned into a dog. Oh, how unexpected. Ha ha. This is too amusing. Odin, Thor, citizens of the divine realm. The entire assembly turned their gaze toward Loki. The atmosphere had been so solemn and quiet, rendering Loki's laughter jarringly out of place. Feeling the weight of countless stares upon him, a cold sweat broke out. How could he have interrupted such a grand and solemn ceremony in such a humiliating manner? Odin's fury erupted. Loki, what are you laughing at? Loki nearly wept. Feeling innocent, he quickly pleaded. Father, please let me explain. Odin coldly demanded. Then explain yourself. Loki was on the verge of tears, pondering how he could possibly explain this. Should he admit he had a new friend named Thor, who just so happened to be a dog? Such an explanation would only hasten his demise. Roly, help me. In the realm of Jotunheim, the lair of the ice giants, Thor's comrades have been utterly conquered by the formidable power of Thor the dog. This was the true Thor, Loki, in a sycophantic tone, remarked, Dog brother, is that all you can say? Thor the dog, with an icy demeanor, pressed the first button. I am Thor, the god of thunder. At that moment, Thor the human, with a bewildered expression, returned, utterly confused. Are you truly Thor, the god of thunder? Thor the dog frantically pressed the first button. I am Thor, the god of thunder. 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 Thor the human felt a surge of despair. He felt like an imposter, while the real Thor was standing right there. Curiosity struck Thor the human as he inquired, Can't you speak? Thor, woof woof woof, the crowd gasped. The mighty god of thunder cannot speak. Only woof woof woof. Thor the human felt a sense of vindication. Finally, I regained some dignity at that moment. Loki noticed a smaller third button on Thor the dog's chest. Dog brother, what does that third button do? Thor the dog pressed the third button, and a voice imbued with divine authority echoed. Let us play the mobile game of 10,000 cold jokes too. The crowd erupted in laughter. What an advertisement. Loki felt the image of the esteemed figure shatter. Just then, Loki and Thor the dog saw a new message appear in the brawl. Brawl message. The brawl management invites Grey Wolf to join this grand melee. Immediately, they clicked on Grey Wolf's brawl profile. Grey Wolf. LV3. LV3 Loki. What the heck? Thor the dog. Woof woof woof. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Level 7. Meanwhile, the other participants in the brawl were equally astonished, their jaws dropping in shock. A level 7 powerhouse. Ban felt a shiver run down his spine. He was already formidable, yet had yet to touch the threshold of level 4. Grey Wolf. Huh. What is this chat brawl? How did it suddenly appear before me? Roly. Grey Wolf, please refer to the brawl announcement. After a while, Grey Wolf messaged. Wow, this chat brawl is intriguing. It even allows communication across other worlds at that moment. The others, including Ubuchian in the brawl, began showering praises, extolling virtues of martial prowess and handsome invincibility. However, having failed to capture Grey Wolf's attention, he merely glanced at them before moving on. Grey Wolf, I'm not chatting with you. I'm busy catching sheep. Ubudawando, The boss actually wants to catch sheep? Shocked JPG, Grey Wolf. The sheep in Sheep Village are remarkably elusive. I haven't managed to catch a single one thus far. The members of the chaotic brawl are taken aback. What sheep could be so difficult to capture? Even a level 7 boss struggles to secure one. This must be a divine sheep. A multitude of individuals engaged in the brawl began to discuss fervently, akin to fish out of water, shouting 222 in excitement. After a while, Grey Wolf finally responded, "What a pity I still haven't caught a sheep, and I was ambushed by that detestable happy sheep." The crowd of chaotic brawl members shivered in response. There was an unsettling feeling that Grey Wolf's world was perilous, with those sheep managing to outsmart the wolf boss, Xiongba, Grey Wolf. "I could offer you some sheep. Yubudol Wando. I have a few sheep here as well. I can send you a red envelope, boss." Upon hearing this, other chaotic brawl friends chimed in, expressing their own sheep ownership. Grey Wolf was overjoyed. "Sheep? Does this mean I won't have to endure my wife's invincible frying pan?" Grey Wolf. "Thank you, my fellow chaotic brawl friends." Kisses JPG, in the realm of winds and clouds. Within the hall of the guild leader, Xiongba issued a commanding shout. When Cho, an effeminate eunuch, rushed in, ingratiatingly asking, "Guild leader, you summoned me. What is your command?" Xiongba waved his hand. "I hereby command all members of the guild to search for the most succulent sheep in the realm. This is your most pressing task. Dispatch all available personnel. When Cho, sheep, Xiongba, go." Xiongba's words thundered like a storm, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. When Cho, but the majority of our members are besieging Wushuang City. Xiongba, are you questioning my decision? Abandon Wushuang City and devote all efforts to searching for sheep. I desire the most delectable sheep in the world. When Cho bowed deeply. I shall relay your orders immediately. Soon, over 100,000 disciples of the guild set forth to scour the land. Wherever they went, children ceased their weeping, adults trembled, and devastation was commonplace. Slaughtering villages and annihilating clans was merely routine. Yet this time, these disciples of the guild refrained from bloodshed and arson, instead seeking to capture sheep. Across the world, the various forces suppressed by the guild were momentarily baffled. Has Xiongba lost his sanity? Why mobilize such forces to catch sheep? This is a positive turn of events. They say what flourishes must eventually decline, and now that Xiongba reigns supreme, he engages in such foolishness. It surely foreshadows the guild's downfall. A collective sigh of relief echoed from Wushuang City, which had nearly faced destruction. Had they been saved by sheep? Bu Jingyun, who had always been unflappable, now found his face twitching due to the absurdity of the sheep-catching endeavor. When Cho, do you know why the master suddenly desires to catch sheep? Returning to Yun Xiaoyi, I have no idea. Determined not to let my master descend into such folly, I hurried to Xiongba's grand hall. Soon, I witnessed my imposing, cold, and domineering master, Xiongba, cradling a sheep and emitting an unsettling, maternal giggle, moi 03. I felt a chill run down my spine. Goodness, has the master gone mad? I suddenly realized that the former Xiongba was rather admirable. In Asgard, Thor was being mocked by humanity. Upon returning via the Rainbow Bridge, Thor was met with Odin's wrath. Odin, now in the twilight of his life, felt the weight of his impending demise and the waning of his divine power. If war were to erupt, who could uphold Asgard in his absence? Clearly, Odin deemed Thor still too immature to bear such responsibility. Thus, even though Thor emerged victorious from his provocation of the ice giants, Odin's anger remained palpable. This is your vanity and pride at work, not the mark of a true leader. You are but a vain, insatiable, cold-hearted child. I foolishly believed you were worthy. Odin's voice trembled as he spoke. Thor Odinson, you have defied the explicit orders of the king. Your arrogance and ignorance have brought fear and destruction upon the innocent citizens of our peaceful realm. Odin descended from his throne, tearing off Thor's armor and rending his cape. You are unworthy of your homeland. You do not deserve your title. You are even less deserving of those loved ones you have turned away from. Odin reached for Mjolnir, stripping Thor of his divine power. At this moment, I revoke your godly abilities. In the name of my father and all our ancestors, I, Odin, the All-Father, cast you out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck shattering Thor's armor and propelling him into the Rainbow Bridge. Simultaneously, Odin raised Mjolnir, establishing a divine barrier that only one truly worthy could wield on Earth. In Tony Stark's villa, Tony was harnessing the power of the Ten Rings to develop a new generation of Mark IV armor. Inspired by the power of the Ten Rings, this Mark IV would prove even more formidable than its predecessor in the original storyline. Meanwhile, Rolly sat atop the building, when suddenly a thought struck him. A colorful rainbow arched across the sky, descending from the cosmos to land in New Mexico. Rolly extended his senses and soon spotted a figure. That Thor? Rolly recalled that Loki had accompanied Thor to the ice giant's lair, confirming that the Loki from the chaotic brawl belonged to the same universe as himself. Shortly after, Rolly observed another rainbow bridge entering Earth as Mjolnir fell into New Mexico. Bored, he decided to keep an eye on Thor's comedic misadventures on Earth after losing his powers. First, as he descended to Earth, Thor found himself in a car accident, struck by a female driver. "Where is my hammer?" Thor awoke shouting for his hammer. Subsequently, he was taken to the hospital, where he struggled to find his hammer, leading to a brawl with the doctors and nurses. "How dare you assault the son of Odin?" The doctors then summoned a swarm of security to confront Thor, yet even without his powers, Thor proved stronger than the guards. Thor, puffing with pride, declared, "You cannot defeat the mighty." But before he could finish, a sedative was injected, and he collapsed entirely. Rolly burst into laughter at the sight. "What's wrong?" Tony Stark asked, puzzled. "I just witnessed a god losing his powers and arriving on Earth," then recounted Thor's misadventures. That's too funny." Tony laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Tony then rushed to share the story within the chaotic brawl. "Tony, I just saw something hilarious. A god, stripped of his powers, claiming to be Odin's son, blah blah blah." Laughter erupted among the chaotic brawl members. "Rolly, is this what you saw?" In Asgard, Loki was being praised by Odin. "This time, your performance was commendable. You surpassed my expectations with your wisdom and composure." Odin was astonished by Loki's behavior, having always viewed him as a kind-hearted yet cunning and narrow-minded child prone to misdirection. He never anticipated that during this incident, Loki would counsel the impulsive Thor rather than provoke him, leading Odin to reconsider whether he had misjudged his son. Perhaps Loki was indeed more suited to inherit the throne of the All-Father. "By the way, Loki, has your friend who calls himself Thor the God returned?" "Yes, Father." "Very well. We should invite him to Asgard as a guest." "Father, are you not curious about its identity?" Loki inquired with curiosity. Odin cast a profound gaze. "Time, space, the universe, and countless endless unknowns elude my understanding. Perhaps there exists another universe, one that harbors northern gods akin to us, including Thor the Thunderer. Even if he were a mere dog, he would not be deemed inferior to us, and perhaps he might even embody greater nobility." Loki nodded, recognizing that this Thor was indeed from another dimension, alongside the esteemed Rolly and others, including the new member, the formidable Grey Wolf. The myriad dimensions of the cosmos are shrouded in mystery and boundless allure. Odin, filled with a mix of nostalgia and affection, remarked, "Loki, perhaps your accomplishments will soon surpass my own." "I can sense it." Loki lowered his head. "My dear father, you have always been the greatest of gods." Odin shook his head, remaining silent. He too harbored a darker side. For instance, Hela, whose remarkable feats he buried and imprisoned, perhaps partly due to her excessive bloodshed, but also out of fear that she might usurp his throne as the all-father. That moment, Loki noticed the chatter within the brawl. Tony mentioned he had encountered a self-proclaimed son of Odin, Thor, who, after losing his divine powers, was being beaten by humans. Loki was taken aback. "Is he not referring to my foolish brother?" Loki hastily asked Odin, "Father, may I inquire if the place Thor has gone to is called Earth?" Odin replied, "I have cast him down to Midgard, which is another name for Earth." This revelation, Loki was utterly convinced. His foolish brother was indeed in the same realm as Tony. This implies that Tony, and I are all within the same universe. At that moment, Loki's heart raced with excitement. In the realm of the brawl, Loki proclaimed, "Tony, I have discovered that we inhabit the same world. I shall seek you out for some revelry." Rolly responded, "Come forth." Tony, bewildered, exclaimed. Huh. Loki continued. The son of Odin you just mentioned is my brother. He recently rampaged through the realm of the frost giants, only to be stripped of his powers by our father Odin and cast down to earth. Tony retorted. That idiot is your brother. Loki affirmed. Indeed, that fool is my brother. Tony added. Thor the dog. That guy is indeed quite the fool. Loki urged Heimdall, guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, to open the passage, declaring his intent to visit brother Thor. Heimdall obliged without hesitation, opening the bridge as Loki leapt forth. With a resounding boom, a magnificent rainbow struck down upon New Mexico. Its brilliance so intense that even during the day, many in New Mexico beheld its splendor. Meanwhile, SH.LD plunged once more into chaos. Coulson, where are you? Nick Fury inquired, reaching out to the agent en route to New Mexico. I'm nearly there, Coulson replied, disembarking from his aircraft and racing towards his destination. There's been yet another spatial disturbance. Nick Fury noted that I witnessed it as well. I shall investigate immediately, Coulson responded, feeling a headache coming on as the occurrences seemed to multiply. Nick Fury stood at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Global Monitoring Center, where massive screens displayed real-time surveillance of various regions, highlighting the anomalies. Presently, most screens showcase scenes from New Mexico, captured with such clarity by military satellites that even ants were visible. Suddenly, an employee shouted, "Look there, two individuals are floating in midair." Nick Fury focused on the screen, recognizing two figures, one being Ro-Lee, whom he had been observing, and the other clad in armor. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence system quickly identified the armored individual as Tony Stark, a potential key member for their future endeavors. How did they arrive there? Ro-Lee can actually hover in the air. Is his ability related to flight? In the hospital situated in New Mexico, Thor, the god of thunder, awoke from the effects of tranquilizers, finding himself bound to a metal bed. Such feeble restraints cannot contain me. Thor, he boasted. He then struggled mightily. This cannot be. I am Thor. The god of thunder nearly wept. I have been reduced to a mortal form, rendered weak. Meanwhile, the doctors within the hospital were speculating he must be on drugs. He has lost his mind. Ro-Lee, cradling the nine-tailed fox and accompanied by Tony Stark, hovered above the hospital where Thor was confined. This truly Loki's brother, the god of thunder? He appears utterly foolish, Tony Stark remarked. Visibly disdainful. Ro-Lee chuckled heartily. I find it quite amusing. Jarvis interjected. Sir, LD now has 7 or 8 military satellites targeting this location. Tony dismissed the concern. Ignore them, Ro-Lee suggested. Let us go see the hammer of the Thunderer. Tony replied. You go ahead. I'll fly over. Ro-Lee, still holding the fox, vanished from the sky, only to reappear near the hammer moments later. The monitoring center. Another wave of astonishment erupted. Director Fury. The individual named Ro-Lee has disappeared. Nick Fury ordered. Find him now. An employee soon reported. Director, we've located him. He is near the hammer. Nick Fury mused. If memory serves, the distance between them is at least 30 kilometers. How did he traverse it in an instant? Ro-Lee arrived at the vicinity of the hammer, discovering that the once desolate desert had transformed into a bustling spectacle. News of a mysterious hammer descending from the heavens, impervious to all attempts to lift it, had spread to nearby cities, drawing numerous curious Americans from afar. A burly man exerted himself to lift the hammer, only to find it immovable, nearly embarrassing himself in the process. Let me try. Another robust individual, having taken a swig of beer, grasped the hammer's handle, attempting to pull. Behind him, numerous others formed a queue, all eager to test their strength. The spectators consisted of those who had failed in their challenges. Some had even set up a grill a few meters away, roasting skewers while blasting energetic music at the tea that moment. A person drove up in a pickup truck, attempting to drag the hammer away with an iron chain, only to flip the vehicle over. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Ro-Lee could only shake his head in disbelief. Just then, Tony Stark descended from the sky, landing before Ro-Lee. Let me give a shot, Tony declared, brimming with enthusiasm, having acquired the 10 rings and donned the formidable Mark IV, believing that a mere hammer could not stand in his way. Everyone step aside. I shall demonstrate, clad in the Mark IV. Tony exuded an air of confidence. The assembled strongmen parted to make way for him, recognizing the intimidating presence of the Mark IV at this juncture. Loki had arrived on the scene. Spotting Lee, he lit up with joy, rushing over to his side. Esteemed one, Loki reverently bowed, his heart racing with excitement. Think that the esteemed one shared the same world as himself. Could he not then become the esteemed one's second subordinate? The first subordinate being Tony. The prospect of dominating the brawl in the future sent a thrill coursing through him. By the way, where is Tony? Loki scanned the surroundings. Over there, Rowley pointed towards the center of the hammer. Where Tony was situated, I asked at the mark? How cool! Loki praised. Rowley cast a glance at Loki, seemingly aware that this fellow had indeed been taught a lesson by Iron Man in the original storyline. At that moment, Tony Stark grasped the handle of Thor's hammer, and the power of Mark IV surged, yet the hammer remained immovable. Tony remarked, "This hammer is incredibly heavy. I can't lift it at all." Image, Thor's hammer. Loki replied, "In truth, I cannot lift it. It is not a matter of strength, but rather whether it recognizes you. As long as it acknowledges you, you shall be able to lift it." Loki then began to elaborate on the materials of Thor's hammer. It was forged from substance extracted by Odin, the god of thunder, from within a star on the brink of annihilation. As a star nears its demise, it rapidly collapses inward due to gravitational forces, eventually forming a white dwarf or a pulsar. According to modern scientists, a mere teaspoon of such material could exceed 1,000,000 tons in weight. While Thor's hammer surely does not weigh that much, it is evident that it is indeed quite heavy. However, this revelation ignited the competitive spirit among all present in the brawl. Xiongba exclaimed, "Let me give a try and see if I can pull it out." Ban interjected, "Loki, you have successfully piqued my curiosity. I shall give a go." Thor the Shiba Inu proclaimed, "I am Thor, the god of thunder." Grey Wolf chuckled, "Haha, since everyone is trying, I shall join as well." Yubudal Wando remarked, "If all the esteemed figures are participating, I shall join too, and perhaps pick up some soap for everyone." Raleigh mused, "Wait a moment, let Tony arrange for food and drinks. By the way, I still have 2 members I have yet to invite. I might as well bring them along for the gathering." Members of the brawl chimed in, agreed. Raleigh activated the brawl invitation function. "Ding, you have activated the brawl member invitation feature. You have consumed 1 invitation. Dimension search successful. You have located Eri Nakiri from Food Wars. Strength level 0. Eri Nakiri, a first-year student at Tsuki Culinary Academy, is a master of molecular gastronomy, renowned as the God's child of molecular cuisine, and is considered one of the most talented students closest to the Elite 10. Would you like to send an invitation?" Raleigh was overjoyed. This was a super chef. Moreover, Eri Nakiri was quite beautiful. With her presence, the gathering would surely have a chef to prepare delectable dishes, perfectly satisfying Raleigh's culinary desires. Without hesitation, Raleigh selected yes, brawl notification. The brawl management has invited Eri Nakiri to join this brawl. Continuing search. Ding, you have activated the brawl member invitation feature. You have consumed 1 invitation. Dimension search successful. You have located Boa Hancock from One Piece, strength level 2. Boa Hancock, the only female among the 7 warlords of the sea. She is the supreme leader of the combat-oriented Amazon Lily tribe and captain of the Kuja pirates. She is also regarded as the world's most extraordinary beauty, possessing the rare conqueror's haki that only one in millions can wield. Proud and narcissistic, she often declares that no matter what she has done, she will be forgiven because of her unparalleled beauty. Single. Would you like to send an invitation? Raleigh was astonished. Boa Hancock, she is indeed a stunning beauty. Furthermore, why does the brawl management feel the need to mention her single status? Raleigh chose yes. Each invitation slot is quite precious, especially since the brawl members are currently too few. A larger gathering would be more lively. Brawl notification. The brawl management has invited Eri Nakiri to join this brawl. After inviting the 2 new members to the brawl, Raleigh sent them information regarding the multiverse, the brawl's level settings, and some basic details. Tony exclaimed, "Wow, 2 beautiful ladies, a warm welcome." Xiongba added, "Newbies in the brawl, please share your photos and measurements." Yubudo Luando chimed in, "Newbies in the brawl, please have the level 0 Eri Nakiri share her photos and measurements." Thor, the Shiba Inu, retorted. Ubudalwando, that's quite uncharitable of you. Picking on a level 0 newbie. Ubudalwando replied, shivering with excitement. JPG. The brawl buzzed with excitement for a while, as this gathering had yet to feature any beauties. And they themselves felt a bit flustered. Thus, the arrival of two stunning women brought immense joy to many members of the brawl, with the exception of Xiongba and Ban, who found women to be a burden. Minutes later, one of the new members, Boa Hancock, finally spoke up. Boa Hancock. This multiverse is quite intriguing. Raleigh responded, we are currently organizing a gathering in the brawl location. Earth, my world. Activity 1. Who can lift Thor's hammer? A culinary journey with Eri Nakiri. Based on the information provided by the brawl, you are an exceptional gourmet, so you shall be in charge of the meal preparation. Boa Hancock, do not miss this opportunity. This world may offer you a chance to broaden your horizons. In the world of One Piece. Amazon Lily, the land of women. Boa Hancock sat upon her throne, guarded by two massive serpents. At that moment, Hancock was engrossed in the brawl's chat. This sudden emergence of a multiverse chat and brawl completely surpassed her wildest imagination at a gathering in the brawl. Hancock felt she could not afford to miss it. Firstly, it would validate the authenticity of this brawl. Secondly, she wished to witness what other worlds were like. And thirdly, as the most beautiful woman, she desired to showcase her beauty to the denizens of the multiverse, captivating them beneath her enchanting spell. Hancock sent a message in the brawl. I shall join this gathering. In the world of Food Wars. Eri Nakiri gazed at the virtual screen before her, then glanced at the others around her, utterly oblivious to the screen's content. Earth? My world is also Earth, but according to the information in the brawl, it should not be the same timeline. Should I go? What if it's a scam? Yet, what if it is real? If I could visit another world and explore its culinary delights, that would be an immense opportunity. Eri Nakiri possessed an unparalleled passion for food. And ultimately, she made the daring decision. Count me in for this gathering. The narrative continues with the gathering, the astonishing charm of Hancock. One by one, members of the brawl began to appear beside Raleigh. As participants of the brawl gathering, especially in the presence of distinguished figures, each member eagerly engaged. Upon entering this realm, they were met with the scorching heat of the desert. This truly the world of the esteemed. How desolate. That flamboyant fellow must be Tony, I suppose. No need for guesswork. It must be. This should be Iron Man's armor. How cool. Xiongba, Ubudalwando, Batman, Uchiha Ban, and Shirji Shien arrived in succession. After a moment, a Shiba Inu wielding a hammer appeared before them. It held its head high. Proudly lifting Thor's hammer, It pressed the first and second buttons, and a commanding voice resonated. I am Thor, the god of thunder for the glory of the northern gods. Xiongba, Ubudalwando, Batman, and Shirji Shien all shouted, Dog brother! Thor, the Shiba Inu, woof, woof, woof. In the next moment, a standing wolf appeared before the crowd. Everyone collectively gasped. Grey Wolf, the esteemed one. He is a level 7 powerhouse. Aside from Raleigh, the level 10 powerhouse, Grey Wolf is undoubtedly the most formidable AT that moment. Everyone beheld the true form of Grey Wolf for the first time, gasping in astonishment. A true powerhouse is indeed a force to be reckoned with, even if it is a wolf, walking upright. A pair of fangs protruding from its mouth, showcasing its extraordinary sharpness. Those eyes, my goodness, are unfathomably deep. The scar on the right side of the face, marked by a diagonal stitch, has not been removed. Instead, it remains as a testament to the individual's past glories. Could it be that this is a keepsake from the formidable leader to commemorate his martial feats? Indeed, the leader's demeanor is strikingly different from that of the rest of us. But wait, what is that orange hat? Though it appears rather ordinary, everyone present perceives it as anything but commonplace. Look closely, it even bears patches. Goodness, this must hold some deeper significance. This hat is undoubtedly exceptional. Perhaps even a formidable weapon in disguise. The chaotic brawl has indeed intimidated many, even the likes of the Grey Wolf, who, despite his seemingly harmless nature, is transformed into something formidable under the aura of his 7th level status. A mere tattered hat, a stitched wound, or an ordinary wolf thong, all are imbued with extraordinary meaning in their eyes. Greetings, fellow brawl enthusiasts. The gray wolf cheerfully waved his claw at the crowd, to the likes of the leader and his companions. This greeting resonated like a divine proclamation, instilling a sense of insignificance in the face of such grandeur. The gray wolf approached Raleigh, his feet thumping against the ground. Yet, in the minds of the others, an image formed. As the gray wolf sprinted, an inexplicable wave of energy rippled across the globe, causing countless ants to tremble in fear. This imagined scenario, fueled by the awe of the gray wolf's seventh-level prowess, painted a picture of sheer terror. Arriving before Raleigh, the gray wolf offered a deep, respectful bow. "I pay my respects to the 10th-level master." In his heart, he mused that even if the likes of Happy Goat were formidable, enlisting the help of the significantly higher-ranked Raleigh to capture sheep should be a breeze. Recently, the sheep provided by the likes of the leader were subpar, the distinction between level 0 sheep and level 3 sheep, leading to a scolding from Red Wolf, who accused Grey Wolf of deceit with inferior mutton. In any case, the cunning Grey Wolf decided to flatter the esteemed Raleigh first. This moment, another brawler made her entrance. With a swoosh, a statuesque beauty stood before Raleigh and the others. Her long, lustrous black hair was styled in aristocratic princess fashion, and her striking blue eyes sparkled beneath a pair of serpentine earrings. Her figure tall and striking, exuding an astonishing allure, was Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the One Piece world, who had also consumed the sweet, sweet fruit, a devil fruit that heightened her appeal to an extraordinary degree. Beauty scored a perfect 100, multiplied by the fruit's charm, resulting in a staggering 10,000 points. She radiated an enchanting aura that captivated all in her presence. The moment she appeared, it felt as though the world had blossomed into a fragrant spring. The air fell into a sudden silence. Gulp, gulp. The majority of those present swallowed hard. "So beautiful." A chorus of awe echoed as these burly challengers, eager to confront the hammer of Thor, found themselves utterly captivated by the goddess-like Hancock. Even the likes of Tony Stark, Yubu, Wayne, Shirji Xian, and Loki were affected to varying degrees, their eyes glazed with admiration. Even those who typically scorned women, like the leader and Uchiha Madara, found themselves momentarily entranced, underscoring Hancock's overwhelming allure. Upon seeing Hancock, Raleigh, though instinctively guarded and unaffected by the influence of the sweet, sweet fruit, could not help but marvel at her charm. Hancock, noticing the adoring gazes around her, smiled proudly. "Indeed, I am the most beautiful woman in the world, even in another realm." Much of her attention was focused on the brawl administrator, the 10th-level Master Raleigh, who astonishingly seemed immune to her irresistible charm, leaving her somewhat taken aback. Approaching Raleigh, she performed a delicate curtsy. "I pay my respects, esteemed master." Raleigh nodded in acknowledgement. "I thought you might not attend." Hancock replied with a smile. "How could I miss such an intriguing gathering?" That smile was enchanting, drawing the crowd deeper into fascination. Only Madara, Shirji Xian, and the leader managed to break free from the spell, gazing at Hancock with a mix of astonishment and trepidation, realizing that had she wished them harm, she could have easily succeeded. The three exchanged glances, daring not to meet Hancock's gaze again. Meanwhile, the American cowboys had succumbed entirely to Hancock's charm. "Beautiful lady, you are mine," they cried, rushing toward her in a frenzy. Hancock let out a playful laugh, executing a captivating gesture. Sweet, sweet breeze, a fragrant wind enveloped the area. In an instant, all the cowboys who had lunged forward returned to stone. That moment, a black Mustang pulled up at the periphery. And Agent Carlson of S.H.L.D. emerged, witnessing the scene unfold. "Director, I found them, but several individuals are deceased." Raleigh glanced back at Carlson, realizing that Hancock's lethal display had not gone unnoticed by S.H.L.D. yet. He soon dismissed such concerns with a wry smile. "Shield, what do they matter? Cease resistance, or we will eliminate you on the spot." Came the declaration from Sichildono, "You actually killed someone." Tony Stark exclaimed, aghast at the sight of the petrified figures. Hancock, with a sultry gesture, replied, "They were coveting my beauty, so I took action. It is their fault for being unable to resist my allure." Yubu, momentarily lost in admiration, quickly regained his composure and recited calming verses, suppressing his emotions. Hancock, proudly lifting her elegant swan neck, declared, "Whatever I do shall be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful." Several brawlers nodded vigorously, clearly enchanted by her presence. With a sudden pop, Raleigh lightly tapped Hancock on the head, admonishing her seriously, "Do not recklessly take lives. This is not your world, and killing is never right." Hancock, feigning innocence, pouted with watery eyes. "Is it a sin to be beautiful?" Raleigh sighed in exasperation. "At least temper your allure. Do not let it run rampant." Hancock, feeling constrained in Raleigh's presence, could only pout in acquiescence. "Oh, I understand." The brawlers found themselves once again entranced by her charm, which radiated through every expression, be it pride, fear, grievance, or playful allure. Raleigh surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of one individual. Alice Nakiri, have you not yet arrived? In the world of food wars, Alice Nakiri had hesitated for quite some time, finding it difficult to make a decision at such a critical juncture. As a chef, do you not wish to experience the culinary delights of another world? Raleigh thought to himself, if you do not come, where shall I find such a beautiful and capable chef? The allure of the cuisine from another world beckoned Alice Nakiri, and after a moment of determination, she resolved to take the plunge and initiated the teleportation in the blink of an eye. She found herself in the scorching desert, clad in the meticulously designed chef's uniform of her family. She did not change her attire, which far surpassed the fashion choices of Yabu, Tony, and Madara in terms of appearance. Alice gazed nervously at Raleigh and the others, particularly the leader, Madara, Loki, and Shirji Xian, who she perceived as dubious characters. Just then, Hancock seized Alice's hand, exclaiming, "What a lovely little beauty! Though not as stunning as I, she is more than worthy to join my harem." Najirai Alice. "Mother, this place is terrifying. I want to go home and my heart is racing, akin to a frightened lamb stumbling into a den of wolves." Raleigh delivered a playful flick to Hancock's forehead and pulled Najirai Alice closer. "Do not fear these individuals. Though they may appear formidable, they are not virtuous. Tony is a notorious womanizer who has wronged many beautiful ladies. Loki is a scheming trickster. Ban was once a madman bent on world destruction. Shizuku is a dark overlord, and Onihara is the ruthless leader of a criminal syndicate." Raleigh gestured towards each of the chaotic fighters, introducing them one by one. Najirai Alice's eyes brimmed with tears. "Big brother, are you trying to comfort me? This only makes my anxiety worse. And what about those two?" Raleigh pointed at Thor, the Shiba Inu, and Grey Wolf. "These two are actually quite adorable." Despite Thor's imposing demeanor, he cannot speak. He merely repeats, "I am Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods, let us play the mobile game 10,000 cold jokes too. Woof, woof, woof." And he has a weakness. Raleigh produced a ball from his hand. Immediately, Thor the Shiba Inu transformed into a bundle of cuteness, his eyes sparkling. Raleigh tossed the ball, and Thor joyfully dashed after it, retrieving it and returning it to Raleigh. Raleigh affectionately patted Thor's head and turned to Najirai Alice. "See? Isn't he adorable?" Najirai Alice nodded, her eyes shimmering. "So kawaii." Onihara, Batman, Loki, Shizuku, and the others had their lips twitching in disbelief. They never anticipated that Thor would have such a charming side. Shattering his once majestic image into countless fragments, Raleigh pointed at Grey Wolf. "And then there's him. Do not be deceived by his fierce appearance, for he possesses a gentle side and dotes on his wife, enduring daily beatings from her while loving her unwaveringly. A true devoted husband." Grey Wolf chuckled heartily. "How does Big Brother know my virtues?" "You are making me blush." At this, Najirai Alice felt a wave of relaxation. Men who love their wives are generally gentle, so surely he could not be a villain. Raleigh clapped his hands. "All right, let us return and hold a party." Tony interjected. "But what about the hammer of Thor? Wazti had said that we would have a contest to see who could lift it." Raleigh replied, "I will take it back, and you can enjoy it at your leisure. What is this stellar material? What does it matter if no one can lift it?" At that moment, two Quinjet fighter jets rapidly approached, adorned with the S.H.L.D. logo. A contingent of armed SHLD agents descended from the jets, encircling Raleigh and his companions. The cannon systems of the Quinjets and the agents' weapons were all aimed at them. The only elite agent, Hawkeye, was poised with his bow, an unusual arrow knocked and aimed in their direction. "That we are the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. Attack and logistics. Everyone in front, do not move. You are suspected of intentional homicide. Surrender peacefully and submit to our investigation. Any resistance will result in immediate termination. Surrender peacefully? Immediate termination for resistance. Onihara and the others laughed. You think you can intimidate us with your ragtag team and these weapons? Hancock, with weapons pointed at her, seethed with rage. How dare you aim weapons at me? A noble. You seek death. She turned to Raleigh. Big brother. Please allow me to eliminate them. In that moment, Grey Wolf vanished with a wave. Disregarding Shield's warning, Raleigh had read enough fanfics to know that protagonists often found themselves entangled with S.H.L.D, ultimately becoming their pawns. As Silver repeated their warning, for the second time, you are suspected of intentional homicide. Surrender peacefully and submit to our investigation. Any resistance will result in immediate termination. The authoritative voice echoed across the arid desert. The cannon systems on the Quinjet crackled, preparing for action. For the first time, Raleigh found himself aimed at by guns, with demands to surrender and threats of termination stirring a surge of anger within him. When did my disregard for you lead you to believe I could be bullied? The majesty of the divine is not to be trifled with. Hancock, eliminate them. Raleigh's intent to kill was palpable. At your command, Hancock replied with a sultry laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her voice was sweet, laced with an intoxicating aroma. With a snap of her fingers, all SHIELD agents instantly turned to stone. Only Hawkeye sensed something amiss. In a moment of clarity, he bit down on his own teeth, the pain jolting him awake to witness his colleagues transformed into fossils. Open fire. Hawkeye commanded those still aboard the Quinjet. The cannon systems unleashed a storm of bullets and shells upon Raleigh and his companions. Humph. Raleigh scoffed, unleashing a formless wave that enveloped a kilometer radius. Bullets and shells froze mid-air before disintegrating into dust. Hawkeye was reduced to a mere smear of blood. The Quinjet wailed and subsequently disintegrated into particles, vanishing into the ether. Within a kilometer, the ground cracked, sinking under an immense weight, forming a massive crater nearly 100 meters deep. Raleigh gazed skyward, peering into the void of space, a grin spreading across his face. With a flick of his fingers, a surge of power shot upwards, violently tearing through the atmosphere. Moments later, several satellites in Earth's orbit erupted, disintegrating like the Quinjet, scattering into the cosmos. Having accomplished this, Raleigh grasped the hammer of Thor. Quite light. Let us go. In an instant, Raleigh and his companions vanished from their location headquarters. The surveillance room was eerily silent. Everyone, from Nick Fury to the most ordinary staff, stared at the screen now reduced to snowflakes. A chill racing up their spines. Anger mixed with terror gripped them. All operational agents were dead. The Quinjet had been obliterated. The once solid desert now bore a massive sinkhole. What kind of terrifying power was this? Nick Fury trembled internally. Despite having survived World War II and countless battles, he was still shaken by the astonishing scene that he recalled Raleigh's disdainful gaze as the screen turned to static with a grave expression. Nick Fury commanded, "Immediately investigate why the satellites are no longer visible." A tech agent swallowed hard and replied, "Director Fury, we just checked the surrounding satellites and discovered that the previous ones are gone." Nick Fury exclaimed, "Gone?" "Yes, gone." "How did they disappear?" "They exploded, just like that Quinjet, disintegrating into dust." Nick Fury's lips trembled. "Are you suggesting that the enemy destroyed our satellites from 800,000 meters away? Military satellites are positioned significantly higher than ordinary ones, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s military satellites reaching an altitude of 800,000 meters, such height, and they were destroyed?" The agent hesitated before speaking. "Director Fury, according to the information we have gathered, the adversary indeed crossed a distance of 800,000 meters and shattered our military satellites. What shall we do, Director Fury?" Someone asked, panic evident in their voice. It must be said that Raleigh's displayed power exceeded their wildest imaginations, though they were S.H.L.D, established to combat formidable individuals. This enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. Should they really provoke such a being? Such a person is far too dangerous. I suggest we avoid confrontation. Are you all afraid? They've killed many of our agents. And you wish to retreat? You are cowards. We must seek vengeance. Vengeance. A joke. How do we seek it? Are we go to our doom? We certainly have our trump cards. Yes, we possess our own advantages, including the enigmatic Captain Marvel. Indeed, we have those two on our side. To this point, many agents of Sentinel regained their composure. Captain Marvel, a veteran superhero of S.H.IDLD, acquired her extraordinary abilities during the galactic war that ensued when Earth found itself caught between two alien factions. Carol Danvers emerged as one of the most formidable heroes in the universe, known for her penchant for single-handedly dismantling cosmic warships, the AS for Sentinel. He is another secret weapon of S.H.I.E.L.D, even more powerful than Captain Marvel. Originally a drug addict, Sentinel accidentally ingested a vial of secret serum, mistaking it for narcotics, and thus gained immense energy from another universe. He acquired astonishing speed, unparalleled endurance, formidable defense, and the ability to fly, akin to Captain Marvel. Furthermore, he can manipulate and release energy and possesses an extraordinary self-healing capability. In a state of rage, he can unleash a force equivalent to 1,000,000 stars. However, the serum side effects are significant. It has spawned a negative persona known as Annihilation within him, which can be unleashed easily, posing a threat not only to Earth but to the entire cosmos. Meanwhile, in a cliffside villa by the sea, a lively party was in full swing. Alice Nakiri had completely taken center stage with her molecular gastronomy, which was simply exquisite. She had returned to the world of culinary battles and sent all her equipment via red envelopes. Then began her large-scale cooking endeavor. When the first squid dish was unveiled, everyone gasped in unison. "It glows, and in a brilliant golden hue," exclaimed one guest. "My goodness, this dish actually emits light. Is this really food? Are we sure there are no light bulbs or anything in it?" Wayne scrutinized the dish from every angle. Alice, feeling shy, remarked, "This is pan-seared squid. Please enjoy." Each person took a pair of chopsticks or a fork, sampling the dish, and then the otherworldly characteristic of the culinary delights from her world took effect. It was as if they were enveloped in a hallucination. Some felt utterly naked, some let out soft moans. Others blushed, and some howled in exhilaration. "Heavens, I feel as though I'm about to soar. This is divine, absolutely divine. It feels as if the tentacles of a squid are gently caressing me." Even Raleigh, who was often indifferent, couldn't resist. After just one bite, he felt as though he was amidst an endless sea of blossoms, with a gentle, fragrant breeze swirling around him, an exquisite sensation that was utterly addictive. Thankfully, the majority of the molecular cuisine was prepared by machines, allowing Alice to set the timer and let technology handle most of the workload. Meanwhile, Jarvis's mechanical arms assisted in precise timing, enabling her to manage everything effortlessly. As dishes continued to be served, the guests were left drooling, nearly swallowing their own tongues in delight. "Now I understand. Any food that does not glow cannot truly be considered gourmet." Ban marveled. "If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just invoke my name." Dominator declared, salivating at the thought of Alice's cooking, which made his own culinary skills seem utterly inferior. Thor, the Shiba Inu, eagerly devoured a bone-shaped delicacy, rolling around in bliss. Alice Nakiri, from this day forth, "You shall be my beloved concubine," proclaimed Empress Hancock with an air of authority. Upon hearing this, Alice felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. The praises from the esteemed guests filled her with relief and excitement, especially witnessing Raleigh devouring the dishes with such fervor, instilling in her a profound sense of achievement as a chef. Witnessing patrons relish her creations brought her the greatest fulfillment. Tony Stark interjected, "Jarvis, procure the freshest ingredients from around the world and airlift them using Stark Industries aircraft. And do it swiftly." "Yes, sir," Jarvis promptly replied. 30 minutes later, a plethora of delicacies arrived via air freight from across the United States and around the globe, from the recently caught bluefin tuna off a remote iceberg island, to freshly harvested morels and matsutake mushrooms from Yunnan, China. There were even supersized oysters from Rhode Island, each weighing 2 pounds, and the famed fleur de sel from the southern coast of Brittany. France, helicopters descended continuously onto the villa's helipad, delivering an array of gourmet delights to Alice's table. Overjoyed, Alice felt that attending this gathering was indeed the right choice. She was exposed to many ingredients she had never encountered before, though the unfamiliarity with the ingredients led to some imperfections in her dishes. With Jarvis's assistance, she was able to create an astonishing variety of imaginative cuisines she had never dared to dream of before. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., the debate raged on. No, Captain Marvel is our ace in the hole. There is no need to bring her back until the final moment, stated a Hydra secret agent. Indeed, it is unnecessary to summon Captain Marvel back. It would be a waste of her talents, echoed another Hydra operative, A.S. for Sentinel. His appearance was even more unwelcome. He had always been an unstable element. If nihility were to escape from within him, Earth would face utter catastrophe, warned a third Hydra agent. The influence of Hydra had deeply infiltrated S.H.I.L.D, and they were adamant about preventing Captain Marvel's return due to her overwhelming power, fearing she might uncover Hydra's secrets within S.H.I.L.D. Hence, Hydra would never permit her return. If Captain Marvel does not return, how can we seek revenge? Counter to non-Hydra S point, H point, I point, E point, L point, Dignity is your mind consumed solely by vengeance. There's a saying in China, endure for a moment, and the storm will calm. Do you understand? Indeed, there's no need for them to return. I believe bringing them back would be advantageous. That I disagree, that I concur. The atmosphere within S.H.I.E.L.D. became increasingly tumultuous. Nick Fury's face darkened. Enough. Silence. All eyes turned to Nick Fury to inhale deeply, grappling with his internal turmoil. Should he seek revenge or retreat? Ultimately, he recalled Raleigh's mocking smile, an infuriating expression that trampled upon the dignity of S.H.I.L.D. and his own. Such a person could not be allowed to roam free. The hammer of Thor was lifted. The very essence of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formation was to regulate all superpowered beings for easier management and to prevent societal calamities. Should an uncontrollable force arise, it would negate the very existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, a political maestro, understood the significance of public trust. If it were compromised, who would heed his call? He declared resolutely, I have decided to summon Captain Marvel back. Director Fury, I believe a Hydra secret agent is opposed to this. Enough. I have made my decision. No further discussion. Nick Fury shot a piercing glare at the man, his demeanor leaving no room for dissent. The other dissenters fell silent, deterred by his unwavering stance. Nick Fury retrieved an antiquated pager, the sole means of communication with Captain Marvel, but on the other side of the vast universe. Captain Carol Danvers was in the midst of rescuing a planet in peril when she received Nick Fury's distress call. It seems I must return to Earth, she thought, and in a flash of light, she vanished into the cosmos. Meanwhile, at a villa gathering, Raleigh sneezed, sensing that some nefarious individual was plotting against him at tea that moment. Alice Nakiri brought forth an enormous beef leg weighing over 10 pounds, its golden sheen nearly blinding him. The rich aroma of premium beef wafted through the air. Alice Nakiri, you truly are remarkable. I shall miss you dearly, Raleigh lamented, reflecting on the ordinary human fare that awaited him after indulging in such delicacies. Blushing, Alice felt fortunate to have a friend who adored her culinary creations, knowing that she could be summoned at any time by her esteemed companion. Raleigh chuckled. You did say that. Empress Hancock, her mouth stuffed, lamented, woo-woo. Alice Nakiri is mine, ooh. Raleigh declared, after finishing this meal, we shall commence the next event, the Thor's Hammer Challenge. Naturally, those who had already tested their strength, such as Tony Stark and Raleigh, who had effortlessly lifted Mjolnir before, along with Loki, Thor's brother, were exempt from the competition to AT that moment. Odin and Heimdall observed the happenings on Earth. The movement of Thor's hammer had caught Odin's attention, and simultaneously, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, was alerted. The two gods were keen to discover who had dared to lift the hammer, and they beheld the spectacle of Raleigh in a chaotic brawl, alongside his son Loki and the Shiba Inu that represented Thor. Perhaps due to Raleigh's perfectly concealed strength, both Odin and Heimdall failed to perceive just how formidable he truly was, leading them to be astonished by his ability to shift Mjolnir. Raleigh, too, sensed two distinct divine powers gazing upon him, and surmised they belonged to Odin and Heimdall. Though he paid them little mind, to enhance the excitement of the competition, Raleigh generously announced a reward. Previously, I defeated that pompous individual and acquired 10 rings, each possessing tremendous power. Since I have no use for them, I shall bestow them as prizes. Their corresponding powers should not fall below level 3. And perhaps they are even more potent. This announcement ignited the enthusiasm of all present, even catching the attention of Ba. The competition was officially underway at this juncture. Loki interjected, according to the divine power my father bestowed upon this hammer. As long as one embodies his expectations of justice, bravery, wisdom, and responsibility, they should be able to lift Mjolnir. Doesn't seem too difficult. Allow me to go first. Yubudalwando laughed heartily. Striding confidently to Mjolnir. I, Yubudalwando, am filled with righteous spirit, dedicated to the greatness of Mount Hua. My responsibility is unwavering. My wisdom is commendable, and I possess courage in abundance. I, Yubudalwando, am formidable. This hammer shall surely be lifted by me. He reached out, grasping the handle of Thor's hammer. Raleigh could distinctly feel Odin's divine energy seeping into Yubudalwando's being before quickly retreating. Lift for me! Yubudalwando summoned all his inner strength, pulling upward with all his might. Yet Mjolnir remained utterly immobile. As autumn leaves drifted down, they brushed against Yubudalwando's embarrassed visage. Ahem, it appears you cannot manage this. Let me take my turn, declared Xiongba as he approached the hammer, eliciting eye rolls from the onlookers. Xiongba, do you possess any self-awareness? A man with a history of villainy wishes to lift Thor's hammer? The outcome was predictable. Even with his full power, Xiongba could not budge Mjolnir an inch. Following him, Shirji Xian, Hancock, and Alice Nakiri also attempted, all to no avail. It's my turn now. Batman Wayne stepped forward. Approaching Thor's hammer, Raleigh began to pay attention. The previous contenders had all displayed evident flaws, yet he believed Wayne held a glimmer of hope. Batman was a true superhero, one who found light in darkness. Lift! Wayne exclaimed, filled with anticipation as he grasped the hammer and exerted all his strength. Raleigh felt disappointment wash over him as Wayne failed to lift Mjolnir. Let me give it a try. At last, it was Uchiha Obito's turn, but Raleigh held little hope, recalling Obito's infamous past. Obito approached the hammer and attempted to lift it. Exclaimed everyone in astonishment as Mjolnir shifted ever so slightly. The mere fact that it had moved was enough to astonish all present. Impressive, Obito, they marveled. How is it possible he managed to lift it? Xiongba asked curiously. Obito, how much strength did you just use? Could it be that your power exceeds that of the hammer? Obito, bewildered, replied, No, I didn't use any strength. It just came up, he pulled again, and the entire hammer fell into his grasp, with a toss. It rolled and landed securely in his hands. In Asgard, Odin and Heimdall were wide-eyed with disbelief. Mjolnir had indeed been lifted. That individual had gained Odin's divine approval. Though the spectators were perplexed, the Thor's hammer challenge continued unabated. Next up was Thor, the Shiba Inu, who approached with great confidence. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Let's play the mobile game 10,000 cold jokes too. Oh, wrong button. I am Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods, he seized the hammer and attempted to lift it, yet it remained steadfast. Thor, the Shiba Inu, hung his head in defeat and retreated. This incident confirmed that there was indeed a distinction between the god of thunder and a mere dog. Now it's my turn. Grey Wolf stepped forward, striding with confidence. Claws glistening with a sharp sheen, he gripped the handle of Mjolnir and pulled with all his might. Once again, the hammer did not budge. Ugh! Grey Wolf roared in frustration. This is infuriating. Grey Wolf approached a sport car parked a short distance away from Tony. In an instant, Grey Wolf transformed into a blur, dismantling the car with his bare hands, reducing it swiftly to a heap of parts. Then, with a flourish, Grey Wolf's hands became a flurry of shadows, and within a minute, all the components vanished, giving birth to a peculiar device. This device resembled a flashlight. Indeed, it was a flashlight, and it was unfathomable how Grey Wolf managed to compress the sizable car parts into something so diminutive. The tech-savvy Tony Stark watched in awe, his eyes gleaming with envy. Eager to consult Grey Wolf on the matter, the onlookers couldn't help but shout 222 in excitement. Humph, little hammer, let us see if you'll behave this time. Grey Wolf aimed the flashlight at Thor's hammer, emitting a red beam, which shattered the hammer into countless fragments, revealing what appeared to be the raw materials from which it was forged. Odin, the ruler of Asgard, was taken aback, inadvertently pulling at his beard as he cursed under his breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he armed himself, mounted his steed, and charged toward Earth. However, activating the Bifrost required time, and by the time he arrived on Earth, Grey Wolf had already produced a hammer, hammering away until, in mere breaths, a Q-version, childlike plastic hammer came into existence, its appearance whimsical and absurd. "Stop right there!" Odin, riding in on a rainbow-lit path, landed beside the villa. Upon seeing the Q-version plastic hammer, he clutched his chest in pain. "My Mjolnir! I crafted it from the materials extracted from a dying star, and now you've reduced it to this. Plastic, and so childish. Return my mighty hammer." Odin glared at Grey Wolf, filled with the desire to strike him down. Loki, fearing the impending chaos, quickly intervened. "Brother, please spare him. He is my father." His thoughts raced with panic. After all, level 7 powerhouse like Grey Wolf was not to be trifled with, especially with a level 10 behemoth like Loki nearby. Odin ignored Loki and coldly directed his gaze at Grey Wolf. Raising his divine spear, Gungnir, he swung it toward Grey Wolf. "Disassemble!" Grey Wolf cackled, meeting the attack with his flashlight, remembering the fate of Mjolnir. Odin's expression shifted, and he hastily withdrew Gungnir, but it was too late. The spear was instantly transformed into countless raw materials, which fell to the ground. Odin stood there, staring blankly at the materials, a surge of blood rushing to his head. With a cry, he expelled blood into the air, shouting in rage, "Ah!" He charged at Grey Wolf, but Grey Wolf merely shone the flashlight again. With a clatter, Odin's entire armor disintegrated, reducing to a pile of raw materials at his feet. Flushed with embarrassment and humiliation, he glared furiously at Grey Wolf. Loki, terrified, clung to Grey Wolf, pleading, "Brother Wolf, show mercy. He is my father." Internally, he was sweating profusely, realizing the gravity of their situation. Even Odin, the king of gods, was no match for Grey Wolf. Meanwhile, Odin's outward fury belied his inner turmoil. What manner of beast was this wolf? This strange power could effortlessly dismantle my divine might. In his frustration, Odin, clad in an outfit reminiscent of a child's cartoon character, the Grey Wolf version of the Divine King's golden armor, wielding a playful plastic spear, the childlike version of Gungnir, and wearing a children's wristwatch, the Draupnir gold ring, rode his 8-legged steed, Sleipnir, through a cascade of rainbow light, vanishing from the villa and returning to Asgard. Were it not for Grey Wolf's consideration for Loki, he would have returned empty-handed, stripped of even his garments. Upon reaching the Bifrost, Odin cast a glance at Heimdall. Heimdall promptly lowered his gaze, his mouth twitching at the sight of Odin's disgraceful appearance. Before, Odin had been majestic, adorned with an eagle helm and golden armor, wielding Gungnir with an aura of authority. Now, he wore an outfit so absurdly childish that it was laughable. His dignity lay shattered. Odin shot Heimdall a furious glare, warning him, "Do not speak of this," to which Heimdall quickly replied, "As you command." Odin pondered but found no justification to punish Heimdall, and in a huff, retreated to his palace to change out of the humiliating attire. However, he soon discovered that he could not remove it. Grey Wolf, being a mischievous trickster, had decided to teach Odin a lesson, the newly forged divine armor. Gungnir and Draupnir had not only been transformed into a childish version, but had also been imbued with a binding property, ensuring that once Odin donned them, he could never take them off. No matter how hard he struggled, he remained trapped in the outfit, becoming utterly exhausted. In desperation, he wrapped himself in an enormous cloak, but the leafy headpiece remained stubbornly in place, rendering any attempt to wear a hat futile. He flew to the dwarf realm, seeking the help of the old dwarf king, whose equipment had been personally forged for him. "Odin, what on Midgard? Why have you become so adorable?" The old dwarf king scrutinized Odin several times, ultimately settling on the term adorable to describe Odin's current predicament. Here's what happened. Odin recounted his bizarre encounter with Grey Wolf. "Such a creature exists." The dwarf king was astonished. This wolf seems to possess greater understanding of forging than even our kind. Where can I find it? I must meet this wolf. Odin, flustered, quickly interjected. First, please help me revert these garments. The dwarf king replied, I shall try. But are you certain? I can sense that this gear possesses even greater divine power than before, likely a result of that wolf's handiwork. Odin gritted his teeth. Change it back. Odin's mood was utterly abysmal. He could not bear to wander about in such a ludicrous outfit that he was, after all, the king of gods. Did he not have any dignity? Meanwhile, at the villa, the contest for Mjolnir concluded, with 10 rings awarded to Uchiha Bito, and what he chose to do with them was entirely his own affair, as for the plastic version of Mjolnir. What should we do with this? Loki inquired. Loki timidly suggested, return it to my foolish brother. Thor, the Shiba Inu, lamented, a Thor without his hammer is not a complete god. Loki glanced at the plastic hammer, envisioning a peculiar scene. The boastful Thor triumphantly raising a plastic hammer, proclaiming, for the glory of the northern gods. The absurdity of the image was overwhelming. Suddenly, the hammer inexplicably trembled. Buzzing, the electrical meter shook, and the appliances crackled with energy. What is happening? The hammer is moving. All eyes were fixated upon the mighty MJ, Mjolnir resting upon the table. Though its appearance had become somewhat plastic, the cunning methods employed by Grey Wolf had rendered its divine power even more formidable and expansive. At that moment, the hammer of the thunder god began to awaken, its divine energy radiating brilliantly in all directions. Suddenly, Roly lifted his gaze towards the distant land of New Mexico. It seemed as though Thor, the god of thunder, had stirred from slumber. Loki sensed it too, a smile creeping across his face that, in a small town in New Mexico, devastation reigned as a colossal metal giant wreaked havoc. This was the Destroyer, towering at approximately 3 meters, forged entirely from the black metal of the divine realm. It was a weapon of war from Asgard, possessing immense combat strength. Although Loki had not instigated a rebellion, the Destroyer descended upon New Mexico as per the original narrative, intent on claiming the life of the thunder god. This was not a command from Loki, but rather from Odin himself. He harbored great expectations for Thor, hoping he would rise from the ashes and transform into a true, mature king. Thus, he had issued the order for the Destroyer to hunt down the god of thunder, with a resonant hum. The metallic head of the Destroyer opened up, energy coalescing as a high-temperature laser surged forth, aimed at the valiant warrior Sif. She barely had time to raise her energy shield, placing her hands in front of her. The searing laser shattered the shield, resulting in a massive explosion that sent Sif hurtling through the air, gravely injured. Having dealt with Sif, the Destroyer turned its attention towards the now mortal Thor, as the remaining 3 warriors from the divine realm rushed to intervene in alarm. Bang, 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 bang. The Destroyer dispatched the trio with ease before approaching Thor. The god of thunder exhibited no desire to evade. He opened his arms wide, eyes shut, embodying a resolute acceptance of his fate. Come and slay me. Spare the others. The light of destruction atop the Destroyer's head continued to gather, seemingly poised to extinguish Thor's life. In a flash, MJ Mjolnir vanished from the cliffside villa in Los Angeles. Loki, taken aback, exclaimed, "It no longer flies." Grey Wolf cackled, "I modified it. It can now traverse through space." Roly grimaced, "Thank goodness you did. Otherwise MJ Mjolnir would have been too late, and Thor would have met his end." In the small town of New Mexico, Thor suddenly felt the resurgence of MJ Mjolnir's power. His spirits surged. "My divine power has returned. My MJ Mjolnir has come back." In the next instant, MJ Mjolnir reappeared in Thor's grasp. Its familiar texture reminiscent of flowing water. The sensation of power was exquisite. Thor felt his strength restored to its zenith. Huh, what in the world? As Thor opened his eyes, he gaped in astonishment at the toy-like plastic hammer in his hands, nearly dropping this childish trinket in shock. "Where is my mighty hammer?" The narrative continues with the arrival of the formidable Hancock, stirring excitement among the combatants. What on earth has transpired over at Hancock's? One inquired, "Who dares provoke our brawlers?" Another demanded that "I am Thor, the god of thunder, fighting for the glory of the northern gods." Grey Wolf interjected, "Hold on, I'm still in the midst of capturing sheep. I was so close." That wretched little lamb. I shall return. Gather, gather. Show them our might, commanded Roly, who quickly received news of the reckless challenge posed by the brawlers to the world of pirates, a foolish endeavor given their lack of strength. He hastily sent a message. You must act within your means. Hancock is a formidable opponent, a top-tier level 2, and may ascend to level 3 at any moment. Some of you would merely be a burden. Yes. I'm talking about you, brawlers. Brawlers responded with a sense of dread. The pain is suffocating. Wayne trembled in fear. Tony Stark shivered as well. Roly pondered and added, Stone Shien, Brawler Iron Man, the powers in that world are exceedingly strange. Anyone below level 2 should not venture there. But do not despair. I shall go first to clear the area, and then you can follow. Stone Shien quipped. I am but a mere burden, unable to refute that. Brawler echoed. I too am a mere burden, unable to refute that. Having given his orders, Roly activated the Brawler's teleportation function, targeting the world of One Piece. In an instant, Roly vanished from the Marvel Universe. On Daughter Island, audacity reigned as Hancock defiantly refused to kneel before the world nobles. Anthony Saint was furious. The dignity of the world nobles was not to be trifled with. This Hancock, a mere slave, dared to stand tall and gaze upon him with disdain, igniting a sense of humiliation within him. Anthony Saint, a pudgy figure standing at about 1.50 meters, had always relished the sight of others kneeling before him, for his short stature made him susceptible to being looked down upon. Yet Hancock, at 111 cm, towered over him by a quarter. This disparity was a direct affront to his masculine dignity. In that moment, Anthony Saint perceived disdain and contempt in Hancock's gaze. Very well. No one has ever dared to look down on me like this. You shall pay dearly. He vowed that I, Anthony Saint, will ensure the Navy flattens Daughter Island. Everyone shall be executed. Under the weight of Anthony Saint's ruthless decree, all present trembled in fear, as if standing at the edge of an icy abyss. They would not question the truth of his words. The world nobles, once offended, could summon the full might of the world government and navy. Even the admirals would personally lead elite forces into battle. The seas would be engulfed in terror, and Daughter Island would face annihilation. However, due to Hancock's significant contributions and the respect she garnered, no one harbored resentment against her. They merely regarded the world nobles with contempt. Hancock seethed with fury. Flatten Daughter Island? Execute everyone. Ha! It seems I cannot retreat. Suddenly, Hancock burst into laughter. In that case, I, Boa Hancock, in the name of the ruler of Amazon Lily, and as captain of the Kuja Pirates, hereby declare our departure from the control of the world government and commit to overthrowing the dominion of the celestial dragons. In that moment, Hancock's voice rang out powerfully, exuding the might of an empress. Numerous followers were stirred by her declaration, their blood ignited with zeal. In the world of One Piece, fervor was never in short supply. A single rallying cry could awaken the fighting spirit within, uniting against all injustice. From this day forth, the celestial dragons, the world government, and the navy shall be my enemies, Hancock declared, her gaze coldly fixed on Anthony Saint. Anthony Saint's chest heaved as disbelief washed over him at Hancock's defiance, quickly replaced by a tempest of rage. How dare you? A mere slave has the audacity to proclaim the overthrow of the world nobles. This is an affront. This is sacrilege. How utterly brazen. Very well. You, a mere slave, shall die. Number 11, kill her. No, capture her. I want to publicly execute her before the world to demonstrate that the dignity of the celestial dragons cannot be desecrated. Anthony Saint screamed hoarsely. The slender number 11 bowed. As you command, Your Highness. In an instant, he transformed, shedding his meek demeanor to become a figure of awe, radiating an aura of a war god. His once monochrome eyes now sparkled like gold, illuminating the entire hall, as if a legendary golden warrior had graced the realm. However, at that moment, Hancock's assault was already upon them. Arrow of captivity. In an instant, hundreds, even thousands, of pink arrows were shot towards St. Anthony. Hancock understood that, given the haughty nature of the celestial dragons, the likelihood of them being moved by her was exceedingly low. Therefore, sweetly alluring arrows would not suffice. Instead, she resorted to the captivating arrows. Regardless of whether the target harbored feelings for Hancock, being struck by these arrows would result in petrification. However, the speed of the number 11 bamboo pole far surpassed that of Hancock, arriving first. Armament Haki manifested as a colossal shield, standing resolutely before St. Anthony, deflecting all the captivating arrows. The shield of Armament Haki gradually petrified, layers peeling away, yet the captivating arrows were unable to breach this formidable barrier, let alone strike St. Anthony. St. Anthony laughed heartily. "Ants, you shall never comprehend the profound legacy of our noble celestial dragons. Behold, this number 11 before you is the ultimate weapon of humanity, belonging to the world aristocracy. The so-called human weapons of the Navy are but a mere castrated version, lacking even 1% of its power. Your strength barely qualifies as the lowest tier among Navy admirals, while this number 11 can rival the might of a warlord. The prowess of admirals pales in comparison. This is one of the credentials that uphold our identity as celestial dragons. You dare to dream of overthrowing our rule. What a laughable notion!" St. Anthony's arrogant and triumphant laughter echoed through the banquet hall. Hancock's expression shifted. She regarded the number 11 bamboo pole warily. If it truly possessed the strength of a warlord, she would need to exercise utmost caution. At that moment, a tall and imposing figure abruptly appeared in the banquet hall. It was him. Hancock's heart surged with excitement at the sight. Ultimate weapon of humanity? Instant annihilation. The expressionless number 11 coldly regarded Boa Hancock. "Your Highness' will is to capture you," with a whoosh. Number 11 transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before Hancock. It was a technique akin to shave, albeit a more advanced application. His palm reached out to seize Boa Hancock. That hand, sharp and fierce like an eagle's claw, extended with unmatched force, a powerful gust of wind surging from between his fingers, the sharp nails glinting ominously. Yet Hancock wore a sneer, entirely unafraid, appearing as though she were merely spectating. Number 11 sensed something amiss. "You are quite weak." A voice suddenly exploded in number 11's ear. Roronoa Zoro had appeared beside Hancock, enveloping her with one arm, shielding her like a mountain, while his other hand reached towards number 11 to grasp. With a slight twist, the bones in his hand, forged from the hardest metal in the world, shattered instantly. Number 11 felt as if he were a fragile willow in the wind, weightless, lifted effortlessly by this suddenly appearing man. Zoro casually kicked, and in an instant, number 11 was struck with the force of 1,000,000 tons. His sturdy metallic body cracked incessantly. AS's arm was yanked. He could not escape, and ultimately, with a resounding crash. His upper half was obliterated, countless parts scattering across the ground, alongside an array of blood vessels, organs, and muscles. This was a monstrosity, a fusion of metal and humanity. Hancock gazed up at Zoro, her heart racing inexplicably. Why was her heart pounding so fiercely? Why did seeing him evoke such a flurry of emotions and a sweet sensation? At that moment, Hancock found Zoro overwhelmingly heroic, powerful, and magnificent. She stared at the profile of his face, her body involuntarily warming, her head spinning, her cheeks flushed, and her heart racing wildly, like a startled deer. She was unaware of what was happening, feeling as though she were ailing. Hancock did not realize she was succumbing to the sensation known as infatuation. Boa Hancock, known as the Empress, proud and self-absorbed, held disdain for men. At the age of 23, she was considered a late bloomer. The reason she had remained single was that no one could withstand her allure. After all, those who could not would be turned to stone, and thus, the prospect of romance was utterly futile. Yet, as a woman, despite her outwardly strong and proud demeanor, there resided within her a yearning for conquest by man, an instinct bestowed by her gender. Her past as a slave to the celestial dragons filled her with self-doubt and deep-seated hatred for them. This unique experience led her to long for someone who could provide her with a sense of security, a man brave enough to resist and scorn the celestial dragons. And now, Zoro had appeared before her, causing her heart to race. After waiting 23 years, her body began to bloom for this man. Unbeknownst to Zoro, as he dispatched the peculiar number 11, the ultimate weapon of humanity, Hancock clung to his waist, unwilling to release him. "Zoro," she stammered, momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, she quickly regained her composure, releasing her grip and stepping back, her face flushed with embarrassment. Who? Who are you? Saint Anthony stammered, gazing at Zoro in panic that he was, after all, a sheltered flower, accustomed to leveraging his identity as a celestial dragon and the protection of the formidable Number 11. Thus, he had lived without restraint. But now, with Number 11 dead, easily slain in mere seconds by this man, Saint Anthony was gripped by terror. What kind of being could annihilate a warlord's strength so effortlessly? Even his grandfather, one of the 5 elders, might not possess such power. The 4 emperors would likely seem like a joke in his presence. Zoro set down Hancock, watching Saint Anthony with keen interest, poking at the glass bubble surrounding him. If Zoro remembered correctly, the celestial dragons considered themselves superior, disdainful of breathing the same air as commoners, hence their bubble helmets. What do you want? Saint Anthony blustered angrily, his bravado faltering. I am a celestial dragon, descendant of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago, the progenitors. If you dare to harm even a hair on my head, you will face the full wrath of the world government and the Navy. Not only that, but your family, friends, and hometown will face annihilation at the hands of the Navy. Though his tone was strong, to Zoro, it sounded like hollow bravado, mere pretense. Zoro smiled. So you were Saint Anthony, one of the celestial dragons? Saint Anthony swallowed nervously, forcing himself to stand tall. Indeed, I am Saint Anthony, a direct descendant of one of the 5 elders. Should you wish to harm me, consider the consequences. Zoro's interest peaked at a descendant of the 5 elders, you say? Broly suddenly conceived 2 brilliant ideas. Why not hold a global execution, akin to the execution of GOLD? Roger and Ace, such an event could effectively undermine the authority of the celestial dragons. Of course, annihilating Mary Geos and all the celestial dragons would suffice, but that would lack excitement. A worldwide live broadcast would be far more entertaining. Just a little provocation, and then a swift eradication, allowing Uchiha Madara and Thor to flaunt their prowess as the Elder. It is imperative for Thor to fulfill the showboating whims of his subordinates. Is it not? At that moment, Hashirama, Thor the Shiba Inu, and Loki finally descended upon this world, making their entrance at the grand banquet. Loki, we have arrived, declared Uchiha Madara. Where is the enemy? Inquired Thor, the Shiba. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. The trio bellowed in unison, the atmosphere charged with an overwhelming sense of bravado that was nearly uncontrollable. The very pressure of their divine presence would compel even the vice admirals to kneel. Where is the enemy? How dare they intimidate my beloved Alice? They seek death, thundered Thor. Uchiha Madara and Thor, the Shiba Inu, immediately sought the perpetrator, though they would never admit it was for the sake of indulging in gluttony. The mere thought of Alice's culinary delights made their mouths water uncontrollably. Who dares to bully the beloved Alice of the chaotic brawl? They must face Thor's formidable might. In an instant, Thor transformed into a bolt of lightning. Vanishing from sight, Madara and Loki, albeit momentarily disappointed at being outpaced, swiftly appeared beside Alice, their expressions filled with concern. Alice, are you unharmed? Humph, those wretches are truly despicable, Alice replied, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and warmth. Being showered with attention by 2 powerful figures was somewhat overwhelming, yet it brought her joy. Coming from a noble lineage with few friends, she had found happiness in this chaotic brawl, where everyone cherished her homemade delicacies and showed genuine concern for her well-being. Meanwhile, Empress Hancock had regained her composure, her gaze icy and brimming with confidence as she commanded her subordinates to capture the celestial dragon, Anthony Saint. What are you doing? How dare you filthy, disgusting beings touch the esteemed celestial dragon? This is blasphemy, Anthony Saint shouted in outrage. Yet awaiting him was Hancock's cold, abyss-like glare as he was imprisoned in the lowest dungeon. Public execution will follow, she ordered. Yes, Lady Snake. The warriors of Snake Island were filled with panic and excitement. In that moment, Anthony Saint truly felt fear, struggling desperately. Let me go. I am a noble of the world. Release me. Ah, you scoundrels must die. Anthony Saint was struck by the chilling realization of impending death, a concept so foreign to the celestial dragons, who had lived long and privileged lives, never experiencing unnatural demise. Now, he felt the dread of potentially becoming the second celestial dragon to be slain by another. Despite his fear, his only words were laden with threats. Devoid of any pleas for mercy that on the outskirts of Snake Island, Vice Admiral Bastian stood at the bow of his ship. Facing the wind as he gazed at the island, he could already envision the sight of the once proud and arrogant Boa Hancock being tormented by the celestial dragons. The status of celestial dragon was indeed enviable. Allowing one to act with impunity, he was filled with fervent ambition. If he could serve Anthony Saint well, he would ascend further within the Navy. Suddenly, a dog descended from the sky, landing on its knees, one hand on the ground and the other raised with a hammer. Its red cape billowed in the wind. Bastian was taken aback and immediately assumed a defensive stance, his body tensing as he eyed the unexpected arrival. The Navy soldiers aboard the warship were equally startled, rushing out to face the newcomer, weapons drawn, questioning who this dog might be among the world's pirates. "Who are you?" Bastian furrowed his brow deeply. Thor, with a cold demeanor, pressed the first button on his collar point. Two authoritative voices emanated. "Bastian, Navy soldiers, how dare a dog claim to be a god?" Bastian scoffed. "A god? You? What a joke. Speak. Who are you?" Thor, growing furious at being questioned, pressed the second button. "I am Thor, the god of thunder. I am Thor, the god of thunder. I am Thor, the god of thunder." This only served to amuse Bastian and the Navy soldiers, who erupted into laughter. "What nonsense. Just an ordinary dog." Bastian guffawed, curiosity piqued as he pointed to the third button. "What does this one do?" Thor pressed the third button. The voice boomed. "Let us play 100,000 cold jokes." "Ha!" The entire ship roared with laughter, tears streaming down their faces at the absurdity of a god who couldn't speak. Enraged, Thor raised his mighty hammer, summoning a cacophony of thunder as dark clouds swirled ominously overhead. Forming a colossal vortex, Bastian gazed at the swirling storm, a diameter of several kilometers, shimmering with ominous lightning. He swallowed hard, a sense of impending doom weighing heavily upon him. The pressure of divine power pressed down upon him, rendering his fingers immobile. The disparity was insurmountable. He could not muster the strength to resist. "But I am a vice admiral. Rise!" He bellowed in desperation, his veins bulging, yet it was futile. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers were not faring any better, each one collapsing under the weight of the divine pressure. Weapons clattered to the ground as if their strength had been siphoned away. Thor, the god of thunder, was indeed a being of immense power, classified at least as stellar within the chaotic brawls hierarchy. In contrast, these Navy vice admirals and soldiers were mere figures on a small planet, playing at authority. And at that moment, a voice echoed. "Fool, do you wish to destroy this island?" A voice filled with mockery echoed through the AI, or IT was Raleigh on Snake Island, who sensed something amiss and hastily intervened to restrain Thor from his furious outburst. Thor, feeling aggrieved, dispersed the ominous thunderclouds above, growling at those naval soldiers. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to believe their eyes as they stared at the diminutive dog that, at that moment, appeared so grand and imposing. Truly, it was a god. The naval soldiers were filled with dread and reverence. That Raleigh's voice continued, commanding the naval admiral to remain while others were to be taken away, not leaving a single soul behind. Thor was bewildered, questioning what the naval admiral was. Raleigh added, "Just a slightly stronger in that instant." Thor understood, casting a glance towards Bastille. Bastille nearly wept, realizing that he, a dignified admiral, was perceived merely as a robust ant in the eyes of his opponent. Yet he could not help but feel grateful for having salvaged his own life. As for the lives of those naval soldiers, he had long since given up on them. How could he expect to save these soldiers from the hands of God? The thought was beyond his imagination. At that moment, Thor raised his mighty hammer, exuding an air of divine authority. With crackling flashes of lightning, he brought it down. The entire warship was instantly engulfed in an overwhelming storm of thunder and lightning, shattering into fragments, disintegrating into charred remnants. While the naval soldiers were reduced to ashes, scattered into the atmosphere, Thor grasped Bastille and, with a swift motion, returned to the palace of the Snake Queen, landing before Raleigh in that instant. Thor stood tall and proud, akin to a triumphant general returning from battle. "Wow, Thor, you did splendidly. I have prepared a delicious treat for you," exclaimed Alice, rushing to Thor's side, holding out an enormous, gleaming bone dish. "Here's a reward for your hard work." Thor transformed from a figure of authority to one of endearing charm, drooling at the sight of the bone, and began to devour it ravenously. "Yes, oh delicious." Raleigh waved his hand, commanding, "Take this fellow into custody. Lock him up with that celestial dragon, and publicly execute him in a month." The notion of public execution sent chills down Bastile's spine. Amidst this chaotic turmoil, how could they dare imprison Anthony? A celestial dragon? Did they not fear retribution from the world government or even the elders? After all, he was the grandson of one of the elders. A group of female warriors from Snake Island approached, shackling the stunned and incredulous Bastile in sea stone cuffs, leading him towards the prison. But he's a celestial dragon. Has this chaos-driven lunacy gone too far? Meanwhile, Raleigh had already dealt with the enemies, but it appeared that the power levels in this world were exceedingly high, with many at level 2 and the highest at level 3. Thus, if one were to traverse this world, they must be exceedingly cautious. "Tony Stark, I borrowed the ring from Ban and simultaneously sought out the big bad wolf for a new energy source. What I am currently using, the arc reactor, must exceed 1,000 times in efficiency. All of this has been integrated into my newly developed Mark V and combined with the power of the Earth Ring. There should be no issues." Upon checking the members of the chaotic battle, Raleigh discovered that Tony Stark's level had indeed upgraded to level 1x1-3, indicating instability. The Earth Ring's power remained formidable, allowing Raleigh to confidently permit Tony Stark's involvement. Shiji Xian upgraded and to level 3. "What have I been doing all these years? Congratulations, Tony, on your upgrade from level 0 to level 3. I have yet to grasp the essence of level 3. So I remain stagnant. What a pity. Shiji Xian, I implore you to share your secrets. Please, Great One, bestow your wisdom upon us." Raleigh replied, "My cultivation system revolves around Qi, the refinement of which enhances one's physical and spiritual essence, making it most suitable for martial artists that I will find time to upload the methods of Qi cultivation to the chaotic battle arena for you all to download and study. Today's discussions ensued. It became clear that Raleigh's warnings about Qi cultivation did not deter Xiongba and Shiji Xian. After all, they had yet to grasp the path to level 3, as they were the strongest in martial arts with no guidance. Suddenly, an idea struck Raleigh. What about the skill of fusion? Whether through patera earrings or fusion dance, two individuals could merge into one, drastically amplifying their combat prowess. I possess a skill that allows two individuals to fuse, significantly enhancing their combat power, potentially by tenfold. Moreover, their battle experiences will be shared. Xiongba, Shiji Xian, your strengths are quite similar. Perhaps this is the perfect opportunity for you two. For example, Super Vegeto's combat power is 80 times that of an individual. Wait, fusion between a father and son? That sounds awkward. Shiji Xian, you dare to suggest that I should perish? You ungrateful wretch. Shiji Xian nearly choked on his own laughter. I wish to attempt the fusion skill you mentioned. Great One, if successful, we shall reconcile, and I shall no longer refer to you as my son, Xiongba declared. Very well. The two agreed to embark on this venture, officially commencing their fusion. Tony remarked, "It feels like an odd kind of energy." Loki chimed in, "Indeed, it carries a peculiar vibe." The others echoed similar sentiments, sensing an unusual atmosphere surrounding them. In the midst of this, Xiongba's fate was being scrutinized, while Hancock's heart raced with trepidation. In a secluded chamber of the Tianxia Association, a gigantic bagua compass lay before them. As Xiongba stood with a clay statue in hand at the altar, "Why must you resort to such force against an old man like me?" The clay statue sighed. Xiongba scoffed, "No matter how adept you are at evading, you cannot escape my grasp." The clay statue lamented, "I foresaw today's calamity, the divine calculations. I have become the dragon of the 9 heavens, and now rule the world with everything beneath my feet. I merely wish to glimpse my fate," Xiongba declared. "Since you have unified the world and reigned supreme, why concern yourself with the latter half of your life?" Xiongba chuckled softly. "I am simply a tad curious. The expression was rife with derision and disdain. Since joining the chaotic multiverse chat, Xiongba had come to comprehend the myriad possibilities that dictated his fate. No longer merely a clay Buddha whose destiny could be easily discerned. However, with his subordinates having brought the clay Buddha before him, he was keen to observe Ning and, simultaneously, to glean insights on the predictions regarding the latter half of his life. It was a matter that weighed upon his mind. The clay Buddha sighed deeply, lamenting the fate of Xiongba. How could the clay Buddha dare to defy? Approaching the 5 elements treasure box, he commenced the divination. The sound of mechanisms clicking echoed forth. Soon, an ethereal hum resonated as the 8 trigrams compass emitted golden light, forming 2 lines of text in midair. The dragon's chant reverberates through the heavens. As the winds and clouds converge, Xiongba raised an eyebrow in curiosity at this revelation. What could it signify? The clay Buddha elucidated. It implies that both triumph and defeat are governed by the winds and clouds. One must not force outcomes. Rather, let all things unfold naturally. Xiongba chuckled. Are you suggesting that my latter years will be at the mercy of these winds and clouds, leading to a reversal of fortune? Is it not true that these winds and clouds refer to my 2 disciples, Niefeng and Bu Jingyun? Upon receiving confirmation, the clay Buddha observed Xiongba, perceiving a mix of shock, anger, and resentment flickering in his eyes. Yet, Xiongba laughed heartily, dismissing the notion as mere folly. What a joke! Do you think a mere prediction can discern the tumult of the multiverse? Can it foresee the likes of the formidable Raleigh? I, Xiongba, am no longer the man I once was. A trifling prediction shall not bind me. Gazing at the clay Buddha, he exuded an even greater air of confidence and dominance. The clay Buddha, hearing this, let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, humanity is such that they accept fate when it suits them and reject it when it does not. Xiongba shook his head with a rueful smile, pondering how pitiable it was that the clay Buddha could not foresee that he had transcended the limitations of a small world, casting his gaze toward the vast multiverse. The winds and clouds were naught but the capering of mere ants in a confined realm. Xiongba turned his attention to the chaos unfolding in the multiverse, where Raleigh was imparting the technique of fusion to his son, Shi Xian, who had agreed to collaborate in this endeavor. Niefeng and Bu Jingyun, I am curious to see how far you can progress. However, I have pressing matters to attend to. The affairs of my 2 disciples can wait. He then faced the clay Buddha once more. Since you have divulged your prophecy, your value has waned. Thus, it is time for you to quietly meet your demise. With a swift motion, Xiongba struck, and the clay Buddha fell lifeless to the ground. Xiongba vanished from the scene, transporting himself into the world of One Piece. I have arrived to claim even greater power. Shortly thereafter, Niefeng and Bu Jingyun arrived, only to be met with the sight of the clay Buddha's corpse and the ominous prophecy. Bu Jingyun pondered over the 2 phrases, realizing that the clay Buddha's demise must have been orchestrated by their master. Did this imply that they were destined to become enemies of their master? A heavy gloom settled over Niefeng's heart. In a sudden turn of events, Xiongba and Shi Xian found themselves facing each other on Snake Island, their energies colliding in a spectacular display. The yearning for power radiated intensely between them. Both were leaders in their respective realms, prideful and ambitious. However, within the chaos, they found themselves relegated to mediocrity, igniting a fierce determination to rise above. Thus, upon learning of the fusion technique, they hastened to the world of One Piece. Xiongba regarded Shi Xian, recalling the words of the elder. To succeed with this technique, we must unite our strengths. Shi Xian, we have overthought this. You need not worry. From this day forth, let past grievances be cast aside, Xiongba declared. Agreed, Shi Xian affirmed. The 2 clasped hands, formally establishing a pact. They understood that this fusion technique was most suitable for the 2 of them. No one else could match their compatibility. Thus, for the sake of their long-term aspirations, they resolved to bury the hatchet. Raleigh approached them, instructing, I will demonstrate a motion. You 2 must master it first. Remember, precision is paramount. Any deviation could hinder rather than enhance your strength. Raleigh guided Xiongba and Shi Xian in the intricate art of fusion. Boa Hancock, and Alice engaged in conversation nearby. "What does it feel like to fall in love, Alice?" Boa Hancock mused, her thoughts drifting to Raleigh's impressive figure. "It's like having butterflies in your stomach," Alice replied, "but I wouldn't know. I've never been in love." "However," Alice continued, "I've read that when you like someone, your heart races and your intelligence diminishes as you find yourself constantly thinking of them." A sense of dread began to wash over Hancock. Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? The turmoil in her heart was palpable, and she unconsciously gazed at Raleigh from a distance, her cheeks flushing. Known for her assertive and domineering demeanor, she would typically express her affections boldly. Yet, Raleigh's overwhelming strength left her feeling unworthy. "Hey, sister, have you fallen for Raleigh?" Alice, perceptive as ever, quickly caught on to the truth, and no, that is not true. Boa Hancock stammered, flustered and self-conscious. "Even though I've never dated, the stories say that when you like someone, you should take initiative." Alice began to share her wisdom. "Look, Raleigh is all alone, and you are stunning. You two would make a perfect pair." No, I'm not worthy of him," Boa Hancock protested, her fluster evident. Observing Hancock's reluctance, Alice decided to change the subject. "Sister, why are there only women on Snake Island? Where are the men?" This question had been weighing on Alice since her arrival. "Because this place has no need for men." Boa Hancock replied matter-of-factly. "But how do we reproduce?" Alice queried, perplexed. "Our 9 snake pirates often capture men when we venture out, and when we return, we can have children," Hancock explained. "Is that so?" Alice's eyes widened in astonishment, her adorable face making her seem even more endearing. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Ban and Loki were already facing relentless advances from the female warriors of Snake Island, each clad in bikinis, unabashedly flirting with the 2 men, who were rumored to possess unparalleled strength, far surpassing even the 4 emperors. Such a man, after mating, would surely produce exceptionally robust offspring, wouldn't he? Even Thor, that divine canine, has caught the EY. In any case, individuals of remarkable prowess are not uncommon in the bizarre world of One Piece. These female warriors begin to exert their utmost efforts, unleashing an array of extraordinary techniques. Consequently, Loki, caught off guard, falls prey to the trap set by one of these female fighters. He consumes a beverage laced with a potent aphrodisiac and promptly loses consciousness. Overwhelmed by a throng of female warriors, Loki finds his garments shredded to tatters, transforming him into a rather unfortunate state. Due to their overwhelming strength, Ban and Thor remain unharmed, as the effects of the aphrodisiac fail to take hold. "How infuriating!" Ban exclaims, his shame fueling his anger. "I am Thor, the god of thunder, fighting for the glory of the Norse deities." Thor, in a state of panic, hastily retreats from the scene. They abandon Loki without a second thought. 10 minutes later, Tony Stark, clad in Mark V armor and adorned with 10 rings, appears in the world of One Piece. The Grey Wolf, after failing to capture a sheep, receives a lesson from the Red Wolf. He has come in pursuit of culinary delights, particularly to bring back a platter of roasted lamb to appease his wife. Thus, characters such as Luffy, Domineering, Loki, Tony Stark, Uchiha Ban, Shizuan, Thor, Grey Wolf, and Alice converge in one place. As for Wayne and Yu, their lack of strength renders them unable to join this world, fearing that they might be inadvertently swept away by the chaos of battle. Yu, overwhelmed by emotion, bursts into tears, while Wayne wipes his tears yet continues to as for why Alice is permitted to remain in the world of One Piece. It is, of course, for the sake of gourmet food. As for her safety, there is no cause for concern. As a beloved character in the chaotic battles, Grey Wolf has tailored a life-saving outfit for her, impervious to even the most formidable attacks. Yu, still in tears, clings to Wayne, who is sobbing uncontrollably, their distress palpable. All present gather for a meeting, excluding the 2 inept fighters. With a firm demeanor, Luffy takes the lead, rapping the table to call for order. Today, we convene for our first true assembly of the chaotic fighters. 10 members are present, with 2 absent due to their insufficient strength. So let this serve as a reminder to train harder and not merely coast through the chaos. Yu, watching the live stream, suddenly covers his head in despair. How heart-wrenching. Luffy pauses, noticing Loki's absence. Ban and Thor exchange dark glances, In a fit of anger, Luffy unleashes a wave of fury across Snake Island, quickly locating Loki, who is currently languishing in bed. With female warriors lining up to approach him, Luffy recalls the breeding customs of Snake Island, sending a shiver down his spine. "Loki, you have my sympathy," he states gravely. As for Loki, he is rather occupied at the moment. So let us proceed without further ado. I will now outline the agenda for today's meeting, Changing the World. The first item on the agenda is an introduction to the world's background, power dynamics, and the system of strength to be presented by our group's most charming member, Boa Hancock. The second item concerns the plan to change the world, which I shall announce. The third item involves task assignments. Finally, we will conclude the meeting. Upon finishing, Luffy scans the room, prompting a wave of realization among the attendees, who erupt into enthusiastic applause, showing widespread support for Luffy's address. Clearing his throat, Luffy remarks, "That was too bureaucratic. We must keep it simple, understood?" The crowd collectively rolls their eyes at their leader's seriousness. All right, let us commence with the first agenda item. Hancock, please take the stage to introduce the world of One Piece. Boa Hancock steps forward, beginning her discourse on the origins of the world government, the historical civilizations, and the renowned declaration of Pirate King Roger regarding his treasure. As she elaborates on the various factions, she emphasizes the celestial dragons, the structure and strength of the world government, and the Marines before discussing the four emperors, the warlords of the sea, and the revolutionary army. As the hours pass, the expressions of those gathered grow increasingly peculiar. This world is truly bizarre. How have the celestial dragons, who can indiscriminately enslave others, managed to survive unoverthrown for so long? More perplexing still, how can the Marines proclaim themselves as justice? What sort of justice is this? Clearly, these Marines are not entirely sane. Next, Hancock explains the primary systems of power in this world, the devil fruits and hockey. Luffy then transitions to the second agenda item, the plan to change the world. He asserts that merely eliminating individuals or the Marines will not address the root of the issue. The key lies in eradicating the fear instilled by the celestial dragons and the world government in the hearts of the global populace. Thus, I propose a strategy of psychological warfare. Luffy boldly writes the words psychological warfare plan, annihilation of Charlotte Lin Lin on the newly crafted blackboard. The world of One Piece has a tradition of publicly executing notorious criminals, such as Pirate King Roger and Ace. This serves as a method of psychological manipulation, conveying to all that the world government is formidable, urging pirates to remain subdued. Luffy's plan parallels this, aiming to publicly execute a celestial dragon to dismantle their perceived inviolable status in the eyes of the people. "Look, I have slain a celestial dragon, and they cannot retaliate against me. They're not gods. They too can be killed, so there's no need to fear them." But of course, Luffy's plan is not merely a repetition of the world government's tactics, but rather an enhancement thereof. I need to create a virtual internet that spans the globe, allowing everyone to access it through their consciousness and witness live executions, coupled with anonymous voting that I want the entire world to decide whether or not to execute the celestial dragons. Can we achieve this? Grey Wolf exclaims confidently. "For me, it's a piece of cake." "Impressive." Tony Stark interjects, "So your intention is to compel the populace to take a stand? Given the history of the celestial dragons abusing their power, many will likely vote for their execution." Tony Stark, being a modern and intelligent individual, quickly grasps the crux of the matter. Domineering appears puzzled, unfamiliar with the concept of voting. What if the outcome is to spare them? Ban shakes his head. With Grey Wolf's expertise, the data can certainly be manipulated. The number of votes is something we can control. Alice trembles with apprehension. "You are all so cunning." Ban adds, "There's another advantage. We can categorize votes by nation and region, ranking the number of votes from each country. That if we become displeased with a certain nation, rearranging the data, or directly categorizing the nations that stand in opposition to the celestial dragons, aligns them with the faction advocating for their downfall. This would incite a rift between them and the world government." Upon this suggestion, inspiration surged among the others. Shi Xian remarked, "We can sow discord between the lower-ranking Navy soldiers and the world government." The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The celestial dragons' names are prominently displayed for all to see. Regardless of the truth, The nations and forces that align with them must be eradicated. The more infamous the names, the deeper the hatred grows. Indeed, these individuals are quite villainous, exclaimed Luo Li. Taken aback, Hancock's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Luo Li stood, declaring, "Let us commence the allocation of tasks." The assembly stood at attention, aware that they were on the brink of saving a world. Their hearts racing with exhilaration. Grey Wolf, you are tasked with constructing a virtual internet to connect all of humanity. Baiji Boban, you shall venture to the four emperors' territories, inviting them to witness the public execution of the celestial dragons. Should they resist, we shall compel them through force. If they find it displeasing, they could be captured and brought to Snake Island for public execution. Killing one of the four emperors would surely instill fear among pirates. Boa Hancock, utilize your connections within the global news network to disseminate information about the public execution. The more people informed, the better. Concurrently, gather evidence of the infamous misdeeds committed by the celestial dragons and the world government. Exaggerations are welcome. As for Loki, let him rest, Luo Li concluded, issuing instructions with utmost seriousness. The others felt a burgeoning sense of purpose, as if they were on the cusp of igniting a monumental wave of change. The group, led by Ban and Thor, navigated the skies guided by the Eternal Pointer, arriving first at the territory of the four emperors, Big Mom's Cake Island. They silently descended upon a small isle. Approaching a nearby town, woof woof, Thor sniffed the air, wrinkling his nose in discontent. Dogs shouldn't consume overly sweet foods. It can lead to illness. Just because Thor is a god doesn't mean he is immune to sickness. Even the Thor from Avengers Endgame became quite portly, and Goku from Dragon Ball suffered from heart disease. Thus, despite Thor's divine nature, he remained vigilant regarding his diet, instinctively disliking and rejecting sweets. However, the entire town, from the houses to the pavement, was constructed from sugary confections. A most peculiar sight. Achoo! The sweetness overwhelmed Thor, prompting a sneeze. Ban glanced at him, guessing his sentiments. You don't fancy the aroma here? Thor pressed a button, declaring, I am Thor, the god of thunder, nodding in affirmation. Ban replied simply, then let us summon the tyrant with a grand display. With such a commotion, the tyrant would surely appear without us needing to exert further effort. Thor pressed a second button, proclaiming, for the glory of the northern gods, and nodded once more. Together, the trio ascended into the air. Ban spread his arms wide, exclaiming, super divine retribution. With a single gesture, he effortlessly transformed the town below into a colossal pit. The entire Cake Island trembled, leaving its inhabitants in a state of shock. What has transpired? An earthquake? Big Mom inquired from her throne, bewildered. Katakuri, unable to extend his observation haki that far, was equally perplexed. Report. A small island to the south is emitting a plethora of light and vibrations. A soldier relayed Big Mom's brow furrowed in confusion. So, this is not a natural earthquake. Katakuri stepped forward, saying, allow me to investigate. Big Mom, being inherently lazy and a glutton, nodded, very well if it is an enemy incursion. Eliminate them. She trusted Katakuri, her strongest son, to handle the situation. Katakuri, accompanied by his forces, sailed to the scene. Upon arrival at the small island, he immediately detected a massive pit where the town once stood, and sensed two powerful presences emanating from within. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The intensity of the two auras rivaled the overwhelming presence of Big Mom in her wrath. Were they two of the other four emperors? Or perhaps marine admirals? With a stern expression, Katakuri ordered his men to inform Big Mom while he approached the pit alone, eager to ascertain the identities of the newcomers. As he drew closer, he sensed a man and a dog leisurely spreading a blanket and dining upon meat. Who are they? Katakuri pondered, perplexed by the unfamiliar duo. This combination is rather odd. Brother Thor, someone approaches. Is this the tyrant we seek? The dog barked. All right, let me capture a screenshot and inquire in the group chat. Ban discreetly took a screenshot of Katakuri and sent it to the commotion group. Boa Hancock, is this the tyrant? That seems to be Katakuri, one of the four emperor's sons. He is exceptionally powerful, possessing observation haki that can briefly predict the future. Impressive ability. Indeed, as a god, I cannot foresee the future. Such remarkable prowess. Well, It seems you're the weakest of the gods. Thus you cannot foresee the future. Loki jested. Wait a moment. I sense something peculiar. Who are you? Loki exclaimed. Astonished, I don't recall any new members joining the group. Something feels familiar. Where are the other two brothers? Why are they not participating in the commotion? The crowd fell silent for a moment, yet still awaited the emergence of the two individuals. Uchiha Madara, there seems to be something amiss. These two formidable water beings should not remain hidden. Allow me to try once more, Shionba Shirji Shien. Speaking of which, could it be that these two have truly ventured into a more intimate relationship? Tony Stark chuckled heartily. Haha, I had already perceived their profound camaraderie. Perhaps their banter has blossomed into something more. Indeed, Shionba Shirji Shien, wiping the sweat from his brow, added, Loki, wait a moment. Have you noticed? This brother, Shionba Shien, is actually at level 3. Does that not imply that he might be as formidable as I? Tony Stark interjected. Oh, Loki, my dear brother, it is not that I belittle your companion Shionba Shien, who is undoubtedly stable at level 3, but your prowess fluctuates between level 2 and 3. To be frank, can you truly wield the power of level 3? Loki was not pleased by this remark. You insolent fool. What do you, a mere mortal, understand? You have indeed become rather arrogant. Can you genuinely defeat me? Humorously exaggerated. Tony Stark apologetically responded, My apologies, Loki. Recently, I instructed my intelligent assistant Jarvis to gather combat data from the brawlers, establishing a reference for power levels, and developing an algorithm to measure combat strength that I have just had Jarvis calculate using this algorithm. And I, Iron Man, shall undoubtedly crush you. Haha. Wayne, the esteemed one, inquired, when will the custom iron battle suit you promised me be ready? As another who relies on equipment to bolster his strength, Wayne expressed his profound envy. He too wished to flaunt like the great Tony Stark, yet alas, his abilities did not permit it. Truly, a sorrowful tale. Tony Stark reassured him, It shall be ready soon. Fret not. Stick with me, and there will be plenty to feast upon. Loki, fuming, declared, You insolent mortal have successfully provoked my ire. Come, shall we engage in a friendly spar? I, the god of mischief Loki, shall beat you to a pulp. Madara responded, I believe this sparring session could be quite entertaining. Gathering spectators, Broly exclaimed, Indeed, I find this sparring session quite appealing. Hancock, shyly interjecting, Oh, Broly, you're here. Alice, her heart fluttering at Broly's presence, noted, Ah, but what good is merely calling for the great ones, Hancock? You must confess your feelings, Thunder God Thor. Boldly proclaiming, I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Let us engage in 100,000 questions. The brawlers erupted in excitement, while Iron Man maintained his composure. All right, Loki, just be sure not to embarrass your divine kin by getting your face beaten to a pulp. Humorously exaggerated, the main text. Iron Man versus Loki. Broly inquired, Tony, I'm quite intrigued by the algorithm you've developed. Would you care to elaborate? Tony Stark hesitated. Great one. The data I've collected is insufficient to determine your combat strength. Broly replied, I understand. However, if your algorithm proves accurate, it could provide the brawlers with a service to gauge their own strengths. I sense that even among those of level 3, the disparities in power are substantial, and I fear that the differences will only grow larger. Tony Stark acknowledged, Indeed, as you say, within the algorithm crafted by Jarvis, the disparities in combat strength among those at level 0 to level 3 have been consistently widening. For instance, Madara should rank among the top of level 3. Of course, there may be those even stronger than him. Assuming Madara is indeed at the peak of level 3, then at my full capacity, I would merely be in the mid-range of level 3, while our Loki, the little trickster, is barely at the lower end of level 3. Laughing heartily, Loki then turned to Broly, Might I request your assistance in officiating this duel? I intend to thoroughly defeat this insolent mortal. Broly replied, Sure, but do remain calm. Madara, what is your current situation? Madara answered, Great one, there is nothing of note here. That fellow Katakuri seems to have realized our strength far exceeds his, and he has not dared approach. Very well. Let us take this opportunity to enjoy the spectacle of Iron Man battling the god of mischief, Loki. Tony Stark and Loki exchanged sly glances as the crowd erupted in cheers. Eagerly anticipating their duel, Broly turned to Hancock. Where do you think would be the best venue for their battle? Hancock shyly suggested, Ah, great one. I'm quite bashful, but I believe the fighting arena would suffice. The arena on Amazon Lily is vast enough to accommodate their conflict. Rolly agreed. Excellent. Let's prepare to commence then. Iron Man and Loki. The arena of the serpent awaited. Hancock had initially intended for Rolly to sit upon a throne. Yet Rolly preferred the casual seating among the spectators. Thus, Hancock accompanied him to the audience area. Meanwhile, Xiongba and Shiji Xian had returned from their combined state. Alice prepared a feast, and Hancock's subordinates assisted her in delivering the food for Rolly and the others to enjoy. Come on, Iron Man. Little Loki, you must give it your all, Rolly exclaimed, tearing into the meat with glee. Loki declared, I shall demonstrate to this arrogant mortal the might of the divine. Tony Stark retorted, in that case, I shall vanquish the gods with the strength of a mere mortal. The two faced off, their gazes colliding in the air, as if sparks ignited between them. On Cake Island. What? Katakuri sent you to find me. Charlotte Linlin, savoring her delightful desserts, was interrupted by a soldier delivering the message, her expression darkening. The soldier trembled at the sight. Was he incapable of handling such a trivial matter? Charlotte Linlin extended her colossal hand, effortlessly siphoning the soldier's life away. Witnessing her anger, Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family and a wielder of the candy fruit, stepped forward. Since my brother has sent someone to request assistance, it must mean the opponent possesses some skill. Perhaps we should accompany him to assess the situation. He exchanged glances with several other commanders, including Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Oven, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Smoothie, all of whom readily agreed. Charlotte Linlin waved dismissively, returning to her dessert. The Charlotte family, apart from Big Mom and some behind-the-scenes officers, collectively set out with great momentum towards the southern island. Madara and Thor consumed the delectable feast sent by Alice. Katakuri sat at the edge of a deep pit, his expression grim as he observed them from afar, but he was astounded, unable to discern the origin of these peculiar individuals or the food they had conjured. Was it a power derived from a devil fruit? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Katakuri leaped down into the pit, approaching Madara and Thor as a proud warrior. He understood that even against formidable opponents, one must fight fearlessly. Are we finally ready to engage? Madara, intrigued, put down the glowing food and turned to Katakuri. I hear you possess the ability to briefly foresee the future. Who are you, and why have you come to Cake Island? Katakuri's demeanor, initially cold and aloof, suddenly shifted. A flicker of crimson flashed in the moonlight. He witnessed a vision. A white-haired man unleashed a beam of light from his mouth. You should answer my question first. A hint of dissatisfaction flickered in Madara's eyes. Rasengan. Madara slightly parted his lips, emitting a blue laser. In an instant, it traversed hundreds of meters, penetrating Katakuri's body without inflicting any harm. He continued to advance with unwavering determination. Oh, how intriguing, Madara noted upon witnessing this spectacle, activating his Rinnegan. You did not evade damage. Rather, you dodged my Rasengan. A fluid body. How fascinating. Is this the power of a devil fruit? As he spoke, Madara sent a video of his recent attack on Katakuri, which had been evaded, to the chaos of the battle. Indeed, this fellow can briefly foresee the future, but that is hardly impressive. As long as I employ my ultimate technique, he will be left with no escape. He then turned to Iron Man and Loki. You two have yet to commence. I'll get started here. Sighing, he added, Shall we wait a moment? All right, then let us pause, responded Iron Man Jarvis. Gather combat data on Katakuri and analyze his rank. Understood, boss, Iron Man affirmed. He then glanced at Loki. I'll let you relax for a while. Perhaps consider indulging in some luminous delicacies, of course. This is to ensure that when I consume you later, I can regurgitate everything you've eaten. Loki smirked wickedly, nonchalantly tossing his long hair. Mortal, I shall dismantle your arrogant armor and leave you toothless. After all, both of these individuals were masters of verbal prowess. Madara hovered in the air, gazing down at the astonished Katakuri. Come now, let me witness the techniques of your world. It would serve as excellent material for inspiration, perhaps even leading me to develop new ninjutsu. He can fly. What on earth is this? Katakuri looked up at Madara, his heart filled with shock. However, he paused, realizing Madara's words. Your world? Could it be that he hailed from another realm? Katakuri clenched his fists, demanding, what is your name? I fear you are not worthy of knowing it, Madara replied, his tone dripping with arrogance. How audacious! Katakuri roared in fury, leaping high into the air, his arm enveloped in haki, delivering two powerful punches. His arm extended several meters, striking with incredible speed. An extending arm? How fascinating! Yet your strength is still lacking. Madara nonchalantly intercepted the blow, gazing down at Katakuri with indifference. However, this black energy is rather peculiar, live streaming to the chaos. Madara directed his attention to Law and Hancock. Isn't this the haki of armament? It seems reminiscent of the training methods shared by Law. Law, Uchiha Madara, see if you can absorb Katakuri's haki using the power of the 6 paths, and relay it to the chaos in the way of the red hair that I wish to study it. Understood, boss, Law responded. Katakuri sensed that he could not withdraw his hand from Madara's grip. The disparity in power is staggering, he thought, astonished. Suddenly, he felt a fierce pulling force emanating from Madara's palm. To his shock, he realized the haki enveloping his arm was being extracted. What? Katakuri was not merely shocked. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. The ability to absorb haki was unprecedented, truly terrifying. Haki could capture the essence of a Logia fruit user. Thus, no devil fruit power could counter it. Haki was a pinnacle ability in this world. Yet his opponent could absorb such power. How could this not send tremors through Katakuri's very soul? Madara's absorption nearly drained Katakuri of all his haki, leaving him utterly exhausted and collapsed on the ground. His strength extinguished as he slipped into unconsciousness. He pondered his predicament. Ding! Uchiha dispatched 3 red packets to the chaos. From this Katakuri, I have extracted 3 distinct powers with varying attributes, he announced. Law received the 3 packets and praised. Well done. Thank you for the compliment, boss. I hope this fellow's haki can prove useful to you. Tony Stark remarked. Madara, impressive as always, truly a top-tier competitor. Jarvis analyzed. This individual's power does not reach the top tier. He is merely at the upper level of 2. Moreover, Law, when you first arrived in the pirate world, the strength of the number 11 you defeated was at the mid-tier of 3. It seems. Little Loki, you should stay close to Law. Otherwise, encountering a monster like number 11 could lead to a thorough beating, which would be quite embarrassing in this chaos. Ha ha ha. Tony never strayed from his mocking tone. Loki's frustration was palpable. Fine. Now that Madara has dealt with his opponent, shall we commence? As you wish, Tony Stark replied, sealing his helmet with a crisp sound, the eyes of the mask glowing brilliantly. Simultaneously, the arc reactor at the center of the Iron Man's suit radiated a dazzling glow, evoking a sense of both coolness and dreamlike charm, perhaps due to the improvements made by the wolf. Next, Iron Man's hands and fingers sparkled with radiant light. The 10 rings of power were activated. Thanks to the arc reactor's energy amplification, Iron Man could wield the power of the 10 rings at a level surpassing even that of the Mandarin. Loki floated in midair, enveloped in mysterious magical energy. While Tony Stark hovered, his suit paired with the 10 rings, exuding a brilliance that outshined Loki's magical aura. I am the god of mischief, Loki, he bellowed, channeling his long-prepared magical attack from his hands. To secure a decisive victory, Loki unleashed his most potent power, a spell imbued with tracking capabilities, ensuring that no matter how Iron Man attempted to evade, there would be no escape. I am Iron Man. In stark contrast to Loki's thunderous roar, Tony merely spoke in a calm tone. Then, facing the magical orb sent by Loki, he raised both hands and snapped his fingers simultaneously, with a resounding crack. A terrifying energy erupted from Iron Man, exploding outward. This energy wave flattened the entire arena in an instant and continued to expand outward. Loki, raising a protective barrier, shielded the surrounding combatants within it. Once everything settled, Loki lay on the ground in disarray, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the sky, filled with doubt about life. Why is it that I, a god, can be bullied by even a mere mortal? He cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. I'm so useless, clutching his head and weeping. The narrative continues with the Charlotte family being utterly defeated. Clap, clap, clap. Loki laughed heartily, applauding, "Well done, Tony, you immortal have slain a god. You are a paragon of humanity." Tony Stark, feeling bashful without his iron mask, scratched his head, acknowledging that he relied on the power bestowed by the rings. Otherwise, he might not have triumphed over Loki. It is primarily due to your adept utilization of the 10 rings' power. Loki remarked, "You centered the energy of the 10 rings around your armored suit. Even someone like Master M could not achieve that. Such is your talent." Feeling flattered by the praise, Tony responded with humility. Loki, shaking off his existential crisis, was lifted from the ground by Loki. You can't rely solely on your heritage. Even as a god, you must find ways to transcend your own limitations. Otherwise, the other combatants will inevitably surpass you, and you shall face even greater embarrassment. Loki, coming to his senses, nodded. Indeed, I've been too reliant on my divine lineage. After this experience, I realize that a god's bloodline is not everything from now on. I shall strive to learn and develop my own strengths. Excellent. Loki nodded in satisfaction. Although Tony is conceited and often brash, he is constantly learning, pondering, and researching to push his own limits. Frankly speaking, such a person possesses the potential to sing praises. He rightfully deserves to be a winner in life, and everyone should learn from Tony, except for his arrogance and pride. Returning to the Serpent Lady's palace after a raucous celebration, the atmosphere was lively. "Everyone, look! Another batch of peculiar beings has arrived. Come, let us enjoy the show. I'm going to live stream." Tony Stark exclaimed, "Watch as I witness the grand spectacle of Lord B's prowess against the 4 emperors." Moreover, Jarvis could gather more material. "Alice, Lord B, Thor, let me send you some delicious treats. Thor, I'm the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods, come and join me in playing 100,000 Wise Mobile game." Upon hearing about food, Thor felt immense joy for fighting. With Lord B able to handle everything, was there really a need for him to intervene? At that moment, in the giant pit, the Charlotte family troops rushed in, spotting Katakuri lying on the ground. The entire Charlotte family was in shock. Katakuri was their undefeated legend, yet he had been taken down by some mysterious stranger. One might wonder, how did this pit come to be? Was it the doing of that peculiar fellow? If so, it was rather terrifying, and oh wonder Katakuri sent someone to report. This individual must undoubtedly be of the 4 emperors' caliber. We might not even be able to defeat him collectively. The family's strategist, Perispero, whispered, "We should invite Big Mom here." They initially thought Katakuri could not handle many foes alone, yet there was only one opponent. They subconsciously overlooked Thor. Thus, it was no longer a matter of numbers, but rather a disparity in levels. Big Mom could single-handedly overpower the entire family army. Similarly, this white-haired man could do the same. Perispero then called out to Lord B, "Esteemed elder, what brings you to Cake Island? Are you not aware that this is the territory of the 4 emperors?" Big Mom, "Even if you are of the same caliber, a prior notice would have been courteous." "Notice?" Lord B scoffed, his laughter echoing. "In truth, I am here to inform you that our esteemed leader intends to publicly execute the celestial dragons. You may wish to come and observe. The date is XXX.D. O not be late, lest our leader take offense." Upon hearing this, the Charlotte family fell into a stunned silence. Public execution of the celestial dragons. Are you mad? Although we do not know who you are, you clearly have no regard for the world government. Even if all 4 emperors united, they might not defeat the world government. Your actions are tantamount to seeking your own demise. We shall not participate. Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 3 generals of the Charlotte family, taunted. Lord B's expression turned cold as he gazed at her. Instantly, Smoothie felt a chilling dread penetrate her very soul. She opened her eyes to find herself in a chaotic world, and to her horror, she realized she was bound to a gallows. Suddenly, enormous eyes illuminated the dark sky, their purple scara and black patterns radiating an entrancing light. A grand voice resonated throughout this space. "Ant, you should be experiencing it now. The difference between an ant and a god." This voice reverberated within Smoothie's heart, and a deep anguish began to consume her soul. "I am an ant." The strong-willed Smoothie's spirit endured tremendous torment as she succumbed to the nightmarish realm created by Lord B's Rinnegan. She wept uncontrollably, as if experiencing a century of suffering. Meanwhile, Lord B withdrew his gaze, and mere seconds had passed in reality. Smoothie found herself back in the real world, utterly drained, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Smoothie, what happened to you? Her siblings looked on in confusion that I am an ant. Smoothie remained lost in her recent spiritual torment, crying inconsolably. The Charlotte family found themselves bewildered. Their 3 generals were weeping uncontrollably. This was utterly shocking. Surely this was the doing of that individual. One of the family's strongest generals, Charlotte Cracker, discerned the situation and glared angrily at Lord B in the sky. "Oh, I see you harbor some dissatisfaction towards me." Lord B observed with an air of arrogance, extending a finger towards Cracker. "Come now, unleash your strongest technique." As Cracker roared, "Big Mom, you are too ugly," he conjured countless cookie clones to surround Lord B in the sky. However, he suddenly found himself on the ground, unable to reach Lord B. "If you have the ability, come down," Cracker bellowed, his face flushed with frustration, uttering the classic line. The live chat erupted in laughter at this moment. This guy is so naive. Is he trying to make me laugh to inherit my iron suit? Tony Stark chuckled. I end this chaotic brawl. Lord B's formidable presence is unmatched. Tony, the second speaker, do you have any secrets? How is it that you always manage to be the first to speak? Majestic Banya, your invisible swagger is truly lethal. I envy you. Shire with your prowess, your invisible swagger is indeed formidable. Wayne with your might. Your invisible swagger is undeniably powerful. Loki, I too can soar like K1. Tony Stark. Loki, you dare to show your face after being soundly beaten? Look at me, can I not fly? Regarding the question of speed, it's rather disheartening to dwell on it. After all, as you know, I possess wealth and talent, with countless women yearning to share my avoid being drained dry. I must acquire some unique skills. Steel Iron Man, I comprehend. Wayne, Iron Man, with your doubts, Iron Man a warning. There are ladies in this brawl, and oh reckless driving aloud. Loki, how astute you are. Tony Stark. Loki, I believe we should spar once more. Loki, you await my return to the Celestial Palace. Tony Stark, I shall be waiting. As Banya descended, he cast a disdainful glance at Kellyja. Suddenly, Kellyja and his biscuit-clad minions launched an assault. Storm release. Light Fong. Banya opened his mouth, unleashing a blue laser that pierced Kellyja's body. In an instant, all the biscuit warriors collapsed. Kellyja crawled from his cookie armor, clutching the gaping wound in his chest, staring in disbelief at Banya. How did you uncover my true form? Banya replied. How else could I have discovered it? Naturally, I simply looked. You couldn't even evade my casual strike. You're worse than that Kaka Watt's his name. Kellyja coughed blood and collapsed. The Charlotte family fell into a stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. They anticipated Kellyja's defeat, but never expected it to be so swift and decisive. Thus, the 3 great stars of the Charlotte family lost all combat capability. The Charlotte members trembled as they gazed at Banya. This white-haired male who is utterly terrifying. What brings you here to disturb my dessert time? Charlotte Lingling rose in anger, draining the soul of the approaching Earth soldier. With a grim expression, Charlotte Lingling strode out of the room. I shall see who dares to disrupt my enjoyment. If there are no delicious desserts offered, I shall turn you into one. Zeus, Charlotte Lingling bellowed. The lazy white clouds nearby instantly transformed into a terrifying storm cloud. Charlotte's massive form leaped onto the storm cloud. Let's confront this newcomer. Everyone, unleash your attacks. If Mom sees us retreating without a fight, she will surely be furious, knowing full well they could not win. They pressed on. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Perispero, spoke gravely. The others nodded in solemn agreement. Then, thousands launched an assault on Banya. Consequently, Banya exhaled a breath of fire, creating a dragon of flames that stretched for miles. He unleashed a gust of wind. A tornado sweeping through, he spat water. A colossal wave crashing forth, he expelled lightning, leaving only a handful of ministers still standing in the chaos. The cries of Tony Stark echoed. To Banya, these shrimp and crabs were merely child's play, as the few remaining ministers struggled to endure. Thunder echoed from the distant sky. Big Mom is coming. At that moment, regardless of her usual brutality, they felt a sense of warmth in the presence of Big Mom. Their existence held significance. Only under her protection could they roam freely across the seas. They gazed at the figure approaching on the storm clouds. Resembling a god, filled with awe and reverence. "Oh, is that corpulent woman one of the emperors?" Banya remarked, surprised. "How utterly unattractive." His words left the ministers of the Charlotte family both astonished and speechless. "Do you not understand what respect means?" One of the ministers thundered in fury. "Why should I respect her?" Banya retorted, disdainfully sending images of Big Mom to the chaos. "Is this the so-called emperor? Quite the sight, isn't it?" Hancock responded, "Yes, that's her. The second of the 4 emperors." Big Mom, Hancock noted that "I've heard she has 23 husbands from various races." Tony Stark exclaimed, "Wow, this woman truly lives up to her title." The others echoed, "Incredible. This woman truly deserves the title of emperor." Big Mom, wielding her massive sword Napoleon and the fiery Prometheus, descended upon them, a sight to behold. Big Mom, the Empress, demand your name. Intruder, present your treasures and loyalty, and I may spare your life." To Banya, amidst the chaos, scoffed at her pretentiousness. "Since the Empress has arrived, I shall demonstrate a modicum of respect." Summoning his power, he ignited in blue energy, transforming into a towering giant over 300 meters tall, with wings and a massive sword, gazing down upon all with icy disdain. "Now, what was it you just said? Care to repeat that?" Banya challenged as the Charlotte family stared in disbelief at this colossal figure. "What a sight! How could this be?" Charlotte Lingling snapped back to reality. Although Banya's colossal form was astounding, his constant reference to her as ugly woman was intolerable. How dare he treat her with such disdain? Charlotte Linlin, how infuriating in my youth. I was also a beauty. Indeed, in Oda's original illustrations, Charlotte Linlin in her 20s or 30s was an extraordinarily stunning woman. The topic of her youthful appearance has sparked considerable interest in the grand battle, with many speculating about the truth behind her claims of having countless admirers, akin to Tony Stark's analysis that "I believe she speaks the truth, considering the beauty of her daughters." Tony shared images captured from Madara's livestream, revealing that apart from a few exceptions, all of Charlotte Linlin's daughters are strikingly beautiful. Furthermore, Charlotte Linlin has a penchant for sweets. I have just analyzed her age through J.A.R.Div.I.S, estimating her to be around 28 years old, which should reflect her appearance at that age. Instantly, the entire grand battle was astounded. Goodness, her beauty rivals that of the 2 leading beauties in our midst. Therefore, I always advise beautiful women to refrain from indulging in sweets, as they are the greatest adversary to our youthful appearance. Boa Hancock exclaimed, "Oh heavens! I have merely heard rumors, but I never imagined it to be true. I shall never consume sweets again." Loki added, "A single flaw can obscure all beauty. Obesity destroys all. The words of earthlings do not deceive me. Thus, I have resolved to abstain from sweets henceforth." Madame Linlin's fury reached its peak as she declared, "I am utterly enraged. You dare to call me promiscuous? Clearly, it is those men who cannot comprehend the word no. I stand resolutely against you." With a thunderous roar, she unleashed her most formidable sword technique, generating a terrifying wave of sword energy that struck Madara's Susanoo, leaving a shallow mark that quickly healed. Madara's current Susanoo is significantly stronger than when he roamed the ninja world. Indeed, Mama's assault was insufficient. Prometheus, descend with flames. Unable to summon forth a powerful enough attack, Linlin unleashed another technique, transforming Prometheus into a miniature nuclear bomb. Run for your lives. The surviving ministers and officials of the Charlotte family fled in panic. After the explosion, Prometheus returned to Mama's side, looking exhausted, as the flames dissipated to reveal a damaged Susanoo, which soon restored itself. Madara inquired, "Do you possess anything even more potent? I stand here awaiting your challenge." Linlin hesitated, contemplating whether to summon Zeus. However, realizing Zeus was of similar strength to Prometheus, she decided against it. Mama also held another ace up her sleeve, the soul fruit. Yet with Charlotte Linlin's acute sensitivity to spiritual energies, she sensed Madara's soul power was indomitable, far beyond what her chaotic fruit could control. What's this? Out of options. I was genuinely looking forward to this. Very well. Allow me to present a technique. Brace yourself. Super Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy surged outward, impacting all directions. Mama was struck head-on, her body sent flying as if it were a mere rag doll, blood erupting in the air. Those ministers who had managed to escape were not spared, all caught in the wake of this assault. Moments later, the ocean was left with a massive whirlpool, dozens of kilometers wide, that took time to settle. The entire Cake Island was obliterated. The central Cake Island and its castle lay in ruins, half of it swept away by the winds, leaving a desolate sight. Madara gazed upward, exclaiming, "Ah, the clouds have cleared. What a splendid day!" Just then, a voice echoed, "I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods." With a crackling roar, dark clouds gathered once more, lightning flashing ominously, an aura of terror descending as endless bolts of lightning struck Suzu. Madara, now enveloped in smoke, plunged into the sea, while Dog God, clutching the last remnant of meat, glared in fury. Tony Stark laughed heartily. "Ah, Madara has ruined Dog God's delicacies." The injured Charlotte Linlin and her companions lay on the fragmented Cake Island, their eyes vacant as they witnessed Dog God's wrath unfold. Goodness, where did these anomalies come from? Charlotte Perispero mused. It seems the world government's celestial dragons are about to face dire consequences. Perhaps we should suggest to Mama that she attend their execution as an observer. This is Chapter 6. There is more to come. The news among the 4 emperors of the New World travels swiftly. The day after the Big Mom pirates were brutally attacked by Madara, the other 3 emperors received the news. A giant, nearly 18 meters tall, sat aboard a massive ship, continuously gulping down alcohol, reveling in the fact that Big Mom's territory had been ravaged. And she herself had sustained injuries, with numerous casualties among her crew. Fire Fist Ace stood before Whitebeard, reporting the day's shocking news. The entire ship erupted in chaos at the revelation. Was it truly the case? The Big Mom pirates had been annihilated? The Big Mom pirates had clashed with us numerous times. Could this be the work of the world government? Amidst the astonishment, concern loomed larger in their hearts. Yet Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! I never anticipated that even the mighty Big Mom could face such a day. Ace, have you uncovered the identity of the assailant?" Fire Fist Ace replied, "Not yet, old man. However, I have heard an even more astonishing rumor. An island of women has captured a celestial dragon and plans to publicly execute him." This revelation sparked another wave of gasps. What? A public execution of a celestial dragon? When did the island of women become so audacious? Do they dare to provoke the celestial dragons? Hancock must have lost her mind. Disbelief filled the air as these minor warlords dared to harm a celestial dragon, let alone publicly execute one. Even Whitebeard's expression turned serious. Could this be mere gossip? Ace shook his head, stating he had only heard the rumor, unsure of its veracity. Just then, Whitebeard suddenly raised his head, gazing into the distance with keen intensity. He sensed an overwhelming power approaching, its presence palpable even from dozens of kilometers away. Soon, Marco, Ace, and others perceived the immense energy as well. Madara Uchiha surveyed the pirate crew below, where a colossal canvas bore the image of a great white beard. This is indeed the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Thor, Wong Wong Han Shao, and the formidable figure of the tall giant aboard the ship must undoubtedly be the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. According to the information provided by Hancock, he possesses the unparalleled powers of the Tremor fruit, a weapon known as the Sea Knife, and is exceptionally strong, revered as the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate. Known as Whitebeard.at this moment, the chaos of the live-streaming brawl had already gathered an eager audience. Xiongba Xin remarked, "That is Whitebeard. He seems incredibly powerful." Loki pondered, "I can't help but wonder why the people in this world are so bizarre." Tony Stark commented, "The data indicates that Whitebeard enjoys adopting people as sons." Xiongba Xin questioned, "Why does the esteemed elder remain in his combined form? Why not revert?" Xiongba Xin replied after merging, "The overwhelming power becomes intoxicating that we feel as though we are on the threshold of level 3, and we shall soon reach it." Yubudo Luando expressed, "I am envious to the point of transformation. Jealousy consuming me completely. I am still at level 1. Perhaps my world is too primitive. Xiongba, I wish to find a time to visit your world for further study. Would that be agreeable?" Xiongba Xin warmly welcomed. You are most welcome, AT this moment. L, through the Brawl live stream, glanced at two individuals among the chaos. Ace and Blackbeard. To his surprise, Blackbeard had not yet betrayed Whitebeard, and Ace likely remained unaware that he would later ignite the war at Marineford, leading to the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates. However, with his interference, it seemed that such a war might not transpire. As the spectators of the chat assessed the Whitebeard pirates below, so too were the crew examining the man and dog above them, their expressions grave as they prepared for battle. They sensed that the aura of the man and dog did not belong to Whitebeard. If they had come to fight, it would pose a significant problem. Edward Newgate, with his characteristic bravado, called out, "Gora, friends in the sky, would you care to descend, share a drink, and become friends?" As Thor landed on the deck, Ban regarded Whitebeard with admiration. The information from Hancock revealed that in his youth, Whitebeard had no interest in treasure. His greatest dream was to have a family, which led to the formation of his renowned pirate crew. He was known for his generosity and expansive heart, treating his crew, most of whom were outcasts of society, as his sons and family. Thus, everyone held him in deep respect and gratitude, affectionately referring to him as Old Man. Ban felt a strong affinity for such a person. 2 barrels of wine were placed before Uchiha Ban and Thor. Whitebeard boisterously declared, "Gururara, you two look like great heroes. This is my finest wine, aged for 10 years. Let us drink and become good friends." Ban bowed respectfully. "I am Uchiha. It is an honor to finally meet the illustrious Whitebeard." Thor, with a hammer in hand, proclaimed, "I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Ah, Uchiha Ban, Thor, henceforth you shall be my friend. As friends, I shall extend my hospitality." Ban then presented an invitation to Whitebeard. "With your esteemed permission, we, the Celestial Pirates, will hold a public execution of the Celestial Dragons on XXX date, near Amazon Lily. I am here to invite the Whitebeard Pirates to witness this grand event." "What? You truly intend to publicly execute the Celestial Dragons?" Ban's words detonated like a bomb, shocking the entire Whitebeard crew into silence. Ban affirmed, "Indeed, it is the Celestial Dragons, and specifically the grandson of the 5 elders." The mere mention of the 5 elders left Whitebeard stunned. As the others stood frozen in disbelief, the Celestial Dragons are the highest nobility in the world, wielding supreme privileges, capable of treating others as mere slaves, gods in the realm of One Piece. Untouchable and exalted, the 5 elders, being the apex of the Celestial Dragons, were considered deities among deities. Thus, the announcement of a public execution of the grandson of the 5 elders rendered even the seasoned Whitebeard momentarily speechless. Uchiha Ban surveyed the expressions of the Whitebeard pirates, reflecting on the formidable authority of the Celestial Dragons, which even a hero like Whitebeard regarded with reverence. Simultaneously, Ban felt a surge of exhilaration, as though he were saving an entire world. After a brief moment, Whitebeard regained his composure. Gazing intently at Uchiha Ban, he gravely stated, "While you may be powerful and my strength might pale in comparison, the Celestial Dragons have ruled this world for over 800 years, being among the earliest to master the devil fruits. Their depth of power is unfathomable, and what is visible is likely just the tip of the iceberg. Are you certain you possess the strength to confront the Celestial Dragons and the world government's pursuit?" "Haha, you need not worry about that. I have even more formidable allies standing behind me," Uchiha Ban confidently replied. "Though my strength is commendable, in the presence of my esteemed allies, I am but a frog at the bottom of a well." Whitebeard was taken aback that Ban's prowess had already seemed formidable to him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "What kind of strength does your ally possess?" Ban's eyes gleamed with admiration as he responded, "The power of my esteemed ally is beyond my comprehension. One could say that the might of this individual could crush the entire planet with a mere finger." In that moment, the chat exploded with reactions. Xiongba commented, "Such flattery is unexpected and nauseating." Yubudo Wando expressed disappointment. "I never imagined Ban would be such a person. I am utterly disheartened." Roranoa Zoro remarked, "Ban speaks well." The crowd murmured in confusion, questioning the integrity of their earlier sentiments. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's crew was left reeling from Ban's claims. The sheer notion that one could possess such power as to crush the planet with a finger was unfathomable. Ban continued, "Fear not. When we gather near Amazon Lily, you shall meet my esteemed ally. Of course, there is another powerful ally as well." Thor declared, "I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods." Ban, having delivered the invitation, stated, "I shall now proceed to visit the next of the four emperors. There are still two remaining, the red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the beasts." Whitebeard interjected, "You mean Shanks and Kaido?" Ban shrugged, "It matters not. They're all the same to me. According to Tony's algorithm, Bism's combat power equates to that of a level 3 insect layer. This implies that even the strength of the four emperors does not surpass this tier. Thus, Ban need not concern himself with their titles. As for Whitebeard, it is his overwhelming charisma that has garnered Ban's favor. However, it now appears that Whitebeard has aged, his once indomitable ambition waning, as he exhibits fear of the celestial dragons. Ban chuckled softly and turned to leave with Thor. "Wait a moment, esteemed senior," Ace suddenly called out from the side. Ban glanced back in his direction, and upon meeting Ban's gaze, Ace felt an abrupt surge of pressure. "Senior, may I inquire if the actions of the By Three Mom pirates were orchestrated by you?" Ban replied nonchalantly, "Are you referring to that grotesquely ugly woman?" The surrounding pirates were momentarily taken aback. Grotesquely ugly woman. They pondered over Big Mom's appearance and realized that Ban's description was indeed quite fitting. Ace nodded, "Yes, precisely that frightfully ugly and fierce individual." Ban, unfazed, confirmed, "Indeed, that was my doing. She was simply too unsightly. Thus I had to take decisive action." The pirates wiped the sweat from their brows just as Whitebeard rose to his feet, his imposing stature more formidable than ever, brandishing his massive bicento. He addressed Uchiha Ban. "It has been far too long since I have engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. My body feels as though it is rusting away since I have encountered you. Ban, might I request a duel?" Ban, understanding the nature of strong warriors, shook his head apologetically. "I regret to inform you that my superior has assigned me a task with pressing deadlines. I fear I do not possess the time for a grand battle with you. However, you may make your way to Amazon Lily in advance, and there we can indulge in a splendid fight." Whitebeard, upon hearing this, did not press the matter further. "Very well, we shall meet again in a month's time." He acquiesced. With that, Ban and Thor took to the skies, swiftly heading westward towards the territory of Kaido, the beast. Kaido is referred to by many as the strongest creature in the world, possessing extraordinary strength. His interest lies in self-destruction. Kaido has faced 3 defeats, been captured by the Marines and the four emperors 18 times, and has endured over 1,000 torturous interrogations. He has been sentenced to death 20 times. And even when subjected to hanging, he would break free from the chains. As Ban recounted these tales, his expression grew peculiar. Thor, after flying for over half an hour, finally arrived at the core area of Kaido's domain. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind descended from the heavens like a shooting star. Ha! A colossal shadow plummeted from the sky with the speed of lightning. Ban and Thor deftly sidestepped with a thunderous crash. The shadow struck the island below, causing a violent tremor and sending waves soaring several meters high. As the dust settled, Ban and Thor beheld an immense, bottomless pit. "This is Kaido, the beast," they mused, marveling at this unprecedented first encounter. As they landed, Ban contemplated, "This fellow appears to be a troublemaker. I shall need to teach him a lesson to prevent any disruptions when it comes time for the celestial dragons to face their reckoning." Moments later, a massive shadow surged forth from the depths of the pit, unleashing a tempest of chaotic winds and swirling dust. It landed before Ban and Thor with a resounding impact, shaking the very ground beneath them. The colossal, formidable figure towered over them, making Ban and Thor appear as mere children. "Damn it, my head aches," Ban thought. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, I somehow remain unscathed. How unfortunate. At that moment, Kaido finally noticed Ban and Thor standing below. "Hey, you two little brats, are you not afraid to see Kaido?" Thor's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Are you seeking death? If so, then prepare to meet your end." With a flick of his wrist, a bolt of lightning erupted from Thor's hammer, spiraling into the sky, conjuring a massive whirlpool of storm clouds. Kaido regarded the swirling tempest with disdain. Pathetic, I doubt even that can breach my defenses. Kaido, am truly invincible in this world. It has become utterly monotonous. I can find nothing to pique my interest. Kaido's thunderous lament echoed, as if he were lamenting the solitude of invincibility. In that moment, Ban found himself rendered speechless, astonished by Kaido's arrogance. Not wishing to rush in to discipline Kaido, Ban opted to observe, awaiting Thor's response. Thor had grown weary of Kaido's pretentiousness. The dangerous glint in his eyes indicated his rising fury. More arcs of lightning surged from Thor's hands, enveloping the sky in a blanket of electric clouds. The oppressive darkness blotted out the sun, casting the sea into inky shadows. The inhabitants of the nearby islands looked on in terror at the ominous clouds above. Kaido, eyes gleaming with excitement, laughed heartily. Excellent. This might actually cause me some harm. Come on, kill me. He spread his arms wide and puffed out his chest, as if welcoming death. Thor was truly enraged. I am Thor, the god of thunder, fighting for the glory of the northern gods. He swung his hammer. A resounding thunderclap echoed as a colossal lightning pillar, spanning several dozen meters in diameter, descended from the heavens. A meteor plummeted, and the lightning bolt cleaved through the fabric of space, radiating a blinding brilliance that tore the sky asunder. Ban's complexion shifted dramatically, prompting him to hastily retreat to a safe distance. The howling lightning descended from above, and the stifling atmosphere caused Kaido, the beast, to experience a sudden, overwhelming pressure in his chest. That moment, he was gripped by an unexpected panic. He had believed himself invincible, reveling in reckless abandon, but now he truly feared for his life. His heart racing in trepidation, he let out a thunderous roar, summoning all his might. Yet it was too late. In that instant, an infinite surge of lightning enveloped him, an unrelenting onslaught gradually consuming him entirely. The cataclysmic lightning cascaded down, striking everything within sight with devastating force. Terrifying energy ravaged the surroundings. In mere seconds, the island was vaporized, and the surrounding 10 miles of seawater evaporated completely. The entire ocean, centered around Kaido, formed a colossal depression, 2 to 3 kilometers deep and stretching over a dozen kilometers long. The once mighty Kaido, who had been flaunting his bravado, had vanished without a trace, boastful arrogance brought down by divine retribution. After a lengthy silence, Ban, embroiled in the chaos, sent a message, shivering in fear. Gyps, this incident serves as a cautionary tale. One must not flaunt in front of the mighty Thor. Everyone resonates with this sentiment. The cost is far too grave that a dignified emperor of the sea, brought low simply for his arrogance, met his end silently and without fanfare. The annihilation of Emperor Kaido, although deviating from the original plan, did not impede the ultimate objective, merely eliminating one spectator. Ban, alongside Thor, soared across the red line, returning to the New World's waterways in search of the last remaining emperor, the red-haired Shanks. Meanwhile, in the skies above Pirate King Planet, approximately 80 satellites had been launched. The culprit behind this was none other than Tony Stark. With the satellite network in place, the entire pirate world, Windmill Village, Shellstown, Orangetown, Lowtown, Alabasta, the Kingdom of Bliss, Sandora, the Ancient Island, Drum Island, Amazon Lily, the Marine Headquarters, the Holy Land of Mariawa, Long Ring Long Land, Water 7, Judicial Island, Bonero Island, Fishman Island, and Sabiti Archipelago lay bare under the watchful gaze of the satellite network. It is worth noting that these satellites merely served as a supplement to the virtual internet project of Grey Wolf, holding little importance beyond Thor Stark's personal interests. Jarvis, locate the position of red-haired Shanks immediately. As the graphical search proceeded, success was achieved with coordinates pinpointed. Tony utilized the chaos of the battle to relay Shanks' location to Ban and Daoqi. Just as they had crossed the red line into the New World, Ban and Thor swiftly made their way to Shanks' coordinates that on a certain island, the red-haired pirates had established their encampment, indulging in merriment with drinks and barbecue. Loki remarked, "Captain, we've confirmed that Big Mom was assaulted by a person named Uchiha Ban and a dog belonging to Thor. This mysterious duo possesses formidable strength and has already visited the Whitebeard pirates." extending an invitation to participate in the public execution event for the Celestial Dragons on Amazon Lily. Whitebeard has agreed to attend. I see. Big Mom has also received an invitation and is likely to join us, Shanks said, taking a hearty bite of meat and downing a mug of beer. Laughing heartily, "S.O., they will be arriving soon?" Loki shook his head. "I heard they are first searching for the beast Kaido. However, Kaido is currently in Skypiea, so it may take them some time to locate our red-haired pirates." Suddenly, Shanks paused, glancing into the distance. "No need. They are here." Indeed, within a minute, the members of the red-haired pirates spotted a figure and a dog soaring through the sky. Landing before the assembled pirates, the crew drew their weapons, bracing themselves for a confrontation. Uchiha Ban stood before the pirates, exuding a cold yet somewhat gentle demeanor. "Fear not, my friends, we are not here to engage in battle." Shanks scrutinized the pair, feeling an immense pressure that he hadn't experienced in a long while. The likes of Whitebeard and Kaido had never posed such a challenge. The mere presence of this man and his dog radiated an oppressive force. "I am Shanks, captain of the red-haired pirates," he announced solemnly. "I am Uchiha Ban," came the reply. Thor pressed a button, proclaiming, "I am Thor, the god of thunder, here for the glory of the northern gods." The pirates were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the declaration. With a crackle, lightning struck Ban's head, causing his hair to stand on end comically. Thor's expression remained imposing, affirming, "I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods." The pirates trembled at the overwhelming power of the lightning. Ban, regaining his composure, produced an invitation that in accordance with our esteemed leader's will, our heavenly pirates will host a public execution event for the Celestial Dragons 1 month from now, near Snake Island. Having heard of the four emperors' renown, we extend an invitation to the red-haired pirates to attend. With a swift motion, the invitation transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking Shanks' hand, leaving a stinging sensation. "The red-haired pirates shall surely attend, that we await your arrival," Shanks replied, extending his hand to receive the invitation. Ban prepared to depart. Loki timidly inquired, "Have all the emperors been invited?" Ban nodded. "Indeed, they have. Additionally, if you are acquainted with the warlords of the sea, feel free to inform them of this public execution event. Our leader desires a lively gathering." Just then, a fervent Loki interjected, "Uchiha Ban, I must challenge you. Your strength is formidable. I wish to battle you." Ban turned back, gazing at Shanks, in the midst of the chaos. Luffy chimed in, agreed. "I am quite intrigued by the power of the four emperors. Among them, the greatest enigma is undoubtedly red-haired Shanks, whose strength remains shrouded in mystery. He is yet to engage in a true battle, and many have speculated that he may be the weakest of the four emperors." Luffy was curious about Shanks' capabilities. "Let us not be idle. We must observe closely," Loki said, eager to witness the confrontation. "Indeed, the previous encounters were merely warm-ups. Ban, please put forth your utmost effort in this battle." A voice echoed with enthusiasm I envy you, Batman," remarked Tony Stark. "My muscles are itching for action." "Shien, the fusion of our powers is indeed captivating," added another. "Rorinoa, the combat system in this world is quite remarkable, while I believe one should not haphazardly consume devil fruits. The 3 forms of Haki and the 6 powers of the Marines hold great merit. You should all engage in rigorous training to enhance your strength." The collective sentiment resonated among them. At this moment, Uchiha heard Rayleigh's command to halt his steps. He acquiesced to Shanks' request for battle, acknowledging the unsuitability of their current location for a confrontation. "Let us find a more appropriate venue," he declared, casting his gaze towards the boundless sea beyond the island. He formed a series of hand seals and summoned the ice release. Glacier Tai Chi, a chilling wave of frost surged towards the ocean, instantly freezing the tumultuous waves, ensnaring fish and marine creatures alike in an icy grip. The power of frost rapidly expanded. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, until it reached a distance of 10 kilometers, at which point Madara finally ceased the flow of chakra. The red-haired pirates gaped in awe, their mouths agape in reverence and trepidation at the figure of the proud warrior. "This should suffice for a small-scale skirmish," Madara stated nonchalantly, the grand transformation of the landscape appearing as a mere afterthought to him. One pirate, overwhelmed by fear, stumbled to the ground, exclaiming, "Damn, what a boss!" Another, Alice, chimed in, "Madara is incredible, like a true Batman." In contrast, Tony Stark remarked, "Is this showboating?" "No, this is genuinely impressive." Uchiha Madara responded, "Enough of that, Alice. Once I conclude this, prepare a delightful feast for me." He added, salivating at the thought, "No problem. Rayleigh just captured a turtle sea king. It should be a special treat." Suddenly, Shanks appeared a few hundred meters away atop a frozen wave. Drawing his sword, known as the Griffin, Madara, too, found himself upon a towering wave, surrounded by 9 truth-seeking balls, one of which transformed into a blade. "I possess no sword, but my truth-seeking ball forged into a blade is anything but ordinary." Shanks, having witnessed myriad strange abilities, remained unfazed. "Let us commence that. I hope you do not disappoint me, Big Mom." With a sudden surge, his aura erupted, transforming him entirely, and no longer the calm figure. He now stood as a dark specter, his long, ebony hair billowing in the wind, and his deep, crimson Sharingan eyes piercing the air with a formidable presence. The crew of the red-haired pirates held their breath, captivated by Madara's imposing stature. At that moment, the tension was palpable, hearts racing in their chests. Though Shanks sensed a deadly threat, it only ignited his thirst for battle. The overwhelming Conqueror's haki clashed with Madara's aura, creating a cataclysmic resonance. Madara's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "So, this is Conqueror's haki? Fascinating." Hancock gasped, astonished that such power could inflict physical harm. "I never imagined that Conqueror's haki could be applied in such a manner." Rayleigh, too, found it intriguing, noting its similarity to the suppression of energy. "Receive this strike," Shanks declared, unleashing a powerful slash towards Madara. In an instant, the blade moved with astonishing speed, slicing through the void, imbued with a peculiar aura of dominance. Aimed directly at Madara's neck. How swift, Madara thought, taken aback momentarily, but he too was no slouch. With a swift motion, he vanished from his position. The Shanks blade cleaved through the glacier, plunging deep into the ocean's depths, unleashing a monstrous wave that rippled through the air, sending shockwaves cascading outward. Hancock, watching the chaotic battle unfold, was left speechless, realizing that Shanks was enveloping his weapon with Conqueror's haki, granting it the ability to sever all things. "It is my turn now," Madara announced, waving his hand as a truth-seeking ball transformed into a raging dragon, tearing through the air towards Shanks. "Well done," Shanks replied, his eyes alight with fervor for battle. He swung his sword toward the dragon, and as the two forces collided, Shanks' expression shifted, sensing the overwhelming power. Gritting his teeth, he roared, unleashing both armament and Conqueror's haki with full force. The impact sent Shanks hurtling through the air, creating a series of explosive ripples in the atmosphere, crashing into a nearby iceberg, which trembled under the strain. Madara, seeing the iceberg's instability, stomped his foot, channeling chakra, and the fractured ice solidified once more as the surrounding waters rapidly transformed into glaciers. Extending 18 kilometers outward to the ocean's depths, with a thunderous explosion, Shanks erupted from the shattered ice, spitting blood yet laughing heartily. "What a thrill! Thank you for the lesson. Now, I shall unleash my full strength." His cape billowed dramatically, exuding an air of dominance as he unleashed a devastating slash. The Conqueror's haki radiating an aura of unparalleled ferocity. Madara's interest was piqued. Conqueror's haki is indeed an intriguing ability. Perhaps I shall see if I can grasp it. Almost instinctively, he felt a surge of understanding. In an astonishingly brief moment, he had grasped the essence of Conqueror's haki. This extraordinary ability, rare among millions, was a mark of kingship, an innate quality beyond the reach of training or inheritance, determined solely by one's destiny. Now, having mastered it in such a short span, Madara's potential seemed almost terrifying as his Conqueror's haki erupted forth. The pirates in the distance fell to their knees in awe. When did mastering Conqueror's haki become so effortless? They wondered, their respect for Uchiha Madara deepening. Despite their own formidable prowess, they could not help but revere someone of his caliber even more. As Madara's blade, forged from the truth-seeking ball, descended, it ignited with the essence of Conqueror's haki. Shanks, taken aback, realized the gravity of the situation. What a joke. I spent years perfecting my application of Conqueror's Haki, and yet he learned it in mere seconds. The tension escalated as Madara raised his hand, gently meeting Shanks' blade with his own. The clash produced a deafening, resonant sound that shattered the air, echoing like a roaring tide. With a smile upon his face, Madara effortlessly wielded the blade, now enhanced by his newfound abilities, appearing even more formidable than before. Let us continue. Red-haired Shanks took a deep breath, and no longer holding back. He vanished into thin air, reappearing above Uchiha Obito. With a swift strike of his sword, the two combatants momentarily separated, only to engage once more in a furious clash, their movements blurring with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows countless times, the battlefield echoing with the sound of their blades colliding, a cacophony that resonated across an expanse of several kilometers, shrouded in ice. Each clash produced an excruciatingly sharp sound, continuous and relentless, akin to the howling of a tempest. The vibrations of their battle rippled outward, causing the air to tremble and immense icebergs to crack ominously. By the end, the eyes of all the pirates could scarcely keep up with their speed. They could only hear the sounds of battle, unable to see the fighters, and witness the aftermath of their confrontation. There were no extravagant techniques, merely the most fundamental acts of striking and parrying, embodying simplicity at its most profound. However, it was evident that Uchiha Obito had shown restraint. That will suffice. Obito suddenly appeared before the crowd, his hair unruffled, his attire undamaged, exuding an air of nonchalance. I could see that moment. Shanks plummeted to the ground, his sword thrust into the earth. His body bore countless wounds, blood streaming down his form. With a cough, he spat forth a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "Ah, what a thrill! Thank you, Senior. I feel I've made progress." Though Shanks coughed up more blood, his expression radiated determination, clearly reveling in the experience. "Obito, you are quite formidable," he remarked. The fierce battle had come to a close, and Obito, alongside Thor, took to the skies, leaving the red-haired pirates rushing to support Shanks. I could see that moment. The colossal iceberg, stretching 5 kilometers long, suddenly began to fracture, causing the very earth to tremble. The recent conflict had left the iceberg in a state of disarray. Had it not been for Obito's power maintaining its stability, it would have shattered long ago. Now that Obito had departed, the iceberg could no longer sustain its balance. "Hurry!" Many pirates' expressions changed, hastily aiding Shanks as they retreated to the island. Those possessing the powers of devil fruits were most vulnerable to the sea. Meanwhile, far away, the 5 elders were enraged. The navy was in uproar. Kizaru was dispatched as a vanguard. In a grand palace within Mariewa, one of the 5 elders, known as Longbeard, erupted with fury upon hearing. "What did you say? My grandson Anthony has been captured, and they plan to execute him publicly." A terrifying aura radiated from him, shaking the very palace, causing the walls to crack like spider webs. Stussy, an informant from CP0 and a prominent figure in the dark world of pirates, known as the Queen of Happiness Street, was drenched in cold sweat, her complexion pale, her head bowed in fear and trepidation. "Respected elders, I only learned of this news 20 hours ago. Prince Anthony had gone to Amazon Lily accompanied by Vice Admiral Bastille and a naval vessel. However, he subsequently went missing, and the ship vanished as well. Just an hour ago, I received word from the Yonko Charlotte Linland that a mysterious force has captured Prince Anthony and Vice Admiral Bastille, intending to execute them publicly in 1 month. This force is even planning to invite the Yonko and representatives from various world powers to witness the event," Stussy recounted, her voice trembling as she relayed the information. Longbeard furrowed his brow. "That's impossible. I dispatched the ultimate weapon, Unit 11, to protect Anthony. It has 3 seconds to react in case of danger and will alert me. There's no way anyone could breach Unit 11's defenses within that time frame." Stussy dared not respond. As one of the most powerful celestial dragons, Longbeard had an exceptional intelligence network. Within minutes, he received confirmation that the news was indeed true. And could see this revelation, Longbeard's fury erupted. "Dare to harm my grandson? They seek death." With a thunderous roar, his overwhelming aura exploded forth, causing the entire hall to collapse, debris swirling like a tempest. Stussy felt insignificant before the might of the celestial dragon, immobilized as she pressed her forehead against the ground. Drenched in sweat. You have failed in your duty, die. Longbeard's palm descended like a celestial decree. Thus Stussy, the queen of Happiness Street, seated at the head table of the tea party hosted by the Yonko Big Mom, met her demise without even a chance to resist. Simultaneously, the Navy headquarters received the alarming news. An urgent alarm echoed throughout the entire base, igniting fervor among the naval personnel. Admiral Kizaru, proceed to Amazon Lily at all costs to protect Prince Anthony. Upon receiving the order from Sengoku, Kizaru transformed into 2 beams of yellow light, racing towards the island. Concurrently, all admirals and vice admirals stationed at the headquarters gathered under the command of Admiral Sengoku, setting forth several naval fleets determined to rescue the celestial dragon Anthony and obliterate any who dare defend their dignity. In an instant, the naval fleet surged forth, covering an expanse of 10 kilometers of sea. Embodying the righteous might of a navy as they traversed, countless islands and pirate nations hastily retreated, awestruck. News spread like wildfire, echoing across the surrounding waters. The celestial dragon has been captured. The celestial dragon is to be executed publicly. This revelation detonated like a nuclear bomb within the world of piracy, causing chaos and upheaval. In the palace of Hancock, Alice, filled with frustration, exclaimed, "Sister, if you admire Lord Raleigh, you must take the initiative." Hancock blushed, replying, "I feel unworthy of him." Alice rolled her eyes. "What do you mean, unworthy?" "Never mind. I'll help you." Hancock panicked, "No." However, Alice acted swiftly, not allowing her sister to resist. Amidst the chaos, Alice cried, "Lord Raleigh, something is wrong. What is it? Is there something that dares to bully our most beloved sister Alice?" As the turmoil continued, the gluttonous members of the group expressed their concern for Alice. "It's not me. It's Sister Hancock." Suddenly, Hancock felt a burning sensation, overwhelmed by pain. The palace physician, upon examination, was utterly bewildered. "Hancock is ill." The members were astonished but not overly worried. After all, with so many capable individuals present, a mere illness was hardly a cause for alarm. Tony Stark declared, "I'll be right there. Let Jarvis check Hancock's condition." Uchiha Obito interjected, "There's no need for such trouble. My medical ninjutsu will suffice." The imposing figure of the Overlord added, "I also possess medical knowledge." Even the previously passive Yu appeared, stating, "I have some understanding of health, but with all of you here, I doubt my assistance will be required." After watching the episode, Lichielisai was filled with exasperation. "It's not you, you fools," she exclaimed. "Next time I prepare a meal for you, I shall serve a dish of dark cuisine." Lichielisai, along with Lord Luo Li, expressed a desire for you to join them. All the members, everyone except for Lord Luo Li, turned to observe my expression, fierce yet endearing. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the chaos of the brawl. Tony Stark was the first to respond. "Little brother wishes the boss great success." A knowing smile among men. The others quickly followed suit. "Xiong Ba, little brother wishes you immense success." Another knowing smile. In an instant, the brawl transformed into an echo chamber, with Uchiha Madara inquiring, "1, 2?" Only Madara failed to comprehend the spirit of the brawl participants. "Tony Stark, Uchiha Madara, I suddenly recalled something. It seems you have been single for a century, haven't you?" Uchiha Madara replied, "Indeed. What of it?" Tony Stark remarked, "Just as I thought, I believe I now understand why you lack a girlfriend." The brawl participants stifled their laughter. "Uchiha Madara," Tony Stark continued, "though I don't quite grasp your reasoning, I suddenly sense that your tale has been somewhat elevated since your rank has risen. How about this? Let's not wait for a more opportune moment. Come over so we can engage in some friendly sparring." Tony Stark trembled slightly. "Grey Wolf Thor, it seems that young Thor is also single. How about I have a word with my wife and see if she has any lovely wool from her family to introduce you to?" "Thunder God," Thor responded. "Oh dear, sweat, sweat, sweat," tears streaming down. But in the midst of the tumultuous brawl, Lord Luo Li had already approached Hancock. That moment. Hancock lay half-draped on her bed, exuding a captivating blush. She supported her forehead with one hand, her eyes tightly shut, her delicate brows slightly quivering, breathing rapidly as if enduring some unbearable torment. "Sister Hancock, Lord Luo Li has arrived. Lichia Alisai whispered softly in Hancock's ear. Instantly, Hancock's beautiful eyes flew open, and she threw aside the covers, sitting up in bed that I am quite all right now, Hancock proclaimed coldly. Then, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, she bit her finger and slowly turned her gaze towards Luo Li, whispering Lord, in a soft, melodic voice that, this moment. During the crackdown period, the details are omitted for brevity. Just as Luo Li was half pushing, half accepting the attentions of the Empress, a beam of yellow light descended upon the cliffs of Amazon Lily. Fortunately, he had not lost his way. How could a mere 9 snake pirates, a nation of daughters, dare to offend the celestial dragons? This is truly amusing. Indeed, there are several formidable powers at play. The words were spoken in a half-alive state, appearing somewhat dazed. However, their strength was indisputable, belonging to the top echelon among the admirals. This is precisely why Sengoku dared to send him here for reconnaissance, unbeknownst to Sengoku regarding the ultimate weapon of the human realm. At this moment, Tony Stark, having installed countless cameras on Snake Island out of sheer amusement, promptly detected the sudden arrival of the esteemed Admiral Kizu. Tony, everyone pay attention. An extraordinary individual has arrived, seemingly the Marine Admiral Kizu. The user of the Pika Pika Nomi, according to my calculations, he should be at a level of 1v3 or mid-tier. Shionba finally arrived? You Buddha, remember to capture this brawl on video. I'm rather bored over here. Batman expressed similar sentiments of boredom. Moreover, the speed of light is rather difficult to counter. This ability is outrageously powerful. Who will take the lead in battle? Lord Luo Li was currently occupied with serious matters, so we shall refrain from disturbing him. Lichia Elisai remarked, I suspect you are engaging in mischief, yet I have no evidence. Tony Stark replied, I dare not interrupt Lord Luo Li's business. I have a plan. One of my 10 rings possesses the power to create an area that absorbs all light. Madara commented, this feels rather unfair. The others expressed sympathy for Kazuru for a brief moment. On Kazuru's side, he was quite reluctant about this task that I, Kazuru, am a lazybones. Why must I always play the role of firefighter? It's rather displeasing, he lamented, and the celestial dragons are the most bothersome of all. Always looking down upon us, I shall have to rescue him myself. If I were to injure him, my head would likely be on the line. What a hassle, Kazuru sighed, just as he prepared to enter Amazon Lily in search of the celestial dragon. A peculiar machine appeared before him, hovering in mid-air. With its red and gold body, it exuded a cool aura. Welcome, Admiral Kizu. Your arrival illuminates Amazon Lily. Tony Stark mused, contemplating whether to tease Kizu or offer him some candy first so that he wouldn't end up in tears after being beaten. You are not from Amazon Lily. Who are you? Kizuru asked, alert and on guard at, I am Tony Stark. Tony Stark responded, Have you ever been kicked by light? Kicked by light? I'm afraid not, Kizuru replied. Well, you can experience it now. With that, Kizuru slowly lifted his foot, and a dazzling light erupted in that moment. Kizuru raised his proud head high to, I am Kizuru. Although I'm a lazybones, I am still formidable. Then Kizuru felt a sudden darkness envelop him. In an instant, he was consumed entirely by the shadows. From behind him, a mischievous laughter echoed. Kizuru, have you ever experienced being kicked by light? Kizuru was taken aback. When did this individual manage to sneak up behind him? He felt a chill run down his spine. Kizuru attempted to escape at light speed, only to find that his fruit powers had been restricted. Panic set in. He had always been a lazybones. Never seriously studied hockey, and now, with his powers limited, he had become utterly powerless at that moment. He heard several voices. Haha, I have arrived. Circle kick, I love it. Have you ever been kicked by light? This fellow is far too arrogant. Come. I shall join in. Kizuru then felt a torrent of kicks raining down upon him from all directions, the darkness obscuring his vision that he finally understood what it meant to be circle kicked. He realized his shining kick had been utterly obliterated. The circle kicks were far more nefarious. 1 minute later, Kizuru's face was swollen and bruised, rendering him unrecognizable. Click, he donned a sea stone bracelet. Kizuru had officially been captured. A little over 10 minutes later, Kizuru was transported to the most secure prison, where he encountered a familiar figure. Vice Admiral Bastille. You are? I am Kizu. Admiral Kizu. Vice Admiral Bastille was taken aback, gazing at the swollen and battered Kizuru with a look of incredulity. Internally, he felt a twinge of satisfaction, realizing that there was someone even more unfortunate than himself. A news of this incident spread across the globe, sending shockwaves through the world and unsettling various factions. The World Economic News Agency. The telephone rang, and a voice filled with feminine allure emerged from the receiver, inquiring, "Is it true that you, Morgans, dare to report on anything? Indeed, there is nothing I shy away from reporting." He replied, "Pray tell, how shall I address you, my lady?" I am Hancock of the Kuja Pirates." "What? The illustrious Hancock herself. It is an immense honor to receive a call from you, and no need for flattery. I possess several monumental pieces of news. Do you dare take them on?" "Monumental news?" "More than one." Morgan sensed an unusual gravity in her tone. After a deep breath, he resolutely declared, "There has never been news I would refuse to cover. Lady Hancock, please do enlighten me." Moments later, after absorbing the details relayed by the Empress, Morgans was left utterly dumbfounded. Morgans, what is this? Even you lack the courage to report on it." Morgans quickly regained his composure. "And no, Lady Hancock, I simply wish to ascertain, are these matters truly factual? Do you believe I would jest about such things? Understood. I shall dispatch the nearest reporter immediately to gather footage." 2 days later, the newsbird from the World Economic News Agency took flight from their various outposts across the globe, carrying large-format newspapers destined for every nation, island, and ocean in the West Sea. A pirate ship set sail from a port, its crew celebrating the spoils of food and treasure they had recently plundered from a quaint town. "Hey, newsbird, bring us the latest edition," shouted a tipsy officer. Clutching a large cup of wine, he tossed a bounty to the newsbird, which dropped a newspaper in exchange for the payment. The pirate officer unfurled the paper. He mused, "Surely, our captain's bounty will rise." However, upon reading the headlines, he was taken aback, his wine cup slipping from his grasp. 3 individuals defeated by a mysterious powerhouse. The man hailed as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, challenged a mysterious foe at Amazon Lily. Admiral Kizuru, one of the Navy's top 3 combatants, led an assault on Amazon Lily and was utterly annihilated. Kizaru captured, executing Kizuru, as well as the celestial dragons. This is unfathomable. In East Blue at Windmill Village's tavern, a youthful boy clad in a red jacket and shorts, his feet adorned with flip-flops, burst into the establishment, beaming. "Sister Makino, has today's newspaper arrived?" "Ah, Luffy, it's here. You eager to see if there's news about Shanks or Ace? Aren't you?" replied the charming tavern owner, wiping her brow. "Absolutely," Luffy exclaimed, impatiently drumming his fingers on the bar. "Where's the paper?" "Just a moment. I was so busy, I barely had time to glance at it." After a brief search, Makino found the newspaper and handed it to Luffy, who eagerly dug into a dish she had saved for him. "Thanks, Makino," he shouted, devouring the food while unfolding the newspaper. "So, what do you think?" "Is it good?" she inquired, watching him with a smile. Yet as Luffy chewed, his eyes widened in disbelief. Shanks was actually defeated? Makino froze, a flicker of concern crossing her face. "What? How could that be? Was he hurt?" Luffy, now serious, swallowed his food and replied, "The paper didn't elaborate, but I trust Shanks will be fine." He set the newspaper down and stepped outside, gazing out at the vast ocean. Adjusting the straw hat left by red-haired Shanks, he pressed it down firmly. After a prolonged moment, a smile broke across Luffy's face. "Shanks, if you've been bested, then I shall be the one to defeat your conqueror. I will become the Pirate King." Makino rushed after Luffy to the shoreline. "Are you all right?" she asked, concerned. Shanks was Luffy's hero, and she feared that news of his defeat might crush his spirits. However, when she reached him, she found the boy still wearing a radiant smile. "Makino," Luffy suddenly declared earnestly. "What is it?" Startled by his serious demeanor, she listened intently. "And I'm setting sail tomorrow." "What?" Makino exclaimed, quickly trying to dissuade him. "You're still too young." "Luffy, no. I have a feeling that if I don't set sail now, I'll miss this era." Luffy gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, on the island of Baltigo in the Grand Line, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, a gathering was underway. Monkey D. Dragon and several high-ranking officers sat in a tense meeting. When will the 4 commanders arrive? Dragon urged. They should be here shortly, Captain. Moments later, the leaders of the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern armies arrived, each a powerhouse in their own right. As the assembly convened around a round table, Dragon spread out a newspaper. I trust you all have seen yesterday's news. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Our revolutionary goal is to overthrow the world government ruled by the celestial dragons. Now a mysterious force has emerged at Amazon Lily, defeating 3 of the Sea Emperors in mere days, vanquishing the Navy and capturing an admiral, even threatening the celestial dragons with public execution. I've called you all here to analyze this unprecedented event. Should we, the Revolutionary Army, involve ourselves? If so, in what manner should we engage? The revolutionary military officers exchanged glances, already anticipating the purpose behind Long's summons of the Tai family. However, the matter at hand was not easily resolved. The original plan of the Revolutionary Army aimed to gradually liberate backward nations, ultimately uniting the forces of the 4 seas to besiege the world government, a strategy akin to the encirclement of cities from rural areas. Although the process was slow, it was marked by its steadiness. Yet, the events unfolding in the newspapers were nothing short of astonishing, evoking feelings of disbelief, shock, and trepidation that on the surface, this mysterious force appeared intent on overthrowing the oppressive reign of the celestial dragons. However, the underlying issues were exceedingly sensitive and grave. Were the contents of the newspapers entirely authentic? One cannot dismiss the possibility that this was merely a meticulously orchestrated performance by the celestial dragons and the world government, a trap designed to ensnare both pirates and the Revolutionary Army. After all, such occurrences had not been witnessed globally prior to this. No single force had demonstrated the capacity to orchestrate such shocking events. Moreover, at the center of this incident was the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, a figure from the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea, further casting doubt on the veracity of the situation. Secondly, assuming the events were true, what could be the ultimate objective of this enigmatic force? Did they possess the resolve necessary to dismantle the celestial dragon's dominion? Was there a possibility of reaching an accord with them? Was their ultimate aim akin to that of the Revolutionary Army, to usher in fairness and freedom to the world? Or did they merely aspire to attain a position of supremacy akin to that of the celestial dragons? These questions were paramount in determining whether the Revolutionary Army should consider this mysterious force as an ally or an adversary. Thirdly, and most crucially, how did the strength of this mysterious force compare to that of the celestial dragons and the world government? Undoubtedly, this mysterious force surpassed any 2 of the emperors of the sea in strength. However, they had only managed to defeat each of the 3 emperors individually. In contrast, the world government and the celestial dragons operated in unison, a formidable alliance that no single emperor could rival. Even a coalition of the 4 emperors might not be sufficient to match the might of the celestial dragons and the world government. Thus, the precise strength of this mysterious force remained an enigma. Given the existence of these profound questions, it was indeed a formidable challenge for the Revolutionary Army to arrive at a sound decision regarding their participation in this significant event. To abstain might result in a missed opportunity to overthrow the celestial dragons, a thought that was indeed disheartening. Yet to act rashly could lead to a disastrous failure, potentially plunging the Revolutionary Army into an irretrievable abyss. Observing the hesitance among the attendees to voice their opinions, Sabo, the vice chief of the Revolutionary Army, rose to speak. That I firmly believe that we cannot afford to miss this monumental event. His resolute stance piqued the interest of Long and the others. Oh, your attitude is quite resolute, Long expressed, intrigued. Then, please articulate your thoughts in detail. Sabo nodded and stated, firstly, regarding the authenticity of these events, I believe they have indeed transpired. Why do you think so? Inquired the fishman karate master. Crowl, Sabo replied. It is quite simple. Given the pride of the celestial dragons, they would never stoop to staging such a performance. That makes sense, many in the room agreed, nodding in affirmation. But what if the celestial dragons are indeed willing to stage this charade to eradicate the pirates and us? The Revolutionary Army? Queried Bella Betty. Sabo smiled and shook his head. As the saying goes, if it's an act, it must be performed to the very end. If it were merely a performance, a celestial dragon would have to be willing to face execution, something utterly inconceivable for any of them. However, ponder the commander of the Southern Army, the Mouseman Lindbergh. I have heard of a devil fruit that allows one to change their appearance, if such a user were to disguise themselves as a celestial dragon. Sabo chuckled. A false identity can easily be exposed. Thus, if they were to act, it must be as convincing as possible. Nothing is more reliable than a genuine celestial dragon. Otherwise, there would be no need for theatrics. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Sabo continued. Thus, we return to the same conundrum. The pride of the celestial dragons would prevent them from engaging in such dangerous antics that a public execution is fraught with peril. No one can guarantee the safety of that celestial dragon. The audience was thoroughly convinced by Sabo's reasoning. Long regarded him with admiration and nodded in acknowledgement. Sabo then declared, since we are all in agreement to participate in this significant event, the next step is to deliberate on how we shall engage. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly. Taking a deep breath, Sabo resolutely stated, having devoted myself to the Revolutionary Army, I am prepared to sacrifice everything for our cause. The crowd fell silent, and Sabo continued, knowing that this event presents an unparalleled opportunity to dismantle the celestial dragon's rule. We must do everything in our power to collaborate with this mysterious force. Regardless of whether their ultimate goal is to change the regime or align with us, if their intention is to overthrow the current powers, then we must seize this moment. Lindbergh interjected, but what if their goal is truly to change the regime? Wouldn't that mean we are handing over the fruits of our revolution? That won't happen, Sabo replied with a smile. Regardless of the outcome, as long as the celestial dragons are executed, the world will awaken from its ignorance and blind obedience. Pausing for emphasis, Sabo continued, the populace has long regarded the celestial dragons as gods, unassailable beings. If this execution succeeds, then the world will come to realize that even gods can bleed. This realization will put an end to the toleration of such unjust rule. True revolution, Sabo asserted, is not merely the overthrow of force, but the subversion of ideologies. His words struck a chord with long applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. As Long praised, indeed, true revolution is the subversion of thought. You have articulated this beautifully. We often concern ourselves with our safety, neglecting the essence of revolution, which is unacceptable. Thus, I hereby decree that for this monumental event, the entire Revolutionary Army shall mobilize, igniting our spirits to dismantle the celestial dragon's unjust rule. Long declared, casting a glance at Sabo. Sabo, I appoint you as the ambassador of the Revolutionary Army to proceed to Amazon Lily and engage with the mysterious force behind the Empress. You shall have full authority to make decisions regarding all matters without further consultation with me. Understood. Sabo stood tall, saluting Long and the assembled officers. I, Sabo, shall risk everything for the success of the revolution. Crowd rose in solidarity. Leader, please allow me to accompany Sabo and assist him in his endeavors. Subsequently, Sabo and Krau set sail towards Daughter Island with a few subordinates. The Grand Line on the chaotic island of Chambord. Rayleigh entered the tavern of Shaki, seeking a drink, yet Shaki, with a serious expression, tossed a newspaper at him. Rayleigh curiously unfolded it. His previously warm demeanor transformed into an even more genial one. What good fortune! After all, we have already retired from the world. Rayleigh chuckled. Oh, come now. You retired from the world? Shaki shot him a glance. Rayleigh shrugged, conceding, all right then. Could you assist me in preparing a ship with provisions and water? I wish to experience the festivities. Shaki has already prepared everything for you. On St. John's Island, in the royal palace of the Alabasta Kingdom, King Cobra summoned his ministers. He issued a decree to set sail with the army towards Daughter Island. Vivi, perplexed, inquired why her father was mobilizing forces to such a place. Cobra, with a knowing smile, replied, to witness history. But the country has been in turmoil for over a year now, Vivi anxiously remarked, as she intended to infiltrate the Baroque works to uncover the source of the domestic crisis. Cobra, however, stated, the storm has already begun, and this nation's future cannot escape its effects. Furthermore, you shall accompany me. In the Rain District, the grandest casino, Rain Banquet, within its opulent chambers, Crocodile set down the newspaper and picked up the phone. Halt all activities in Alabasta and assemble all agents to accompany me to Daughter Island. Under the sea of the Red Earth continent, at Fishman Island in the Dragon Palace, King Neptune set aside his newspaper and addressed his 3 sons. Let Shirahoshi emerge from her ivory tower. We shall venture to the surface. The Prince of Shark was utterly astonished. Neptune explained, I wish to fulfill Odoheim's legacy. This forthcoming monumental event might alter the entire world order. If so, it would be a crucial moment for the fishmen to transform their relationship with humanity. But why must we bring Shirahoshi? She has been under constant threat from Vanderdecken. What of her safety? Prince Shark voiced his concerns. Shirahoshi is unique. You will understand in time. Thus, it is imperative we take her with us. You must protect her closely, Neptune commanded. Very well. Then, as such, we 3 brothers shall ensure our sister's safety, never straying from her side. The 3 princes solemnly nodded in agreement. Across the world, turbulent winds were gathering. And at the heart of this tempest, significant transformations were underway. Considering the safety of Daughter Island, everyone agreed that the execution platform should not be situated there, but elsewhere. Consequently, Luffy flew to the Red Earth continent, shattering a large piece of land and transporting it near Daughter Island, creating an enormous artificial island. Grey Wolf then employed advanced technology to reinforce the island, fashioning it into a vast plaza. One end of the plaza was designated for habitation in a palace. Luffy named it the Plaza of the Greatest Martial Arts Tournament, a reflection of his peculiar sense of humor, inspired by the World Martial Arts Tournament from the Dragon Ball series. Tony Stark, how impressive the Plaza of the Greatest Martial Arts Tournament. Its area rivals that of New York. Grey Wolf boasted, with my fortifications, every brick and tile here is indestructible. Even the slightest impact cannot leave a crack. Oh ho ho ho. In the midst of all this, a grand melee was reigniting, and the narrative unfolds. Then, stealthily, was whispered in the realm of gentle dreams. Uncertain if a meal had been consumed, Banyi wiped the sweat from his brow. And I understood. In the palace of Boa Hancock, Raleigh sneezed, rubbing his nose, pondering who was speaking of him tea that moment. Hancock's head bobbed up and down, her hair disheveled. With a deep breath, Raleigh sighed, Tony Stark. The custom Batman suit crafted for you is nearly completed. I shall send it to you tomorrow in the form of a red envelope. Wayne? Thank you, my friend, Tony Stark replied. It's but a trivial matter. In the Grand Martial Arts Tournament Square, all right, let us commence. Xiongba Xian assumed a martial arts stance. Good, let's begin. Loki began to conjure magic. Xiongba Xian proclaimed, Behold my super 3-point return to chi. This technique, one of Xiongba's signature moves, was something Loki had witnessed before, yet the might with which it was executed now was beyond comprehension. This maneuver contained the essence of wind and thunder, with water and fire surging like tides. At times, the air flowed like a boiling flame, and at others, it rushed forth like a mighty river towards Loki. It was not to be underestimated. Loki unleashed his magic with full force. 2 bursts of energy collided, creating a massive energy storm that sent both combatants soaring. Good heavens, what power! Loki exclaimed, struggling to regain his footing as he confirmed that his opponent indeed possessed LX.3 strength. In stark contrast, Xiongba Xian landed gracefully, seemingly unscathed. Loki, my dear brother, are you unhurt? Xiongba Xian inquired. Loki, his face flushed, replied, Thank you for your concern, brother. I am fine. Let us continue. Loki began to unleash a barrage of magical orbs, while Xiongba Xian responded with a series of powerful strikes. Tian Shuang Fist, Pai Yun Palm, and the Undying Seal. Witness my fusion technique, the Furnace Fist. In no time, Loki sensed the overwhelming frequency and intensity of Xiongba Xian's attacks, which surpassed his own, pressured by the relentless onslaught. Loki found himself retreating repeatedly. Just as Loki felt overwhelmed, Xiongba Xian suddenly ceased his assault. Loki, my brother, Xiongba Xian declared, let us now test our skills in close combat. Loki recognized that Xiongba Xian was showing him mercy, and felt a surge of gratitude. Very well. I possess the ability to lift 80 tons. Xiongba Xian smiled. The two then charged at each other for a close-quarters sparring match, exchanging rapid blows, slap, slap, slap. In mere moments, they had struck each other countless times, creating a dizzying spectacle. Suddenly, Loki grasped Xiongba Xian by the shoulders, a sheepish smile on his face that "I apologize, dear brother, but with my 80-ton strength. I will try to be gentle when I throw you." A strange smile appeared on Xiongba Xian's face that "Go ahead. If you can lift me, feel free to throw me." With that, Loki summoned all his might. Xiongba Xian remained unmoved. "Ha!" Loki grunted with exertion, feeling his strength nearing 20 tons. Yet still, Xiongba Xian stood firm. "I'm exhausted," Loki finally admitted, collapsing on the ground, on the verge of tears. He, the weakest god, had come to a realization that in the online virtual world, shockwaves reverberated across the globe. In the chaotic brawl, Xiongba Xian is truly formidable. "Wayne, what just transpired? Was it your undying seal? Why do you suspect that?" Xiongba Xian asked. "That I observed that when you wielded the undying seal, your energy was inexhaustible. The magic Loki cast against you was redirected into your Tian Shuang fist and Paiyan palm. And I sensed the very power of the earth itself adhering to you, allowing you to remain steadfast." Wayne explained. "I couldn't help but wonder if your undying seal converted the gravity of the earth." "Ha! Batman, you are indeed a promising student." Xiongba Xian responded. "I shall devote a month to teaching you martial arts, and you shall surely ascend from LX1 to X2. Wayne gazed at Xiongba Xian with envious eyes. "Congratulations, Batman. You are truly impressive." "Thank you, Xiongba Xian," Wayne replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "There's no need for excessive humility. Among martial artists, you are but a step behind Wayne," Xiongba Xian remarked. In the midst of the chaos, Wayne lamented, "Actually, I must thank Raleigh. Were it not for this miraculous fusion technique, my skills and mental prowess would never have harmonized so perfectly, enabling me to grasp such formidable martial arts. My abilities have escalated by at least 2 tiers, a transformation beyond comparison. Raleigh, you are truly remarkable. Raleigh, the Great One." Xiongba Xian, "I have successfully established a virtual spiritual internet. Indeed, Brother Wolf, your prowess is commendable." In the brawl, cheers erupted for Wolf. "Wolf is incredible." "Raleigh, Alice has prepared a feast. After all the excitement, let us gather to eat and drink. Once we are satisfied, we shall await Wolf to connect this internet to the entire pirate world. And then we shall unleash chaos." A day later, Wolf announced, "All members, the virtual spiritual internet is now connected to the entire pirate world. I have sent the computer terminal to Raleigh. All you need to do is press the red button, and the internet will officially launch. At that moment, every individual in the pirate world will see a floating electronic screen similar to a television, where they can witness our grand live execution." Raleigh pressed the red button. Instantly, every person in the pirate world, be they human, giant, long-arm, or fishman, found themselves confronted by a floating electronic screen. To the center of the screen, a black display read, "Live execution of Celestial Dragon Anthony Saint. Stay tuned." Above the black screen, a striking red banner detailed the identity of Anthony Saint and the myriad sins committed by him as a celestial dragon. In an instant, the populace erupted in a frenzy, astonished and terrified by this sudden new phenomenon. Many perceived it as a divine miracle, a true testament of justice. Each affiliated nation under the world government was required to pay exorbitant tributes to the celestial dragons, while simultaneously facing the relentless pillaging of pirates. The people had long endured unbearable suffering, and now a miracle had descended to publicly execute the so-called gods who oppressed them. After initial panic, a glimmer of hope emerged in their hearts, a thought that had never before dared to surface: to overthrow the merciless and unjust rule of the celestial dragons and rise to claim their rights as equals. Such thoughts continuously surfaced in the minds of every oppressed individual. The Revolutionary Army Sabo has already verified this. This peculiar and miraculous phenomenon presents itself before everyone. Simply astonishing. As for the Revolutionary Army's crowd, it appears that the forces behind this movement also aspire to liberate all of humanity and overthrow the unjust reign. Sabo remarked, "Indeed, this is splendid. I eagerly anticipate meeting these extraordinary individuals." Krall added. We are almost at Daughter Island. You know, to the time, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy exclaimed, "What in the world is this? Is it a devil fruit?" The naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp, chuckled, "Ah, quite impressive. No wonder you apprehended Kizuru and sought to execute the celestial dragons." Sengoku retorted, "Garp, you old fool, do not forget that you are a Navy man." Garp replied, "At this point, I believe we should abandon the celestial dragons." Ah, Garp promptly fell asleep. Sengoku gritted his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, drifting at sea, Luffy exclaimed, "Aha, what is this? It's so fascinating." At Mary Geos, all the celestial dragons were engulfed in panic, as if doomsday had arrived. Deep within the sanctum, Lord M's expression was one of profound gravity. Suddenly, the virtual screen crackled with static. The image flickered, revealing a clear picture that a robust and charismatic figure, exuding an air of dominance, appeared on the screen. People beheld this individual suspended in the sky, with a vast expanse of the earth beneath his feet. And behind him loomed a grand, majestic palace amidst a chaotic melee. One might wonder. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lowly. This public execution of the celestial dragons was initiated by me. Of course, I am accompanied by my comrades. Images of the members of the melee flashed by. Everyone knows that the celestial dragons possess privileges, wielding the power of life and death over ordinary people. Seizing everything from them. I am here to overthrow this unreasonable and unjust system. I believe in equality for all. I declare, this world is on the brink of transformation. Lowly's live declaration sent shockwaves across the globe. Many know, far too many, nearly every common citizen, found it hard to believe, their eyes welling with tears. Equality for all. Indeed, how can humanity be divided into ranks? Every individual deserves the right to freedom and the pursuit of happiness. The concept of human rights resonated for the first time in the pirate world. Luffy watched the live broadcast, his eyes sparkling with admiration. That's so impressive. So impressive. I am Luffy, even though I do not understand what you're saying. I think it sounds wonderful. Let us be friends. Lord M's fierce gaze fixated on the figure of Lowly on the screen, realizing, so you are the one behind the curtain. That I will ensure you are born into this world, so you may truly comprehend what it means to be divine. The Revolutionary Army's dragon proclaimed, human rights. This concept is articulated splendidly, far surpassing our previous ideologies. I have decided that from this moment forth, the pursuit of equal human rights will be our Revolutionary Army's goal. It seems our strategist Sabo has bet on everything. The true revolution begins now. Celestial dragons, world government, brace yourselves for the tremors. After Lowly concluded his live declaration, he vanished without a trace. However, the virtual internet screen remained, displaying a series of announcements. Announcement 1. The virtual internet technology is provided by the Black Tech Mobile Grey Wolf, and the Melee chat possesses the final interpretation rights. Announcement 2. In this internet, each person will have a randomly assigned ID. Others cannot uncover your true identity. And within this realm, you can freely express your opinions, even if it means disparaging the celestial dragons or the world government. No one will be able to find you. Announcement 3. The birth of this internet aids in exposing the so-called divine fade of the celestial dragons, unraveling the hypocritical justice of the world government and navy, and realizing true human rights and freedom, where everyone is equal before the law and private property is inviolable. There are a total of 7 announcements. The people around the world felt a wave of intrigue, particularly the freedom to criticize the celestial dragons, world government, and navy. This was exhilarating. Of course, those pirates who only knew how to pillage and plunder were also eager to join in the criticism. The phrases about human rights, equality before the law, and the sanctity of private property struck a chord with many disillusioned individuals, illuminating a path before them. The more one read, the richer the meaning became. After 2 minutes, the virtual screen revealed new content that, in addition to the live execution of the celestial dragon Anthony Saint, which had already been announced, several other items appeared. Battle videos of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Shanks the Red-Haired, and the prison life of celestial dragon Anthony Saint, along with the prison life of Kizuru, and a video of Kizuru getting beaten up. The second martial arts tournament, Execution Platform, will commence in 1 month. Stay tuned. A large-scale attack on the Navy headquarters is imminent. Stay tuned. At least 8 videos captivated the curious populace worldwide, urging them to click and watch. It felt as if the entire world had discovered a new realm. Among them, the video depicting the prison life of the celestial dragons garnered the highest viewership, instantly racking up millions of clicks. Clearly, after 800 years of tyranny, the celestial dragons had accumulated immense resentment and hatred. The common people, who had previously dared not resist, could now watch the humiliation of the celestial dragons without anyone knowing. Thus, the pent-up anger and animosity erupted at that very moment. What are the 4 emperors compared to witnessing the downfall of the celestial dragons? In the video, Anthony Saint appeared filthy, with visible mosquito bites, and the distinctive glass bubble of the celestial dragons lay shattered beside him, exposing his pig-like visage, covered in mud and grime. He was utterly disgraceful. The celestial dragons did not lie. They are indeed detestable. Why Mother's entire town was executed simply because a little girl, in her ignorance, bumped into a celestial dragon. 20 years ago, the neighboring town was annihilated just because someone uttered a single insult towards a celestial dragon. All perished at the hands of the Navy. A personal commentary. All the sins committed by the celestial dragons over the past 800 years have finally surfaced in the absence of an outlet for grievances. The people have now found their voice, and the public sentiment is boiling over, resulting in a chaotic outpouring of emotions in the comment section. 100 comments, 10,000 comments, 100,000 comments, 1 million comments. Everywhere there's a torrent of scorn directed at the celestial dragons in Mariwa. The Gorosei wear grim expressions, yet internally they are shaken. The populace is in disarray, on the brink of rebellion. Even the exalted Sama trembles with rage at this moment, feeling their authority trampled by the commoners. The world government is engulfed in turmoil. The Navy headquarters, the atmosphere is as silent as death. The world is undergoing a monumental transformation. Discussions about the celestial dragons reach a fever pitch, with a palpable desire to devour them whole. The grand fleet of the Navy approaches, finally reaching a point just 100 kilometers from Snake Island. Tony Stark, Luffy, and the others are acutely aware. The Navy has crossed the threshold you set for me. 100 kilometers. Moments later, Tony Stark, Luffy, it seems there's a commotion brewing, suggesting that Luffy is preoccupied with some significant matter in life. Xiongba observes, witnessing a prominent figure's decline. Seizing the opportunity to speak ill in their absence, Shirji Xian states, as the saying goes, beauty brings disaster. Ancient tales tell of fires igniting among the lords. All for the sake of a smile from a fair maiden. This has led great figures to indulge excessively, depleting their vitality, taking advantage of the absence of the esteemed figure to speak unkindly. Luffy, Xiongba, Lightning IPS, and Shirji Xian all join in jest, and then the imposing Xiongba is struck by a bolt of lightning from the sky, crackling with energy, enveloped in darkness and smoke. Meanwhile, Shirji Xian suddenly feels numerous tickles emerging from various sensitive spots, bringing forth uncontrollable laughter. Don't tickle me. Don't tickle me. Shirji Xian rolls on the ground, emitting a laugh that is almost diabolical. The authority of the chaos management is terrifying. Other participants of the chaos tremble at the sight. Luffy pulls up the military satellite footage that Tony placed above the Pirate King planet, revealing the Navy fleet advancing towards them. Luffy, Uchiha Madara, teach them a lesson. Don't kill them. Ensure they do not step within 100 kilometers before the public execution of the celestial dragons. Madara, as you wish, esteemed one. Tony adds, I want to see as well. As for the others, Xiongba and Shirji Xian are left foaming at the mouth, unable to move, while Thor happily munches on delicious ribs prepared by Alice. And Grey Wolf has already taken home Alice's delectable seafood barbecue to appease his wife, Red Wolf. The Navy fleet, led by Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Akainu, and others, stands solemnly on the flagship, their expressions grave as they gaze at the virtual screens depicting videos of Big Mom being crushed, Kaido being swiftly defeated, and Shanks being overwhelmed, along with the arrest of Kizaru. The more they watch these videos, the heavier their hearts become, their confidence in confronting the celestial dragons waning with each moment. Who are these individuals? That Thor is formidable. Kaido, that monster, has eluded even us in our attempts to defeat him. Yet Thor managed to eliminate him in an instant. Uchiha Madara is incredibly powerful. The Iron Man who triumphed over Kazuru cannot be underestimated. We must proceed with caution at this moment. Garp bursts into hearty laughter, biting into a rice cracker. I think all this talk of human rights and equality is quite nice. Akainu erupts in anger. Vice Admiral Garp, please be cautious with your words. Cautious? Garp scoffs. Have you not seen the surging public sentiment from this so-called internet? A new era is upon us, and seems my old bones will soon retire. Sengoku's expression turns serious. The world nobility is not as simple as it appears. We must simply fulfill our duties. Akiji remains silent, observing the ordinary soldiers, each appearing dazed, no longer exuding the fervor they had before setting out. Likely shaken by the information from the internet, these ordinary soldiers have been impacted by the information online, their belief in justice wavering. Not only have the ordinary soldier's convictions faltered, but even Akiji himself begins to question the righteousness of his beliefs. Is what he upholds truly justice, or merely the justice of the celestial dragons? At that moment, Sengoku's countenance changes dramatically. Beware an ambush. A chilling aura sweeps across the battlefield, slashing through the air as if it could sever the heavens. A massive trench, over 50 meters wide and spanning several kilometers, suddenly appears, blocking the path of the entire Navy fleet. Endless seawater rushes into the trench, yet remains unfilled. All Navy soldiers collectively gasp in shock. While the admirals and vice admirals watch in trepidation, this moment, they see two figures, one clad in crimson armor, with wild black hair, exuding an unparalleled aura, and the other, adorned in a dazzling suit of steel, radiating energy throughout the vicinity. Uchiha Madara, Tony Stark. The names resonate in the minds of all Navy personnel, from the highest admirals to the lowest soldiers. Madara's voice reverberates across the sea, proclaiming by this boundary. Until the public execution of the celestial dragons concludes, the Navy fleet shall not step forward even a single pace. Madara's voice is imbued with authority, unparalleled and irresistible. Before him, the vice admirals and soldiers feel as insignificant as ants. Water style, 100 dragons soaring. As Uchiha Madara performs hand seals, 100 massive whirlwinds erupt across a 10-kilometer radius of the sea. The whirlwinds whip up a fierce hurricane, lifting millions of tons of seawater into the air. As the colossal ships wail in distress, teetering on the brink of capsizing, Navy soldiers, admirals, and vice admirals feel as if the world has been turned upside down, like candles flickering in the wind. Countless torrents of seawater cascade down upon the entire Navy fleet, rendering those who have consumed devil fruits utterly powerless, their cries of despair echoing. This is the descent of calamity. Uchiha Madara's voice is deafening, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Shortly thereafter, the whirlwinds dissipate, and the sea once again returns to its clear, azure brilliance, with white clouds drifting in the sky. Uchiha Madara and Tony Stark vanish as if they had never been present. Garp gazes at Sengoku, Akiji, and Akainu, all of whom lie slumped on the deck, and he feels an uncharacteristic urge to laugh, though he cannot. The enemy is too strong. Moreover, they have perfectly countered the majority of the Navy's capabilities. The world's mighty gather to pay their respects to the esteemed Luffy. At this moment, the people of the world remain unaware of the tumultuous Navy fleet, intercepted directly by Uchiha Obito from a distance of 100 kilometers. Many spectators, reveling in the misfortune of the celestial dragons, began to click on the terrifying battle videos of the four emperors. These videos showcased grand scenes in stunning 12K ultra-clear quality, with diverse angles that imparted a vivid sense of immersion. Upon witnessing the moment Kaido was swiftly defeated, a collective gasp of disbelief echoed among the viewers. In contrast, the defeats of Shanks and Big Mom appeared less pronounced. The demise of the four emperors heralds imminent changes in the dynamics of the New World seas, possibly paving the way for the emergence of numerous pirate crews that consider themselves formidable. They are eager and restless, particularly the notorious warlords of the sect, the Marine headquarters, where the strongest gathered. The Marine fleet set forth in grand procession, only to be left humiliated and retreating in disgrace after a single blow from an adversary. The morale of the Marines, already wavering, plummeted further. Consequently, Steel Bone Kong, the then commander-in-chief of the world government's military, personally presided over the situation. The spacious conference room was divided into 3 sections. The first section was occupied by Marine officers, led by the 3 admirals, seated in stern silence. The second section housed the warlords of the sea, who were swiftly replaced following the defection of the Empress Boa Hancock. Among the notorious convicts selected from the 6th level of the underwater prison was Bondi Wald, known as the World Destroyer, who possessed the Momo Momo no Mi powers. The remaining 6 warlords included Dracul Mihawk, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbe, Gecko Moria, and Crocodile. The third section was reserved for high-ranking officials of the Secret Intelligence Organization CP-1-1, who had already been exposed. Between these 3 sections stood Steelbone Kong, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and high-ranking officials of the CPO directly governed by the Celestial Dragons. Steelbone Kong initiated the discussion, stating, "Let us deliberate on how to rescue the Celestial Dragons from the enemy, who dare to openly release battle videos, thus providing us with an opportunity to understand our opponent." Days later, an ambassador from the Revolutionary Army arrived at Amazon Lily. "Lord Rorinoa, I am Sabo, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. It is an honor to finally meet you," he declared in the expansive hall of the world's foremost martial arts conference. Accompanied by his aide, Kral, Sabo approached Rorinoa, who merely acknowledged him with a smile and a nod. Noticing Rorinoa's relaxed demeanor, Sabo proceeded directly, stating, "We, the Revolutionary Army, wish to offer our assistance." "Aiding me?" Rorinoa chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "We require no help. You may merely observe. Of course, if you feel inclined to make a show of it, that would not be unwelcome." Sabo and Kral exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Rorinoa, stroking his chin, turned to Kral and inquired, "By the way, are you the girl saved by Fisher Tiger?" Kral trembled at the recognition. "You know me?" "Ah, you are referred to as the bridge between humans and fishmen, are you not? I have heard of you." Rorinoa smiled. At Kral's expression shifted momentarily, but Rorinoa continued, "Well, now that we have met, there is little to negotiate. You may proceed as you wish, provided you do not disturb my indulgence in drink and meat, nor pollute the environment." With a languid stretch, Rorinoa vanished from sight, leaving Sabo and Kral sharing a look of profound bewilderment. The gravity of the situation, which they had perceived as dire, was merely a playful whim of Rorinoa. With the arrival of the Revolutionary Army's envoy, the tranquility of the world's foremost martial arts conference was disrupted. In the following days, countless pirates, journalists, and merchants flocked to the venue, swelling the numbers to tens of thousands. Fortunately, the vast expanse of the martial arts arena could accommodate such crowds. Naturally, the attendees would have to fend for themselves regarding food and other necessities. Shortly thereafter, individuals from Fishman Island made a grand entrance, causing quite a stir. "Look, it's the Princess of Fishman Island. Wow, she is stunning." The appearance of Fishmen sparked excitement. Despite the general animosity some humans felt towards them, the beauty and gentle demeanor of Princess Shirahoshi captivated everyone, drawing attention from all, regardless of age or gender, thereby preventing any conflict. Moreover, some of the earlier arrivals from the Revolutionary Army took it upon themselves to maintain order at the martial arts conference. Kral approached Princess Shirahoshi, saying, "Hello, you are truly beautiful. I am Kral, a fishman karate master of the Revolutionary Army. May I befriend you?" Hello." Princess Shirahoshi, visibly anxious throughout the event, finally smiled upon encountering Kral, who was also taken aback by her charm. Their conversation quickly grew warm and engaging. Witnessing this interaction, King Neptune beamed with satisfaction, believing their journey to the surface might prove fortuitous. I could see this moment. Kral turned to King Neptune respectfully. "Your Majesty, have you met the master of this place, Lord Rorinoa? If not, I can introduce you to Truly, I would be immensely grateful," King Neptune replied, eager to meet the orchestrator of this unprecedented event. News of Princess Shirahoshi as present spread, prompting the other martial artists, besides Rorinoa, to rush over to witness her beauty firsthand. Indeed, seeing is believing, and Princess Shirahoshi was even more breathtaking in person. Upon meeting Roronoa, Princess Shirahoshi, alongside her father, bowed respectfully, her demeanor reflecting palpable nervousness. Suddenly, dozens of enormous axes flew through the air, aimed directly at the princess. Alarmed, she realized she had forgotten to bring guards to protect her during this visit. In that instant, King Neptune and Shark Star could only hope to intercept one or two of the incoming axes, inevitably leaving some to threaten Princess Shirahoshi. However, before they could act, a transparent barrier enveloped everyone, deflecting the axes that struck against it without yielding, reducing them to mere fragments that fell to the ground. How dare you commit violence in my domain? You must be impatient to live, Roronoa scoffed, his overwhelming killing intent palpable, causing those present to nearly falter. Fortunately, Roronoa quickly reined in his aura. This incident occurred far from here, indicating that the assailant was indeed a user of the target fruit. King Neptune explained the situation regarding Vanderdecken 9, the user of this power, and oh worries, Roronoa replied with a slight shake of his head. He cannot escape. Suddenly, Roronoa's gaze lifted toward the sky, prompting others to follow suit and notice a dark spot rapidly descending. What? That is, the Ark Maxim, a colossal vessel, comparable to an island, descended from the heavens. Lord Raleigh was drenched in sweat as he stood on the deck of the ship Noah, his expression fraught with anxiety. This vessel was indeed the ship agreed upon by our Fishman Island. The mere presence of Noah here was most likely due to Vanderdecken's abilities. How infuriating! The deranged and twisted prince of the Dragon Palace were filled with rage, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. Princess Shirahoshi looked up at the colossal ship and burst into tears, overwhelmed with fear, but her greater concern was the potential harm it might bring to those around her. She felt responsible for endangering everyone. Father, please take us away from here. I cannot let everyone be burdened because of me, she cried out. Lord Raleigh, it is all my fault. Raleigh cast a glance at Sanji, who immediately understood and addressed the crowd. Such trivial matters do not require Lord Raleigh's intervention. With that, he ascended towards the heavens. Raleigh turned to Princess Shirahoshi, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The princess, pure and innocent as freshly fallen snow, was someone he held in high regard. Fear not, Shirahoshi. With us here, you need only to enjoy yourself and play with your friends. Nothing shall harm you on my territory. Princess Shirahoshi wiped her tears away, feeling an unprecedented sense of security emanating from Raleigh. Tony, bring Vanderdecken to me. Tony Stark replied with a slight smile, as per the boss's wishes. How audacious Vanderdecken is to act so recklessly before the boss. I can hardly contain my impatience, he remarked. Jarvis, activate secondary access to the virtual network and locate Vanderdecken immediately. Jarvis swiftly pinpointed Vanderdecken's location through the virtual network, a backdoor left by it. As long as one could traverse the virtual realm, his identity and position would be laid bare. Sir, he is merely 8 kilometers away at sea. In a flash, Stark soared through the sky, plunging swiftly into the ocean depths. 3,000 meters beneath the surface, Vanderdecken, who was negotiating with Hody Jones, sensed something and glanced at Tony Stark. Stark ignored Hody entirely and focused on Vanderdecken. Are you the user of the target fruit? Vanderdecken, on alert, responded. Who are you? Stark declared. I come bearing the boss's will, here to eliminate you. As the words left his lips, a pulse of energy erupted from Stark's palm, surging forth like a furious dragon and colliding with Hody Jones. Hody was sent flying, blood gushing from his wounds. Boss? The members of a new Fishman pirate crew watched in astonishment as this human displayed immense strength that we must consume the deadly drugs to avenge our captain. They declared, hastily taking the potent concoction. 0.1 dose of the deadly drug doubled their strength, and another would amplify it yet again. The officers swallowed several pills, their bodies grotesquely distorting and swelling, their skin turning a ghastly red as they spiraled into a frenzy. Die, you pathetic human, they yelled as they charged at Tony Stark. This drug seems rather intriguing, Stark thought, his interest piqued as he swiftly dispatched the weaklings with a few well-placed punches. He claimed the deadly drug for himself. Pondering, though the side effects appear severe, if refined, it could be useful for research. Wait a moment, Stark scrutinized Vanderdecken. thinking of escaping. Is that even possible? He raised a finger, and a beam of light shot forth, piercing Vanderdeckin and ending his life on the spot. As Star prepared to leave with Vanderdeckin's corpse in tow, he caught sight of a grotesque scene. The severely injured Hody Jones gnawing on the corpses of several members of the Shinju pirates. Ha ha ha! Hody cackled madly, devouring the flesh and blood of his fallen comrades. Was he attempting to gain their power through their remains? Stark observed in bemusement. In the next moment, Hody's body began to undergo a transformation. Swelling to an enormous size, his muscles bulging disproportionately, he became a gigantic fishman, exuding a savage aura. Wait a moment, Stark thought, noticing a distinct difference in Hody's life force compared to the previous officers. Hody approached Stark with a sinister grin. You, pitiful human, are you shocked by my current form? Are you afraid? Stark nodded. Indeed, I am quite astonished. In an instant, Stark appeared before Hody and placed his palm upon his head. Pressing down lightly, with a resounding explosion of blood, Hody's skull shattered. Garbage. Meanwhile, at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the crowd gazed skyward in awe as Sanji soared with the massive ship. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? They murmured, marveling at the legendary figure who had bested the four emperors. Lord Raleigh? They called. Their eyes turned skyward as Tony Stark returned, carrying Vanderdeckin's lifeless body. The inhabitants of Fishman Island wept with gratitude. Soon after, the three emperors arrived. The Big Mom pirates, the red-hair pirates, and the white-beard pirates, who, for reasons unknown, refrained from engaging in conflict. Upon their arrival, the vast crowd fell into a hushed silence, the air thick with reverence. Not a sound could be heard as the might of the pirate emperors loomed over them. The three emperors took their places, commanding a significant portion of the arena, while other pirates retreated, unwilling to provoke their formidable presence. However, Big Mom, red-haired and white-beard respectfully approached the palace to pay their respects to Raleigh. Despite their inability to gauge his true strength, seeing the seemingly powerful Uchihara standing beside him made it clear that Raleigh's might surpassed even that of Madara. Days later, a fleet of over 10,000 naval vessels surged forth from all directions, encircling the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Yet they remained halted 100 kilometers away. These scenes were captured by surveillance cameras and broadcasted worldwide, leaving the global populace in shock at the overwhelming power of the world government and navy. Prior to the clash, envoys were sent forth, a naval ship approached the tournament, and a group disembarked. Led by Spandam, the CP-1 commander, whose arrogance radiated as he strode toward the palace with a sign that read, "No dogs allowed." Upon seeing the sign, Spandam's expression twisted into one of rage. Rob Lucci. Tear down this sign, he commanded furiously. Understood, Commander. Rob Lucci, a legendary figure, always bears a countenance of icy indifference. Yet, as a formidable warrior, he finds himself constrained by the shackles of power, relegated to the status of a mere subordinate. The sign that Grey Wolf had specially crafted for him serves as a poignant satire of individuals like Rob Lucci, capable yet reduced to a mere lackey. Rob Lucci, the most loyal dog of the Celestial Dragons. Approached, he delivered a swift kick to the sign, only to recoil in agony, clutching his foot with a look of embarrassment, for the sign remained unscathed, while his foot throbbed with pain. The members of the brawl, observing the scene on the monitors, erupted in laughter, praising Grey Wolf's prowess, Grey Wolf's creation. It must be of the highest quality. Rob Lucci, what is the matter? Can't even shatter a flimsy sign. Spandam glared at Rob Lucci with dissatisfaction. Rob Lucci, his face darkened, bellowed in frustration as he transformed into his leopard form and began to gather his strength. Wasn't this just a mistake? Califa remarked, adjusting her glasses, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Is he really about to unleash his strongest move? Could this seemingly insignificant sign truly be so indestructible? With a ferocious roar, Rob Lucci unleashed an immense shockwave, striking the sign with his powerful palm. The force of the impact sent thick clouds of dust swirling. Rob Lucci, cold and composed, gradually ceased his assault, convinced that he had triumphed. The onlookers, witnessing this display of might, felt a sense of awe towards the lean warrior. As the dust began to settle, the spectators gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? Rob Lucci staggered back, trembling, his expression one of utter shock as he regarded the sign before him. This was inconceivable. The laughter from the crowd, observing Rob Lucci's reaction, erupted once more. Poor Navy soldier, encountering the unyielding, pitch-black technology of Grey Wolf. What terrible luck to choose such an audacious display. Spandam, his gaze vacant, contemplated whether he should report this to the higher-ups. Just then, a white clone of White Zetsu emerged from the ground, declaring, "Men and dogs of the world government are not permitted entry. If you have something to say, let her come in." He gestured towards Khalifa. Khalifa, feeling apprehensive, realized the gravity of the situation. This was undoubtedly a den of danger. Their CP-1 unit was utterly outmatched here. They couldn't even enter through the door. Spandam, with an authoritative tone, ordered Khalifa, "Go take a look." Spandam, a man of cunning and unscrupulous means, was simultaneously a coward. Faced with the bizarre ambience of the palace, he lacked the courage to venture forth. It was terrifying. He had witnessed Rob Lucci's bewilderment and knew the shadow of this fear would haunt him long into the future. Khalifa wanted to express her own trepidation, but her father was part of CP, and under the immense weight of power, she had no choice. White Zetsu guided Khalifa through the palace, arriving at the grandest throne room. Atop the throne sat an imposing figure, exuding a strong masculine presence. Upon seeing him, Khalifa's heart raced. This was the man who threatened the very stability of the world. "Khalifa," Roji said with intrigue, "I am somewhat surprised that the world government has sent you, a hidden assassin, to negotiate with me." Khalifa, biting her lip in anxiety, replied, "Roji, I will be direct. The world government wishes for you to release the celestial dragon Anthony Saint and Admiral Kazuru, and to surrender Bastille. If you agree to these terms, the world government will elevate you to the status of sovereign king, with privileges surpassing those of the warlords of the sea combined. Furthermore, they will personally crown you and officiate your marriage to Lady Hancock, granting you the highest honors in the world, in the eyes of the world government. All trouble stemmed from Anthony Saint's desire to make the Empress a slave, provoking Roji's ire. Thus, they sought to appease Roji through these negotiations, hoping to achieve their goals without bloodshed. However, would Roji acquiesce to their demands? Clearly, he had no intention of doing so. What nonsense about being the sovereign king? Roji scoffed. The world government and celestial dragons truly overestimate their importance. Maintaining their foolishly arrogant stance with a cold laugh, Roji declared, "Khalifa, you shall remain as my female slave." He then turned to the warriors seated on either side of the throne, asking, "Which of you is interested in annihilating CP-1? Xiongba Xian stood up, clearly a master of physical combat. "Let me handle this," he said. Roji nodded. "Just remember to take it easy." The onlookers stifled their laughter at Xiongba Xian's bravado. "Boss, please don't make it difficult for me. My abilities are limited." Roji manipulated the virtual internet to broadcast a live video titled Xiongba Xian vs. World Government Intelligence Agency CP-1. Ongoing. In the plaza, confusion arose. Where is Khalifa? Why is this imposing man appearing? As Xiongba Xian strode forward with an air of authority, Spandam and the others were visibly intimidated, retreating in fear. Rob Lucci positioned himself in front of Spandam, having doubted his own existence due to the earlier incident with the sign. Now, sensing the hostility of the newcomer, he sought to reclaim some semblance of dignity. "I hear you are a notable figure in this world." Xiongba Xian regarded Rob Lucci with a condescending gaze. "Old man, show some respect," Rob Lucci retorted. Yet for reasons he couldn't fathom, he felt a twinge of insecurity despite his superior height. "Very well. Youthful vitality is indeed commendable." Xiongba Xian laughed heartily. "But tell me, why choose to be a dog when you could be a good man?" Rob Lucci's expression hardened, his forehead veins bulging, yet he struggled to muster a retort. After a long pause, he calmly replied, "A good dog certainly won't go hungry, will it? Your words have earned you my respect. Come then. I shall not disgrace you. I will give it my all." As soon as Xiongba Xian finished speaking, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A formidable force emanated from him, creating a powerful vortex of energy, the Law Seal Field. This is a new application understood by Xiong Baxian, based on the concept of the Immortal Seal. Previously, during a sparring session with Loki, He relied on this half-open technique to prevent Loki from making even the slightest movement. This moment. The immortal seal harnesses the magnetic and gravitational forces of the world, channeling them as his own power. Much like an enhanced version of the Changan de Noir duo, an invisible force field instantly envelopes the CP1 members, instilling in them an overwhelming sense of pressure. The weak and feeble Spandam collapses to the ground, unable to rise. Lucci, protect me. Take me away. Spandam struggles to breathe, finding it exceedingly difficult. Yes, sir, replies Lucci in his leopard form as he scoops up Spandam and performs several shaves, finally escaping the force field's grasp. Damn it, this a devil fruit ability. Lucci throws Spandam aside and glares at Xiong Baxiwen through gritted teeth. When he utilized shave earlier, he felt an unusual strain. Unable to reach even a fraction of his usual speed, this moment. Xiong Baxiwen stretches his limbs. Producing a series of cracking sounds, he surveys the encircling CP1 members with a disdainful gaze, coldly pointing at the portly figure with a zipper mouth. You're the ugliest. I'll take you down first. With a single punch, he strikes, and the figure of the soundless owl abruptly stands frozen. Its heartbeat ceased. What just happened? The CP1 members exclaim in horror, only to witness a frost trail stretching hundreds of meters crystallizing on the ground, and the soundless owl's body, the cloud-piercing palm. Xiong Baxiwen unleashes another palm strike at Bruno, who had just opened a spatial door with his door fruit ability. The door shatters, and Bruno is sent flying like a cannonball, disappearing into the sky. The onlookers, including the three emperors, are utterly bewildered. In their understanding, there exist only devil fruit abilities, swordsmanship, and hockey. Yet, Xiong Baxiwen's techniques are entirely incomprehensible. However, upon reflecting on the bizarre nature of this grand spectacle, they feel a sense of relief. This group was never meant to conform to common sense. As for the ordinary citizens watching the live broadcast, although they cannot fully grasp the events unfolding, they're enthralled. Most importantly, seeing the world government and the celestial dragon's henchmen being brutally defeated brings them immense satisfaction. This person is formidable, not much weaker than I am, remarked Shanks with a bitter smile, that in the past, I was narrow-minded. Once this individual wipes out the world government's lackeys, I shall descend and challenge him. Ha ha ha! I'm already filled with fervor. May the final light of my life blaze in a battle without regrets. Big Mom glances at Whitebeard, recalling the deceased Kaido, and lets out a silent sigh. Xiong Baxiwen's combat style is exceedingly decisive. One punch obliterates one foe, and a single palm dispatches another in mere moments. Only the gravely injured Rob Lucci remains. Xiong Baxiwen gazes down at Lucci. Do you have any final words? Lucci ponders for a moment and replies, though you are indeed powerful, and you have even stronger individuals yet to intervene, I am curious. Do you truly believe you can challenge the divine? The god you refer to does not seem to be a celestial dragon. Xiong Baxiwen narrows his eyes. Lucci asserts he is a celestial dragon, and also a god, a true deity, while his descendants may be worthless. As long as he exists, the celestial dragons are the progeny of gods. They are an unassailable presence. Xiong Baxiwen raises an eyebrow, but soon bursts into laughter. To be frank, gods are merely that to us. Just the other day, I held a god in my hands. The crowd erupts in laughter, while Loki weeps profusely. Lucci furrows his brow. That power is capable of destroying the world. That's of little consequence. Our leaders could likely obliterate the universe. Xiong Baxiwen replies, all right, discussing this is pointless. You wouldn't comprehend the strength of our top-tier fighters, he scoffs. Even the fourth-ranked Mihawk possesses world-shattering power. These people likely think that so-called gods are, at most, Mihawk's level. Enough. I shall send you on your way. Xiong Baxiwen channels his energy and obliterates Lucci into dust. Thus, two legendary figures are reduced to mere ashes. Life is indeed lonely at the pinnacle. Xiong Baxiwen reflects on this notion, feeling it to be quite apt at this moment that he stretches his arms, gazing skyward at a melancholic angle, and proclaims at this moment the pressure is overwhelming. Little does he know, while he sighs, Rob Lucci is hurriedly shutting down the live broadcast. You've already put on a show. How can this be allowed? Returning to the matter at hand, Baxuan realizes there is still one piece of refuse left, Spandam, the commander of CP-1, whom he has no desire to kill. He finds a urine-soaked Spandam utterly repugnant. This man is as timid as a mouse, with a loose tongue. Let's hand him over to the Revolutionary Army for interrogation. Let him recount the world government's crimes on the execution platform. Baxuan suggests that, haha, excellent idea. By then, some of those brainwashed Navy soldiers might just turn their backs. As they converse, a sudden howling sound reverberates through the plaza. Whitebeard descends, wielding his bicinto, exuding an aura of dominance. However, he furrows his brow upon observing the ground beneath him. This floor is remarkably solid. He realizes he inadvertently released a significant amount of the Tremor Fruit's power, yet the floor remains unscathed. Oh, has Whitebeard come to challenge Baxuan? Upon witnessing this, Rob Lucci immediately turns off the live broadcast. Standing at just over a meter tall, Baxuan appears diminutive beside the towering Whitebeard, who stands at an impressive height of 22 meters, resembling a small mountain. I wish to battle you. Whitebeard bellows. Very well. Baxuan responds with unshakable confidence. Their exchange reveals the powerful, domineering essence that belongs to men, a fervent display of masculine spirit. Though he may be advancing in years, he still clings fiercely to the unyielding legacy of his bloodline as he faces the formidable Xianyan in a climactic confrontation that captivates audiences worldwide. In this moment, anticipation for a titanic clash between titans surges. Without any superfluous dialogue, the two combatants engage each other with swift and decisive movements. With a resounding crash, Whitebeard unleashes his might without reservation. His fist striking the air with such force that it shatters the atmosphere around him like glass. Producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, the overwhelming shockwave emanates toward Xianyan, who adeptly harnesses his powers to dissipate the tremors. In a flash, Xianyan leaps into the air with the swiftness of lightning, his legs creating a multitude of afterimages. The space around him crackles with energy, and a tempest rages forth. Roar. Whitebeard bellows, his powerful vibrations resonating from every muscle and bone in his body. The shockwave forming an energy shield that encases him while simultaneously radiating outward, shaking the very earth and sea. Instantly, the entire arena trembles violently, with the foundations beneath the martial arts venue quaking as if it were a massive vessel adrift on tumultuous waters. Spectators are stricken with terror, feeling the earth tremble beneath their feet. Beyond the arena, the ocean surges with towering waves. This is disastrous. Whitebeard has gone berserk. The tsunami will devastate our fleet, the warring state's commander exclaims, his expression shifting with alarm. Meanwhile, the Navy has stealthily positioned themselves just a few kilometers away from the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, perfectly aligning with the plans laid out by Raleigh, allowing the Navy to observe this public execution. As the fractures in space extend towards the Navy's position, Akiji steps forward. "Allow me," he declares, stepping onto the water's surface. Half of his body transforms into ice, and a chilling mist envelopes him. He slowly extends his hand, pressing it against the ocean's surface. Ice Age. In an instant, a vast and magnificent vista unfolds, the sea freezing rapidly. Inch by inch, the venue for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, too, falls within the icy grasp. But as the frigid force approaches, a translucent energy barrier flickers to life, repelling the cold. The tremors continue to surge from Whitebeard's being, intensifying as they reverberate through the earth and sea, growing more formidable and terrifying with every moment. With a series of cracks, Akiji's expansive ice formation begins to fracture under the weight of the overwhelming shockwaves. "Freeze it now," he bellows, his teeth clenched in fury. In an instant, the shattered ice reforms under the influence of his chilling power. Yet this clash is merely the beginning in the grand arena. Countless spectators retreat, for the closer they draw to the battlefield between Whitebeard and Xianyan, the more potent the tearing shockwaves become. Many powerful warriors feel disoriented. Some even vomit blood from the sheer force of the vibrations. Behold, watch as I fuse the frost fist, the cloud-splitting palm, and the undying seal into a singular, formidable technique. Xianyan announces, his relentless assault continuing from all directions. Crashing against the unmoving Whitebeard like a relentless tide, in the distance, Ace clenches his fists involuntarily. Father is on the defensive. Is Shinyan truly this formidable? Can even Father's tremors not force him back? Marco furrows his brow. Father has never fought with such desperation as today. I fear for his frail body. Whitebeard, despite his age, has come to showcase his might, foregoing medical treatment, and his condition worsens with every passing moment. As if on cue, Whitebeard suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Father! Ace cries out, determination surging within him, that I must intervene to stop this. Marco does not restrain Ace as he ignites in flames, charging towards the battlefield like a fiery cannonball. The inferno erupts, engulfing the battlefield. Whitebeard glances at Ace. Oh, are you so eager to intervene because you see your captain wounded? Uchiha Madara observes this scene. What a good child. He turns to Raleigh, who nods in acknowledgement. Universal pull. Madara opens his fingers, unleashing a powerful gravitational force that ensnares Ace in his fiery state. What him? Ace gasps, his heart racing with anger. Madara, a figure of legend, is someone Ace understands he cannot hope to defeat. Yet, could this truly halt his advance? No. Flame Emperor. Great Flame Dragon Fist. Ace roars, his fist igniting with flames that coalesce into a fiery dragon. Madara remains motionless as the torrential flames approach within a meter of him. They are absorbed entirely. Chakra is merely one form of energy, and with the power of the 6 paths, I can absorb chakra and ninjutsu. Adapting to the rules of this world allows me to absorb even the powers of devil fruits. Madara declares, gazing at Ace, delivering a series of profound words, in light of your filial piety. I shall assist you this once. Ace is momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? He questions, bewildered. Just watch, Madara responds, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse the fiery inferno and arrive at the battlefield between Whitebeard and Shinyan. Shinyan pauses his assault, observing the scene. Whitebeard, though steadfast, is gravely wounded, his old injuries reopened, blood flowing freely, a consequence of harnessing the Tremor Fruit-S power. Why have you halted? My life is already fleeting. Let me fight to my heart's content. You need not concern yourselves with that brat Ace. He is merely mischievous. With a bold demeanor, Whitebeard faces Madara, who smiles. A person like you would be a pity to lose. These are the exact words of our esteemed leader. Raleigh, Madara extends his hand, channeling vibrant chakra energy into Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard looks down, astonished to see his wounds healing rapidly, understanding that this is more than mere surface restoration. The hidden injuries within him are also mending. Ace, Marco, and the rest of Whitebeard's crew gaze in disbelief at Madara, unsure of his intentions. He's seeking to recruit them. Regardless, if Madara can indeed prevent their beloved captain from succumbing to death's grasp, they would face any challenge head-on. After all, their true enemies are the celestial dragons and the world government, with whom they have always been at odds. Gwaha! Whitebeard erupts into his signature laughter, his eyes gleaming as he gazes at Madara. Such a great kindness requires no thanks. Who would have thought this old life of mine could endure a few more years? Father, you are not old. Ace shouts, you are still in the prime of your life. Gwahaha! Ace, you little rascal. Your words are indeed sweet. Whitebeard laughs heartily, and the atmosphere among the Whitebeard pirates is momentarily filled with joy. After a brief interlude, Madara concludes his healing. Whitebeard's wounds are mended. Madara, our esteemed leader, Broly, has a message for you. Oh. The figure with the white beard gazed into the distance, addressing Uchiha Bido. Let us create a tempest. Together, we shall overturn this era. Upon hearing these words, Whitebeard's countenance suddenly became solemn, and he then raised his head with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! Very well. Let us rise and upend this age. He lifted his Bicento before the thousands of members of the Whitebeard pirates. What say you, my comrades? Ace, Marco, Jozu, and Sachi, each member of the Whitebeard pirates erupted into a thunderous roar after a brief silence, shouting, "Overturn this era! Overturn this era!" Amidst the chaos, Blackbeard wore a naive grin, joining the chorus. Yet within, he was engulfed in turmoil. He had once believed that the pinnacle of power in this world was held by those with the might of the top-tier devil fruits. He had infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates to secretly acquire the Darkness Fruit and seize the Tremor Fruit from Whitebeard. However, now he found himself confronted by figures like Uchiha Obito, Thor, and the formidable Su-In, each of whom far exceeded his wildest imaginings. His worldview shattered. Hadn't the Darkness Fruit and the Tremor Fruit been the ultimate power in this world? What a calamity! His plans had crumbled within him. What should he do next? Blackbeard fell into deep contemplation. The declaration of the Whitebeard pirates was broadcasted live to the entire world, adding fuel to the flames of this revolutionary fire. On the naval headquarters, the high-ranking officials of the world government watched the broadcast in silence. Steelbone Kong remarked, "They have slain our envoy. Furthermore, they have provoked the Whitebeard pirates. There is no room for negotiation now. All naval forces heed my command. Immediately initiate the Super Demon Slaughter Order." The order was transmitted via the Den Den Mushi to every naval vessel. Soon, 10,000 warships simultaneously began firing upon the venue of the World Martial Arts Conference. Boom, boom, boom. What is that sound? A sharp noise pierced the air, prompting the onlookers to perk up their ears. It was cannon fire. The pirates recognized the sound of cannonballs all too well and quickly realized the gravity of the situation. What a cacophony! So many cannonballs. Are the naval forces truly preparing to obliterate the entire island? Do they care nothing for the lives of the celestial dragons? Panic ensued as they scrambled to find shelter from the incoming projectiles. The spectators, pirates, and civilians alike, who had come to witness the spectacle, began to regret entering this eye of the storm. They had not anticipated the Navy's ruthlessness, completely disregarding the hostages among the celestial dragons. Steelbone Kong surveyed the barrage of cannon fire, while the rebels mistakenly believed the 5 elders cared for a single celestial dragon. In truth, the 5 elders were only concerned with their dominion over the celestial dragons. Sengoku mused, sacrificing one celestial dragon. They would never refuse. The CPO's mysterious commander believed the rebels had everything under control, openly rallying forces to execute the descendants of the gods. Yet in reality, they were merely teetering on the edge of a precipice, destined to pay a heavy price for their foolishness. The resulting devastation would leave nothing but scorched earth. The high-ranking officials of the world government seemed to hear the mournful cries of the rebels amidst the shrieking cannonballs. However, when the first cannonball reached the periphery of the World Martial Arts Conference, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared before it. The projectile collided with the barrier, exploding outside it in a brilliant flash of crimson light. Yet the barrier stood unyielding. In the next moment, a relentless barrage of cannonballs struck the barrier like firecrackers, echoing continuously. In the midst of the fray, Broly exclaimed, "Oh, what splendid fireworks!" Tony Stark remarked, "The colors are rather monotonous. They are all red, which is somewhat lacking in variety." Uchiha Obito quipped, "Am I the only one who finds these fireworks to be environmentally unfriendly?" Broly and Uchiha Obito received applause from those concerned for the environment. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast of the execution of the celestial dragons, spectators were awestruck by the spectacle of fireworks. Suddenly, a notification flashed at the bottom of the screen. The bullet screen function is now activated. Join in the fun. Rules for the bullet screen. 1. In foul language or advertisements, violators will be silenced. Serious offenders risk account suspension. Point 2. Each person may only post 1 comment per minute. Point 3. Each comment is limited to 80 characters. As some remained curious about this new feature, a few clever individuals began to engage. Look at the Navy setting off fireworks. Oh, the camera has shifted to the naval fleet. Look, the Navy is utterly bewildered. If I were in the Navy, I'd be confused too. What on earth is this barrier? It's incredible. The cannonballs are having no effect on it. Could it be a devil fruit ability? I've had the fortune to read the Devil Fruit Compendium. I reckon this must be the barrier fruit. Whoever mentioned the barrier fruit, step forward. I promise not to harm you. The main character made his appearance, Bartolomeo. Hello, Romeo. Admiring the abilities of devil fruit users. The officers on the naval ships brightened. Hey, that's our captain. Oh no, that guy over there. Are you secretly commenting? Won't your superior get angry with you? Within a minute, the live chat was flooded with comments. I am Admiral Sakazuki of the Navy headquarters. Any soldier or officer who dares to engage in this chat will find themselves thrown overboard. Seeing some Navy soldiers and officers laughing in the chat. Sakazuki's forehead throbbed with veins as he raised his finger to type a response. The chat seemed to pause for a moment, but soon erupted into even more comments. Haha, Sakazuki, do you think I'm a naval soldier? Isn't it funny? Even engaging in a chat is strictly regulated in the Navy. Our East Blue Navy's 12th Division's captain embezzled so much money. Did you do anything about it? Sakazuki, you old man. What are you going to do about me just chatting? Come and catch me if you can. I'll be waiting right here. This is hilarious. Just to clarify, I'm neither a naval soldier nor an officer. I'm just a passerby, but I assume this isn't a real name system. Wherever there's oppression, there's resistance. Though I'm not a naval soldier, I feel that posting a comment is harmless. Why all the fuss? Sakazuki, I'm a reporter for the World News Agency. What are your feelings right now? Watching the Navy's dignity being trampled upon, laughter erupted. What an incredible display for the world. Truly spectacular. Sakazuki, you foolish fool. Come and bite me if you dare. I am right here on your ship. What the hell? That guy cursing Admiral Akainu. Nobody on our ship is engaging in the chat. You're not joining the chat. This is hilarious. I thought the Navy was composed of highly intelligent and cultured individuals. Turns out they truly are comically lacking in intellect. Thus, the high-ranking Navy admirals found themselves the target of ridicule from the chaotic crowd. Sakazuki cast a glance, only to be met with a barrage of derision directed at him. Enraged, he raised his hand to send a barrage of comments, only to be reminded of the 1-minute limit on messages. What the hell is this ridiculous rule? I am an admiral. I should be able to send messages whenever I please. Sakazuki, Zhao Haohai roared, but with the live stream, heed his outcry. After simmering in indignation for a while, he could only glare at the comments. When the 2 minutes elapsed, Sakazuki's ability to comment was restored, and he transformed into a relentless commentator. You filthy bastards, I am Sakazuki. Hurry up and silence those imbeciles, and lift my time restriction. After sending this comment, Sakazuki huffed, feeling a sense of relief after venting his frustrations. However, he soon received a new notification. Has my 1-minute restriction been lifted? Sakazuki observed, only to be frozen in disbelief upon reading. Due to your use of profanity, you have been silenced for 1 hour by Chuyen. During this hour, you cannot send comments. Sakazuki's nostrils flared in fury, silencing Sakazuki while holding the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This is clearly an affront to me. I shall file a complaint, he bellowed in outrage. Yet no one paid him any mind. Targeted? Nonsense. The system, designed by Grey Wolf, ensures equality for all, showcasing the spirit of human rights in this world revolution. A.S. the first individual to violate the rules and receive a silence penalty. The system naturally issued a public announcement to serve as a warning that I end the live stream. A system announcement read, User Sakazuki, identity, current Admiral of the Navy, has been silenced for 1 hour due to the use of profanity. As the first violator, this public announcement serves as a caution to all users to utilize their commenting privileges reasonably and enjoy the experience. The moment this announcement appeared, there was a 3-second silence in the chat, followed by an explosion of comments that would terrify anyone with a fear of crowds. The system is incredible. The red dog must be feeling foolish now. So what if he is an admiral? Violating the rules means facing consequences. What does this call for? This is called fairness. Did you think you could wield privileges? Dream on. Jump all you want. If you can leap high enough, consider my loss. Ridiculous. I, Sakazuki, Admiral, silenced. System. Pow. Silence. You're targeting our Admiral Sakazuki. We will file a complaint, and you chaos-loving ruffians, our righteous Navy will surely apprehend all of you. That person just now must be a sycophant of Akainu. Right? How amusing. Oh no. Are you threatening to capture people? I'm so scared. By the way, aren't your masters the celestial dragons, about to face judgment from Lord Roranoa? Come. I, Sakazuki, shall promote you. You are targeting our Admiral Sakazuki. We will file a complaint. And you chaos-loving ruffians, our Navy will certainly apprehend all of you. That comment is worth 5 cents. Slams the table dare to target our Admiral Sakazuki. We will file a complaint. You ruffians in chaos. We will surely capture all of you, laughing at the absurdity. Why am I laughing like a fool? The comments are simply too entertaining. I adore this chat. Sakazuki, with a face ashen with fury, gazed at the barrage of comments. feeling mocked instead of respected. Turning around, he bellowed, "Which scoundrel defied my orders?" and spoke in the chat. "Step forward and receive 1,000 lashes." At that moment, Steelbone Kong approached, patting Sakazuki on the shoulder. What is the point of engaging in verbal sparring with these people? A man should speak with his fists. Your words hold wisdom, Sakazuki admitted, lowering his head, that I was too impulsive. I allowed their taunts to provoke me. The Navy's bombardment continued unabated. Though they had determined that the sheer force of their cannon fire could not penetrate the energy barrier enveloping the island, they firmly believed that the sound of the artillery, broadcasted through the live stream, would instill a sense of dread worldwide that make the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The chaos ignited by the Navy's bombardment swiftly subsided, as onlookers recognized that the cannon fire could not breach the energy shield. However, the relentless explosions against the barrier inevitably raised concerns. Rorinoa observed the unceasing cannon fire, discerning the Navy's intentions. They aimed to rattle the tiger. While this mountain may not be moved, the sound of artillery cannot help but be unsettling. After all, ordinary pirates outside the venue would struggle to withstand such a barrage and would worry about how to escape once the executions concluded. Tony Stark chuckled, dismissing their worries as unfounded. The Navy's tactics are merely a method of psychological victory. Once the public execution is over, even if we do nothing, the rule of the celestial dragons will become precarious. Rorinoa shook his head. No, even a mere psychological victory cannot allow them to retain their authority. We must ensure that all their actions become nothing more than a farcical backdrop. He then rose and glanced at his maid. Califa, did I recall that when you arrived from CP1, you brought a large box with you, correct? Indeed, Lord Rorinoa. Inside are treasures and devil fruits prepared for negotiation. Had you agreed to the government's demands, they would have been presented as wedding gifts for you and Empress Hancock. Califa, having undergone mental reprogramming by Ban, had become a loyal maid to Rorinoa. However, we directly killed the emissaries and seized the treasure. Rorinoa chuckled and turned to the Empress. "Do you have any treasures or devil fruits that you no longer require?" The Empress replied, "In recent days, many pirates have come to the venue, offering substantial treasures as they seek to ally with us. I shall have my servants present them for your inspection. And no need for that. Simply tally the quantities for me, that I will require them shortly," Rorinoa instructed. "Understood, I will have it done right away." Hancock responded obediently. Before long, the tally was completed, including those offered by the pirates and those seized from CP1, amounting to 2 devil fruits and treasures valued at approximately 1.8 billion berries. These treasures were transported to the center of the Grand Hall, where Rorinoa stood before them, directing the live stream to focus on him. In an instant, people around the world, despite being separated by screens, felt an overwhelming aura of imperial power wash over them. Stark stepped forward, addressing the audience. "Greetings once again. I am Tony Stark, a loyal subordinate of Lord Rorinoa. I now announce his directive. Please behold the 4 devil fruits, alongside treasures valued at roughly 1.8 billion berries. Amidst the incessant sounds of fireworks and celebration, my lord has decided to host a game for your amusement. This game is called the World's Strongest Challenge. I believe everyone is curious about who reigns supreme in this world. In the grand event of the 97th Worldwide Martial Arts Tournament, formidable warriors eagerly sign up. And the enigmatic SHNNL makes an appearance. Tony's proclamation reverberates across the globe, igniting a fervor. The greatest martial arts tournament in the world. Who shall be deemed the supreme champion? This topic is undeniably electrifying. The barrage of comments floods the screen, each expressing boundless anticipation. After a brief pause, Tony elaborates. The devil fruits and treasures that lie behind me shall serve as rewards for this competition. Allow me to elucidate the structure of the challenge for the title of the world's strongest. Firstly, this contest aims to determine the ultimate champion. Hence, anyone is eligible to participate. The initial phase comprises the quarterfinals, featuring 8 arenas where all contestants may freely choose one to compete. There is no limit to the number of participants. However, ultimately, only one shall remain standing on the stage, securing a place among the top 8. In this segment, regardless of the weapon or tactic employed, as long as you emerge as the sole victor on the platform, you shall be counted among the Elite 8. The 8 finalists will share the staggering bounty of 1. 8 billion berries that I have secured behind me. Naturally, many formidable contenders may regard such a prize as trivial, yet the mere title of top 8 signifies your prowess, does it not? This is an unparalleled opportunity to showcase your strength before a global audience. Should you succeed, your name shall echo throughout the world. Once the top 8 are determined, a subsequent phase will ensue, wherein the 18 contenders will draw lots to ascertain their opponents, vying for the coveted title of 2 strongest. The 2 strongest participants shall have the privilege to select any one devil fruit as their reward. Of course, the abilities of these devil fruits remain a mystery to me. It is entirely dependent on your fortune. Perhaps one might even stumble upon a nature-type devil fruit. That concludes my explanation of the tournament structure. Registration will be open today and tomorrow.